Chapter 1, Starting with a Small Goal. Outside the Versace store. Tang Xiaoya, who was wearing a professional suit, said in a commanding tone, "Give me $10,000. Louis, who looked handsome but pale, frowned and asked in a hoarse voice, "Didn't I just give you 5,000 a few days ago? 5,000? What can you do with 5,000? You can just buy a few lipsticks and it'll be gone." Tang Xiaoya frowned. "Stop talking nonsense and give me the money quickly." "Xiaoya, what do you want to buy this time?" Louis asked through gritted teeth. Tang Xiaoya pointed to the Versace store behind her and said, "I'm a cashier here now. I must buy some luxury goods here. If I don't buy them myself, how can I sell them?" Louis felt a headache. "Xiaoya, I really have no money. In order to support you, I work overtime every day and deliver takeout at night. Last night, a customer splashed water on me and I have a fever until now. I didn't even dare to go to the hospital." Before he could finish his words, Tang Xiaoya interrupted him rudely. "What does this have to do with me? Don't say you have a cold. Even if you have cancer, you have to give me the money today." Louis was furious and extremely disappointed with his girlfriend. "Don't say you don't have money. If you don't have money, just ask your parents to sell the house. It just so happens that my brother needs 300,000 yuan for his wedding. If your parents sell the house, it will be just enough." "Xiaoya, you." Louis's eyes turned red. "What do you mean by I?" "Louis, I'm telling you, don't tell me anything. Your parents are old, so the house can't be sold." Tang Xiaoya crossed her arms and said coldly, "Your parents are peasants. They have experienced a lot of hardships. Even if you sell the house and let them sleep on the street, they won't die, right? Louis, call your parents right away, otherwise, we will break up now." After Tang Xiaoya finished speaking, she waited for Louis to beg her not to break up. After all, Louis is his most loyal bootlicker, and every time he breaks up with him, Louis gets scared to death. Tang Xiaoya. Louis has completely given up on this girlfriend. Suddenly, an electronic mechanical sound rang in his mind. Ding, a suitable host has been detected, the peak life system is binding. Ding, the peak of life system binding is complete. It is detected that the host is in trouble. The following options are provided. 1. Kneel down and beg your girlfriend not to break up with you, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash. 2. Dump your money-worshipping girlfriend and you will be rewarded with 1 million in cash, and there is a chance to trigger an additional reward. Louis was stunned for 2 seconds. He had also read online novels and knew what the system was. He never expected that one day the system would fall on his head. "Louis, what's your attitude? I'm talking to you." Seeing that Louis was distracted, Tang Xiaoya raised her voice several degrees, causing the other counter ladies in the store to crane their necks to look outside. Louis came back to his senses, looked at Tang Xiaoya with a mean look on her face, and laughed. "Tang Xiaoya, I don't want to serve you anymore. I'm dumping you now." Tang Xiaoya widened her eyes and looked at Louis in disbelief. "Is this still the same fool who used to do whatever I say? He actually wants to dump me?" Tang Xiaoya felt extremely humiliated and screamed. "Louis, you are just a poor loser from the countryside with no money or power. How dare you break up with me?" Louis was too lazy to pay attention to Tang Xiaoya because at this moment, he received a text message. "Your account 7515 received a third-party transfer of 1 million yuan. It's true, 1 million has arrived." Louis was ecstatic. "Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward, 100 times cash back per day." Louis was almost going crazy with joy. When luck comes, you can't stop it. He has 1 million now. If he spends it all, he can get 100 million. This is so cool. Glancing at Tang Xiaoya, who was still cursing at himself for being poor and having no money, Louis snorted. "As soon as I took a step, I walked into the Versace store." Tang Xiaoya was confused. Why was Louis, a poor loser who couldn't even afford to buy clothes worth $100, going into the Versace store? Does Louis want to tell everyone that she is a gold digger? Thinking of this, Tang Xiaoya became anxious and rushed into the store. "Louis, don't." Before Tang Xiaoya finished speaking, she saw Louis pointing at a row of men's clothing in the store. "I want all these clothes." Tang Xiaoya opened her mouth wide and stared at Louis in disbelief. What's wrong with this guy? These men's suits cost at least hundreds of thousands. Sir, are you sure that's all? A tall, fair-skinned and beautiful counter lady came up to Louis with a smile. Although she didn't quite believe that Louis, who was called a poor loser by Tang Xiaoya, could afford these clothes, as a professional service staff, she still maintained her enthusiasm. Yufei, this guy is just a poor loser. I asked him to take out 10,000 yuan, but he couldn't even take it out. How could he possibly afford these clothes? Don't waste your time with him. Tang Xiaoya took Xin Yufei's arm and said with a smile. Since Louis was not going to accuse her of being a gold digger, she had nothing to worry about and could laugh at Louis without restraint. Xin Yufei ignored Tang Xiaoya and continued to look at Louis with a smile. You're such a stubborn person. If he can't pay you later, you'll cry. Tang Xiaoya snorted, sat down next to her, crossed her legs, and waited for Louis to make a fool of himself. Louis had a good impression of Xin Yufei and responded with a smile, I'm sure. Okay, sir. Xin Yufei did some calculations and said, Sir, after calculation, the clothes you want cost a total of 570,000 yuan. We can give you a discount. The discounted price is. Before he finished speaking, Louis refused. How much did you just say? 570,000. His ability to get a 100-fold return on his money only lasts for 1 day, so he must spend the 1 million as soon as possible in order to get 100 million. So, how can 570,000 be enough? But he didn't know that Xin Yufei thought that 570,000 was too expensive. Sir, you can actually buy fewer items. Xin Yufei smiled gently and pointed to the cheapest coat, trying to persuade Louis to buy it. Tang Xiaoya was already laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Yufei, I told you, he is a poor loser, his pockets are cleaner than his face, he can't even afford the cheapest clothes. Hearing this, the other cashiers in the store, although trying their best to restrain themselves, still couldn't help laughing. They had seen people who pretended to be rich, but this was the first time they had seen a clown like Louis, who had no money at all but dared to buy clothes worth 570,000 yuan. Louis glanced at Tang Xiaoya with a strange look, and then said to Xin Yufei. You misunderstood. What I meant was that 570,000 is too cheap. Please give me 1 million. The store was quiet for 2 seconds. Then there was a loud laugh. Everyone laughed except Xin Yufei. Tang Xiaoya laughed so hard that she couldn't even straighten her back. Louis, have you become a fool because you were so shocked by the breakup with me? You don't even have 10,000 yuan, and you want to buy something worth 1 million? I'm dying of laughter. Xin Yufei was also a little embarrassed, but out of professionalism, she still recommended pants, shoes, and watches to Louis. Adding up, it's exactly 1 million. Sir, is this by card? Swipe the card. Louis took out a bank card and handed it to Xin Yufei. Sir, please wait a moment. Xin Yufei gently swiped the bank card given by Louis across the POS machine. Chapter 2, Zhu Yi Mingfeng. Ding, payment successful. The electronic mechanical sound emitted by the POS machine left Tang Xiaoya stunned. How is it possible, Louis, how can you have so much money? Tang Xiaoya went crazy and stared at Louis in disbelief. But Louis didn't even look at Tang Xiaoya, but said to Xin Yufei, Can you help me pick out a set of clothes? I want to change into them now. Now that you have bought a set of big brand clothes, of course you have to wear them immediately. Otherwise, when he walks out of the store, others will see that he is wearing cheap clothes and might mock him for being a poor loser. He is not a masochist, so why would he seek ridicule? Of course, sir, what do you think of this? Xin Yufei was very capable. In just a few blinks of an eye, she had matched a set of clothes for Louis. Thanks. Louis thanked him sincerely. If it weren't for Xin Yufei, he would have endured a lot of cold stares and ridicule. Entering the fitting room, Louis began to change his clothes. Xin Yufei stood at the door of the fitting room, looking around. The other ladies at the counter were also staring at the fitting room. With a squeak, the door opened. Louis walked out of the fitting room wearing a Medusa Western short-sleeved shirt costing 9,900 renminbi, Baraka logo pants costing 10,998 renminbi, and Regis shoes costing 12,000 renminbi. It was a simple and refreshing outfit, but it made Xin Yufei and others stare at it. Louis has regular facial features and a handsome appearance. Even if he wore cheap clothes before, people would still take a second look at him. Now she is wearing all branded clothes and her temperament has also improved. How could this not make these 20-something girls crazy about it? Oh my god, so handsome. He's not only handsome but also rich. It would be great if I could be his girlfriend. Speaking of girlfriends, isn't Tang Xiaoya his girlfriend? Hey, don't talk nonsense, Tang Xiaoya has been dumped, she's just an ex-girlfriend. Yes, Tang Xiaoya is just an ex-girlfriend, so we both have a chance. I must get this tall, rich, and handsome guy. The ladies at the counter stared at Lu Yi and licked their lips constantly. Their eyes were as fierce as those of wolves and tigers, which scared Lu Yi to death. If it wasn't in the specialty store but in the hotel room, Lu Yi estimated that he would have been drained dry. At this moment, Tang Xiaoya's face turned pale and she was shaking with anger. The poor loser she looked down upon suddenly became tall, rich, and handsome. The sisters who had just celebrated her breakup with Lu Yi and said they were free from suffering are now vying to be Lu Yi's girlfriend. She has become the biggest joke. Lu Yi felt so happy when he saw Tang Xiaoya, whose expression looked like she had eaten shit. At this time, the system's voice sounded in my mind again. The host spends 1 million yuan, and the 100-fold rebate is automatically activated, and the host receives 100 million in cash. The moment the mechanical sound fell, Lu Yi received a text message on his phone. Your last number 7515 received a third-party transfer of 100 million yuan. After counting 3 times and confirming that it was 8 zeros, Lu Yi smiled. 100 times rebate is real. In that case, Lu Yi looked at Xin Yufei and casually pointed at a few pieces of women's clothing, a few women's bags, and a few bottles of women's perfume. How much are these? Xin Yufei didn't know why Lu Yi wanted to buy these things, but she still answered enthusiastically, Sir, these things add up to a total of 150,000 yuan, but since you just spent 1 million in our store, you have obtained the diamond membership rights and you can get an exclusive discount. Xin Yufei smiled sweetly and said, after the discount, it's 100,000 yuan. Sir, are you sure you want to buy it? Sure, swipe the card. Lu Yi said with a smile, but don't give me a discount. Xin Yufei's hand trembled. She had seen wealthy people before, but this was the first time she had seen someone like Lu Yi who took the initiative to ask for no discount. How generous! So generous! I have so much money that I can't spend it all. I feel like discounts are an insult to myself. Is this what it means to be a super rich person? I love you so much. Mr. Shenhao, look at me. I can warm your bed. The ladies at the counter became even crazier. If they were not afraid of causing Lu Yi's disgust, they would even want to stick to Lu Yi like an octopus. Get out of here, you bunch of slutty bitches. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked back and found that it was Tang Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoya arrogantly pushed aside all the ladies at the counter and stood next to Lu Yi. Didn't you notice that Lu Yi only bought women's products? Why did Lu Yi buy women's products? It's obvious that Lu Yi bought them for me as a gift, begging me to get back together with him. The ladies at the counter were stunned at first, then sighed. Alas, Mr. Lu doesn't know us, it's impossible for him to give us gifts for nothing. It seems that Mr. Lu really likes Tang Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoya is so lucky to have met Mr. Lu so early. Hearing about these flowers, Tang Xiaoya became even more proud. She raised her chin high, straightened her chest, and then hugged Lu Yi's arm. Lu Yi, I know you still love me. Seeing this scene, everyone envied Tang Xiaoya even more. But at this time, Lu Yi pushed Tang Xiaoya away and said, Excuse me, who are you? Do I know you? Tang Xiaoya was stunned. Lu Yi, what do you mean? Lu Yi looked at the ladies at the counters and smiled faintly. You can each pick one of the things I just bought. Counter lady? This surprise came too suddenly. But, they like it. Thank you, Mr. Lu. The ladies at the counter rushed towards Lu Yi and each of them gave him a big hug. Lu Yi scratched his head. When Tang Xiaoya saw this scene, she felt angry and regretful. If she didn't worship money and didn't treat Lu Yi as a bootlicker, then all of Lu Yi's wealth would be hers. But now, she has lost it all. Lu Yi, please forgive me and let's get back together, okay? Tang Xiaoya cried and pulled Lu Yi's hand, begging. The system's mechanical sounds suddenly sounded. Host triggers a random task, ex-girlfriend's request for reconciliation. Open the following options. 1. Agree to get back together with your ex-girlfriend and get a reward, your ex-girlfriend's favorability plus 100. 2. Decisively reject your ex-girlfriend and get a reward, a Lamborghini Giulia. Lu Yi touched his chin. I have determined this hand, even Jesus cannot stop it, the system says so. With a slight smile on his lips, Lu Yi shook off Tang Xiaoya's hand and said, Get back together? You're dreaming. Being harshly rejected by Lu Yi, Tang Xiaoya became more and more distraught. Suddenly, her cell phone vibrated. But it was her younger brother who sent a WeChat message, Sister, you asked Lu Yi's parents to sell their house to raise money for the betrothal gift for me. Did he sell it? This WeChat message instantly reminded Tang Xiaoya. She asked where Louis got the money from and said that Louis must have sold his parents' house, so he became so rich. Chapter 3 Wancheng International. Tang Xiaoya suddenly became excited. She stood up suddenly and looked at Louis with disdain. Louis, you are so cool to show off with the money your parents got from selling their house. As soon as these words were spoken, the counter ladies who were surrounding Louis were immediately stunned. Xiaoya, what did you mean by that? A counter lady asked. Tang Xiaoya crossed her arms over her chest and snorted proudly. Let me tell you, Louis and I have been in a relationship for 3 years, and I know him inside and out. He is not a second-generation rich man, but his parents saved money all their lives, and with the compensation, they bought a house in the city. Now that the house has appreciated in value, it can be sold for 1 million or 800,000. Now Louis has squandered all his parents' hard-earned money just to show off. He doesn't have a penny in his pocket now, and you're still trying to curry favor with him? How ridiculous. Upon hearing this, the faces of the ladies at the counter changed drastically. Mr. Liu, are you really not a rich second generation? Louis nodded frankly. He was not a rich second generation and came from a rural background. He did not feel ashamed and had nothing to be embarrassed about admitting. However, when he nodded, the way the ladies at the counter looked at him changed instantly. Mr. Liu, we don't want these gifts. Although they were reluctant, when they thought about the fact that these gifts were bought with Louis's parents' hard-earned money, they felt uneasy using them and returned them to Louis one after another. Mr. Liu, except for the clothes you're wearing, which you can't return, I can refund you for everything else you bought. Xin Yufei bit her lip, extremely disappointed with Louis. What she hated most in her life was this kind of prodigal son who squandered his parents' money. Hey, could you guys just let me finish what I'm saying? Louis rolled his eyes speechlessly. Although I am not a second-generation rich, I am a first-generation rich. First-generation rich? Tang Xiaoya felt as if she had heard a huge joke. First-generation rich who don't have a penny in their pockets? Hearing Tang Xiaoya's laughter, Xin Yufei became more disappointed with Louis. And just at this moment. Ding, Jui Ming phone has been issued, please check it. As soon as the system's voice fell, Louis felt a sinking sensation in his pocket. When I reached out and touched it, it turned out to be the car keys. When I looked outside the store again, I found that there was a top-of-the-line supercar, the Jui Ming phone, outside the store without my knowledge. Louis couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and looked at Tang Xiaoya jokingly. I really don't have a penny in my pocket, because this is the only thing I have in my pocket. As he spoke, he held the key to Zhu Yiming's windmill in his hand. Is this a Lamborghini? A Lamborghini costs at least several million. Xiaoya just said that the house that Louis's parents own can only be sold for 1 million at most. How can Louis afford a Lamborghini? Could it be that Louis is really the first generation of rich people? The ladies at the counter screamed, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Louis became extremely fanatical. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Xin Yufei also apologized sincerely, her beautiful eyes staring at Louis with shining eyes. It doesn't matter. Louis smiled and waved his hand, glancing at Tang Xiaoya out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Tang Xiaoya's whole face turned purple. No way, this is impossible, how can you afford a Lamborghini? Tang Xiaoya screamed like crazy, your car key must be fake. You prepared a fake car key in advance to show off. This must be the case. Fake? Louis glanced at Tang Xiaoya playfully, then walked straight towards Zhu Yimingfeng outside the store. Press the car key. Zhu Yimingfeng's car door opened immediately. This scene drove all the counter ladies in the store crazy. That Lamborghini really belongs to Mr. Louis. Mr. Louis is truly a diamond bachelor. I can. Mr. Louis, please give me your orders. The ladies working the counters were trembling with excitement. But Tang Xiaoya, like a puppet with its strings cut, collapsed to the ground dejectedly. It's really a Lamborghini. Louis is really a hidden rich man. How stupid am I to think of him as a poor loser? Tang Xiaoya's face turned purple with regret, and she slapped herself in anger. Louis didn't even bother to look at Tang Xiaoya, he got on the Zhu Yimingfeng and prepared to leave. Mr. Liu, wait a moment. Xin Yufei stumbled over carrying a lot of bags. You haven't got your things yet. Louis slapped his head and thought, look at his memory. Ding, the host starts a random task, dinner time. The host has the following choices. 1. Go to the restaurant alone, and you will be rewarded with a female companion to have dinner with the host. The female companions are divided into 3 levels, S, A, and B, and will be randomly assigned. 2. Invite Xin Yufei to the dinner and reward her with a restaurant. Can you come up with a task just by snapping your fingers? Louis made his choice without hesitation. Option 1, although you might get an S-level female companion, you might also get Ruhua, who is B-level. Besides, what is the use of an S-level female companion? Isn't a restaurant nice? Besides, even an S-level female companion may not be as beautiful as Xin Yufei. Thank you, Miss Yufei. Louis took the package from Xin Yufei in time and put it in the car. Ms. Yufei, you've worked hard today. I'd like to treat you to a meal as a thank you gift. Are you willing? Xin Yufei's face turned red instantly. Is Louis preparing to pursue me? I do. Xin Yufei lowered her head and spoke in a weak voice. Ms. Yufei, please. Louis imitated what he saw on TV, took Xin Yufei's hand like a gentleman, and helped Xin Yufei sit on the passenger seat. After letting go of Xin Yufei's hand, Louis smacked his lips. So soft and delicate. Alas, Mr. Louis has taken a fancy to Xin Yufei. I envy Yufei so much. Yufei is so lucky. Seeing Xin Yufei sitting in the passenger seat of Zhu Yimingfeng's car, the counter ladies stamped their feet in anger. Tang Xiaoya burst into tears. That co-pilot's seat should have belonged to her. With a roar, Zhu Yimingfeng rushed away like a steel dragon. Tang Xiaoya just felt that there was a void in her heart. Wancheng International. The most famous restaurant in Yidu. First floor, Chinese food. Second floor, Japanese food. Third floor, French food. There is a wide variety of food from all over the world. The chefs here are all famous chefs, and the ingredients they choose are not only top-notch but also absolutely fresh. Because of this, Wancheng International is known as a den of money. The cheapest meal costs tens of thousands. The most exaggerated consumption record is as high as millions. It's staggering to think that one meal costs several million. Mr. Liu, are we going to eat here? Xin Yufei looked at the glorious Wancheng International and felt a little timid. Certainly. This is also Louis' first time here, but he has money in his pocket, so he is confident. After entering Wancheng International, before he had time to greet the waiter, Louis heard someone calling his name. When he turned around, it was his college roommate, Huang Weijie. Long time no see, Louis. Huang Weijie greeted Louis with a smile, but he kept looking at Xin Yufei out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 4 Royal Room. Louis, is this your girlfriend? Huang Weijie couldn't wait to shift the topic to Xin Yufei. No. Louis shook his head, his tone very cold. When he was in college, Huang Weijie often bullied and ridiculed him. The fact that he didn't turn around and leave was already a sign of consideration for the friendship between classmates. I was just saying, how could you possibly find such a beautiful girlfriend? Huang Weijie had a bright smile on his face. Although he felt that even if Xin Yufei was Louis' girlfriend, he could easily poach her. But asking him to steal Louis' girl would be too humiliating. By the way, Louis, what are you doing here at Wancheng International? Are you looking for someone? Huang Weijie asked casually while looking at Xin Yufei. Subconsciously, he believed that Louis was a poor guy and would never come to Wancheng International to spend money. However, Louis said, I'll come to eat. Huang Weijie was stunned for a moment. It was only at this time that he noticed that what Louis was wearing was actually Versace. All the pieces of clothing on the body would cost at least tens of thousands. Louis, did you win the lottery? Huang Weijie asked blankly. Louis said calmly, I guess so. There was no way he could reveal that he had a system, and winning the lottery would just explain why he suddenly had so much money. How much did you win? Huang Weijie asked nervously. He was afraid that Louis would win hundreds of millions. If this happens, he will be stepped on by Louis. Not much. Louis was frugal with words and didn't want to waste any more words with Huang Weijie. Huang Weijie breathed a sigh of relief and believed what Louis said. If Louis really won hundreds of millions, he probably wouldn't pay any attention to him. Louis, you're here for dinner, do you have a reservation? Huang Weijie asked. Do you need to make an appointment? Louis frowned. Of course. Huang Weijie glanced at Louis with a hint of disdain in his eyes. If you don't have a reservation, you can only go to a private room, but the cheapest private room costs 100,000. So? Huang Weijie smiled and said, Louis, you should come back tomorrow. Since Louis said that he didn't win much, he probably only won tens of thousands of yuan. Excluding the Versace he was wearing, he definitely didn't have much money left, and he definitely couldn't have afforded the private room consumption. Come again tomorrow? Louis laughed. Yes, Huang Weijie said with a smile, I can help you reserve a place for tomorrow. Can you make an appointment for me? Louis was puzzled about Huang Weijie's identity. Louis, you may not know this, but I am now the lobby manager of the first floor of Wancheng International, with an annual salary of 1 million. Huang Weijie tugged at his collar, raised his chin slightly, looked proud, and waited quietly for Louis and Xin Yufei to come and lick his ass. After graduating from university, he worked hard from dawn to dusk, and finally, fortunately, he was appreciated by a wealthy woman and became the lobby manager of Wancheng International. Although the means to become a manager are not so bright, but in life, the result is what matters most. Oh. Louis responded coldly. Huang Weijie's eyes twitched. He originally thought that Louis would flatter him after hearing that he had become a manager with an annual salary of 1 million. Unexpectedly, Louis would react like this. Looking at Xin Yufei again, Huang Weijie was even more furious. Xin Yufei didn't even bother to lick his ass, let alone look at him. Xin Yufei was actually looking at Louis the whole time. Huang Weijie's chest heaved violently, and he was so angry that his heart, liver, and lungs ached. He couldn't understand why Louis was so calm. He didn't want to understand how Louis, a poor guy who won tens of thousands of dollars in lottery, could win the favor of Xin Yufei, a beautiful woman. Just when Huang Weijie was about to challenge Louis to win Xin Yufei's heart, he heard Louis say, Since you are the lobby manager here, please open a private room for me. What did you say? Huang Weijie stared at Louis in disbelief. You want a private room? Why, didn't I speak clearly enough? Louis said indifferently, I want a private room, a luxurious one. Huang Weijie widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Louis not only wants a private room, but also a luxurious one? How much money did this guy win in the lottery? Could it be more than tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands? If that's the case. Huang Weijie's eyes rolled around and an idea came to his mind. Louis, what a coincidence, we only have one royal room left, priced at 490,000 yuan. Xin Yufei took a breath when she heard that the royal room cost 490,000. Mr. Liu, forget it, let's go eat somewhere else. Xin Yufei hurriedly pulled Louis out. Beauty, don't go. Didn't Louis act so rich just now? How could he care so little about a mere 490,000 yuan? Right, Louis? Huang Weijie smiled sarcastically. Even if Louis really won hundreds of thousands, he would make Louis spend all the money tonight. If Louis spends all his money, he will be reduced to his original state and become a poor guy again. In that case, Xin Yufei would definitely give up on Louis and turn into his arms. Louis glanced at Huang Weijie. Having been Huang Weijie's roommate for 4 years, he certainly knew what this guy was planning. However, since Huang Weijie wants to play, he will play with him. The royal room, huh? I want it. Louis finished speaking. Xin Yufei bit her lower lip, feeling extremely guilty. Huang Weijie couldn't contain his excitement. He thought Louis was such a fool that he actually fell for his provocation. Mr. Louis, this way please. Huang Weijie led the way with a forced smile. Walking into the royal room, Xin Yufei couldn't help but exclaim. A private room, the area is unimaginably large. There is actually a fish pond and rockery in the private room. In the fish pond, a golden dragonfish swims freely. The rockery is staggered in height and very interesting. The walls are carved with reliefs of auspicious dragons and phoenixes, magnificent and golden. It lives up to the name of the royal room, it truly has the luxurious style of a royal family. After the shock, Xin Yufei looked at Louis with eyes full of gratitude. If it weren't for Louis, she might never have been able to see such a magnificent scene in her life. Noticing the way Xin Yufei looked at Louis, Huang Weijie gnashed his teeth in anger. After I trick Louis into spending all his money, I won't believe that you won't throw yourself into my arms. Taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Huang Weijie handed the menu to Louis and Xin Yufei. Please order. Xin Yufei took a look at the menu and was frightened. Clear-boiled Shinju snow eel, 9,999 yuan per serving. Lion head with matsutake soup, 12,999 yuan per serving. Braised marbled beef and red wine, 24,999 yuan per serving. Crispy golden ginseng, 26,999 yuan portion. The numbers made Xing Yufei dizzy. Yufei, just order whatever you want to eat. Louis said with a smile. No, Mr. Liu, you order it. Xing Yufei closed the menu and didn't dare to look at it anymore. How about I make a recommendation? At this time, Huang Weijie stood up and smiled sinisterly. Chapter 5. Come here, pour the wine. Louis knew exactly what Huang Weijie was planning. However, Louis was not afraid at all and directly handed the menu to Huang Weijie. You recommend it? Huang Weijie was ecstatic. You dare to ask me to recommend it? Oh, I will bankrupt you. Huang Weijie smiled with a stern smile on his lips. Crystal braised pork, 12,888 yuan per serving. Flying dragon soup, 28,888 yuan per serving. Suang vinegar fish, 29,999 yuan per serving. Braised crab meat with clear sauce, 39,999 yuan per serving. Huang Weijie kept naming the dishes and their prices, and Xing Yufei listened with her mouth opened into an O shape. Although Louis's heart was in turmoil, his expression remained calm. Is that all the recommendations? Louis looked disappointed. Huang Weijie wanted to curse in his heart. He had already read out all the most expensive dishes on the menu. What does it mean that Louis not only did not panic, but also looked disappointed? Do you think it's too cheap? I thought it would be very expensive, but it's just this expensive. Louis sighed and shook his head. He can now use the privilege of receiving 100 times the rebate on his spending, so he must want to spend more money. However, when he was about to order everything on the menu, ding, although the host is a wealthy man, he should also uphold the fine tradition of not wasting. The system's prompt made Louis feel guilty, but also reminded him to remember his original intention. Next to him, Huang Weijie was gritting his teeth. Louis, these dishes cost 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, and you think they are cheap? You are so pretentious. Ha, you like pretending, right? I'll let you pretend to be satisfied today. Huang Weijie's eyes were sinister, and he said in a deep voice. Louis, since we won the lottery today, we have to celebrate. How can we not drink, right? Louis's eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. That's right, we need to open a bottle of wine and celebrate. With a beautiful woman by your side, wouldn't it be a pity if there was no good wine? When she heard that she had to drink, Xing Yufei's face turned red. The wine has not yet made people drunk, but people are already drunk. Huang Weijie's face turned pale. Xing Yufei was the woman he liked, but Louis exchanged glances with Xing Yufei in front of him. This is outrageous. Angry in his heart, Huang Weijie pointed directly at the most expensive bottle of wine on the menu. Dom Perignon Charles Diana Champagne, 199,999 yuan a bottle. Xing Yufei's heart trembled. 200,000 for a bottle of wine? Agar jade wine is not that expensive. Huang Weijie smiled sarcastically and said, Ms. Yufei, this bottle of wine was served at Princess Diana's wedding. It was produced in 1961. It's only natural that it's a bit more expensive. Besides, only wine of this price is worthy of Louis, right Louis? Huang Weijie asked with a smile. Louis raised his lips slightly. This is the one. Huang Weijie was stunned. He didn't expect that Louis actually dared to ask for this bottle of wine. Louis, including the private room fee, your total consumption today is 1 million. I don't believe you have so much money. Huang Weijie snorted coldly and turned away. After a while, tall and charming beauties wearing cheongsams came to the royal room with food trays in their hands. Along the way, it caused quite a stir. It seems that only guests in the royal room can enjoy this kind of ceremony, right? Someone booked the royal room tonight? That's going to cost 490,000. Who is this rich guy? I really want to meet him. The guests who were dining stood up one after another. Suddenly, another person exclaimed. That bottle of wine, is it Dom Perignon Charles Diana 1961? Many of the high-end wine-tasting people who come to Wancheng International for dinner recognize the origin of the champagne at a glance. This bottle of wine costs 200,000. 200,000? The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. At this moment, on the first floor of Wancheng International, everyone's eyes were following the waitress. They were crazy about wanting to know who had not only booked the royal room but also ordered 200,000 bottles of champagne. However, as soon as the door of the private room opened, the waitresses came in one after another, and they could not see the people in the room at all. I can only sigh at the private room. The royal room is worthy of its sky-high price of 490,000 renminbi, and its soundproofing is first-rate. It was bustling outside the private room, but Louis didn't hear a single sound. Sir, your meal is ready. A waitress, who deliberately slid her cheongsam to her thighs, was leaning on Louis and flirting with him. Sir, do you mind having a midnight snack tonight? I am willing to deliver the snack to your bed. This is no longer a hint, but a clear statement. Although Louis has been in love with Tang Xiaoya for 3 years, he is still a virgin. Being teased like this, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. However, he did not lose his sanity. For a woman like this, just look at her, or at most touch her. Let him eat? Forget it. He was afraid of getting sick, even if he was wearing the Lan Ling Jing. Seeing that Louis had no interest in her, the waitress was disappointed. Sir, if you want, you can contact me at any time. The waitress didn't give up and handed over a note with a phone number on it. That's enough. Get out. Huang Weijie stared at the waitress and trembled with anger. He had chased this woman before, but she was fishing for him. He spent a lot of money, but he never met her. But now, Louis didn't spend a penny, and this woman took the initiative to go to Louis's bed. How could this not make him burn with jealousy? What are you yelling about? Louis glanced at Huang Weijie and pointed at the champagne on the table. Come here, pour the wine. What did you say? Huang Weijie was even more furious. Louis actually asked him to pour the wine. Was he treating him as a waiter? I've spent so much tonight, so it shouldn't be too much for me to ask you to pour me a drink, right? Louis smiled and said, if you don't want to, I don't mind calling your general manager. You. Huang Weijie's face turned pale and blue. Although she had a rich woman as her backer, she was a newcomer after all. If Louis really complained about her, not only would she lose her job, but the rich woman might also look down on him. I'll pour it for you. Huang Weijie gritted his teeth and poured wine for Louis. Deep in his eyes, a cold light flashed. Louis, you're pretending to be cool and arrogant now. When it's time to pay the bill later, I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. I have just asked someone to investigate. In the past 2 days, Hannan City has not issued any lottery tickets worth millions. You definitely can't afford it. And Louis, looking at Huang Weijie bending over to pour him a glass of wine, had only one word in his mind, awesome. In the past, Huang Weijie relied on his acquaintance with gangsters outside the school to bully Louis and force Louis to serve him tea and water. Now that Huang Weijie was pouring wine for himself, Louis certainly felt comfortable. After Huang Weijie finished pouring the wine, Louis and Xin Yufei clinked their glasses, like the prince and princess in a fairy tale. This scene once again irritated Huang Weijie's nerves. And at this moment, there was a ding-dong sound. Huang Weijie received a WeChat message. Chapter 6 Chairman of Wancheng International. Baby, when do you get off work today? I'll drive over to pick you up. The WeChat note is, Aunt Li. Huang Weijie glanced at Xin Yufei and became even more upset. He had originally thought that when Louis couldn't pay for the meal and was beaten to a pulp, he would step forward and hug Xin Yufei in his arms. But now that Aunt Li is here, he won't be able to get Xin Yufei tonight. Louis also noticed Huang Weijie's impatience. However, the more impatient Huang Weijie became, the slower he ate. This flying dragon soup is really good, delicious. Louis drank the soup leisurely, praising as he drank. Huang Weijie was so anxious that he gritted his teeth. If life could be fast-forwarded, he would definitely fast-forward to the moment when Louis finished his meal and paid the bill. At this moment, he could only feel relieved when he saw Louis being laughed at and beaten until he vomited blood. Louis glanced at Huang Weijie, smiled faintly, and continued to eat the food leisurely. In sharp contrast to him is Xin Yufei. Although Xin Yufei had been telling Louis to order less. But when the food was served on the table and the tempting aroma filled her nose, Xin Yufei couldn't suppress her foodie nature. At first he was paying attention to his manners, but after taking a few sips of wine, his face turned red and his mind was not so clear anymore. He completely let himself go and started to wolf down the wine. It's so delicious. This pork and water melts in your mouth. And this Suzhou and Hangzhou vinegar fish is so delicious. Crab meat and lion's head, I almost swallowed my tongue after eating it. Xin Yufei put down her chopsticks contentedly and did not forget to burp. She doesn't look like the elegant goddess she was just now at all. But compared to just now, Louis likes Xin Yufei more now. Real, cute, and a little silly. Even more touching than before. Mr. Liu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to eat such delicious food in my life. Xin Yufei lay on the table, holding Lu Yi's hand, with a dazed look in her eyes and a charming posture. Lu Yi swallowed secretly. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the dinner mission and receiving the reward, 51% of Wancheng International shares. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. The restaurant rewarded by the system is actually Wancheng International? You know, the market value of Wancheng International is at least tens of billions. Happiness came so suddenly that Lu Yi even felt a little dizzy. System, when can I take up my post? Lu Yi asked excitedly in his heart. Ding, because the system needs to rationalize the transfer of shares, the host can only take office as chairman tomorrow. Rationalizing share transfer? This system is so thoughtful. After all, 51% of Wancheng International's shares were suddenly transferred to his name, which would make anyone suspicious. Now that the system has rationalized it, he is relieved of his worries. Lu Yi was so happy that he even wanted to give the system a kiss. At this moment, a series of thudding sounds brought Lu Yi's thoughts back to reality. It turned out to be Huang Weijie, who was knocking on the table impatiently. Lu Yi, why are you in a daze? You've already finished eating and drinking. Are you pretending to be in a daze now? Do you not want to pay and want to eat for free? Huang Weijie scolded coldly. Lu Yi glanced at Huang Weijie. Then, he calmly handed over a bank card. Swipe the card. Looking at the bank card handed to him, Huang Weijie laughed. The truly wealthy people use extraordinary bank cards. Looking at Lu Yi's card again, it was ordinary and even covered with dust. It doesn't look like there is a million in savings. Lu Yi, you can remain calm even when death is imminent. To be honest, I admire you very much. Huang Weijie asked the waiter to bring the POS machine, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. But if you don't have money, you don't have money. No matter how good your mentality is, it can't change that. Ding, payment successful. Huang Weijie's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at the POS machine in his hand in disbelief, his eyes twitching constantly. Payment successful? How is that possible? Seeing Huang Weijie's collapsed appearance, Lu Yi felt so happy. Who made this guy look down on others? He deserves it. Ding, the host spends 1 million, triggering a 100-fold rebate, and gets 100 million yuan. As soon as the system sound fell, the text message of deposit arrived. Lu Yi was so happy that he not only slapped Huang Weijie in the face, but also made 100 million yuan. As the lobby manager, you should see me off now, right? Lu Yi looked at Huang Weijie with a smile on his face. Huang Weijie's facial muscles twitched. I just poured wine for Lu Yi, and now I have to bend down to see Lu Yi off? More importantly, he couldn't refuse. Huang Weijie's mentality exploded. With a gloomy face, he opened the door of the private room for Lu Yi. Mr. Liu, please. Huang Weijie gritted his teeth. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to cut Lu Yi into pieces. When Lu Yi took Xin Yufei's hand and walked out of the royal room, the diners who had been staring at the royal room were suddenly shocked. Is my eyes dazzled? This big guy who spent $1 million on a meal is actually so young. This guy doesn't seem to be a rich second generation. I've never seen him before. Not a rich second generation? Oh my god, are all the young people nowadays so outstanding? Hearing this exclamation, the self-esteem of several young rich second generations was shattered to pieces. At the same age, they were still squandering their parents' money, but Lu Yi spent millions on his own. In front of Lu Yi, they are just trash. Hearing the exclamations and flattery from the crowd, Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. In the past, he looked up to these big guys. But now, these big guys have to look up to him. How could he not be happy? Clearing his throat and pretending to be calm, Lu Yi took Xin Yufei's hand and walked towards the door step by step. Wherever he passed, everyone gave way. Mr. Liu, take care. Huang Weijie spoke each word with an icy voice. Just now, Lu Yi was enjoying the attention of the crowd, but he could only follow behind Lu Yi, bending over and following closely, like a dog. This made him extremely jealous. He swore that he would avenge today's incident. Just at this moment, a Porsche 911 came speeding down the street. When Huang Weijie saw the car, he was immediately excited. This is Aunt Leah's car. I didn't expect Aunt Lee to come at such a coincidence. Aunt Lee is here. Aunt Li is worth hundreds of millions. She can help me deal with Louis. Huang Weijie clenched his fists, extremely excited. The Porsche 911 stopped at the entrance of Wancheng International. Huang Weijie rushed forward quickly. Aunt Li, you're finally here. Huang Weijie bit his lip and looked at Aunt Li delicately like a woman. Normally when he was like this, Aunt Li would hold him and coax him. But today, Aunt Li didn't even look at him and just walked past him. What's going on? Huang Weijie was stunned and turned to look at Aunt Li. Chapter 7, Rich Woman's Appreciation. Aunt Li twisted her fat body and threw herself in front of Louis. You look pretty handsome, would you like to add me on WeChat? As she spoke, she threw a coquettish glance at Louis and took out her cell phone. Huang Weijie stood there in a daze. He finally became Aunt Li's gigolo, but as soon as Louis appeared, Aunt Li's heart was moved? Why? He is not convinced. Huang Weijie walked to Aunt Li angrily, like a delicate little girl, with a pouty mouth and a kick of his feet. Aunt Li, didn't you say that I'm your lifelong sweetheart? Louis, who had just been made so disgusted by Aunt Li that he almost vomited the entire meal he had just eaten, suddenly got goosebumps all over his body when he heard Huang Weijie speak in this tone. At this moment, Louis finally understood. Why was Huang Weijie, an uneducated bully in college, able to get the position of lobby manager? It turns out that it is due to his extraordinary mental and physical qualities. At this time, Aunt Li's eyes narrowed and she pushed Huang Weijie 2 or 3 meters away. My lifelong sweetheart? Huang Weijie, look at yourself in the mirror. Whether it's your looks, height, or temperament, how can you compare to this guy? Huang Weijie, you can go now. From now on, this little brother is my sweetheart. After saying that, Aunt Li looked at Louis with a smile again and handed the WeChat QR code to Louis. Huang Weijie was shaking all over. He relied on Louis for revenge, and now he actually stood on Louis's side. How can he survive? At this moment, all the strength in Huang Weijie's body seemed to be drained away. He sat on the ground powerlessly, crying loudly. When Louis saw Huang Weijie's behavior, he felt both pitiful and funny. Hey bro, why are you still standing there? Scan the QR code and add me as your friend. Aunt Li kept urging. Louis smiled awkwardly. Auntie, our age gap is too big, it's not suitable. Aunt Li's face darkened, and she glanced at Xin Yufei beside Louis. Brother, let me tell you, you've been accompanying this girl to grow up, why don't you accompany Auntie to talk about your true feelings? Patting the LV bag in her hand, Aunt Li said, Hello, Aunt Meow, there are banknotes in my bag. Looking at Aunt Li's pretending to be charming, Louis shuddered. 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, 50 is like a person who can suck dirt while sitting on the ground. No matter how much money you have, I don't want to be sucked dry. Besides, it's not certain whether you are richer than me. Louis trembled and took 2 steps back. Auntie, we are really not suitable. Before he finished speaking, he pulled Xin Yufei and ran towards the parking lot. Don't run away, young man. Auntie can give you whatever you want. Aunt Li did not give up and actually followed him. Only Huang Weijie was left sitting on the ground, his whole body cold. Aunt Li, whom he had begged for help at the beginning, is now chasing after Louis. Today, he was beaten to pieces by Louis. Underground parking lot. Aunt Li panted, Young man, I am worth hundreds of millions. I can buy you AJs, Apple, and even a car. Young man, if you don't agree to me, you will regret it. At this time, Louis had already used the car keys in his hand to open Zhu Yimingfeng's car door. Aunt Li was stunned when she saw Louis activating the Zhu Yimingfeng and flying past her. That was Zhu Yimingfeng? Zhu Yimingfeng worth 200 million? The price of one of Louis's cars is more than her entire net worth, yet she still wants to support Louis. Looking at the taillights of Louis's car, Aunt Li felt her face burning and she was ashamed. Walking out of the underground parking lot with mixed feelings, Aunt Li saw Huang Weijie still sitting on the ground, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Weijie, get up and go home with Auntie. Auntie will make you happy like a god tonight. Huang Weijie's eyelids twitched and he felt very humiliated. Because Louis refused, Aunt Li came back to find herself. What is the difference between this and wearing Louis's worn-out shoes? When he thought of this, Huang Weijie was overwhelmed with sadness. Huang Weijie, why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and get up. Aunt Li scolded impatiently. Huang Weijie sighed, put on a smiling face, and hugged Aunt Li like a little bird. There's no way around it. If you want to live a decent life, you have to endure some humiliation. Aunt Li, that Louis just now was so ignorant. You have to teach him a lesson. Huang Weijie was still thinking about taking revenge on Louis. Aunt Li's heart twitched. Teach Louis a lesson? How could she be worthy of it? However, after being slapped in the face by Louis just now, he feels embarrassed to admit that he is not as rich as Louis. So she smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, I promise to make that boy regret it. Hearing this, Huang Weijie immediately became excited. He felt his legs were stronger and his waist was no longer painful. He could fight another 300 rounds tonight. On the other side, Louis drove Shen Yufei downstairs. Mr. Liu, I live with someone, so it's not convenient for me to ask you to come up and sit down. Shen Yufei said embarrassedly. It's okay, you go up first. Louis smiled. Since Shen Yufei was not in a convenient position, he certainly would not force her. After Shen Yufei went upstairs, Louis drove back to the rental house. Because he was in love with Tang Xiaoya before, Louis spent almost all his money on Tang Xiaoya and her brother Tang Xiaolong. So Louis could only rent a very shabby and small house. After looking around the room, Louis touched his chin. Now that I have money, should I change my place of residence? The Versace store made more than 100 million yuan from consumption, and Wancheng International made another 100 million yuan. With more than 200 million yuan, you should be able to buy a villa, right? After I buy a villa, I will bring my parents to live with me so that they can enjoy their old age. Thinking of this, Louis quickly took out the rice that he had used for 5 or 6 years. Because it has been used for too long and has been repaired several times, the Mi 4 has become very slow. After seeing the villa, I have to go to JD.com to buy a mobile phone. While thinking about it, Louis began to search for villas in Yidu. This villa is really nice. Louis fell in love with a Chinese-style villa at first sight. It was antique and had a Jiangnan style, which was very much in line with his preferences. But after looking at the price, Louis couldn't help but be shocked. It actually costs 1 billion. The money he has is not enough. Louis had no choice but to scroll down and finally saw another nice villa, priced at 150 million. Let's go to the sales office tomorrow. Louis saved the webpage and then opened JD.com. I placed an order directly and bought 3 top-of-the-line P40 Pros worth 7,388 renminbi. 2 for my parents and 1 for myself. Afterwards, Louis went to bed contentedly. The next morning, before Louis woke up, he heard a hurried knock on the door. I looked at my phone and found that the phone I bought on JD.com last night was already being delivered. Louis thought it was the courier who knocked on the door, so he put on his shorts and went to open the door. Chapter 8, Yunding Mountain Villa, Lakeside Villa. Louis opened the door, looked up, and was stunned for a moment. Standing at the door was a beautiful woman wearing a halter dress, with her snow-white chest vaguely visible. This is not a courier, she is the landlord's daughter, Guo Xiaowen. Guo Xiaowen studied abroad, so her thoughts and dress style are very open. It is not the first time that Louis has seen Guo Xiaowen dressed so coolly. Louis, you are becoming more and more courageous. Xiaowen, you are not only brave, but also white, and maybe soft. Guo Xiaowen looked at Louis in surprise. In the past, when people teased Louis, he would blush and be speechless. What happened to Louis today? Why haven't you gone to work today? Didn't you always go to the company at this time before? Guo Xiaowen calmly pulled her suspender skirt up. Go to work? I've already quit. Louis reluctantly withdrew his gaze and replied with a smile. Last night, he sent a WeChat message to his department head and tendered his resignation. It's not that he is arrogant, but he really can't stay in that company anymore. He has graduated for 3 years and has excellent abilities. Logically, he should have been the department head long ago. However, because the department head was the company manager's brother-in-law, he was unable to get promoted. Not only could he not be promoted, but his own achievements were also taken away by that incompetent supervisor. When the incompetent supervisor made mistakes, he had to help take the blame. If it weren't for Tang Xiaoya, he would have wanted to resign long ago. Now that he is rich and is about to take office as the chairman of Wancheng International, it turns out that he might as well not stay in that company. Resigned? Guo Xiaowen was even more surprised. Aren't you going to support your girlfriend? You mean Tang Xiaoya? I've already dumped her. Louis said lightly. You broke up? While Guo Xiaowen was surprised, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Since you've broken up, you shouldn't mind letting me come in and sit down now, right? Of course, please come in. Louis made way. In the past, he was afraid that Tang Xiaoya would misunderstand him, so he kept his distance from almost all girls. Now, let alone Guo Xiaowen wanting to come into the house and sit down, even if Guo Xiaowen wanted to lie on the bed, he wouldn't mind. It's not that he has dirty thoughts, but Guo Xiaowen is greedy for his body. You know, when Guo Xiaowen came to collect rent for the first time, her eyes were full of love when she looked at him. There's nothing I can do about it, he's just so handsome. Guo Xiaowen had studied abroad and her family was wealthy, so she didn't care about his background at all, and took the initiative to confess her love to him several times. It's a pity that he was obsessed at that time and repeatedly rejected Guo Xiaowen for the gold digger Tang Xiaoya. Thinking about it now, I really regret it. Did you have breakfast? Would you like some oatmeal? Louis asked. He used to be busy with work and often skipped breakfast. He would just make a cup of oatmeal to get by, so he always had oatmeal at home. Oats? I want to drink. Guo Xiaowen crossed her legs, revealing her fair calves. The soles of her feet wrapped in high heels were also smooth and attractive. Louis reluctantly looked away and asked, drinking so early in the morning? Yes, do you have wine at home? Guo Xiaowen asked with a smile. No. Louis shook his head. He was extremely poor before and couldn't afford to buy wine. Then can you go downstairs and buy 2 bottles? Guo Xiaowen's eyes turned and looked around. Louis was stunned. He saw one word in Guo Xiaowen's eyes: greedy. Just when Louis was hesitating whether to go with the flow. Ding, the host has triggered a random mission, landlady's daughter. Open the following options. 1. Righteously reject the landlord's daughter, reward, upright character 1, title of the contemporary Lu Xiaohui 1. 2. Agree to go downstairs to buy some wine. Reward, a set of henteing villas. Lu Yi's eyelids twitched. Being upright and righteous, it sounds very cool. He can be called the modern-day Liu Xiaohui, which seems quite handsome as well. So I chose henteing villa. When I was looking for villas last night, henteing villa was among them. The cheapest one among them costs 500 million. Isn't this much better than the title of contemporary Liu Xiaohui? Louis chuckled. Okay, I'll go now, please wait. Looking at Louis's back, Guo Xiaowen raised her eyebrows slightly. This guy finally got it? Louis knocked on the glass counter of the store. Boss, 2 bottles of Yangchuang, please. The shop owner looked up and saw that it was Louis, and was a little surprised. The sun is rising from the west, and you are willing to buy some wine? Louis smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from behind. Looking back, he saw a woman in an OL business suit, a hip skirt, and black stockings walking towards him. Oh, it's so beautiful. The store owner touched his bald head and swallowed. Is she beautiful? I guess so. Louis smiled faintly. This woman's appearance and figure are both 7 points, which is not bad, but compared with Guo Xiaowen, she is far behind. Just average? Louis, you have high standards. The shop owner handed over 2 bottles of Yangchuang and said, you think he's average, but he doesn't think highly of you. Louis shrugged, picked up the wine and prepared to leave. But at this time, the beautiful woman came in front of him. Excuse me, is this Mr. Louis? I'm Louis, who are you? Hello, Mr. Louis, I am Xiao Lu from Yunding Villa. I am here to deliver the property certificate to you. The beautiful woman bent over respectfully, deliberately revealing half of her round breasts. But Louis didn't even look at it. Are you kidding? No matter how good the ball is, can it be as good looking as the real estate certificate? This is a real estate certificate worth at least 500 million yuan. Louis took a look at the property certificate and his eyes widened immediately. Henteing Highlands, Lakeside Villa. Isn't this the villa that he liked the most last night? Because the price was 100,000, which was too expensive, he had to give up. I never expected that. Not only did I get it, but I didn't spend a penny. This is so cool. Louis happily took the property certificate and went upstairs to move in. But at this time, the beautiful woman grabbed his hand. Mr. Lu, do you need any other service? As the beautiful woman spoke, she pressed her plump breasts against Louis's arms. Chapter 9: Guo Xiaowen's acting skills. Seeing this scene, the passers-by around widened their eyes and cast envious glances at Louis. The shop owner's face turned red. He was just mocking Louis, saying that beautiful women wouldn't look down on a poor guy like Louis. But now, the beauty actually took the initiative to throw herself into Louis's arms. His face was slapped with a loud slapping sound. Louis is such a lucky kid. the shop owner muttered, his eyes wandering over the beauty. This beauty, wow, the more I look at her, the more attractive she becomes. After wiping his saliva, the store owner became even more envious and jealous of Louis. Louis frowned in disgust and pushed the beauty away. I don't need any other service, thank you, goodbye. Just kidding, there is Gui Xiaowen, who has a 9-point appearance score, at home, waiting to drink and chat with him. Giving up Gui Xiaowen for a sales lady with a 7-point appearance? He is not crazy. Watching Louis leave in such a graceful manner, the sales lady stomped her feet in disappointment. The passers-by and the shop owner were all shocked. You don't want the beautiful women who come to your door? Is Louis stupid? Squeak. Louis pushed open the door. Guo Xiaowen was standing by the window, wearing a halter dress that showed off her figure, making her hot and attractive. Compared with Guo Xiaowen, the beauty I met downstairs just now was simply an eyesore. You only bought 2 bottles? Guo Xiaowen glanced at the 2 bottles of Yongchuan that Louis placed on the table, curled her lips, and muttered in a low voice. It seems that it's time to test my acting skills. What did you just say? Louis asked doubtfully. Nothing, come on, do it. Guo Xiaowen stared at Louis. Celebrate your successful breakup. You left that crooked tree and are embracing a big forest from now on. Okay, cheers. After hearing what Guo Xiaowen said, Louis also felt that it was indeed time to celebrate. When Louis raised his head and took a big gulp, all I heard was a bang. On the floor, an empty wine bottle. Looking at Guo Xiaowen again, she was staggering and seemed to be too drunk to stand steadily. Louis, I'm drunk, help me up. Guo Xiaowen staggered towards him, and Louis's forehead was filled with black lines. Sister, your face isn't even red, why are you pretending to be drunk? Even if you want to pretend, at least make your voice a little more erratic when you speak. You are so full of energy, who can believe that you are drunk? Louis was just about to complain. Guo Xiaowen had already fallen on him. So fragrant and soft, Guo Xiaowen must be really drunk. Xiaowen, you are drunk, go to bed and have some sleep. Louis picked up Guo Xiaowen and walked towards the bed. He bent down and gently placed Guo Xiaowen on the bed. The two looked at each other. The cramped room suddenly heated up. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Louis was so scared that he straightened up quickly. Who is it? Louis's tone was not very good as his good thing was interrupted. I'm the courier. Sir, the items you bought on JD.com have arrived. Please sign for them. Why didn't you come earlier or later? Why did you come at this time? Louis really wanted to swear, but in the end he held back. After all, the courier didn't do it on purpose. Thank you. Louis opened the door, signed for the express, and did not forget to give the courier a smile. As a human being, it's always right to be more kind. After closing the door, Louis looked at Guo Xiaowen lying on the bed. But I saw Guo Xiaowen had already sat up from the bed. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to be frank. Louis, I want your body. Guo Xiaowen spoke frankly and hooked her finger at Louis. At this moment, Guo Xiaowen supported her head with one hand, her black hair flowing freely like a waterfall. Her other hand was placed on her thigh, casually tapping the rhythm. Louis's eyes widened. Just at this moment. Shine bright like Iki diamond, shine bright like Iki diamond. Guo Xiaowen's cell phone rang. Louis. Guo Xiaowen. What is going on? Hey, Mom, what's up? Guo Xiaowen grabbed her hair with one hand and picked up the phone with the other, asking helplessly. I asked you to collect the rent, why haven't you come back yet? Is it because Louis has no money to pay the rent? If he has no money to pay the rent, let him get out. There was a fierce roar coming from the other end of the phone. Even though Guo Xiaowen didn't turn on the speakerphone, Louis could hear it clearly. Mom, Louis has paid the rent. I'm chatting with him. Guo Xiaowen said embarrassedly. Chat? What's there to chat about with a poor guy like him? Xiaowen, let me tell you, Aunt Zhang just introduced you to a guy who is also a returnee from overseas and has a PhD. Go home and dress up, and go meet him tonight. Mom, I don't. It's settled, come back quickly. Then there was the sound of the phone being hung up. Guo Xiaowen was upset by the phone call, and the energy she had just had was diluted. I'm going back first. Guo Xiaowen smiled apologetically and prepared to leave with her bag. Wait, I haven't paid you the rent yet. As Louis spoke, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to transfer money to Guo Xiaowen via WeChat. No need, I'll help you with the rent. Guo Xiaowen shook her head. You lost all your savings because of that gold digger. Now that you've paid the rent, I'm afraid you'll have to live on instant noodles for one meal and log on Ma for the next month. Now that you've broken up, you can save some money. Just pay the rent next month. Guo Xiaowen blinked at Louis and said meaningfully, eat well, take good care of your body, and don't let me down next time. Louis was deeply moved. However, he still transferred the rent. Xiaowen, I appreciate your kindness, but I will not renew the lease of this house, so the rent must be paid. Guo Xiaowen frowned, not renewing the lease? Why? Is it because the rent is too expensive? I can give you a rent reduction. Louis smiled and shook his head, no. It's because I just bought a house. What did you say? Guo Xiaowen obviously didn't believe it. She knew very well how expensive the housing prices in Yidu were. Not to mention that Louis was drained of his money by Tang Xiaoya. Even if Louis stopped eating and drinking and saved all his money, it would not be enough to buy a toilet. I said, I bought a house, Hentaying Manor, a lakeside villa. Louis said it again with a smile. Guo Xiaowen's eyes suddenly became strange when she looked at Louis. Louis, do you have a fever? As Guo Xiaowen spoke, she reached out and touched Louis's forehead. I don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? Hearing Guo Xiaowen's murmur, Louis smiled. Xiaowen, let me show you a big treasure. Louis turned around and said mysteriously. Guo Xiaowen glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Louis, you are not an exhibitionist, are you? Louis? What is this girl thinking about? Chapter 10. This is driving skills. Xiaowen, this is the big treasure I'm talking about. What do you think it is? With a strange look on his face, Louis handed the property certificate and keys of the lakeside villa to Guo Xiaowen. Ahem, I didn't think anything. Guo Xiaowen coughed twice awkwardly, then looked down at the thing Louis handed over. In an instant, Guo Xiaowen's little face froze. The property certificate of the lakeside villa in Hentaying Highlands, with 11 large characters, dazzled her. And that key. The cloud pattern on the key is branded using a special technique. It is a symbol of Hentaying Highlands and cannot be forged. It can be seen that Louis did not lie to her. Louis really bought a villa in Hentaying Highlands. And it's the most expensive unit in Hentaying Highlands. I just said I would reduce his rent. Guo Xiaowen thought back to what she had just done and found it extremely ridiculous. Xiaowen, what's wrong with you? Seeing Guo Xiaowen's uncertain eyes, Louis asked with concern. Nothing. Guo Xiaowen smiled. Louis used to have no money, but she didn't mind him being poor. Now that Louis has suddenly become rich for some reason, she doesn't feel any disappointment. Get along with Louis the same way you did before. Louis, I'm leaving first. We'll contact you on WeChat later. Guo Xiaowen smiled slightly, looking charming and seductive. Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes and send you off. Louis put on a new Versace suit and walked out of the room. Guo Xiaowen, who was standing at the door waiting, was stunned. She had long noticed that Louis was very handsome, but she never expected that Louis, after changing his clothes, would be so handsome. It can easily kill those young handsome guys in seconds. Louis, I think you can debut as a star. With your looks, you will definitely be very popular. Guo Xiaowen said half-jokingly. Louis burst out laughing. This girl really has a wild imagination. As Louis and Guo Xiaowen walked down the stairs shoulder to shoulder, talking and laughing, the store owner's eyes widened. Now he finally understood why Louis rejected the sales lady just now. I just said Louis was a fool, but now it seems that I am the fool. The shop owner's face was burning with anger. Louis sent Guo Xiaowen to the gate of the community. Guo Xiaowen glanced at the Jui Ming phone next to her and exclaimed. This car is so cool. It's indeed a luxury car worth 200 million yuan. I don't know who it belongs to. Hearing this, Louis showed a playful smile. Do you want to sit? I think so, but I can only think about it. This car is limited in number worldwide. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Guo Xiaowen's eyes lingered on the Zhu Yiming windmill. The owner of this car must be a big shot. I'd better not dream anymore. As she spoke, Guo Xiaowen walked towards her own car. Ding, the host has triggered a random task, Guo Xiaowen's wish. Open the following options. 1. Invite Guo Xiaowen to get in the car, reward, elementary driving skills. 2. Watch Guo Xiaowen leave, reward, the Book of Unawareness of Romance. Driving skills? Sounds good, but unfortunately it's just elementary. However, if you don't understand the Book of Romantic Affairs, it sounds even more useless. What do you want this thing for? To learn how to piss girls off? Xiaowen, let me drive you home. Lu Yi held Guo Xiaowen's hand. You also bought a car? Guo Xiaowen was surprised. What had Lu Yi experienced? How could he have a car and a house overnight? Yeah, I just bought it yesterday. Lu Yi pulled Guo Xiaowen and walked towards Zhu Yi Mingfeng. Guo Xiaowen naturally wouldn't think that Lu Yi's car was the Zhu Yi Mingfeng. Looking forward, I found a somewhat shabby Alto car parked next to Zhu Yi Mingfeng. Is this Lu Yi's car? Lu Yi bought a villa worth 1 billion yuan, and then drives an Alto car worth tens of thousands of yuan? Guo Xiaowen is a little messy. Could it be that after Lu Yi bought the villa, he had no money left, so he could only buy this second-hand Alto? The more Guo Xiaowen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Although it's a second-hand Alto, Lu Yi has good intentions. You must be careful with your words and actions and not hurt Lu Yi's self-esteem. Guo Xiaowen thought to herself. At this moment, Lu Yi stopped at Zhu Yi Mingfeng. What's wrong, Lu Yi? Guo Xiaowen asked nervously. Could it be that Lu Yi had caught the look in her eyes just now? Was Lu Yi angry? Nothing. Lu Yi said with a smile, get in the car. Get in the car? Guo Xiaowen was just wondering when she saw Lu Yi took out the car keys and then. Zhu Yi Mingfeng's car lights flashed twice and the car door opened. Lu Yi's car is actually the Zhu Yi Mingfeng. A global limited edition, Zhu Yi Mingfeng priced at 200 million? Guo Xiaowen stared at Lu Yi blankly, as if struck by lightning. She actually thought that Lu Yi's car was a second-hand Alto. How ridiculous is this? She was still in a dream until Lu Yi pulled her into the car. Lu Yi held the steering wheel. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The basic driving skills have been issued. As the system's voice fell, Lu Yi suddenly felt that there was a lot more knowledge in his mind. Not only that, but the way he gripped the steering wheel felt different. He hadn't driven for a long time after passing his driving test, so he drove very slowly yesterday for fear of an accident. But now, he seemed like an excellent racing driver, with muscle memory as soon as he grabbed the steering wheel. Lu Yi stepped on the accelerator. Zhu Yi Mingfeng ran out immediately. Lu Yi, there is a sharp turn ahead, slow down, slow down. Guo Xiaowen shouted in horror. However, the next second, her voice stopped abruptly. Lu Yi actually controlled Zhu Yi Mingfeng and completed a drift easily. That's not all. It is the morning rush hour now, and the road is heavily congested with traffic. But Lu Yi still didn't slow down. Under Lu Yi's control, Zhu Yi Mingfeng was like a nimble toy, easily passing through one car after another. Fuck, you dare to drive on this road, are you crazy? He's not crazy. Don't you notice that every turn he makes seems to be done with ease? Who is this, a professional racing driver? Professional race car drivers don't have this kind of driving skills, right? It's so cool. The car owners who were overtaken by Lu Yi looked at the taillights of Zhu Yi Mingfeng and couldn't help but admire. Lu Yi was driving at full speed, unaware that someone had already recorded a video and uploaded it to the internet. Jiaxing community is one of the top 10 high-end communities in Yidu. Lu Yi parked the car outside the community gate. Only then did Guo Xiaowen come to her senses. It was so exciting just now. Lu Yi, were you a racing driver before? So handsome and cool. The look in Guo Xiaowen's eyes when she looked at Lu Yi was full of little stars. No, I hadn't touched a steering wheel in years before I bought the car. Lu Yi said honestly. That's impossible. I think your driving skills are unmatched. You are simply the god of driving. Guo Xiaowen said excitedly. Lu Yi touched his nose and was too lazy to explain. Lu Yi, can I ride in your car next time? Guo Xiaowen asked. Of course. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. After watching Guo Xiaowen leave, Lu Yi touched the steering wheel, his heart beating fast. This is just basic driving technique. If it is advanced driving technology, how powerful would it be? Chapter 11 You're fired. Lu Yi was just getting excited when the system's voice rang out. Ding, the host has legitimately obtained 51% of Wancheng International shares. You can now go to Wancheng International to take up your post. Would you like to go now?
If the system hadn't mentioned it, Louis would have almost forgotten about this and immediately drove to Wancheng International.
Wancheng International's office building is located next to Wancheng International Restaurant. Wancheng International holds a regular meeting every week.
Huang Weijie, as the lobby manager, is at the lowest level among the senior executives attending the meeting, but he cannot be absent. But what is strange is that meetings used to be held on weekends, but today is Friday.
Have you heard? We have a meeting today because we have a new boss. What, has the chairman been replaced?
Well, the 40% of shares held by the former chairman and the shares held by other shareholders, totaling 51%, have all been acquired by the new chairman.
Oh my god, who is so rich that he could buy 51% of the shares in one go? With 51% of the shares, wouldn't the new chairman have the final say in Wancheng International from now on?
Yes, so you can offend anyone in the future, but you must not offend the new chairman. After hearing the discussions of people around him, Huang Weijie finally understood why the meeting was held today. Wancheng International has a market value of nearly 10 billion yuan, and the new chairman has taken most of the shares.
It is conceivable that he must be a very powerful person.
His backer, Antley, is nothing in front of the new chairman. I don't know whether the new chairman is a man or a woman, old or young.
Huang Weijie's mind is stirring. If the new chairman is like Antley, he will get on her good side no matter what means. Just at this moment, Huang Weijie suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Huang Weijie's brows immediately raised. Louis! Huang Weijie walked over without thinking. Louis, what are you doing here? Get out! Huang Weijie pointed at the door and shouted angrily, "This is Wancheng International Office Building, not a place for people like you to come." Louis glanced at Huang Weijie and thought that it was true that enemies often meet on a narrow road.
I slapped this guy in the face last night, but I didn't expect that he would not learn his lesson and would yell at me without any reason. It seems that he wants to avenge what happened last night.
Louis couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by someone like me? Huang Weijie snorted coldly and said arrogantly, Louis, you should know that today is the day when the new chairman of Wancheng International takes office. Do you know how rich the new chairman is? He bought more than half of Wancheng International's shares overnight.
His net worth is at least 10 billion.
Huang Weijie poked Louis's chest with his finger and said disdainfully, "You are just a loser who got lucky and won millions in lottery. How dare you come here and act so presumptuous? Do you believe that our new chairman can make you lose your foothold in Edu with just one word?" Louis raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled playfully. Is your new chairman really that powerful? Huang Weijie raised his chin, of course.
That posture and that look made it seem as if he had a very good relationship with the new chairman.
Louis smiled and didn't respond. At this time, another person walked in.
She wore a sophisticated makeup, a professional short skirt, a pair of long, round and straight legs, and had an aura that kept strangers away.
This is the former chairman's secretary, Li Qiuyue. Seeing Li Qiuyue coming, everyone's heart tightened.
Huang Weijie also held his breath. He knew that the new chairman was coming.
Watching Li Qiuyue approaching step by step, Huang Weijie glanced at Louis and an idea came to his mind. If Li Qiuyue knew that Louis was not an employee of Wancheng International, but appeared in the office building of Wancheng International at this moment. Given Li Qiuyue's cold personality, what would she do to Louis? Will they call the security guards, roll Louis into a ball and throw him out? Huang Weijie sneered in his heart. He seemed to have seen Louis, looking disheveled and a laughingstock. When Li Qiuyue stopped 1 meter in front of him, Huang Weijie couldn't help but be happy. Good opportunity. Plum. He spoke. But Li Qiuyue didn't even look at him, but turned to Louis, bowed and said respectfully, "Hello, Chairman. Qiuyue is late. Please punish me."
Huang Weijie's eyeballs were about to fall to the ground, his mouth was open but he couldn't utter a word, just like a dead fish.
Chairman? Louis is the new chairman of Wancheng International? How is this possible? This is impossible.
Huang Weijie was roaring hysterically in his heart.
I think Wancheng International cannot afford to keep idle people or useless people.
As Louis spoke, he glanced at Huang Weijie.
Li Qiuyue immediately understood.
He walked up to Huang Weijie with a cold face and said indifferently, "Go to the finance department to settle your salary, then pack up and leave."
Plop. Huang Weijie suddenly collapsed to the ground. How so? Didn't Tianli say last night that Louis was not worth mentioning and could be easily dealt with?
How come today, Louis has become the chairman of Wancheng International, a person that even Atli is not worthy of looking up to? I wanted to let you go yesterday, but you insisted on committing suicide.
You even said one word from me that could make it impossible for people to gain a foothold in Edu.
So I had no choice but to satisfy you.
Louis glanced at Huang Weijie, smiled, then turned and left. Li Shui hurriedly followed.
The senior executives of Wancheng International, who were usually arrogant and looked down on everyone, followed Louis like primary school students.
They did not dare to walk fast or slow. They took every step cautiously and fearfully. Seeing this scene, Huang Weijie regretted it so much. If he hadn't mocked Louis last night, if he hadn't wanted to take revenge on Louis just now, given his relationship with Louis as roommates for 4 years, he might have been able to become a department manager. But now, not to mention the department manager, even the position of lobby manager is gone. Everything is over.
Huang Weijie sat on the cold floor, crying heart-wrenchingly.
Louis walked into the elevator unmoved. Huang Weijie brought it upon himself and does not deserve sympathy. Accompanied by Li Chouyue, Louis walked into the conference room and sat in the chairman's seat.
The other senior executives took their seats one by one, and the whole process was in complete silence.
No one dares to make the slightest noise. Are you kidding?
Louis just arrived and he already hired a lobby manager.
This is obviously the first thing a new official does.
If they don't know what's good for them, they will surely be burned to ashes by these 3 fires.
You don't have to be so nervous.
As long as you work hard, not only will I not fire you, I will also give you a raise and better benefits.
Louis said with a smile. Yes.
The senior executives nodded in unison, but their expressions remained reserved.
Louis also knew that his act of firing Huang Weijie just now had left a shadow in the minds of these senior executives. This shadow cannot be eliminated in a short time. Louis was too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, it would be fine naturally over time. Suddenly, boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door of the conference room. Chapter 12 Louis's wrist. Because it was a glass door, Louis could see at a glance that the person knocking on the door was a young man in a suit. He was tall and thin, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, handsome and gentle. Come in. Li Chouyue glanced at the man and spoke in a flat tone. If it were in the past, she might have looked at him twice more. But now, after meeting Louis, no matter how handsome a man is, she thinks he is just average. Can he be more handsome than Louis? Zhang Wenbo was even more confused when he saw that Li Chouyue's reaction was also very cold. In the past, wherever he went, he would be cheered by girls. But today, when he walked into the office building, the girls just looked at him twice more. This made him doubt his life. Later he found out that the girls' lukewarm reaction to him was because they had met the new chairman. Zhang Wenbo was immediately curious. Shouldn't the chairman of Wancheng International be an old man? How could he be as handsome as him? Zhang Wenbo was very unconvinced.
Walking into the conference room, Zhang Wenbo glanced at the person sitting in the first seat.
From the side view, he turned out to be a young man. And this profile is so handsome. Who are you? Louis looked up at Zhang Wenbo. The moment he saw Louis's face, Zhang Wenbo's heart twitched violently. He finally understood why women like Li Chouyue were so cold when they saw him. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Louis's looks and temperament simply crushed him. Moreover, Louis is the chairman of Wancheng International, and in terms of power and wealth, he is far superior to him. In any aspect, he is not worthy of carrying Louis's shoes. Louis frowned. This guy has been staring at him since he entered the meeting room. Could he be a gay? Thinking of this, Louis felt a chill in his heart, and his voice was a little cold. Who are you? Zhang Wenbo woke up as if from a dream and quickly replied. Hello, Chairman.
I am the PR manager who passed the interview yesterday.
My name is Zhang Wenbo. I just returned from studying in Australia. I have a PhD in public relations. Louis's brows furrowed even more tightly. Is this guy from my own company? Then what is sexual orientation? This needs to be investigated more clearly.
When Zhang Wenbo saw Louis frowning even more tightly, his heart trembled, wondering how he had offended the young chairman.
Could it be that Louis felt that he was late? Chairman, I was supposed to officially start work next Monday, but I heard that you took office today, and I wanted to see you in person, so I came here. Zhang Wenbo explained hurriedly.
Louis had black lines on his forehead. He will start working next Monday, and he came here specially to see me.
What does this mean? Is it a hint that you are interested in me? Louis felt a chill on his back.
Jiang Wenbo saw that Louis's face was getting uglier and uglier, with drops of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead.
Chairman, if you don't like me, I'll leave now. It's just right that I have a blind date tonight. Jiang Wenbo smiled awkwardly, trying to ease the atmosphere.
But as soon as he said this, he secretly thought that something was wrong.
I said the wrong thing. How can you say you're going on a blind date tonight at this time? Doesn't this mean that coming to the company to see Louis is worse than going on a blind date? It's over, it's over. This will definitely make Louis furious. Could it be that I was fired before I even started working? If that's the case, it's so sad. Wancheng International is one of the largest companies in Edu.
If he is fired before he even starts working, it will definitely affect his interviews with other companies.
Li Chouyue and other senior executives also looked at Jiang Wenbo with eyes full of pity. But at this time, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Going on a blind date tonight? This proves that Jiang Wenbo still likes women.
Finally, I don't have to worry about the chrysanthemums being destroyed.
Louis's brows relaxed. Sit down, that's great. Let me hear what you, the new manager, think of the company. Jiang Wenbo? Li Chouyue? Company executives? What's going on with Louis? How come the reaction was completely different from what they expected? Could this be the way the rich man thinks? Ordinary people like them really can't understand it.
After being stunned for a while, Jiang Wenbo burst into tears of gratitude towards Louis. He felt that Louis must be magnanimous, so he forgave him.
Thank you, Chairman.
From now on, if the chairman tells me to go east, I will never go west. Jiang Wenbo pledged his loyalty solemnly. The other senior executives were stunned.
They finally understood why Louis frowned at Jiang Wenbo at the beginning. Louis deliberately put pressure on Jiang Wenbo, forcing Jiang Wenbo to say the wrong thing, and then forgave Jiang Wenbo. With a combination of kindness and force, Jiang Wenbo can be completely subdued.
As expected of the chairman, his methods are amazing.
The company's senior executives took a deep breath and became even more in awe of Louis. The way Li Chouyue looked at Louis also changed.
At first, when she saw that Louis was so young, she thought he was a rich second-generation dude. But she didn't expect that Louis had such skills, which refreshed her cognition.
From now on, we will follow the chairman's lead.
Li Chouyue took the lead, and other senior executives quickly followed and swore loudly. Louis sat on the chair, full of questions.
What's going on? What happened? Why are these people so loyal to me? Louis was really confused. And seeing Louis's calm reaction, Li Chouyue and the senior executives were even more in awe.
Do not be happy with things, nor be sad with yourself. Remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you.
The chairman is indeed a real boss.
Thinking of this, Li Chouyue and others bent their waists even deeper.
Louis walked out of the company, still dizzy and not knowing what had happened just now. However, it was a good thing that those people were loyal to him, so he didn't think much about it. After leaving the company, Louis wanted to drive to the lakeside villa.
He has to take a good look at this house worth 10 billion.
But, just sat in the driver's seat.
Then I received a phone call.
Zhu Lumo,
the incompetent manager of his previous company.
Didn't he resign? Why is he calling me? Louis frowned, but still answered the call.
As soon as I pressed the answer button, I heard Zhu Lumao scolding from the other end of the phone.
Louis, where the hell have you been? Come back here right now. There's a problem with the plan here. Come and help me fix it. Louis frowned and said, Zhu Lumio, are you crazy? I have already resigned. Resign? You can just resign like that?
I'm telling you, you have to come back and help me with the plan, otherwise, you won't get last month's salary.
Zhu Lumo threatened fiercely. Louis was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhu Lumo and hung up directly.
Ding, the host has triggered a random mission, threat from the former boss.
The following options are now available.
1. Go back to the previous company and teach Zhu Lumeo a lesson.
Reward, a random gift package. 2nd, ignore Zhu Lumo. Reward, 1 million in cash. Chapter 13, Cold, Cute, and Warm in Bed.
If it were in the past, Louis would definitely choose 1 million. After all, gift packages are full of unknowns.
What if there is nothing in them? Wouldn't that be a big loss?
But now, Louis drove to Changfeng Food Company without hesitation.
He was just scolded by Zhu Lumo and was furious.
He didn't expect that a random task would be triggered.
Then he must teach Zhu Lumo a lesson. Even if the gift bag is empty, he doesn't care. Changfeng Food Company, Supervisor's office. Zhu Lumo paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking anxious. He kept looking towards the company entrance. Louis, that loser, why hasn't he come yet? He knew Louis. As long as he threatened Louis with money, Louis would definitely give in. Could it be that Louis has changed his personality today? If Louis changes his gender, what should I do? Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of Zhu Lumo's forehead. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure. It's Louis. Zhu Lumo was overjoyed and quickly opened the glass door and walked towards Louis. The other employees of the company, especially those under Louis, surrounded Louis with anxious expressions. Brother Lou, you were always the first one to come to the company. Why are you so late today? Brother Lou, you have to be careful later. Zhu Lumio seems to have taken poison today and has a very bad temper. You must not provoke him. But Brother Lou, you are Zhu Lumio's right-hand man. As long as you bow your head and submit to Zhu Lumio like you did before, I believe Zhu Lumio will not dare to do anything to you. As everyone was trying to persuade them, Zhu Lumo had already arrived. You all don't want to do this anymore, right? Get out of here as soon as possible. Zhu Lumo looked gloomy. He slammed the thermos cup in his hand onto the table. The boiling water splashed out and landed on a girl's hand. The girl was scalded, but she dared not make a sound and could only hold back the tears in her eyes. When others saw this, they were angry but dared not say anything. Louis, come here. Zhu Lumo gave the order in a high-handed manner. Everyone sighed, with a hint of sadness in their eyes. With Louis's talent, he should have replaced Zhu Lumo long ago. But because Zhu Lumo's brother-in-law was the general manager, Louis not only failed to get promoted, but was also humiliated by Zhu Lumo, the idiot. As bystanders, they all felt indignant for Louis, not to mention how aggrieved Louis, the person involved, must have felt. However, they soon discovered something was wrong. Louis was still standing there, and did not roll over to Zhu Lumo obediently as he did in the past. Everyone was shocked. What happened to Louis? Brother Lou, a little impatience can ruin a big plan, don't be impulsive. Yes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Brother Lou, just bear with it. Someone whispered. However, Louis remained indifferent and continued to stare at Zhu Lumo motionlessly, with fire blazing in his eyes. Zhu Lumo's eyes were clouded with gloom. Louis, you become too arrogant and don't listen to me anymore? Louis finally raised his lips. You are just an idiot, and you want me to obey you? Idiot? How dare Louis call himself a fool? Zhu Lumo's eyes widened and he flew into a rage. Louis, do you have the guts to say it again? Do you believe I will fire you? When the company employees heard that Zhu Lumo was going to fire Louis, they panicked and hurried to pull Louis, trying to persuade Louis to bow his head and give in. Unexpectedly, Louis actually laughed jokingly. Fire? Zhu Chaobao, I resigned last night, why are you firing me? Zhu Lumo felt like he had punched cotton and felt extremely uncomfortable. Although the others didn't know why Louis resigned, Zhu Lumo's face turned red and he was speechless for a long time when Louis said he resigned. They felt so happy. As expected of Brother Lou. Everyone gave Louis a thumbs up in their hearts. So many employees couldn't help but smile when they saw themselves being humiliated. When Zhu Lumio saw the scene, his anger reached its peak. Louis, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be named Zhu. Zhu Lumo roared, rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Louis. Seeing Zhu Lumo rushing towards him, Louis did not panic. He grabbed the thermos cup on the table and poured it at Zhu Lumo. The boiling water was poured on Zhu Lumo's body. Ah! Zhu Lumo suddenly jumped up and down like a funny monkey. This scene made everyone feel vented. Just now, Zhu Lumo used this boiling water to scald a girl. Now, this boiling water scalded Zhu Lumo so much that he cried out loudly. What do you call this? The consequences of evil deeds will be repaid, and heaven will take its course. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving an unknown gift package. Do you want to open the gift package now? Louis was feeling very happy, and when he heard the system's voice, he immediately chose to open the gift package.
At this time, even if there is nothing in the gift package, it will not affect his good mood.
Ding, the gift package is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-level female bodyguard. Louis was ecstatic.
He had prepared everything, and there was nothing in the gift bag. Unexpectedly, there were not only things in the gift package, but also good things.
S-level female bodyguard, that sounds great.
I just don't know if this S grade refers to martial power, physique, or something else.
With a little curiosity, Louis asked the system. The system replied, the system rating is a comprehensive rating.
In other words, the host's S-level female bodyguard has S-level looks, figure, and personality. Of course, since she is a female bodyguard, her force accounts for the largest proportion.
Louis was overjoyed.
She has an S-grade appearance and figure, and this time she made a lot of money.
However, is personality also an S? How do you rate personality?
Louis asked the system again, and the system replied, the host's female bodyguard can be cool, cute, and warm in bed, so the system rates her personality as S.
Louis immediately acknowledged the system's rating.
Well, it doesn't matter whether she can warm the bed or not. The main reason why he likes this female bodyguard is because of her high fighting ability. Louis was filled with joy, with happiness showing up in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. When Zhu Lumo saw this, he was furious. If he doesn't teach Louis a lesson today, he will be so angry that he will die.
Where's the security? Security! Zhu Lumo shouted. Manager Zhu.
2 tall and strong security guards ran over immediately.
I want Louis to kneel in front of me. Zhu Lumo ordered viciously, if you do a good job, you will not lose any benefits. The 2 security guards looked delighted, yes. Smiling coldly, the security guard approached Louis step by step. Louis, will you kneel down obediently, or should we break your legs and force you to kneel down? The company's employees were all very anxious.
They really wanted to help Louis, but they still had to work under Zhu Lumo. Just as the 2 security guards stretched out their hands and were about to grab Louis.
Bang! Chapter 14, Spreading Dog Food. A loud noise suddenly sounded.
Everyone's heart trembled, and they turned around to look. A woman wearing a black leather jacket, tight leather pants and high heels walked into the company with a cold face.
Seeing this woman, every man swallowed his saliva.
Those legs, wrapped in leather pants, are round, straight, slender and seductive, simply the best.
However, when their eyes met the woman's, they lowered their heads involuntarily. This woman's gaze is so cold.
It was like ice that had not melted for thousands of years, chilling them to the bone.
What a pity!
If this beautiful girl could smile at me, I would be happy for a month.
It's obvious that this beauty is extraordinary.
I'm afraid that ordinary people like us are not worthy of her smiling.
The male employees of the company all sighed with regret. Just at this moment,
the beauty walked straight up to the 2 tall security guards. The 2 security guards were stunned.
Am I so lucky today?
First force Louis to kneel down, and then you can get the benefits from Zhu Lumo.
Now, he has gained the favor of such a beautiful woman again?
Hello, beautiful lady. The 2 security guards wiped the saliva from the corners of their mouths and rushed to extend their hands to the beauty.
As for this useless Louis, he can be easily dealt with, why rush it now? Just at this moment,
the beautiful woman looked at the hands extended by the 2 security guards and also extended her hand.
This is quite unexpected. Did this beautiful lady really come here just to be with the 2 security guards? It's time to cheat. I'm going to marry a beautiful, wealthy woman and reach the pinnacle of my life.
The 2 security guards laughed happily.
But
the beauty did not hold their hands. Instead, he squeezed their wrists. Then the 2 security guards felt a huge force surging towards them.
Bang!
2 tall and strong security guards were thrown over the shoulder by the beautiful woman. They fell to the ground and screamed in pain. This sudden change caught everyone off guard.
What is going on? Everyone was confused.
The beautiful woman suddenly turned around and looked at Louis.
Then,
with his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth raised, he revealed a sweet and lovely smile.
Master, Ziyan is late, please punish her. Everyone was stunned and petrified on the spot.
They were just lamenting that it was impossible for this beauty to smile at anyone. And now, this beauty not only showed Louis a smile that was so sweet that it could melt one's heart,
and called Louis Master. The title of Master is too suggestive. Isn't Brother Lu's girlfriend a gold digger named Tang Xiaoya? Why is she now? Bah, that gold digger is worthy of Brother Lu?
Only a beauty like this is worthy of Brother Lu.
Woo, can I object to this marriage?
They are a talented couple and a beautiful girl, how can you object to that?
Although Brother Lu has a beautiful girlfriend, I should bless him, but why do I feel so jealous? I'm jealous too.
I also want a girlfriend who can be domineering and protective of her husband, but also gentle and cute. The male employees in the company all wailed, feeling envious and jealous of Louis.
And Louis only came to his senses at this time.
Oh my god, although it is not customary to call master outside.
But it sounds so beautiful.
It's so soft and crispy that it feels like it's melting on the bones.
It's not too late, it's not too late. Louis laughed and wanted to pat Su Zian on the shoulder, but then he felt that this action might not be a good idea.
His arm froze in the air, and Su Zian actually moved her head closer. The fair and delicate face was close to Louis's palm.
Louis only felt a current passing through his body.
This face is so tender and soft.
I can't help but want to touch it. But this is still in the company, isn't it a bad idea?
Louis hesitated, but Su Zian seemed to be able to read his mind.
She rubbed against Louis's palm like a docile cat. Rubbing Su Zian's little face, Louis's body temperature rose rapidly. And the employees of the company wailed even louder. Oh my god, Brother Lu is showing off his affection and spreading dog food. Brother Lu, you don't want us to have lunch, do you want to feed us with dog food? Brother Lu, stop showing off. We are full. We are really full. Hearing these wailing sounds, Louis couldn't help laughing.
Considering that these guys were usually nice to him, Louis reluctantly withdrew his hand.
Master, do you have any other instructions? Su Zian glanced at Zhu Lumo and asked sweetly. Louis also looked at Zhu Lumo.
Zhu Lumo was scalded and had blisters all over his body, and then he was frightened by Su Zian and fell to the ground. Now when he saw Louis looking at him, he was even more frightened and his legs were shaking. A pool of liquid flowed out from his crotch, and immediately a foul smell filled the air.
No, let's go. Louis smiled heartily, turned around and left. Su Zian hurriedly followed. Brother Lu. Louis walked to the door of the company and suddenly heard someone calling from behind. He looked back in confusion. The company employees were all in tears. Goodbye, Brother Lu. Take care, Brother Lu.
A warm feeling flowed through Louis's heart.
I'm a little reluctant, but all good things must come to an end. Louis finally turned around, raised his hand and waved, leaving an eternal back view to the company employees. After going downstairs, Louis took out his car keys and prepared to drive. Su Zian said, Master, let me do it.
Louis thought about it and realized that the rich people on TV didn't seem to drive themselves, but had their own drivers.
As his personal bodyguard, he even hired a dedicated driver?
Throwing the car keys to Su Zian, Louis sat in the passenger seat.
Although Su Zian's driving skills were not as good as Louis's, she drove steadily. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the villa area of Hentaying Highlands.
The security guard at the door saw Jui Mingfeng and after a brief inquiry, he hurriedly let it pass.
Master, we're here. Su Zian opened the car door for Louis and asked him to get out.
Louis looked at the villa in front of him with his eyes wide open.
Seeing the lakeside villa in person is far more shocking than in the photos. A large lake, like a blue gem, and in the center of the lake, sits a villa. The villa looks like an ancient palace, magnificent and antique.
A wooden bridge leads from the lake to the gate of the villa.
Louis arrived at the door of the villa and found that there were inconspicuous instruments installed around the villa. Louis saw the relevant introduction on the web page.
These instruments are modern technologies that prevent water vapor from the lake from entering the villa, causing the villa to be damp, making the furniture damp, and causing people to contract rheumatism. However, in order not to destroy the ancient style of the villa, it is installed more covertly. Louis pushed the door open and found that there were small bridges and flowing water, rockeries in the courtyard, and ancient pavilions in the villa. Everything has completely restored the appearance of ancient gardens. After Louis finished admiring the beautiful scenery of the villa, he heard Su Zian's crisp voice behind him. Oh nar. Louis turned around and looked, and his heart beat faster immediately. Chapter 15 Su Zian's Dress-Up Show. I saw Su Zian had tied her hair into 2 ponytails and changed into a maid outfit. This outfit is soft and cute, but also has a hint of hotness and provocation.
Louis couldn't take his eyes off it. Master, do you like Zi Yan dressed like this? If you like, Zi Yan will dress like this every day in the future. Su Ziyan smiled sweetly. Louis swallowed. Like it, he likes it so much. Who wouldn't he like such a beautiful and cute girl? As long as the master likes it. Su Ziyan tilted her head and said with a smile, Master, Ziyan is going to clean the house? Louis was surprised. Su Ziyan was going to take on all the jobs of bodyguard, driver, and maid. This S-level reward from the system is too good. Louis did not let Su Ziyan clean the house alone, and also helped with the work. However, Su Ziyan always rushed to do the work, letting Louis rest. So most of the time, Louis actually stood by and watched Su Ziyan running around. I have to say, watching a beauty like Su Ziyan cleaning is really pleasing to the eyes. Because the villa was not dirty to begin with, and Su Ziyan was in good physical condition and quick, it didn't take long to clean up. Thank you for your hard work. Louis opened the refrigerator and wanted to get a bottle of Coke for Su Ziyan. But I found that the refrigerator was empty. Master, whatever you need, Zi Yan will go buy it now. Su Ziyan said obediently. No, just take a rest. Louis waved his hands quickly, then took out his newly bought Yuhua Pro and placed an order on the Didi running errand app for drinks such as Coke, beer, yogurt, some nuts and snacks, as well as daily seasonings and eggs. Although I will probably cook less often at home in the future, it's never a bad thing to have some on hand. After a while, Louis's cell phone rang. It turned out that the delivery man arrived at the door. Su Ziyan opened the door and stood aside respectfully. Louis walked to the door. The delivery guy couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Louis. After he received the order, he was very excited and curious about which big shot bought the villa worth 1 billion yuan. In his imagination, the person who opened the door should be an old butler in a suit and tie. Next to the old butler stood the owner of the villa, an old man with a cane and a smile on his face. However, the reality was that the person who opened the door was a delicate and beautiful lady, and the owner of the villa was a handsome guy who was younger than him. After Louis took the things he bought, he said thank you and closed the door. The delivery guy hadn't come to his senses yet and was standing alone in the wind, disheveled. Also in his 20s, Louis has a beautiful maid, a villa worth 10 billion, and is handsome. And he? There is no harm without comparison. The delivery guy burst into tears and his heart was broken. Louis didn't know that he had caused such a huge psychological trauma to the delivery boy. At this moment, Louis was staring at Su Ziyan, who was putting the newly bought things into the refrigerator. Whenever Su Ziyan bent down to pick something up, the hem of her skirt would be pulled up. It's a delight to the eyes. After Su Ziyan finished her work, she found Louis staring at her, and her pretty face turned red. Louis knew he was exposed and felt a little embarrassed. He avoided her gaze and changed the subject. Zi Yan, I remember you didn't bring any luggage when you came here. What's with the maid outfit on you? Su Ziyan replied, Master, when you were just enjoying the scenery, I saw a room with the words clothing room written on it. I was curious, so I walked in and found a lot of clothes inside, including the maid outfit I was wearing. After hearing this, Louis had no time to ask Su Ziyan to take him to see it. Su Ziyan looked guilty and admitted her fault. Master, Ziyan shouldn't have left your side without permission. Please punish me. If Su Ziyan hadn't said it, Louis wouldn't have thought of going here. Ziyan, it's okay, don't be so nervous. Louis waved his hand and decided not to pursue the matter. However, Su Ziyan felt bad. If I was wrong, I was wrong. Please punish me, master. Louis had a black line on his forehead. Why was Su Ziyan still so stubborn? However, since Su Ziyan was determined to be punished, if Louis didn't punish her, she might not be able to get away with it. How should the punishment be? Louis touched his chin. Suddenly I remembered that the system said Su Ziyan can be cool, cute, and warm in bed. He had seen both Su Ziyan's coldness and cuteness. Only warm bed. Then I will punish you by making you warm my bed tonight. Louis smiled. Su Ziyan's face was as red as a ripe peach. The weather isn't getting cold yet, so there's no need to warm the bed. Louis asked her to warm the bed. The implication was Su Ziyan was both shy and nervous, and her heart was in turmoil. Master, Ziyan, is not ready yet. Louis was slightly stunned. Come to think of it, he and Su Ziyan have only known each other for less than a day. I just asked you to warm the bed, I didn't do anything else to you. Louis smiled and promised seriously. Master is so kind. Su Ziyan then nodded and agreed. Okay, take me to the laundry room. Louis smiled.
After the two came to the clothing room, Louis found that the clothing room was divided into two parts.
Men's and women's clothing areas.
The men's clothing area has suits, shirts, and short-sleeved shirts, as well as a variety of hanfu. The same goes for the women's clothing section.
Louis was not very interested in these clothes. However, since this is a Chinese-style villa, Su Ziyan has been wearing a Western-made outfit, which seems a bit out of place. Louis thought for a moment and said, "Ziyan, how about you try wearing a set of hanfu?" Su Ziyan agreed immediately. Louis came to the dressing room and waited. After a while, the door opened. Su Ziyan was seen wearing a hanfu with a lapel, a front opening, and narrow sleeves, a close-fitting short top underneath, long trousers, and leather boots. Not only did she show off her graceful figure, she also exuded a heroic spirit. However, this dress is cool but lacks beauty. Change into another set? Su Ziyan also saw that Louis was unhappy. After Louis nodded, Su Ziyan immediately went back into the dressing room. After a while, Su Ziyan walked out again. This time, Su Ziyan was wearing a typical Tang Dynasty costume, a chest-length skirt. With her body covered by a veil, her every move is so graceful. Su Ziyan is already beautiful and has a good figure, and she looks even more attractive in this dress. Is the master satisfied? Su Ziyan asked softly. Satisfied, very satisfied. Louis nodded repeatedly. As long as the master is satisfied. Su Ziyan was also very happy. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Su Ziyan's mind. Since we have changed into the ancient costumes, should we also look like the ancients? Thinking of this, Su Ziyan imitated the servants on TV. She gently pressed her left hand with her right hand, put her left hand on her hip, put her legs together, bent her knees, and bowed her head slightly to salute. Hello, master. Ziyan greets you. Her every frown and smile was so charming that it made Louis's heart flutter. Chapter 16 Blind Date. Su Ziyan's gesture of saluting was not big, but her chest rose and fell significantly. It is enough to imagine how spectacular Su Ziyan's scenery must be. Louis was also attracted and couldn't take his eyes away for a long time. Su Ziyan's face turned red when Louis looked at her, and she said hurriedly, "Master, it's almost time for lunch." "Ziyan, go cook." Louis was shocked again. Bodyguards, drivers, servants, and now even the job of chef? This Su Ziyan is omnipotent. Louis was too lazy to drive to Wancheng International, and he also wanted to try Su Ziyan's cooking, so he agreed. "Master, I'll make you some scrambled eggs with tomatoes, okay?" Su Ziyan changed into a new set of clothes. After all, it was not very convenient to cook in a skirt. Louis did not refuse. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes was the best dish to go with rice. He used to eat 3 big bowls of it. Louis leaned against the kitchen door, wanting to admire Su Ziyan's graceful manner while cooking. However, when he saw Su Ziyan turn on the gas stove and throw eggs and tomatoes into the pot, Louis could only realize that there was indeed no one who was omnipotent in this world. Su Ziyan is definitely a kitchen novice. It's not certain whether she has ever been in the kitchen before. I'll do it. Louis quickly turned off the fire. If Su Ziyan continued to make such a fuss, the kitchen would probably be burned down. I'm sorry, master. I thought scrambled eggs and tomatoes meant just putting these two things in a pan and stir-frying them with a spatula. Su Ziyan apologized guiltily. Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Take it off." Ah. Su Ziyan blushed immediately. "Master, didn't you say you wouldn't touch me?" Louis was full of questions. "I asked you to take off your apron. How can I cook without an apron?" "Oh. I thought I'd take it off right away." Su Ziyan's face turned even redder, and she quickly took off her apron and gave it to Louis. Wearing an apron, Louis first boiled water and blanched the tomatoes so that the skin could be easily removed. Then he knocked the egg against the edge of the bowl and the egg liquid slid into the bowl. There was no egg beater in the kitchen, so Louis used a pair of chopsticks to beat the eggs. Anyway, he had never used an egg beater, so he was quite skilled at beating eggs with chopsticks. Turn on the fire, heat the pan, pour in the oil, all in one go. Soon a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes came out of the pot. Sprinkle a few chopped green onions and the aroma will immediately spread. Su Ziyan sniffed it hard and praised, "It smells so good." Louis ignored it and opened the refrigerator. He found that there were not many usable ingredients in the refrigerator, so he placed another order using the errand running app. The delivery guy this time is the same person as last time.
When Louis took the things away, the delivery boy was left alone in the wind again.
In the kitchen, Suzanne saw Louis coming over with ingredients and asked curiously, "Master, what dish are you going to make?" Louis said calmly, "Braised chicken, beer duck." Suzanne immediately showed admiration, "Master, how come you know everything? You are so amazing." Louis smiled.
He used to live in the countryside and cooked often. With the basics, he could learn these dishes easily just by looking at them online. When the rice cooker showed that the rice was cooked, Louis also served the last dish out of the pot.
"Serve the rice and the dishes." Louis took off his apron and said to Suzanne, "Okay."
Suzanne hurriedly brought the steaming dishes to the table, and then served 2 bowls of fragrant rice.
"Try it." Louis smiled. "Master, you haven't started eating yet, how dare Zian start eating first?" Suzanne didn't dare to pick up the chopsticks. "It's okay, you try it."
After Louis urged her once, Suzanne finally picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised chicken.
Nice smell."
Suzanne praised it highly and tried the beer duck and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Master, it's delicious."
Louis had a weird expression on his face and joked, "What do you mean master is so delicious? You haven't eaten me yet."
Suzanne heard that Louis was driving, her face turned red again, and she lowered her head to eat in silence.
After dinner, Louis asked Suzanne to wash the dishes, and he went upstairs to take a nap.
Ever since he met Tang Xiaoya, he has been working non-stop every day.
Not only can he not take a nap, he can't even have a good rest at night. Now, he can finally enjoy a relaxing afternoon. Sitting on the bed, Louis felt like he was about to sink into it. This bed is so soft.
It is so much more comfortable than the bed he slept on before.
And the quilt was soft and smooth, like a woman's skin. Louis lay on the bed, completely relaxed.
I originally wanted to open JD.com and check the computer, but who would have thought that I fell asleep after a while? When I woke up again, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon.
"Have you slept for so long?" Louis looked at the time and was surprised himself.
I got up, washed my face, opened the window, and looked at the sparkling lake.
Occasionally a fish would sway, creating ripples. This scenery is so beautiful. This life is the ultimate enjoyment. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Louis picked it up and saw that it was Guo Xiaowen who sent him a WeChat message. "Louis, can you come to Red Lane Cafe later?" Red Lane Cafe? Is Guo Xiaowen trying to seduce me?
Louis touched his chin, sent a WeChat message to Guo Xiaowen, asking her to wait, then changed his clothes and walked out.
"Master, where are you going?" Suzanne asked nervously. "Someone invited me for coffee, so you don't have to come alone." Louis smiled and drove away.
In the Red Lane Cafe, the hour hand of the old-fashioned clock pointed to the number 6. Guo Xiaowen sat in a chair with a sullen face, drinking coffee silently. Unlike the previous times she met Louis, she was dressed very conservatively today, revealing nothing that could be exposed and covering up everything that needed to be covered.
"Girl, you used to dress up beautifully when you went to see that poor guy Louis, but today you're here for a blind date and you're dressed so old-fashioned. Are you trying to piss me off?"
Guo Xiaowen's mother, Li Shanglan, cursed angrily. Guo Xiaowen lowered her head and drank a sip of coffee without saying a word. Li Shanglan became even angrier. Louis comes from a rural background, has no car, no house, and no savings.
"What do you like about him?" Guo Xiaowen said, "Mom, I have said it many times, Louis has a car, and it is a Jui Mingfeng worth 200 million yuan, and he also has a house, a lakeside villa worth 1 billion yuan. Li Shanglan laughed. "Xiaowen, do you know what you are talking about? Jui Mingfeng? Lakeside villa? Louis can't make so much money in 10 lifetimes." Guo Xiaowen was speechless and didn't want to say anything more to Li Shanglan.
Li Shanglan kept on talking.
"Xiaowen, you know that the house Louis rented before was the worst one we had. He often couldn't pay 800 yuan a month. What kind of future does such a person have?" Chapter 17. He is my boss. "Mom, can you please stop talking about Louis?" Guo Xiaowen was annoyed by Li Shanglan's nagging and frowned. Louis is poor because he is dragged down by his money-worshipping girlfriend, and he is unlucky and is suppressed in the company.
I believe that he is not an ordinary person.
Besides, Louis is really rich now, richer than us. Why don't you believe me?" Li Shanglan felt like she had heard a huge joke. "More money than us? Xiaowen, what kind of magic potion did Louis feed you that you can say such nonsense?"
As soon as she finished speaking, Li Shanglan saw a figure walking into the Red Lane Cafe. The man was tall and thin, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, handsome and elegant.
Seeing this, Li Shanglan quickly nudged Guo Xiaowen's elbow and whispered. Jiang Wenba is here. Don't mention Lu Yi anymore. Just go on a blind date with him. Do you hear me? Guo Xiaowen didn't say anything, just shrugged and responded. Just then, Jiang Wenba sat down opposite Guo Xiaowen.
I'm sorry, the new chairman of the company took office today, so I'm late.
Jiang Wenba explained. Guo Xiaowen just said oh and didn't say anything else, and the atmosphere began to become depressing. Li Shanglan quickly said, Wenba, you just said that your company has a new chairman? Which company do you work for?
Jiang Wenba raised his chin slightly and said proudly, Auntie, after I came back from studying in Australia, I interviewed for the position of Public Relations Manager of Wancheng International and passed it successfully. Hearing this, Li Shanglan's eyes lit up. Wancheng International, that's a huge company with a market value of tens of billions.
The more Li Shanglan looked at Jiang Wenba, the more satisfied she became. You became the manager of Wancheng International right after you came back. Wenba, you are really amazing.
Among your peers, there is no one better than you. When Guo Xiaowen heard this, her brows furrowed even deeper. Li Shanglan was implying that Lu Yi was not as good as Jiang Wenba, reminding her to give up Lu Yi and get along well with Jiang Wenba.
Jiang Wenba smiled and said, Auntie, you are too kind. The new chairman of our company is much better than me.
Wenba, Auntie is talking about someone in the same age group as you.
The chairman of Wancheng International must be in a different age group than you.
Li Shanglan chuckled and said, Wenba, you set too high standards for yourself. But it's also true that only outstanding talents like you who set high standards for yourself are worthy of our Xiaowen. As for those useless people, hee.
Guo Xiaowen couldn't bear to listen anymore.
Lu Yi wasn't even here yet, but Li Shanglan kept talking about Lu Yi, and every word she said was full of sarcasm.
If Lu Yi came, wouldn't Li Shanglan point at Lu Yi's nose and scold him? Guo Xiaowen couldn't help but want to send a WeChat message to Lu Yi, asking him not to come.
But at this time, she received a WeChat message from Lu Yi.
Lu Yi told her that he was almost there. Guo Xiaowen was suddenly overwhelmed. She didn't expect that Li Shanglan had such strong ill will towards Lu Yi.
If she had known this earlier, she would definitely not have invited Lu Yi over. At this time, Jiang Wenba said, Auntie, you are wrong.
The new chairman of Wancheng International is a young man who is younger than me. Li Shanglan was surprised. Wenba, you are not kidding, right? Of course I'm not kidding. My new boss is called Lu Yi.
He's young, but he has a net worth of 5 billion. He's truly a child of destiny.
Jiang Wenba said with a smile.
At this moment, Guo Xiaowen and Li Shanglan were both stunned.
Especially Li Shanglan, whose face was filled with disbelief. Wenba, what did you just say? Your new boss is called Lu Yi? Yes, Jiang Wenba nodded. Auntie, do you know my new boss?
Li Shanglan also came back to her senses at this time.
This Lu Yi is definitely not that Lu Yi. Tenant Lu Yi often cannot pay even the 800 yuan monthly rent. How could it be the big boss with a net worth of 5 billion mentioned by Jiang Wenba? It must be just the same name. Auntie, do you really know my boss? Seeing Li Shanglan distracted, Jiang Wenba became excited. If Li Shanglan and Lu Yi have a good relationship, can't he use Li Shanglan to get closer to Lu Yi? From then on, he rose rapidly in the company.
But Li Shanglan shook her head and said, the Lu Yi I know is a poor guy from the countryside. He has no car, no house, and no savings. He is definitely not the same person as the big boss you mentioned.
Jiang Wenba was very disappointed. That's definitely not the same person.
Li Shanglan said, forget it, don't mention that poor guy.
I get so angry when I think of that poor guy. Jiang Wenba quickly changed the subject. Okay, what do you want to drink, Auntie? A cup of cappuccino, said Li Shanglan. Jiang Wenba hummed, then looked at Guo Xiaowen. Xiaowen, what about you? At this time, Guo Xiaowen, who had been looking out the window, saw a familiar figure Lu Yi. Without even looking at Jiang Wenba, she stood up and walked towards the door. She wants to take Lu Yi away. Although Lu Yi now has a car and a house, it is impossible for Lu Yi to carry the property certificate with him. As for the car keys and storage keys, Li Shanglan, who has a deep prejudice against Lu Yi, would probably think that they were fakes bought by Lu Yi. So if Li Shanglan met Lu Yi, she would definitely mock and ridicule Lu Yi again. She didn't want to make Lu Yi unhappy. Xiaowen, where are you going? Li Shanglan couldn't sit still anymore.
She looked in the direction Guo Xiaowen was walking.
All I saw was a sunny and handsome man. For a moment, Li Shanglan didn't recognize that this was Louis. Where did this poor fellow get a set of designer clothes? Could it be that Xiaowen bought it for him?
Thinking of this, Li Shanglan became angry and stood up to chase after Guo Xiaowen.
Moreover, she arrived in front of Louis first and blocked Louis at the door of the cafe. Aunt Li, why are you here too?
When he saw Li Shanglan, Louis was a little confused.
Guo Xiaowen invited him to the cafe. Wasn't she going on a date with him? Why did she bring her mother out? Are we going to have a threesome date? Louis was just thinking about it when he heard Li Shanglan say angrily. Louis, what are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to? Li Shanglan's saliva was almost splashing on her face, and Louis couldn't help but frown. Aunt Li, why can't I come here? Li Shanglan pointed at Louis's nose and cursed. The cheapest cup of coffee here costs 100 yuan. Can a poor guy like you afford it? Besides, Li Shanglan rudely pulled at Louis's clothes. Versace, this kind of brand, can a poor guy like you afford it? As a man, you have the nerve to let my daughter buy you brand name clothes? Louis, are you ashamed? Do you have any self-respect? You really don't care about your dignity at all? Chapter 18. Louis is tall, rich, and handsome. A burst of anger rose on Louis's face. When he rented Li Shanglan's house before, Li Shanglan often gave him a cold shoulder. Sometimes when she was in a bad mood, she would even mock him. But at that time, people had to bow their heads under the eaves. Now, he is no longer Li Shanglan's tenant, but because of their past rental relationship, he calls her Aunt Li. Unexpectedly, Li Shanglan actually pointed at his nose and scolded him. He even said that his clothes were bought by Guo Xiaowen. How can this be tolerated? Louis slapped Li Shanglan's hand away and said in a deep voice. Whether I can afford coffee or brand name products is none of your business. Also, I bought this dress myself. If you continue to talk nonsense, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Li Shanglan's face turned pale and blue, looking extremely ugly. In the past, Louis could only be submissive in front of her and allow her to ridicule him. But today, not only did he dare to speak loudly to her, he also dared to threaten her? It's outrageous. Louis, you're eating my daughter's food, and you don't want anyone to say anything? Li Shanglan cursed loudly with disdain on her face. This immediately attracted a lot of people to watch. From the looks of this guy, it's obvious that he's a gigolo. That's right, he was born to be a gigolo. Tisk, tsk, it's shameful for a man to be willing to be a woman's plaything. Is this kind of gigolo worthy of being called a man? Everyone pointed fingers at Louis, some with vicious words. Hearing so many people attacking Louis, Li Shanglan smiled with satisfaction. Louis, if you still have a little self-respect, you should take off your clothes, return them to my daughter, and leave my daughter. Li Shanglan ordered Louis. Wei Xiaowen couldn't listen any longer and said anxiously. Mom, stop making a fuss. I really didn't buy this dress for Louis. Li Shanglan didn't believe it and thought Guo Xiaowen lied to protect Louis. Xiaowen, a spineless pretty boy like Louis is not worth your protection. Li Shanglan took Guo Xiaowen's hand and advised her earnestly. Guo Xiaowen became anxious and wanted to explain, but Li Shanglan kept chattering and did not give her a chance to speak. That's enough. Louis was furious when he heard this. He took out 2 keys from his pocket and threw them directly at Li Shanglan's face. Bang! Li Shanglan just felt pain in her cheek. Louis, you dared to hit me. Li Shanglan widened her eyes and screamed hysterically. Just as she was about to strangle Louis, suddenly someone exclaimed. Isn't that Zhu Yimingfeng's car key? And the cloud pattern on the house key, is that the key to the villa in Hentaying Villa? Li Shanglan was stunned and looked down. What Louis threw at her face just now was actually a car key and a house key. Li Shanglan couldn't help but think of what Guo Xiaowen said before, that Louis bought a Zhu Yimingfeng and a villa in Hentaying Highlands. But how is this possible? If Louis was so rich, why did he rent a house for 800 yuan before, and often failed to pay the rent on time? Fake. Yes, these 2 keys must be fake. It was forged by Louis to deceive her and show off. Thinking of this, Li Shanglan angrily shouted. You are so good, Louis. I used to think you were incompetent, but I didn't expect that you also had bad character. You actually forged Zhu Yimingfeng's car keys and the keys to the villa in Yunding Mountain Villa.
When the crowd heard Li Shanglan say that the garage keys were all fake, they suddenly became excited. However, most people questioned what Li Shanglan said. Why did Li Shanglan insist that Louis's garage key was forged? You don't know that this Louis was my tenant before. Li Shanglan explained to the people around her, this guy is a complete pauper. He often can't pay the rent and eats instant noodles every day. Tell me, how can such a person afford Jui Mingfeng in a villa? After hearing this, the onlookers all believed what Li Shanglan said. This young man is poor in spirit and in spirit. Yes, it's not terrible to be poor, but it's terrible to be rich and yet still be vain. Being a gigolo, forging keys to luxury cars and villas, this kind of person is rotten to the core. There is no hope for this guy in this life. Everyone pointed at Louis and talked about him. And just at this moment, Jiang Wenba, who originally had no intention of joining in the fun, squeezed out of the crowd as he saw the situation escalate. He also wanted to see what the pretty boy who was living off Guo Xiaowen, his love rival, looked like. But when he saw that the person being criticized by everyone was actually Louis, suddenly he was horrified. Li Shanglan also saw Jiang Wenba. He quickly explained to Jiang Wenba, Wenba, don't be angry. Xiaowen was bewitched by Louis before, so she bought him clothes, but I promise, nothing happened between Xiaowen and Louis. Wenba, you are the good son-in-law that Auntie has chosen. As for this Louis, he is just a pile of stinky mud. Don't be angry. As she spoke, Li Shanglan kept winking at Guo Xiaowen, asking her to apologize to Jiang Wenba as well. Although her family is rich, it is still inferior to Jiang Wenba's family. Now Jiang Wenba is the chairman of Wancheng International and has a bright future. She must not miss this rich son-in-law. But at this moment, Jiang Wenba became furious and pushed Li Shanglan away. Who is your son-in-law? Li Shanglan was shocked, thinking that Jiang Wenba was still angry. She beat her chest and pointed at Louis and cursed. It's all your fault. If you're the one who caused my daughter to not marry Wenba, I'll make you pay. Jiang Wenba took a step forward and stood in front of Louis. Then, he slapped Li Shanglan's fingers hard, causing her hands to become red and swollen. Wenba, you? Li Shanglan was shocked and angry. But Jiang Wenba didn't even look at Li Shanglan. Instead, he turned to face Louis and bent down. Boss, I'm sorry, I didn't know the relationship between Xiaowen and you. If I knew, I would never agree to this blind date. Li Shanglan's eyes almost fell to the ground. Boss? Could it be that Louis is the new boss of Wancheng International with a net worth of 5 billion that Jiang Wenba mentioned? How is this possible? Louis, the new boss of Wancheng International, it turns out it's really you. Guo Xiaowen was also surprised. When Jiang Wenba said that the new boss of Wancheng International was called Louis, she thought it was such a coincidence. I never expected that this Louis is really that Louis. Boss, your keys. Jiang Wenba picked up the luxury car and villa keys that fell on the ground, bent down, and handed them to Louis with both hands. This scene made everyone around blush. He is a big boss, so these 2 keys are real? These 2 keys are real, and the clothes he's wearing were also bought by him. He's not a gigolo, he's tall, rich and handsome. We all misunderstood him. Those who had pointed fingers at Louis just now felt their cheeks burning, as if they had been slapped twice. Chapter 19, The Last Takeaway Order. Louis casually took the car and house keys handed over by Jiang Wenba and looked at Guo Xiaowen. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Although Li Shanglan scolded him and it had nothing to do with Guo Xiaowen and Li Shanglan were mother and daughter after all. Li Shanglan had just scolded him, and now he slapped Li Shanglan in the face. If he were asked to have an ambiguous date with Guo Xiaowen again, he wouldn't be able to do it, and Guo Xiaowen probably wouldn't be able to do it either. Guo Xiaowen opened her mouth, but in the end no words came out. Louis picked up the car key and pressed it. The lights of the Jui Mingfeng, which was parked not far away, flashed and the door opened automatically. Looking at Louis walking towards Ju Yimingfeng, those people who had just complained about Louis had complicated expressions in their eyes. Jui Mingfeng, a luxury car that is limited to the world and worth 200 million yuan, I'm so envious. I am so happy that I can see a sports car of this level in Edu in my lifetime. It's really enviable that you can own such a luxurious supercar at such a young age. Everyone looked at Louis with envy and jealousy. And Li Shanglan, looking at Louis's back, regretted it even more. If she believed Guo Xiaowen's words, she would not have doubted the authenticity of Louis's garage key. Now, Louis, this tall, rich and handsome man who drives a luxury car worth 200 million, lives in a villa worth 1 billion, and owns a company with a market value of 10 billion, is her son-in-law. But because of her prejudice against Louis,
everything is gone.
The more Li Shanglan thought about it, the angrier she became, and she beat her chest and stamped her feet. Louis just walked to the car when he received a WeChat message.
The note is takeaway Xiaoliang.
When he was in love with Tang Xiaoya, in order to satisfy Tang Xiaoya's vanity, he worked part-time as a delivery man after get-off work every day.
Xiaoliang is also a delivery man.
He and Xiaoliang are destined to meet and often wait outside the same store to pick up their meals.
After a few interactions, we became friends on WeChat.
The night before he broke up with Tang Xiaoya, it was raining heavily, which delayed his delivery by 2 minutes. As a result, the customer poured water all over him without saying a word, causing him to have a high fever when he returned home. Xiaoliang is also one of the few people who cares about him.
Brother Lu, I didn't run into you when I was delivering food yesterday. You still have a fever, don't you need me to buy you some medicine?
Looking at the WeChat message sent by Xiao Liang, Louis was very touched.
Thank you, Xiaoliang. I'm fine now. But I won't deliver food anymore. Thank you for your concern. Are you free to have dinner together tonight? Louis typed a line of words and was about to send it. The system's voice sounded.
Ding, the host has triggered a random task, beginning and end.
Open the following options.
1. Deliver one last takeaway order, reward, a random gift package.
2. End your career as a food delivery man. Reward, a food delivery electric vehicle. The corner of Louis's eye twitched.
Even though his career as a delivery man has ended, he is still rewarded with an electric delivery vehicle.
Is this a silent mockery of the system?
Also, last time a random gift package opened up an S-level Suzian. This time it was another random gift package, and Louis was full of anticipation. So Louis lowered his head, deleted the WeChat message he sent to Xiao Liang, and retyped.
Xiaoliang, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. I'm preparing to deliver food. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a meal.
After clicking send, Louis downloaded the food delivery app again. After logging into his account, he immediately received the order. After receiving the order, Louis got in the car and prepared to pick up the food.
At this time, Jiang Wenbao ran over and said, "Boss, can I drive for you?"
He was afraid that Louis would be dissatisfied with him and would fire him tomorrow on the grounds that he stepped into the company with his left foot first, so he wanted to please Louis. But Louis rolled his eyes at him. "I'm going to deliver food, not to travel.
Do I need to bring a driver? People will think I'm going to show off my wealth." After saying that, Louis stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Jiang Wenbao was left disheveled in the wind. Delivering takeout? Louis actually said that he was going to deliver takeout? Jiang Wenbao almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Is it possible that the boss of Wancheng International is delivering food to earn extra money? There are people who are richer than you and work harder than you. What qualifications do you have to come on a blind date? At this moment, Jiang Wenbao only felt ashamed and embarrassed. Louis is better than him in every aspect, but he is still trying to expand his money-making channels. He is completely crushed by Louis, but he is still complacent. Boss, I understand. From now on, I will focus on my work.
Jiang Wenbao was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, and drove to Wancheng International.
He has to work overtime tonight. No overtime pay.
Li Shanglan's face was dull and her eyes were lifeless at this moment. He felt that when Louis said he was going to deliver food, he was just telling her.
Louis is so rich, how could he still be a delivery man? The reason why Louis said this was to mock her for being blind, right? Li Shanglan's face turned pale and blue, and she felt even more upset. For Seasons Hotel. Hello, you have a new Bayol.me order, please process it as soon as possible. When the store owner heard the prompt tone, he quickly ran to the computer to start processing the new order. Suddenly, a sound of brakes was heard outside the store. The owner looked up curiously, only to see an extremely luxurious sports car parked in front of the store. Oh my God! The shop owner swallowed his saliva. Although he didn't know what kind of car this was, it looked very expensive. How could such a luxury car be parked in front of my store? Do you want to come into the store to eat? Not likely. The owner of such a luxury car must be a rich man. How could he be interested in a small restaurant like his own? The shop owner was in a state of confusion. The car door opened. Louis got out of the car and walked into the hotel. At this moment, the owner just felt dry mouth. A tall, rich and handsome guy is actually coming to dine in my restaurant. The shop owner was extremely excited. If you treat this tall, rich and handsome guy well, you should be able to get a lot of tips, right? Thinking of this, the shop owner hurried over and said, "Hello, what can I do for you?" After asking, the owner prepared to hand over the menu. Unexpectedly, Louis said, "I'm a delivery man. I just received an order from your restaurant. Is the food ready?" Shopkeeper? This tall, rich and handsome guy is a delivery man? You must be kidding. "Hello, is the takeaway ready?" Louis repeated it helplessly. Looking at Louis's serious look, the owner had to accept the fact that Louis was really a delivery man. Is delivering food so profitable now? The owner's eyelids were twitching. What kind of restaurant is he running? He might as well just switch to being a delivery man. The owner was speechless and in tears. After handing the takeaway that Louis was going to deliver to Louis, the shop owner asked awkwardly, "Hello, may I ask? If you have anything to say, just tell me." Louis asked with a smile, "Can I take a picture of your sports car? I want to post it on WeChat Moments." The owner asked in a low voice. "Okay." Louis nodded in agreement. It was just a photo and it wouldn't cost him anything. Really? Thank you so much. The owner hurriedly ran out of the store and took a few photos of Zhu Yimingfeng. At this time, Zhu Yimingfeng also attracted a lot of people to watch. Chapter 20: The Brother Supporting Demon. Those people looked at Zhu Yimingfeng and cried out in surprise. Such a cool sports car, it must cost several million, right? Millions? This is Zhu Yimingfeng, the price is 200 million, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Fuck, 200 million, is that true? Today I actually got to see a 200 million car. What a feast for the eyes. Everyone was amazed and took out their phones to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments. At this time, Louis looked at the time. If he didn't deliver the food, he would probably be complained about for overtime again. "Excuse me, please make way. I have to go deliver the food." Louis carried the takeaway and sat in Zhu Yimingfeng. Everyone's mind was full of questions. Driving a luxury car worth 200 million yuan to deliver food? Nima, do today's tall, rich and handsome men have such special hobbies? Instead of enjoying life, they come to deliver food? Wow, this is the first time I think the delivery guy is so handsome. Hearing the screams one after another, many people took out their mobile phones and wanted to take pictures of his face. Louis covered his face helplessly. "Can't you let me be more low-key?" Hearing Louis's sigh, everyone's forehead was filled with black lines. "You are delivering food in a Zhu Yimingfeng, isn't that low-key?" No matter how much they complained, Louis asked them to stop taking pictures, and everyone put down their phones. After all, offending such a big shot is no joke. At the bank entrance, Tan Mingyue was looking around. Why hasn't the takeaway arrived yet? I'm going to give this delivery guy a bad review. Even though there were still 5 minutes left before the estimated delivery time, Tan Mingyue still frowned. And at this time, a top-of-the-line supercar stopped in front of her. Tan Mingyue's eyes suddenly sparkled. This car must be worth several million, right? The car door suddenly opened. Looking at the car owner's profile, Tan Mingyue felt her heart skip a beat. He is a young man, and a very handsome young man at that. If I could get in touch with this tall, rich and handsome guy, wouldn't I be able to kick that idiot Tang Xiaolong out of the water? When Tan Mingyue thought of this, she quickly put away the vicious look on her face that was about to give the delivery man a bad review and smiled. Under Tan Mingyue's gaze, the tall, rich and handsome man got out of the car. When she saw the tall, rich and handsome man's face, Tan Mingyue was stunned. Isn't this the guy who delivered the food the night before last? When Louis saw Tan Mingyue, he also frowned. It rained heavily that day and it was this woman in front of him who splashed water all over him and caused him to have a high fever. I didn't expect that the world is so small. The last takeaway I delivered happened to be the meal ordered by this woman. What a coincidence. Although Tan Mingyue didn't know why Louis, this tall, rich and handsome man, came to deliver takeaway the night before yesterday. But she knew that if she didn't bow her head and apologize now, then Louis would never belong to him. As long as I can get Louis, what does an apology matter? I was in a bad mood that night, and you were indeed late, so. I'm really sorry. Tan Mingyue bowed deeply to Louis. Louis was slightly stunned. There is a huge difference between Tan Mingyue's current understanding and her viciousness and arrogance that night. However, when he saw that Tan Mingyue's eyes had never left Zhu Yimingfeng behind her, Louis knew why. Louis handed the takeaway in his hand to Tan Mingyue and said calmly, "Please take your takeaway." Tan Mingyue quickly took the takeaway and said to Louis, "Handsome guy, you look so handsome when you deliver food." Louis was speechless for a while. What is handsome isn't the way he looks when delivering food, but the way he looks when driving a Zhu Yimingfeng, right? Louis didn't bother to pay attention to this gold digger and just turned and left. Handsome guy, wait a minute. How could Tan Mingyue let Louis go so easily? She directly grabbed Louis's hand. "I'm really sorry about what happened the night before last. If an apology doesn't make you forgive me, I can make it up to you in other ways." As she spoke, Tan Mingyue leaned towards Louis. Tan Mingyue has a good appearance and figure. If it were another man, he would definitely not be able to control himself when he saw Tan Mingyue throwing herself into his arms. But Louis is different. Now, Louis looks at a woman like Tan Mingyue like a bitch. Please respect yourself. Louis pushed Tan Mingyue away and drove away. Looking at Louis's taillights, Tan Mingyue was so angry that her heart and lungs ached. Who do you think you are? You just drive a junky car. What's so great about that? Tan Mingyue gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. She picked up her phone and wanted to give Louis a bad review. But she was afraid that Louis would come back to settle the score with her, so after hesitating for a long time, she put down the phone. I'm so mad, I'm so mad. Tan Mingyue stamped her feet angrily. She was pushed to the ground, but she didn't even dare to give a bad review. This made her feel extremely frustrated. Just at this moment, Tan Mingyue received a call. It was a call from her boyfriend, Tang Xiaolong. "Mingyue, when are you going to get off work? I'll pick you up." Hearing Tang Xiaolong's voice, Tan Mingyue became even more furious. "Pick me up? You don't even have a car, what are you going to use to pick me up?" Tang Xiaolong said aggrievedly, "Mingyue, don't I have a Zodi T600? It would be fine if Zodi T600 was not mentioned, but once this was mentioned, Tan Mingyue became even angrier. Louis drives a top-of-the-line supercar worth millions, but Tang Xiaolong's car is only tens of thousands, and he has only been driving it for 2 or 3 years. You drove a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to pick me up. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Tang Xiaolong, I'm telling you, you'd better buy a sports car quickly, otherwise, let's break up." After Tan Mingyue finished speaking angrily, she hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Tang Xiaolong felt very aggrieved. Why is Mingyue crazy? He had said before that he wanted to buy a car, so he asked his sister to pay for it and bought a Zodi. All this time, Tan Mingyue didn't say anything. Why do you suddenly dislike Zodi today and want him to buy a sports car? A sports car would cost at least several $100,000, right? Where can I get so much money? Tang Xiaolong scratched his head and suddenly his eyes lit up. He called his sister Tang Xiaoya. "Sister, give me 500,000 yuan, I want to buy a sports car." Tang Xiaoya was still immersed in the grief of being dumped by Louis. When she heard her brother asking for another 500,000 yuan, she immediately became furious. 500,000? Tang Xiaolong, why don't you let me rob a bank? Tang Xiaolong curled his lips and said, "You don't have it, just ask that loser Louis to give it to you. He is your dog anyway and he listens to you the most." Hearing Tang Xiaolong mention Louis, Tang Xiaoya felt even worse. "Louis and I broke up. I have no money left. Don't ask me for money anymore." When Tang Xiaolong heard the hang-up tone from the other end of the phone, his face darkened. He called Tang Xiaoya again. "Sister, if you don't give me $500,000, I will call my parents. If my parents knew that you talked to me like that just now, what do you think they would do?" Tang Xiaoya's hand suddenly clenched tightly. Chapter 21 Edu Chamber of Commerce. Of course Tang Xiaoya knew what the consequences would be. My parents have always favored boys over girls, and they would do almost anything to satisfy Tang Xiaolong's needs. However, she, Tang Xiaoya, gave her everything. Thinking of her brother complaining and facing endless ridicule and insults from her parents, Tang Xiaoya was filled with grief and anger. "Don't tell my parents, I'll find a way." Tang Xiaoya hung up the phone resentfully. "This is my good sister.
Tang Xiaolong laughed, sat in the car, and opened the Game King of Glory. Tang Xiaoya leaned against the counter, biting her lower lip, her eyes red. Why is she obviously Tang Xiaolong's biological sister, but now she seems like Tang Xiaolong's servant?
Tang Xiaoya was very dissatisfied, but in the end, she just silently accepted the injustices.
She began to wonder how she could get $500,000.
Suddenly, Tang Xiaoya's eyes lit up. She picked up her phone, found Louis's phone number, and dialed it.
Louis is so rich now, 500,000 is a drop in the bucket for him.
Given their past close relationship, it shouldn't be a problem to ask Louis to borrow 500,000 yuan, right? No, that's not right. Not borrowing, but asking. If she borrowed it, Tang Xiaolong couldn't pay it back, and neither could she. Tang Xiaoya waited nervously. But Louis refused to answer. Tang Xiaoya's face suddenly became distorted. Louis, you are such a piece of shit. Tang Xiaoya cursed under her breath, but still didn't give up and kept calling Louis. Finally, the call got through. Louis, what are you doing? Why don't you answer my calls?
Tang Xiaoya habitually questioned loudly, like a queen, with a condescending tone. Louis frowned at first, then smiled coldly.
Tang Xiaoya, do you still think you are my girlfriend? We have broken up. I can answer your call if I want to, and I don't have to answer it if I don't want to. What I am doing is none of your business. Tang Xiaoya was stunned by the scolding. Louis, how dare you talk to me in this tone?
Tang Xiaoya subconsciously wanted to curse back. But on the other end of the line, there was the sound of brakes. Tang Xiaoya immediately remembered that Louis was no longer the same person as before. If she lost her temper with Louis again, she would not be able to get the 500,000 yuan no matter what. Tell me, why did you call? Louis drove the car steadily into the parking space and asked coldly. Nothing, I just missed you and wanted to have dinner with you. It's been a while since we've had dinner together. Tang Xiaoya forced a smile. Upon hearing this, Louis smiled even colder. Do you know why we haven't had dinner together for a long time? Because I've been busy making money and satisfying your vanity, but you don't care about me at all. Louis, it's not like that. Let me explain. Tang Xiaoya looked panicked. Stop talking, just tell me what you want. Louis asked coldly. Tang Xiaoya took a deep breath and said. My brother's girlfriend wants a sports car, and it costs 500,000. It would have been fine if Tang Xiaolong and his girlfriend were not mentioned, but as soon as these two people were mentioned, Louis suddenly became furious. The Zodi your brother is driving now was bought with my money. But even though I paid for it, your brother wouldn't even let me sit in it. Now, you still want me to pay 500,000 yuan to buy him a sports car? Tang Xiaoya, stop dreaming. After saying that, Louis hung up the phone. But the next second, Tang Xiaoya called again. This woman is not done yet, is she? Louis's eyes were cold as he answered the phone. Louis, I only want 500,000, not 5 million. 500,000, it's nothing to you right now, right? Tang Xiaoya's sharp voice came out from the phone. Besides, we have been together for 3 years after all. I have wasted 3 years of my youth on you. It is only right that you compensate me for the loss of my youth. Louis laughed out of anger. He really didn't know how this woman had the nerve to say such things. Don't even mention 500,000. I won't even give you 500 or 50. Louis said resolutely, as for the youth loss compensation you mentioned? Tang Xiaoya, look in the mirror and look at my current photo. Even if there is really compensation for youth loss, it should be you who pays me. Tang Xiaoya recalled the day when Louis put on Versace and looked incredibly handsome. If we really have to talk about wasting time, it seems that Louis did waste 3 years on her. However, Tang Xiaoya refused to give up. No matter how handsome you are a man and I am a woman. A man's youth is just not as valuable as a woman's. Tang Xiaoya wanted to argue her case. When Louis heard this, he was dumbfounded. How much toxic chicken soup did Tang Xiaoya drink to say such stupid words? Louis didn't want to talk to Tang Xiaoya anymore, so he hung up the phone, deleted her number, and blocked her, all in one go. Afterwards, he deleted and blocked Tang Xiaoya's WeChat. Only then did I feel relieved. On the other side, a hint of coldness flashed in Tang Xiaoya's eyes. Louis, you forced me to do this. She clutched her phone tightly, her eyes frightening. System, I just completed the task and got the random gift package. Can I open it now? Louis asked, hoping to use the gift package to cheer himself up. Ding, the random gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the invitation from the president of Edu Chamber of Commerce.
Louis's face was full of question marks. What kind of reward is this? Edu Chamber of Commerce is an organization jointly established by Edu's top enterprises.
It can be said that all companies, big and small, in Edu are influenced by the Edu Chamber of Commerce.
Louis S. Wancheng International is also a member of the Edu Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Louis' predecessor, the former chairman of Wancheng International, was also a permanent director of the Edu Chamber of Commerce.
Now that Louis has taken over as the chairman of Wancheng International, he naturally becomes a permanent director of the Edu Chamber of Commerce.
Since he is a permanent member of the Chamber of Commerce, isn't it only a matter of time before he gets invited by the Chamber of Commerce's president? Why do we need the system?
The rewards for completing previous missions were also good, so it's normal that the rewards this time are just average. Louis was not a greedy person, so he was not disappointed by this. At this moment, the phone vibrated. Louis picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Xiao Liang.
Brother Lou, I'm already at the entrance of Wancheng International, where are you?
Louis said he wanted to treat Xiao Liang to a meal, and since he was going to treat someone to a meal, Wancheng International was naturally the best choice.
Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Louis replied to a WeChat message and left the underground parking lot. At the entrance of Wancheng International, Huang Jiliang, wearing the Bailin Rider uniform, is looking around.
Brother Lou said he wanted to treat me to a meal, but he asked me to come to Wancheng International.
Does that mean he wanted to treat me to a meal at Wancheng International? As soon as this idea came up, it was rejected by Huang Jiliang.
The minimum consumption at Wancheng International is tens of thousands, which is not even enough for him and Louis's monthly salary combined.
How could he possibly come here to eat? Chapter 22 Charity Dinner. Huang Jiliang was thinking this when he saw Louis walking towards him from a distance.
Brother Lou, this way.
Huang Jiliang raised his hand and greeted Louis.
When Louis walked over quickly, Huang Jiliang took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, with an incredible expression.
Brother Lou, is this Versace on you? Huang Jiliang stared at Louis's clothes in surprise and asked. Yeah. Louis nodded. Do you like it? I'll take you to buy a set some other day.
Huang Jiliang hurriedly shook his head. No, I can't afford such expensive clothes. Louis smiled helplessly. I said I'll take you to buy it, of course I don't want you to pay.
Huang Jiliang still shook his head. Brother Lou, I appreciate your kindness. I know it's not easy for you, so how can I let you spend money?
Huang Jiliang then asked, by the way, Brother Lou, you said you would treat me to a meal, where are we going to eat?
There are only high-end restaurants near Wancheng International, not the small restaurants and barbecue stalls we used to go to.
Louis rolled his eyes. Who said we were going to a small restaurant or a barbecue stall? Pointing to Wancheng International behind him, Louis said, let's eat here today.
What? Huang Jiliang's eyes widened. Brother Lou, stop kidding. A meal here costs tens of thousands. Louis smiled bitterly. When have I ever lied to you?
As he spoke, he walked towards Wancheng International.
Huang Jiliang was surprised and confused, but still followed Louis.
In case Louis was beaten by the security guards of Wancheng International, he could also lend a hand to Louis.
Louis came to the entrance of Wancheng International. 2 security guards came over immediately. Chairman. Huang Jiliang's head was buzzing. Chairman? Louis is the chairman of Wancheng International? Is he dreaming? Huang Jiliang pinched his arm. It hurts.
This is not a dream.
Is Louis really the chairman of Wancheng International? Huang Jiliang felt dizzy. I was actually on good terms with the chairman of Wancheng International, and we even picked up and delivered food together. Huang Jiliang found it unbelievable when he thought about it. Xiaolian, why are you standing there? Come in. Louis waved his hand in front of Huang Jiliang twice before Huang Jiliang came back to his senses. Following Louis, Huang Jiliang didn't dare to take a wrong step. He lowered his head and looked at Wancheng International.
This was his first time entering such a high-end place. The entire lobby is magnificent, with a golden dragon sculpture standing in the center, lifelike and awe-inspiring.
Huang Jiliang was shocked. Is this the den of brothel in Edu? It's really impressive. This time, Louis brought Huang Jiliang to the 4th floor.
The first floor serves Chinese food, the second floor serves Japanese food, the third floor serves French food, and the fourth floor serves a seafood feast. Louis remembered that Huang Jiliang once said that he was very envious of the short videos of seafood tasting he saw on the Dolu app, and he also wanted to make some money one day and eat some seafood. So Louis brought Huang Jiliang here directly.
Chairman.
The lobby manager on the fourth floor hurried to Louis.
Give me the menu, brother. Louis said lightly.
Yes. The lobby manager handed the menu to Huang Jiliang with both hands.
Huang Jiliang swallowed.
The lobby manager of Wancheng International was so respectful to me. If it were in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it.
Thank you, thank you. After thanking him with a trembling voice, Huang Jiliang took the menu.
Huang Jiliang's eyes swept over the menu, and his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't even hold the menu steadily. Bluefin tuna sashimi, 29,999 portion. Seafood treasure curry, 32,888 portion. Baby eel, 34,888 portion. Diamond caviar, 149,999 portion.
Huang Jiming almost fainted when he saw the name of the last dish.
He counted several times and made sure it was 4 nines.
1 portion of caviar, 150,000. Is this what gods eat?
Order whatever you like,
Louis said with a smile. Huang Jiliang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the lobby manager, I'd like a serving of bluefin tuna sashimi, please. Just tuna sashimi? Louis asked doubtfully. Aha! Huang Jiliang nodded heavily. He looked around and saw that only bluefin tuna sashimi was the cheapest, so he chose that.
Thinking of this, Huang Jiliang felt dizzy again.
Bluefin tuna sashimi is definitely the signature dish in other hotels. But at Wancheng International, it is the cheapest seafood. How can one serving of sashimi fill you up? Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He picked up the menu and started ordering. 1 gooseneck barnacle, 1 baby eel, 1 Australian lobster, 1 Alaskan king crab, and 1 caviar. Louis said to the lobby manager, That's all for now.
I'll tell you later if it's not enough.
Okay, Chairman. The lobby manager bowed and left. Soon, the seafood ordered by Louis was served.
Looking at the dazzling array of seafood on the table, Huang Jiliang felt dizzy. This table alone costs hundreds of thousands. Especially the box of caviar in the center of the table.
But a box the size of a palm costs 150,000. It's simply astonishing. Huang Jiliang took a bite of caviar.
The wonderful taste stimulated every one of his taste buds.
The taste was so fresh, fragrant, and tender that he almost swallowed his tongue. Huang Jiliang glanced at Louis with gratitude in his eyes. If it weren't for Louis, he would never be able to eat such luxurious and delicious food in this life, no, in the next life. At this time, Louis received a strange phone call. Could it be that Tang Xiaoya called from a different number? Louis frowned and chose not to answer the call.
However, this strange number kept calling.
Louis had no choice but to answer the call. Excuse me, is this Mr. Louis?
The voice that spoke was a somewhat old one.
It seems it's not Tang Xiaoya. Louis's brows finally relaxed. I'm Louis, who are you? Hello Mr. Louis, I am Xiao Qingfeng, the president of Yidu Chamber of Commerce.
When he heard the voice on the other end of the phone, Louis immediately thought of the system's previous task reward.
Is Xiao Qingfeng going to invite me?
Louis was thinking about it when he heard Xiao Qingfeng say,
Mr. Louis, this is what I am planning to do. I am planning to hold a charity dinner.
Since this dinner is for charity, I will randomly select some people from the citizens of Yidu to attend.
Of course, the most important thing is that I need business tycoons like you to come. Are you free? When is it? Louis asked. 3 days later. Xiao Qingfeng replied. Okay. Louis thought about it.
He didn't have any plans at that time, and this charity dinner was quite novel, so he might as well go and take a look.
Okay, Mr. Louis, I look forward to meeting you in 3 days.
Xiao Qingfeng said with a smile.
After dinner, Louis prepared to drive Huang Jiliang home.
But unexpectedly, as soon as I walked out of Wancheng International, I saw Tang Xiaolong and Tan Mingyue walking towards me.
Chapter 23, Failed to show off Tang Xiaolong. Tang Xiaolong also saw Louis, and his eyes lit up instantly.
After being scolded by Tan Mingyue today, he finally thought of a solution.
He invited Tan Mingyue out for dinner, and it cost him a lot of money. He invited Tan Mingyue to eat at the high-end restaurant next to Wancheng International, and only then did he coax Tan Mingyue. But he was still a little angry in his heart. But he didn't dare to get angry with Tan Mingyue, so he could only hold it in. Now that he has met Louis, it is a good opportunity for him to vent. Without thinking, Tang Xiaolong quickly came to Louis and said, "Hey, isn't this my useless brother-in-law?" "Oh no, it should be my ex-brother-in-law. After all, a useless person like you is not worthy of my sister. It's only a matter of time before my sister kicks you away." Louis frowned. When he was in love with Tang Xiaoya, Tang Xiaolong always found fault with him. Even if he bought Tang Xiaolong a mobile phone, a computer, and even a Zodi car, Tang Xiaolong did not change his attitude towards me because of this. When he was in a good mood, he called me brother-in-law, and when he was in a bad mood, he called me trash. In the past, I was blinded by love and didn't break up with Tang Xiaoya. Fortunately, he woke up in time and finally got rid of Tang Xiaoya's family. "Tang Xiaolong, your sister and I were lovers before, and I tolerated your rude words to me. Now I have broken up with your sister, and if you continue to say rude words, you will bear the consequences." Tang Xiaolong became famous instantly. "How dare this useless brother-in-law talk to me like this? At your own risk? I'd like to know what kind of consequences I will have to bear." Tang Xiaolong glanced at Louis and Huang Zhiliang, who was wearing a full-body night uniform, and said with disdain, "You two stinky delivery guys, how dare you do anything to this young master?" "Master?" Louis couldn't help laughing. Tang Xiaolong, a lazy idiot, actually called himself a young master? It was really hilarious. "Why, you're surprised, huh?" Tang Xiaolong sneered, took out his mobile phone, opened the photo album, and then handed the phone to Louis. Louis saw that there was a photo of Zhu Yimingfeng in Tang Xiaolong's mobile phone. "Why does this photo look familiar?" Louis looked carefully and saw a sign behind Zhu Yimingfeng. The sign reads, "For Seasons Restaurant." Wow, isn't this the photo taken by the owner of Sijixiang Restaurant and posted on WeChat Moments? How did it end up in Tang Xiaolong's hands and was used by Tang Xiaolong to show off in front of him, the real owner? Seeing Louis staring at Zhu Yimingfeng's photo in a daze, Tang Xiaolong thought that Louis was frightened and couldn't help feeling proud. "See? This is my car, Zhu Yimingfeng, limited edition worldwide, worth 200 million. I have this luxury car, do you think I can call myself a young master?" As he spoke, Tang Xiaolong raised his chin slightly, wishing he could look at Louis through his nose. And Louis finally couldn't help laughing out loud. The highest level of a liar is to deceive even himself. "Tang Xiaolong, you are too immersed in the role." When Tang Xiaolong heard Louis say that he was a liar, his face changed slightly. This photo of his was indeed stolen from his uncle's circle of friends. "I stole this photo at first just to please Tan Mingyue. But when he saw Louis just now, he couldn't help but take out this photo to show off." He felt that a poor guy like Louis definitely didn't even know who Zhu Yimingfeng was, let alone being able to see through his lies. But now, he was a little panicked. At this time, Tan Mingyue also came over. Tang Xiaolong was even more afraid that his lies would be exposed. However, Tan Mingyue held his arm affectionately, and then looked at Louis with contempt. "What makes you say that my boyfriend is a liar? It's just a broken car, isn't it? Only you are allowed to have it, but not my boyfriend?" Hearing this, Tang Xiaolong's head buzzed as if it had exploded. Tan Mingyue just said that Louis also has a Zhu Yimingfeng? How is this possible? But it was obvious that Tan Mingyue said this because she saw that Louis was driving the Zhu Yimingfeng. But how can a poor guy like Louis afford the Zhu Yimingfeng? Tang Xiaolong's mind was a mess. Louis glanced at Tan Mingyue with amusement. "This woman threw herself at me at the door of the bank, but I rejected her. So he holds a grudge against me and wants to rely on Tang Xiaolong to get back at me? It's ridiculous." Louis handed the car keys to Huang Zhiliang. "Xiaoliang, can you help me drive the car out?" "Me?" Huang Zhiliang's palms were sweaty. After he passed the driving test, he had never driven a car worth tens of thousands of dollars, let alone a luxury car worth 200 million yuan. Seeing Louis nodded, Huang Zhiliang took a deep breath and walked into the underground parking lot. "I saw Zhu Yimingfeng at first sight. It is the most dazzling car in its underground parking lot." He drove the car carefully in front of Louis. "Brother Lou, the car keys." Huang Zhiliang handed the keys back. "How do you feel?" Louis asked with a smile. "It's amazing.
the seats, the interior, the feel.
In one word, invincible. Huang Yilian laughed. After hearing the conversation between the two, Tang Xiaolong lost his composure.
His eyes widened in shock.
Louis actually has a Jui Ming phone. Where does this poor guy get so much money? Tan Mingyue also gnashed her teeth and said angrily, "What are you two doing here? It's just a sports car. Is it worth showing off?" After that, she glared at Tang Xiaolong angrily, "Where's your Jui Ming phone? Come over here too." Tang Xiaolong smiled awkwardly, "Didn't I tell you that I lent my car to my brother-in-law? He will return it to me in a few days. Did you hear that?"
Tan Mingyue shouted at Louis, "My boyfriend doesn't even care about this broken car.
He just lends it out casually. Only people like you would treat this broken car as a treasure and show it off." Louis couldn't help but laughed out loud. "I say, can you take a good look at the photos in Tang Xiaolong's phone? See if there is any difference between the license plate of his Jui Ming phone and mine." Hearing Louis's reminder, Tan Mingyue quickly snatched Tang Xiaolong's phone. The license plates are exactly the same. Not a single alphanumeric number matters.
Tan Mingyue felt dizzy and her cell phone fell to the ground.
Oh my god, what kind of idiot boyfriend did she find? Even lying to her was full of mistakes. At this moment, Tang Xiaolong's face was as red as a monkey's butt. How could he have imagined that the owner of the luxury car photos he stole was actually Louis? What bad luck I have.
I'll call you brother-in-law some other day and return Jui Ming phone to you.
Then we can go racing together. Today, I won't accompany you. Louis patted Tang Xiaolong on the shoulder, smiled jokingly, and drove away quickly.
Tang Xiaolong's face felt hot and burning, as if he had been slapped hard by Louis.
"Tang Xiaolong, you disappoint me so much."
Tan Mingyue slapped Tang Xiaolong in the face and left angrily.
Mingyue, please listen to my explanation."
Tang Xiaolong chased after her, but was slapped twice by Tan Mingyue. In the end, he could only helplessly watch Tan Mingyue's back go away. Leaning weakly against the street lamp, Tang Xiaolong was in a state of confusion. He wanted to take revenge on Louis, but also wanted Louis to give him money. Suddenly, he received a text message. After reading the text message, Tang Xiaolong suddenly became excited.
Chapter 24 Grand Prize. The text message Tang Xiaolong received was from the Yidu Chamber of Commerce.
The text message said that Xiao Qingfeng, president of the Yidu Chamber of Commerce, would host a charity dinner in 3 days, inviting all the wealthy people in Yidu to participate. At the same time, 10 ordinary citizens would be randomly selected to attend the dinner. These 10 ordinary citizens will all receive shares worth 10 billion in Xiao Qingfeng's company. However, the prerequisite is that a deposit of 300,000 yuan is required. The reason for paying the deposit is to prevent people from taking advantage of loopholes. When the charity dinner is over, the 300,000 will be fully refunded. How could Tang Xiaolong, who had just been slapped in the face by Louis and was eager to become rich and slap Louis in the face, not be excited? Of course, because he needed to pay 300,000 yuan in advance, Tang Xiaolong was also cautious. He hurriedly went online to check whether there would be a charity dinner in 3 days. It turned out that many people were talking about this matter, so it must be true. And because Xiao Qingfeng is over 50 years old and has no children, the reason he held this charity dinner was because he really wanted to transfer the shares of his company to young and promising talents. This positive news greatly stimulated Tang Xiaolong's nerves.
Young and promising talents? Isn't this talking about him? Tang Xiaolong was excited.
As for the deposit, some people said that all wealthy people who participated in the dinner had to pay a deposit, while others said it was not necessary.
It should be necessary. After all, the guests attending the banquet are all wealthy people.
After Tang Xiaolong confirmed the authenticity of the text message, he began to think about how to get 300,000.
The first solution he thought of was to find Tang Xiaoya. He has become accustomed to asking Tang Xiaoya for money.
At this time, Tang Xiaoya was sitting in the car going to the county town.
"Don't rush me. I've already figured out a way to get the 500,000 you asked for. I'll give it to you as soon as possible."
Tang Xiaoya frowned and said coldly.
"Real?" Tang Xiaolong asked excitedly, "How long will it take?"
"Probably 3 to 5 days at the fastest, or 2 to 3 weeks at the slowest," Tang Xiaoya replied.
"Sister, I can't wait that long. You have to give me the money in 2 days at most," Tang Xiaolong said firmly.
Hearing the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air from the other end of the phone, Tang Xiaolong smiled and said, Sister, I don't need $500,000, I only need 300,000 now.
Is that okay?
Don't worry, I will use this 300,000 to do something serious, and I will pay you back tenfold when I make money in the future.
Tang Xiaoya laughed. As her sister, how could she not know what kind of person Tang Xiaolong was? Pay back tenfold? Just listen to that. I'll raise the money as soon as possible. Tang Xiaoya looked at the station sign in front of her and said, hang up.
By the way, I won't be back tonight, please tell my parents not to worry. When Tang Xiaolong heard the hang-up tone, he didn't think about why Tang Xiaoya didn't come home tonight.
He was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. After all, he was about to become Mr. Tang, a billionaire. At this time, after sending Huang Zhiliang back home, Louis also took the key and opened the door of the lakeside villa.
As soon as I entered the room, I saw Su Zian, who was wearing a chest-length skirt, dozing off on a stool. Perhaps it was because she heard Louis's footsteps that Su Zian opened her sleepy eyes. When he saw Louis, he stood up immediately.
Master, have you eaten yet? If not, I'll give it to you.
Don't worry, although I can't cook, my cooking skills are absolutely first-rate.
Su Zian said hurriedly. Louis's forehead was full of black lines. Nizi, your words are too ambiguous. I am a gentleman.
If any other man heard what you said, he would have pounced on you and tried to see if your private parts were top-notch. Louis smiled bitterly and shook his head to clear his mind of all distracting thoughts.
I've eaten, so stop working. Louis took off his clothes and went to the bathroom. The temperature was quite high today and he was sweating all over. Master, don't forget to take the towel. Su Zian reminded.
In case Louis forgets to take the bath towel, she will have to hand it to Louis. This kind of scenario, it's impossible for nothing to happen. Louis was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses.
Don't worry. I said I won't eat you, and I definitely won't eat you. Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
When the sound of water splashing was heard in the bathroom, Su Zian blushed and climbed onto Louis's bed. She still remembered the punishment that Louis had given her by asking her to warm the bed.
Louis walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel.
As he was wiping the water droplets off his head, he saw Su Zian on his bed, covered tightly with only a small head showing. Her two big eyes were blinking, which looked both cute and attractive.
Master, the bed is warm for you, please come and sleep.
Su Zian jumped out of the bed and quickly covered herself with the quilt again to prevent the heat from escaping.
Louis asked her to warm the bed again. Looking at Su Zian's naive appearance, Louis felt both amused and angry. How afraid is this girl that I will eat her?
She did everything perfectly, not giving him any chance to eat her.
Okay, I'm going to sleep, you should go and get some rest too. Louis rolled his eyes at Su Zian and waved his hand to let her leave. Good night, master.
After Su Zian closed the door, Louis sat on the bed, feeling the softness of the bed, and thought of his parents again. When he was driving to the Red Lane coffee shop in the afternoon, his mother called him and said that she had received the Chrysanthemum Pro mobile phone he bought, and asked him to spend less money and save more money to marry Tang Xiaoya. Thinking of his parents' poor health, Louis did not tell them about his breakup with Tang Xiaoya. He planned to find an opportunity to tell them the truth after taking his parents to the villa. As a result, when he proposed to invite his parents to live with them, they refused to agree no matter what, saying that they did not want to add burden to him and that Tang Xiaoya might be unhappy after they came.
Drive back tomorrow and pick up your parents.
Louis originally wanted to call his parents, but when he looked at the time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. His parents had turned off the lights and gone to bed, so he didn't disturb them.
What Louis didn't know was, Tang Xiaoya has arrived at the doorstep of her parents' home in the county town. Boom boom boom. Tang Xiaoya knocked on the door. No one opened the door. These two old fools, I haven't even slept yet, but they went to bed first?
Tang Xiaoya cursed with a gloomy face, then increased her strength and continued knocking on the door.
Finally,
there was a sound of lights being turned on in the room, and then someone asked,
"Who is it?" "Mom, it's me, Xiaoya."
Tang Xiaoya quickly suppressed her previous vicious expression and replaced it with a pitiful look.
Squeak! A gray-haired old man opened the door. "Xiaoya, why are you here so late? Where's Louis? He's not with you?"
Louis's mother, Li Lanky, looked around several times but didn't see Louis.
"Mom!" Tang Xiaoya suddenly hugged Li Lanky and burst into tears. Chapter 25, Scheming. "Xiaoya, what's wrong with you?" Li Lanky was suddenly panicked. Lu Yi's father, Lu Yuming, also came over with his clothes on and asked in a deep voice. Xiaoya, how did that son of a bitch Louis bully you? Tell me, I'll go to Yidu to find him tomorrow and help you vent your anger. Last spring festival, Louis brought Tang Xiaoya back home. Lu Yuming and Li Lanqi both liked this pretty, sweet-spoken girl who worked in the city.
So, now seeing Tang Xiaoya crying, the old couple felt distressed and anxious. Tang Xiaoya didn't stop sobbing until she was invited into the house and sat down, and was given a glass of water.
Xiaoya, what happened between you and Louis? The old couple asked anxiously.
Tang Xiaoya wiped her tears and said, Dad, Mom, you know that Louis and I have been together for 3 years.
How many 3 years does a woman's youth have? So I think it's time for us to talk about marriage. Hearing about marriage, the old couple's faces lit up and said in unison, marriage is good.
Tang Xiaoya sighed and said, but my parents insisted on asking for 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, and they wouldn't accept a penny less. No matter how much I tried to persuade them, they wouldn't give in. The brilliance on the old couple's faces suddenly dimmed. Xiaoya, all the money Louis earned after graduation was used to subsidize your family.
This betrothal money. Dad, Mom, I know it's not easy for Louis, but I really like Louis and I really want to marry Louis.
Tang Xiaoya said what she meant without blushing at all, and with her mouth pouted, she started crying again. Seeing Tang Xiaoya crying, the old couple were very anxious.
Xiaoya, don't cry first. His father and I will figure out the issue of the bride price. Li Lanqi said quickly.
Tang Xiaoya glanced at the two elderly people, feeling proud in her heart, but she couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Mom, please don't do that. I have also mentioned it to Louis, to see if we can sell your house first, then pay the betrothal gift and get married, and use the remaining money to pay the down payment, and then you two can move in and live with us, but Louis disagreed and quarreled with me several times about it. Tang Xiaoya cried loudly, Mom, I came here tonight because I was forced by my parents. I didn't dare to go to Louis because I was afraid that he would quarrel with me again, so I came to you two to relieve the pressure. Mom, Dad, you must not sell the house to raise money, otherwise I am afraid that Louis will break up with me. Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming looked at each other and knew each other's decision.
Xiaoya, it's getting late today.
Go to bed first.
Mom will tidy up Lu Yi's room for you. As Li Lanqi spoke, she walked towards Lu Yi's room, and Lu Yuming also went to help. Thank you, Mom and Dad, you've worked hard.
Tang Xiaoya stood at the door and said this, but it was obvious that the two elders were busying around but had no intention of lending a hand.
Xiaoya, the room is ready, go to sleep. If you are not satisfied with anything, call us. Li Lanqi supported her waist and walked out of the room.
Many years ago, there was an earthquake when she was still in the countryside. She was so anxious that she jumped off the building.
Since then, her waist has been injured.
Whenever she bends over to work, her waist starts to hurt. As soon as Lu Yuming helped Li Lanqi walk away, Tang Xiaoya immediately curled her lips.
I just cleaned up the house, and you're pretending to have a backache? You old fool, you want to use torture on me? No way. Tang Xiaoya did not lie down on the bed. Instead, after hearing the old couple close the door, she tiptoed to their door. Like a thief, he put his ear against the door, listening for any movement behind it. Old man, Xiaoya said she wanted to sell the house today. Sell it, or else let them break up. I thought so too. Didn't Xiaoya say that we could move in with them?
It wouldn't have much of an impact if we sold the house. I heard that Taizhu from the village has made a lot of money and is looking to buy a house.
Why don't we sell it to him? We are from the same village and know each other well. Besides, it should be smooth if we sell it to Taizhu. We can get the money the day after tomorrow at the latest, right? Okay, I'll contact Taizhu tomorrow morning.
The sound in the room gradually died down. Tang Xiaoya returned to her room and said with a cold smile.
You two old fools, you really want to move in with me? Ha ha. Not to mention that I have already broken up with Louis. Even if I hadn't broken up with Louis, I would kick you out as soon as you sold the house and gave me the money. Living with two old guys like you? How is that possible? Tang Xiaoya lay down on the bed and fell asleep quickly.
She also had a beautiful dream. In the dream, Li Lanqi handed her the money from selling the house, and she counted the money until her hands became weak. When Li Lanqi asked her when she could marry Louis, she told Li Lanqi that she had broken up with Louis a long time ago. By the time Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming collapsed to the ground in anger, she had already left with the money.
Early the next morning,
Tang Xiaoya was woken up.
How can these two old men be so energetic?
Tang Xiaoya cursed under her breath and wanted to continue sleeping, but the noise in the living room was so loud that she couldn't fall asleep at all, so she had to get dressed and get up. When I came to the living room, I saw the old couple cleaning. I thought Taiju must have agreed to come and see the house.
This old man, is he going to pretend to have back pain again later? Tang Xiaoya hummed in her heart.
She happened to be a little hungry, so she prepared to go downstairs for breakfast.
Mom and Dad, I'm going downstairs to have breakfast, do you want to?
Tang Xiaoya pretended to ask. She knew that the old couple were used to being frugal and would not spend money to have breakfast out. As expected, Li Lanqi shook her head. Xiaoya, your father and I are not hungry.
You are going to eat, do you have money? Tang Xiaoya's eyes suddenly lit up. Mom, don't tell me, I really don't have much money.
Li Lanqi sighed, took out a handful of crumpled money from her pocket, and was about to count out $5 to give to Tang Xiaoya, but Tang Xiaoya grabbed the money and took all of it away.
Tang Xiaoya took the money and went downstairs without even saying thank you.
I chose a breakfast shop with the best decoration and ordered a basket of meat buns, a cup of soy milk, and 2 fried dough sticks. Tang Xiaoya was eating while playing with her cell phone. Belch. After eating, there was still half a basket of buns and a fried dough stick left on the table.
But Tang Xiaoya didn't think about taking it back to the old couple.
Just then a dog ran over and wagged its tail at her, but she threw half the basket of buns to the dog. After paying the money, Tang Xiaoya was about to go upstairs when she saw a familiar luxury car speeding towards her.
The person who got out of the car was Louis. Tang Xiaoya's face turned pale instantly. If Louis knew that she asked Li Lanqi and her husband to sell their house, wouldn't he beat her to death?
Tang Xiaoya quickly turned around, lowered her head, and prayed that Louis would not recognize her.
Chapter 26 Luxury Cruise. Louis did not see Tang Xiaoya because he was in a hurry to find Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming.
He hurried upstairs and knocked on the door. Seeing the 2 elders panting and sweating profusely, Louis felt distressed.
Mom and Dad, what are you doing so early in the morning? Louis took the broom and duster from the 2 elders and asked in confusion. Xiaoyi, why did you come back suddenly?
Li Lanqi asked in a panic, because Tang Xiaoya had told her not to let Louis know that they were going to sell the house, otherwise with Louis's temper, he would definitely break up with Tang Xiaoya.
I'll take you to the city. Louis took 2 glasses of water, handed them to his parents, and explained.
I called you yesterday and asked you to move into the city, but you refused, so I had no choice but to come and pick you up in person. Li Lanqi held the water cup nervously and said, Xiaoyi, we know you are filial, but you are busy with work, and the house you rent is small.
If we go over there, won't it cause trouble for you? Lu Yuming also quickly said, yes, Xiaoyi, you and Xiaoya should live a good life in the city. When you 2 get married, we will move in and live with you. Hearing Tang Xiaoya, Louis smiled bitterly. Should I explain everything to my parents now, or should I take them to the villa, give them a surprise, and then explain everything? Louis was hesitating, but Li Lanqi urged him, Xiaoyi, don't you have to go to work today? Go to work quickly. We are fine, don't worry. Hearing this, Louis's face was full of question marks. What's wrong with my parents today?
In the past, when I took time to come back, they were so happy that they couldn't stop talking, but today they kept urging me to leave quickly.
Mom and Dad, I have a day off today and don't have to go to work. Also, I'm no longer living in the original rental house. My current place is very spacious, so you can just move in. Louis did not tell the old man that he had resigned and bought a villa. He didn't tell them about his resignation because he was afraid of upsetting his parents. After all, his father's heart had always been not very good, which was why he didn't dare to easily tell them that he and Tang Xiaoya had broken up. As for buying a villa, he wanted to give his parents a surprise. And just at this moment, boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming suddenly became nervous. Who is it? Louis asked and got up to open the door.
When he opened the door, it turned out to be Zhang Taiju from the same village.
Louis is here too. It seems like you guys are really anxious to sell the house. Zhang Taiju walked into the house while smiling. Louis stood there in a daze. Sell the house? Mom and Dad, what's going on? Louis had a bad feeling in his heart.
As soon as he entered the door, he found that something was wrong with his parents. Now it seems that his parents really were hiding something from him.
Hey, Louis, don't you know about selling the house?
Zhang Taiju asked doubtfully, I thought you were really in a hurry to sell the house, so you asked a working dog like you to take a leave and come back.
Louis was in no mood to pay attention to Zhang Taiju. He frowned and asked in a deep voice. Mom and Dad, tell me, who asked you to sell the house? Was it Tang Xiaoya? Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming both lowered their heads.
Louis clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. This woman had asked me to tell my parents to sell the house. Even after they broke up, she still had evil intentions.
Mom and Dad, tell me exactly what happened. Louis took a deep breath and spoke in a gentle tone.
Seeing that they could no longer conceal the matter, Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming had no choice but to tell everyone what had happened from last night until now. After hearing what his parents said, Louis was filled with rage, and his anger almost burned the sky. Tang Xiaoya hid the breakup from her parents, pretending that she was still in love with him, and asked her parents to sell the house.
What is even more infuriating is that even the money for breakfast has to be taken from parents. This woman's heart is more vicious than that of a snake or scorpion.
Ding, the host has triggered a random task: severely punish the gold digger.
The following choices are now available.
1. Kick the gold digger like crazy.
Reward, 100 million in cash. 2. Send the gold digger to jail. Reward, a luxury cruise ship. 3. Let the gold digger go. Reward, the gold digger's ridicule.
The system's voice sounded in Louis's mind. However, at this moment, Louis was only thinking about how to make Tang Xiaoya pay the most painful price, so he didn't hear what the system said clearly.
Uncle Lu, are you still selling this house?
Zhang Taizhu also noticed that something was wrong, so he asked.
Not for sale.
Louis blurted out, his voice extremely cold.
I'm sorry, Taizhu, you made this trip for nothing. We won't sell this house anymore. Louis realized that he was in a bad mood, so he forced a smile and said, all right.
Zhang Taizhu curled his lips and left. Xiaoyi, if you don't sell this house, what are you going to do with the money for Xiaoya's wedding?
Li Lanqi was extremely anxious. Mom, don't worry.
I helped the company negotiate a big project, and the company rewarded me with 300,000 yuan. Louis still didn't tell his parents that he had broken up with Tang Xiaoya.
Because what Tang Xiaoya did to her parents was suspected of fraud. Fraud will lead to jail time.
But since she stopped her parents from selling the house, Tang Xiaoya was convicted of attempted fraud.
Louis didn't know whether he would go to jail for attempted fraud. But now, he just wants to send that bitch Tang Xiaoya to jail.
Therefore, he wanted to turn Tang Xiaoya's attempted fraud into a successful fraud. To achieve this goal, the method is very simple. Just let the parents give the 300,000 yuan to Tang Xiaoya. But if his parents knew that he and Tang Xiaoya had broken up long ago, they would definitely not give the 300,000 to Tang Xiaoya. Therefore, Louis needs to hide it from his parents for a while.
Xiaoyi, you didn't lie to your parents? After hearing what Louis said, Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming were very happy. Of course I didn't lie to you. Louis smiled and transferred 300,000 to Lu Yuming's account.
Then, Louis said, Mom and Dad, the company just sent me a text message saying that they will hold a celebration party for me.
I have to leave first. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming did not doubt Louis.
Downstairs, Tang Xiaoya saw Louis driving away and didn't know what to do.
At this time, Li Lanqi called and said, Xiaoya, did you meet Xiaoyi just now? Xiaoyi gave us 300,000 yuan, which is just enough for your family's betrothal money.
Tang Xiaoya was overjoyed. That's great, Mom, please transfer the money to me quickly.
After I go back and give the money to my parents, I will ask them to prepare for the wedding. Okay. Li Lanqi was also very happy.
She hurried downstairs with Lu Yuming and transferred the money to Tang Xiaoya. When Tang Xiaoya saw the extra 300,000 in her bank account, she couldn't stop smiling.
I'm going back.
Tang Xiaoya said coldly, hailed a taxi and left.
Chapter 27. You decide the room.
Tang Xiaoya got into a taxi and called Tang Xiaolong.
No one answered the call.
After making several calls in a row, Tang Xiaolong finally asked impatiently.
What are you doing so early in the morning? Can't you let me sleep?
Tang Xiaoya's nose was about to be crooked by anger. He ran to the small county town in the middle of the night, dealt with the two old guys, and was frightened by the sudden appearance of Louis. But this guy Tang Xiaolong is still sleeping in.
Look at the time. Why don't you get up? Do you want the 300,000? Tang Xiaoya asked unhappily.
Sister, I was in the canyon last night, and I used Kai to get 8 MVPs in a row, so I went to bed late.
Besides, it's still early. Tang Xiaolong yawned and showed off his achievements last night.
But suddenly, a flash of light flashed through his mind.
Sister, what did you just say? 300,000, have you collected the money?
Tang Xiaolong sat up suddenly from the bed, his eyes sparkling.
300,000, I'll transfer it to you later.
But Tang Xiaolong, remember, from now on, don't ask me for money again. Tang Xiaoya said coldly.
Tang Xiaolong laughed loudly and jumped up and down on the bed excitedly.
Sister, don't worry.
I'm going to be rich soon. Not only will I not ask you for money, I'll also give you hundreds of thousands of pocket money every month.
After hanging up the phone, Tang Xiaolong held the phone in his hand, waiting for the message that the 300,000 yuan had arrived in his account. After more than an hour, Tang Xiaolong was about to fall asleep again when his cell phone suddenly vibrated.
Tang Xiaolong quickly opened his cell phone and took a look. Overdue fee reminder, dear customer, hello? Tang Xiaolong cursed, fuck you.
When I own Xiaoqingfeng's 1 billion shares, I will top up 1 million into my mobile phone card so that you will never be able to send me overdue payment reminders in your life.
Tang Xiaolong was thinking when he received another text message.
Your account has received a transfer of 300,000.
Tang Xiaolong was suddenly ecstatic. Sure enough, the real surprises always happen in the unexpected moments.
After counting the zeros at the end and confirming that it was 300,000, Tang Xiaolong picked up his phone and was about to call Tan Mingyue. He disappointed Tan Mingyue yesterday, and now he is about to become a billionaire. He wants to impress Tan Mingyue. But after thinking about it, he put down his phone again.
He couldn't tell Tan Mingyue now that he was going to become rich.
He should wait until the day of the charity dinner and then take Tan Mingyue to the dinner to give her a surprise. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaolong clicked on the text message he received last night, entered the URL in the text message, and followed the prompts to transfer 300,000 to the account of Yidu Chamber of Commerce.
After paying the money, Tang Xiaolong lay down again and prepared to take a nap. But I couldn't fall asleep anyway.
As soon as he closed his eyes, billions of cash would fall towards him. Tang Xiaolong couldn't sleep after tossing and turning, and was hungry, so he decided to drive out for breakfast. As a result, the car had not driven far before it saw a cool luxury car in the distance.
ISNT at Zhu Yimingfeng, who I just met last night. It's rare for the entire Elan to have only one such car as the Zhu Yimingfeng, and it's impossible for two to appear. So Tang Xiaolong concluded that the person in the car must be Louis.
Without saying a word, he rushed over in his Zodi car, and blocked Louis's way with the car body.
Tang Xiaolong, are you crazy?
Louis shouted loudly, extremely furious.
First, Tang Xiaoya defrauded her parents, and now Tang Xiaolong wants to deliberately murder him? These two siblings are really endless. I'm not crazy. Tang Xiaolong rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and looked at Louis with disdain.
I just can't stand some people showing off when they are poor. I don't know what kind of shit luck they gotta have a luxury car, but they drive it around the streets every day, as if they are afraid that others don't know they have a luxury car.
Louis had a face full of question marks.
I only have one car, the Zhu Yimingfeng.
Which one should I drive if not this one? Tang Xiaolong is such a weirdo. Is his brain full of shit? How can he say such funny things? Louis, don't you know that truly wealthy people are actually very low-key? Also, how could a poor bastard like you ever meet a truly wealthy person? Tang Xiaolong raised his chin slightly, with a condescending attitude. Have you said enough? If you have, get out of here.
There was a cold light flashing in Louis's eyes. He just wanted to go to the police station to call the police and ask them to arrest Tang Xiaoya. He didn't have time to waste talking to Tang Xiaolong, an idiot.
But Tang Xiaolong continued to laugh and said,
Louis, I feel sorry for you, so today I will be merciful and let you see what a real rich man looks like.
A look of confusion emerged on Louis's face. What was wrong with Tang Xiaolong? Tang Xiaolong laughed. Louis, I am actually a billionaire. Now, you know how low-key the real rich are, right?
I am obviously richer than you, but I still let you humiliate me last night because I don't want to be on the same level as a poor bastard like you.
Louis's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This guy, was he driven insane by the blow he suffered last night?
Louis was speechless when he heard Tang Xiaolong say,
Louis, do you know what I'm going to do now? Tang Xiaolong said, nonsense, I am going to buy a villa now. Do you know what a villa looks like?
When I buy a villa, I will bring my parents and my sister to live there. Come to think of it, Louis, your parents are still living in a small county town, right?
How pitiful.
But people like your parents are only fit to live in a small county town, in a house that even pigs wouldn't live in.
It would be better if Tang Xiaolong didn't mention his parents or the house. When these things were mentioned, Louis became furious.
At this moment, Louis really wanted to punch Tang Xiaolong in the face. At this moment, Louis suddenly received a text message.
Mr. Liu, I'm Tan Mingyue. I'm sorry for last night.
I want to treat you to a meal to apologize to you.
ISNT Tan Mingyue Tang Xiaolong's girlfriend?
A thought suddenly flashed through Louis's mind.
Tang Xiaolong, how are you and your girlfriend doing? Tang Xiaolong was stunned.
He didn't expect that Louis was not angry at all, but was actually in the mood to care about him and Tan Mingyue.
Mingyue and I are getting along very well and are getting married soon,
Tang Xiaolong said proudly.
I'm asking, how is Tan Mingyue's work going? Louis asked with a smile.
Work?
What kind of work? Tang Xiaolong was stunned for a second before he realized that Louis was referring to the work in bed.
When talking about this, Tang Xiaolong felt very depressed. He also spent a lot of money on Tan Mingyue. But Tan Mingyue refused to let him touch her, saying that she wanted to save her virginity for when she got married.
Tang Xiaolong didn't want Louis to know that he hadn't touched Tan Mingyue for so long, so he angrily said, "What the hell is this to you?" He was in no mood to continue mocking Louis, so he drove away.
Looking at the taillights of Tang Xiaolong's car, Louis curled the corners of his mouth slightly and called Tan Mingyue. Tan Mingyue, who was working absent-mindedly in the bank, suddenly received a call from Louis and immediately became excited.
"Hello, Mr. Liu, I am."
Before I finished introducing myself, I heard a cold voice from the other end of the phone.
"Tonight, dress nicely. You can book a room. Let me know when you're done." Chapter 28. Your girlfriend is really nice. Tan Mingyue was slightly stunned. She thought Louis would reject her apology. Unexpectedly, Louis was so direct.
"Don't worry, Mr. Liu, I will definitely not let you down."
Tan Mingyue's heart was pounding, and she asked shyly, "Mr. Liu, what kind of clothing style do you like? Nurse uniform, stewardess uniform, or whatever?" Louis hung up the phone indifferently.
The reason why he agreed to Tan Mingyue was just to take revenge on Tang Xiaolong.
Although with his current power and position, he has 10,000 ways to take revenge on Tang Xiaolong.
But using Tan Mingyue was undoubtedly the most painful thing for Tang Xiaolong. "Tang Xiaolong, Tang Xiaoya, you two siblings have been exploiting me and taking all my money. Not only do you not have the slightest bit of gratitude, you also make things difficult for me and mock me everywhere.
Even so, I never thought of making things difficult for you. But if you insist on seeking death, don't blame me."
Louis gripped the steering wheel tightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He turned around and stopped driving to the police station.
What's the point of sending Tang Xiaoya to jail now?
He wants these two siblings to feel the pain deep in their bones.
Bank. Tan Mingyue excitedly took a day off and went to buy several sets of clothes. Nurse outfit, stewardess outfit, lowly outfit. In addition, there are some special tools.
It cost her several $1,000s.
But as long as I can please Louis, what does this little money matter? Tan Mingyue went to the hotel early, carrying her clothes and cosmetics.
She also specially booked a special room number.
Room 6969. 69. Tan Mingyue's face flushed as she pushed the door open. She put down her things and sent a text message to Louis, "Mr. Liu, I'm waiting for you in room 6969 of Juanhao Hotel." Afterwards, she started putting on makeup while anxiously waiting for Louis's reply. Louis glanced at the text message, 6969? It seems that Tan Mingyue understands a lot.
Putting his phone aside, Louis drove back to the lakeside villa. "I got up very early today, drove for several hours, and was pissed off by my two sisters, Tang Xiaoya and Tang Xiaolong.
Moreover, there will be a big battle in the evening.
Now you need to take a good rest and recharge your energy."
Sovereign Hotel. Tan Mingyue kept looking towards the door.
The smell of her perfume was about to dissipate. Why hadn't Louis come yet?
Suddenly, boom boom boom. Tan Mingyue quickly opened the door.
What came into view was Louis's handsome face.
"Mr. Liu, you are finally here." Tan Mingyue pulled Louis's collar tenderly and stepped back step by step.
"Step back a few steps and you will see a large round bed for couples.
Go take a shower first."
Louis frowned and said, "The perfume is too strong and pungent." Tan Mingyue was stunned and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, I didn't know you didn't like the smell of this perfume. Next time I will definitely."
"I told you to take a shower." Louis interrupted. "Next time? There won't be a next time." Yes, I'll go right away. Tan Mingyue nodded hurriedly. Arriving at the bathroom door, Tan Mingyue turned around with a red face. Mr. Liu, do you want to join me? Wash yourself. Louis glanced at the various uniforms on the bed, picked up a nurse uniform and threw it to Tan Mingyue. Don't wear a bathrobe, just wear this. Okay, Mr. Liu. Tan Mingyue turned and went into the bathroom. The sound of splashing water was heard, and Louis picked up Tan Mingyue's cell phone. However, fingerprint unlocking is required. What's the password for your phone's lock screen? Louis asked. Although Tan Mingyue was confused about what Louis was doing with her phone, she didn't dare to ask more. 133567. Louis unlocked the phone and sent a WeChat message to Tang Xiaolong. Then, he lay down on the bed. The sound of water splashed for more than 10 minutes. After making sure that the smell of perfume had been washed away, Tan Mingyue hurriedly put on the nurse's uniform and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Louis lying on the bed, Tan Mingyue couldn't help but look shy. With a red face, Tan Mingyue came to the bedside and took off Louis' shoes and socks. When Tan Mingyue hugged him, Louis suddenly thought that Tan Mingyue didn't seem to be a decent woman either. But I am a serious virgin. What's the difference between confessing it for the first time to a woman like Tan Mingyue and confessing it in a foot massage parlor? No, it's the first time, so I have to be careful. Louis stopped Tan Mingyue's action and asked, do you know what it means to pronounce the words separately? Tan Mingyue's face turned red instantly. However, she didn't say anything. Who made Louis the financial sponsor? Following Tan Mingyue's movements, Louis only felt a sense of warmth. It feels like an electric current is passing through the body, making it numb and tingling. Outside room 6969, Tang Xiaolong's heart was beating fast. Mingyue asked him to come to the hotel room, which means she must have thought it through and was willing to give everything to him. Louis, you idiot, didn't you laugh at me and say that Mingyue wouldn't give herself to me? Humph, tonight, I will become a real man. Tang Xiaolong held his head high and knocked on the door. Tan Mingyue had just finished kneeling when she heard a knock on the door and couldn't help but panic. Go open the door, Louis said lightly. Tan Mingyue didn't dare to agree with Louis's intentions, so she wiped the corner of her mouth and went to open the door. When I opened the door, it was Tang Xiaolong. Mingyue, you are so beautiful. When Tang Xiaolong saw Tan Mingyue in nurse's uniform, his eyes widened. But Mingyue, what's that milky white thing around your lips? Did you just drink Nutri Express? Tang Xiaolong moved closer to smell it and his face changed color. How can this be the taste of Nutri Express? This is clearly the taste of future generations. Mingyue, who is it? Louis asked calmly. Hearing the voice, Tang Xiaolong's eyes almost popped out. Is this Louis's voice? Tang Xiaolong pushed Tan Mingyue away and rushed into the room. I saw Louis lying on the bed, and beside the bed, there were tissues all over the floor. Tang Xiaolong's head was buzzing. Mingyue, you. Tang Xiaolong looked at Tan Mingyue in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his girlfriend would get involved with a loser like Louis. Tan Mingyue shrugged calmly. From the moment she decided to come to the room, she was prepared to be discovered by Tang Xiaolong. Let's break up, Tan Mingyue said calmly. Why? Tang Xiaolong roared, just for this loser, this poor bastard Louis? Tan Mingyue looked at Tang Xiaolong with disgust. Waste? Poor bastard? Tang Xiaolong, you are the waste and the poor bastard, right? Mr. Liu is young and promising, isn't he much better than you, a idiot who only knows how to live off your parents, idle around, and play games all day long? Hearing Tan Mingyue's words, Tang Xiaolong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. At this time, Louis also put on his clothes and pants and came to Tang Xiaolong. Your girlfriend is very beautiful today, but it's a pity that she is not beautiful for you. Your girlfriend is very good at her job, but it's a pity that you can't appreciate it. By the way, today's room fee was paid by your girlfriend. Chapter 29. Everything is ready. Every word Louis said was heart-wrenching. Tang Xiaolong was so angry that he was shaking all over, his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Louis, you bastard. Tang Xiaolong grabbed Louis by the collar and roared viciously. You are my brother-in-law, how can you sleep with my girlfriend? You are shameless, you are vulgar, you are an ungrateful bastard. Louis looked at Tang Xiaolong coldly and couldn't help laughing. Brother-in-law? Do you know I'm your brother-in-law now? In the past, you called me brother-in-law once or twice, except when I bought you a cell phone, a computer, and a car. At other times, you never treated me as a human being, let alone a brother-in-law. And, ungrateful? Louis grabbed Tang Xiaolong by the collar and strangled him until his face turned red. What favors and righteousness have you, the Tang family, shown me? It's not me who is ungrateful, but you, the Tang family. Louis threw Tang Xiaolong to the ground, turned around and left. Mr. Liu, wait for me. Tan Mingyue also quickly picked up a piece of clothes and followed him. She didn't want to stay with Tang Xiaolong anymore. Mingyue, stop. Tang Xiaolong lay on the ground and shouted. The reason you followed Louis is because you think he's rich, right? Mingyue, I'm going to be rich soon too, and even richer than Louis. Tang Xiaolong excitedly took out his cell phone, clicked on a text message, and said, Look, I will attend the charity dinner the day after tomorrow. By then, I will get Xiao Qingfeng's 1 billion shares. By then, you will understand that I am the real rich man, and Louis is just a waste. How can Louis, a piece of rubbish born in the countryside and raised as a dung collector, be better than me? There was a hint of anger in Louis's eyes. This Tang Xiaolong still refuses to change his bad habits. What are you looking at, you bastard? Seeing Louis looking at him unkindly, Tang Xiaolong was also furious. When I get Xiao Qingfeng's 1 billion shares, I will immediately ban you and make it impossible for you to survive in Yidu. Not only you, but also your 2 old parents. I will drive you out of Yidu. Louis's eyes were as cold as snow. It seems that today's lesson is not profound enough for Tang Xiaolong. Tan Mingyue glanced at Tang Xiaolong's cell phone, her eyes full of mockery. Only a fool like Tang Xiaolong would believe such an obvious scam text message, right? We divide. Tan Mingyue couldn't stand being with such a loser like Tang Xiaolong anymore and was ready to confront him head-on. However, Louis bumped her elbow. Tan Mingyue looked at Louis in confusion, only to see Louis shaking his head. What's the meaning? Mr. Liu asked me not to break up with Tang Xiaolong? The day after tomorrow, you will accompany Tang Xiaolong to the charity dinner. Louis whispered in Tan Mingyue's ear. Tan Mingyue immediately understood Louis's thoughts. But she didn't think there was anything wrong with Louis's behavior. In fact, she even felt that Louis was too kind. If she were Louis, she would be more cruel and ruthless. Louis left, and Tan Mingyue stayed with Tang Xiaolong. Mingyue, as long as you stay by my side, I can forgive you for anything. Tang Xiaolong held Tan Mingyue's hand tightly and said, When I have 1 billion, I will buy a car more expensive than Jui Mingfeng and take you for a ride to stun that country bumpkin Louis. Tan Mingyue smiled awkwardly and didn't want to talk. The next day, Louis went out and prepared to go to the police station. Master, where are you going? Do you need Ziyan to accompany you? Su Ziyan asked tenderly. After Louis told the truth, Su Ziyan's face froze slightly, and she quickly said, Master, be careful on the road. Ziyan is not feeling well today, so I won't accompany you. Uncomfortable? Is your period here? No wonder there is such a big change in attitude. Louis didn't think much and went to the police station. The situation of Tang Xiaoya and her parents was told to a police officer. After filing the case, the police officer informed Louis that he needed to investigate and collect evidence. Louis frowned slightly. Can we complete the investigation and evidence collection before tomorrow? Also, can we do this without alerting Tang Xiaoya? He also wanted Tang Xiaoya to attend the charity dinner with Tang Xiaolong tomorrow to watch a lively show. I'm afraid that's not possible. The police officer smiled and said, Mr. Liu, Tang Xiaoya is the person involved, so we can't avoid her when investigating and collecting evidence, so please understand. Louis rubbed his eyebrows. The other party was also acting impartially, so he naturally couldn't make things difficult for him. What a pity. Tomorrow's show will only be half as exciting. Louis sighed helplessly. Just then, a phone call came. A call from Xiao Qingfeng, president of Yidu Chamber of Commerce. President Xiao, is there anything I can help you with? Louis asked. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Liu. I forgot to ask you where you live or where you are now last night. I will send someone to deliver the invitation to you. Xiao Qingfeng said. I live in a villa in the middle of the lake, and I'm at the police station now. If you are close to the police station, you can have someone send you there now. Louis said. Okay, then please wait for a moment at the police station, Mr. Liu. After Xiao Qingfeng hung up the phone, he asked the housekeeper to bring his coat. In fact, the Xiao family villa is not far from the lakeside villa, but it is some distance away from the police station.
However, Xiao Qingfeng was worried that Louis might get into trouble at the police station, so he wanted to go there in person to see if he could help Louis. Xiao Qingfeng asked the driver to rush to the police station as quickly as possible, so Louis didn't have to wait long before he saw Xiao Qingfeng.
This was the first time Louis met Xiao Qingfeng.
He was more energetic and in good health than he had imagined.
After Xiao Qingfeng shook hands with Louis, he handed over the invitation and then asked quietly, "Mr. Liu, you came to the police station because..."
Louis was worried, and when he heard Xiao Qingfeng's question, he thought that Xiao Qingfeng might have a solution, so he told him the whole story.
"I see,"
Xiao Qingfeng said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Liu.
I have a solution." "Really?" Louis was overjoyed. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao."
After returning to the lakeside villa, Louis waited patiently for the charity dinner to arrive. The next day, Louis changed into a suitable suit. Before going out, he sent a text message to Tan Mingyue, asking Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaoya whether they would both attend the charity dinner.
After Tan Mingyue gave an affirmative reply, Louis curled his lips, took the key and went out.
But when he pushed the door open, he found that Su Ziyan was hesitating and refused to follow him.
"You're not going out today?" Louis asked in surprise. Although Su Ziyan has her period, isn't Su Ziyan an S-level professional bodyguard? There are so many people at the charity dinner, what if something unexpected happens? Su Ziyan should follow him and protect him, right? Su Ziyan hesitated for a while and said, "Master, wait a minute." Having said that, he flashed back to the room. What is this girl trying to do? Louis waited in confusion. Chapter 30. The invitation is fake. When Su Ziyan reappeared, Louis was really scared.
He was wearing big black sunglasses, a long windbreaker, and had a tattoo of a bright rose on his neck, which he got from somewhere. Wow, she has transformed from a cold and beautiful female bodyguard into a big sister. The master is going to attend a charity dinner, so Ziyan must dress up nicely. When Su Ziyan opened her mouth, her voice was delicate again.
This contrast directly made Louis mentally ill. "Change it back," Louis ordered with a dark face. "I don't." Su Ziyan actually disobeyed orders? "Master, Ziyan likes to dress like this, so please don't let her change back, okay?"
Su Ziyan pulled Louis's arm and shook it, which made Louis's heart flutter.
What man can resist such coquetry? Okay, whatever you want. But you better stay away from me. I'm afraid that others will misunderstand that I'm involved in the underworld," Louis said helplessly. "Master is the best."
Su Ziyan gave Louis a hug, then took the car keys from Louis and went to the garage to get the car. Louis smacked his lips. It's still as big and soft, really good. The charity dinner was held on the riverside, on a huge luxurious cruise ship. It is said that this cruise ship is worth 2 billion yuan, and even Xiao Qingfeng is only renting it temporarily. At this moment, many people have gathered by the river.
Most of them came to watch the fun. A small number of people held invitations and lined up to board the cruise ship.
Among those on the cruise ship, there were wealthy people wearing expensive dresses as well as ordinary people wearing ordinary clothes.
However, these people lined up in the same row and were not divided into two rows according to their identities.
This reflects the theme of tonight's charity gala. Seeing this, Louis had a better impression of Xiao Qingfeng.
It seems that today's charity gala is not a show like other charity gala, but a serious charity event? The scene was lively but not noisy, and orderly. Louis was also ready to line up.
Suddenly, a sharp and high-pitched voice was heard.
"Cruise ship, what a big cruise ship! Mingyue, do you like it? If you like it, I will buy you one in the future." "Is this a cruise ship?"
"It's so luxurious, Xiaolong. Thanks to you, Mom can go on a cruise ship in her lifetime."
Yes, Xiaolong, Daddy is proud of you." Everyone frowned and turned to look.
I saw a couple and 3 young people running towards the river, talking at the top of their voices as they ran.
This made everyone furious. There are so many people by the river, but it doesn't seem noisy.
However, when these 5 people appear, the riverside actually feels like a vegetable market.
How can it not be annoying? After the 5 people arrived at the riverside, they still hadn't talked enough and continued talking and laughing loudly. "Xiaolong, I am so lucky to have a son like you." Mother Tang's eyes narrowed into slits due to her smile.
"I'll see if old Wang and the others dare to say that you are a parasite in the future."
Tang's father was also very proud. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to be rich soon. You just wait and enjoy the good life in the future." Tang Xiaolong also laughed loudly, feeling very proud. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and reminded, "Excuse me, could you please be a little quieter? Everyone is talking in a very low voice. We are here for a dinner party. What's it to you whether we speak loudly or not?" Tang's mother scolded fiercely. "That's right, you live by the sea? You're so nosy." Tang's father also echoed. "I have an invitation.
I am the guest of honor of President Xiao Qingfeng.
I can do whatever I want. What's it to you?"
Tang Xiaolong snorted coldly, his nose turned up to the sky.
Su Ziyan couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and said coldly, "Even if you have an invitation, it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. Who are you? You're dressed like that and have tattoos. You can tell at a glance that you're not a decent person." Tang's mother pointed at Su Ziyan with disdain. "Are you President Xiao Qingfeng? No way, since you are not President Xiao Qingfeng, what qualifications do you have to complain here?" Tang's father also sneered, not taking Su Ziyan seriously. "You guys?" Su Ziyan was so angry that if she hadn't been cautious, she would have wanted to slap Tang's father and mother twice. There are also Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaoya. It's bad enough that they are two old people who don't understand what's going on, but these two children actually let it go. They are equally hateful. What? You still want to fight? If you dare to do that, I'll lie on the ground and you can just wait to lose everything." Tang's father and mother laughed coldly. Su Ziyan's eyes were almost spitting fire. It was the first time she met such an unreasonable person. "Ziyan, come here." Louis shouted, if Su Ziyan took action, it would be really troublesome. Hearing Louis's voice, Tang's father and mother's brows immediately raised. "Louis, why are you here, a piece of trash? I see. You must be here to watch the fun, right? It's really interesting to watch the fun and dress like a decent person. Oh, this fake brand name set should cost quite a bit of money, right?" Tang's father and mother pointed at Louis and mocked him mercilessly. In the past, Louis was Tang Xiaoya's boyfriend, and they didn't even give Louis face, let alone now? Louis was not surprised by the words and actions of Tang's father and mother.
"Uncle and aunt, I am here to watch the fun today, so you should hurry up and line up to board the cruise ship,"
Louis said with a smile.
TSK, still the same as before, like a dog.
Tang's father and mother snorted coldly and walked towards the cruise ship first. "Haha, Louis, aren't you rich? Why can't you get on the cruise ship?" Tang Xiaolong finally got the chance to crush Louis, and of course he would not let it go. "Louis, do you want me to take you on the cruise ship?"
"As long as you kneel down and beg me, I can treat you as my pet dog and take you on board."
Tang Xiaolong laughed wildly. What a poor creature.
Tang Xiaoya also looked at Louis with ridicule in her eyes, without any guilt at all for cheating 300,000 yuan from Louis's parents.
"If you bark like a dog twice, I'll let my brother take you up there. Hurry up and bark." Tang Xiaoya smiled sarcastically.
Louis looked at Tang Xiaoya and Tang Xiaolong, grinned, but said nothing.
"You idiot, you still have the nerve to smile." Tang Xiaolong spat at Louis, then walked towards the cruise ship with Tang Xiaoya. "Please show me your invitation." Although the staff didn't like Tang Xiaolong's family, they still tried their best to smile. "Here, the invitation."
Tang Xiaolong handed over the invitation, which was delivered to his home this morning.
"Have you finished reading it? If you're done, give me the invitation back. I'm going upstairs." Tang Xiaolong urged impatiently. After the staff checked the invitation again and again, the smile on their faces finally disappeared completely. "I'm sorry, you can't go up." Chapter 31 A Good Show. Tang Xiaolong was stunned at first, then he stared and asked loudly, "Why can't we go in?" The ticket inspector responded calmly, "Because your invitation is fake."
Upon hearing this, Tang's father and mother could no longer sit still and yelled at the ticket inspector.
"Are you kidding me? My son spent 300,000 yuan to get this invitation. How could it be fake?"
"That's right, open your dog eyes and look carefully, this invitation cannot be fake."
Tang Xiaolong also roared, "My invitation is absolutely real.
If you don't believe it, I can take out the transfer slip of 300,000 yuan. As he said that, Tang Xiaolong took out his cell phone.
However, the ticket inspector said, "Your invitation is indeed fake.
Because there are too many people attending the party, President Xiao cannot sign one by one, so the names on the invitation are all machine printed, not handwritten."
"But the name on the invitation in your hand is handwritten. If you still don't believe it, you can take a look at other people's invitations.
As soon as he finished speaking, someone who had already boarded the cruise ship took out the invitation.
The name on the invitation was indeed machine printed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Tang Xiaolong grabbed the ticket inspector by the collar and said, "This is not true. You must have seen it wrong. It must be." Tang's father and mother also cried and wailed, "We spent 300,000 on this invitation, how could it be fake?" The ticket collector said indifferently, "You are invited to attend the banquet tonight without paying a penny. So, you must have been cheated. I suggest you call the police immediately." As he said that, the ticket inspector gave a look to the security guard next to him, who immediately came over and chased Tang Xiaolong, Tang's father and mother, and Tang Xiaoya out. It feels good, it feels good. These rat shits have finally been cleaned out. It feels like the world has quieted down. It's great. I was wondering why President Xiao would invite such uncultured people to the party. It turns out they are a bunch of brainless people who have been deceived. They are so uncultured and stupid. I really don't know how they got the nerve to yell like that just now. Hearing the discussions of the people around them, the arrogant Tang's father and mother, who had been so arrogant just now, were now like a deflated ball. They opened their mouths several times but could not utter a word to fight back. As for Tang Xiaolong, he had no strength left in his body and his face was defeated. If his father and mother had not supported him, he would have collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. I waited for so long to see the fun, and finally I was not disappointed. Louis smacked his lips, feeling happy. Hearing this, the faces of the four people from the Tang family became even uglier. It turns out that when Louis said he came here to watch the fun, he didn't mean to watch the excitement of the charity dinner, but to watch them make a fool of themselves. What a good show, it's wonderful. Louis felt so relieved when he saw the four people from the Tang family looking distraught. "Louis, you already knew I was cheated, right?" Tang Xiaolong rushed to Louis with red eyes and questioned angrily. "Right." Louis nodded and admitted without hesitation. "When I saw the text message on your phone at the hotel, I knew you were scammed." "If you knew, why didn't you tell me?" Tang Xiaolong's tone was furious and aggressive. "Why should I tell you?" Louis asked indifferently, "Besides, not only do I know, she knows too." As he spoke, he pointed at Tan Mingyue. At this moment, Tan Mingyue came to Louis without hesitation, standing respectfully with her hands hanging down, like a maid. Mingyue also knows?" Tang Xiaolong's face turned even paler. "Mingyue, since you knew Xiaolong was deceived, why didn't you say it earlier?" Tang's father and mother asked in shock. "If I had told you, why would you come here tonight and humiliate yourselves?" Tan Mingyue smiled coldly. "You deliberately didn't tell Xiaolong just to embarrass us here?" Tang Xiaoya asked incomprehensibly, "Tan Mingyue, why are you doing this?" "For Mr. Lu." Tan Mingyue said firmly, "You, the Tang family, are a bunch of shameless vampires. Not only did you suck Mr. Lu's blood dry, you also sucked his marrow from his bones, and you even think it's all natural. I did this just to vent Mr. Lu's anger." Upon hearing this, both Tang's father and mother looked dejected, and Tang Xiaoya also had a complicated expression. Their family went to great lengths to get Tang Xiaolong to marry Tan Mingyue. But now, Tan Mingyue obeys Louis, whom their family regards as a waste. They really want to die. Especially Tang Xiaolong, he wished he could just hit his head against a wall and die. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I need to tell you." Tan Mingyue looked at the four people from the Tang family sarcastically and said, "You just said that Mr. Lu couldn't get on the cruise ship and could only watch the fun on the riverside. You said Mr. Lu was a poor creature? But in fact, Mr. Lu has a real invitation in his hand. So, if those who can't get on the cruise ship are pitiful, then the real pitiful ones are you four, not Mr. Lu." Upon hearing this, Tang's father and mother widened their eyes in surprise. "Louis? How could this poor bastard have an invitation? This is impossible." Tang Xiaolong also couldn't believe it. Even if Louis suddenly got a Jue Mingfeng, it must be that Louis was lucky and won some prize to get it by chance. And the wealthy people who came to attend the charity dinner today are all famous big bosses. Louis is just a small employee of Changfeng Food Company. How can he be considered a big boss? Louis shrugged and walked towards the ticket gate. He handed the invitation card personally delivered by Xiao Qingfeng to the ticket inspector. "Hello, Mr. Lu, please." The ticket inspector took one look at the invitation and quickly let him in, with a much more respectful attitude than when dealing with other wealthy people. Wait a moment.
Suddenly, Tang Xiaolong shouted loudly. Sir, what's the problem? The ticket inspector asked with a frown. I just saw that his name on the invitation was not printed, but handwritten.
Tang Xiaolong pointed at the invitation in Lu Yi's hand and screamed. You just said that the invitation with the handwritten name was fake, then why was Lu Yi allowed to board the cruise ship? After hearing Tang Xiaolong's words, everyone else looked at Lu Yi. Some people who were closer to Lu Yi could clearly see the invitation in Lu Yi's hand. His invitation was really handwritten. It turns out that this young man's invitation was also fake. Are there so many fake invitations today?
I just don't know whether this young man was deceived or deliberately forged the invitation.
If it's the latter, then it's really. Many people started talking and looked at Lu Yi in strange ways. What's going on? Why is it so lively?
Suddenly, a vicissitudes of life voice sounded on the cruise ship. This is the voice of Xiao Qingfeng, the initiator of tonight's charity dinner.
Chapter 32 Personal Invitation. After hearing Xiao Qingfeng's voice, everyone shut up and dared not talk about Lu Yi anymore.
Only Tang Xiaolong saw Xiao Qingfeng on the deck and shouted. President Xiao, I want to report that your ticket inspector is abusing his power and using his power for personal gain.
Hearing this, the smile on Xiao Qingfeng's face disappeared immediately, and he asked in a deep voice.
Young man, tell me, how did he abuse his power and use it for personal gain?
The ticket inspector just said that the name on the invitation must be printed, that's the real thing. President Xiao, is that right? Tang Xiaolong asked. That's true. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. Tang Xiaolong cursed in his heart, the invitation in his hand was really fake. Despite being angry, he was also very happy. Because this at least proves that the invitation in Lu Yi's hand is also fake. Lu Yi will have to experience the same ridicule that he just suffered. And now that Xiao Qingfeng is here, Lu Yi is likely to be even worse off than him. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaolong raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at Lu Yi with his mouth tilted. But this guy's invitation had his name handwritten, but the ticket inspector also let him get on the cruise ship. Is this really true? Xiao Qingfeng's face turned very ugly. While he was thinking about how to punish the ticket inspector and calm the situation down, he looked in the direction of Tang Xiaolong's finger. When he saw that it was Lu Yi, Xiao Qingfeng's originally heavy expression suddenly relaxed. Mr. Lu, you are finally here. Xiao Qingfeng walked off the cruise ship with a smile and came to Lu Yi. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. Lu Yi actually made Xiao Qingfeng respectfully address him as sir. How cool is this? Tang Xiaolong was even more dumbfounded. How did Lu Yi know Xiao Qingfeng? And Xiao Qingfeng was actually so polite to Lu Yi. Young man, it was just a misunderstanding. At this time, Xiao Qingfeng said to Tang Xiaolong. Most of the invitations to tonight's banquet are machine printed, except for Mr. Lu's, which I wrote personally. I told the ticket inspector about this early in the morning, so when the ticket inspector saw my handwriting, he naturally let Mr. Lu pass. At this moment, Tang Xiaolong only felt his head buzzing. He thought he had found an opportunity to give Lu Yi a couple of kicks. Unexpectedly, he became the stepping stone for Lu Yi to shine. There are so many people attending the banquet, but President Xiao only has one handwritten invitation, and this one was given to this young man named Lu Yi. You can imagine how powerful this Lu Yi is. I've never heard of the name Lu Yi before, how come he suddenly popped up? A master never reveals his identity. That's right. When Lu Yi gets on the cruise ship later, you have to curry favor with him. Hearing the reversal of people's discussion about Lu Yi, Tang Xiaolong's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten a dead rat. If it weren't for him, Lu Yi would never be as successful and popular as he is now. When Tang Xiaolong thought about how he not only failed to slap Lu Yi in the face, but also let Lu Yi steal the limelight, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Wasn't Lu Yi a poor bastard before? How come he's a millionaire now? Tang's father and mother looked at each other in surprise, and they all had an idea. Xiaoya, you are Lu Yi's girlfriend, come over and talk to her. Tang's father and mother urged Tang Xiaoya. Mom and Dad, Lu Yi and I have broken up. Tang Xiaoya blushed a little. We can still get back together after breaking up. Tang's father and mother glared at Tang Xiaoya, then they were too lazy to say anything more and simply pulled Tang Xiaoya towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi, your uncle and aunt were just joking with you, please don't mind it. Tang's father and mother laughed it off and prepared to let Tang Xiaoya ask Lu Yi for a reconciliation. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi said coldly. I'm sorry, I really mind. Tang's father and mother suddenly didn't know how to say what was on their lips. A joke? If both parties find it funny, then it's a joke. If only you find it funny, then it's a mockery. Louis said indifferently, "You laughed at me, and you told me not to mind it." Why? Because you are so shameless? The facial muscles of Tang's father and mother twitched. They never thought that one day, they would be scolded speechlessly by the useless son-in-law who used to come and drink with them. So you are the greedy Tang family members that Mr. Liu mentioned. The look in Xiao Qingfeng's eyes when he looked at the four people from the Tang family suddenly became extremely cold. Someone, get them out. Several sturdy security guards immediately ran over. Seeing this, Tang's father, Tang's mother and Tang Xiaolong were all extremely worried. They were already embarrassed enough just now. If I am chased away by the security guards now, I will probably be on the headlines of Yidu Daily tomorrow and become a laughingstock in the whole Yidu. Tang Xiaoya's face is as pale as snow. If she is reported in the newspaper, how can she catch a rich husband in the future? Louis, for the sake of our friendship over the years, please ask President Xiao to take back his decision and don't let the security guards chase us away, okay? Tang Xiaoya grabbed Louis's hand and begged nervously. Years of friendship? Louis found it funny when he heard these words. When you went to my parents and tricked them into selling the house, did you ever think about our years of friendship? Tang Xiaoya's face suddenly turned pale. She thought that when Louis returned home that day, his parents did not tell him about the sale of the house. But unexpectedly, Louis already knew it. However, since Louis knew about this matter a long time ago, why didn't he bother her? Thinking of this, hope arose in Tang Xiaoya's heart again. She held Louis's hand tightly and said, "Louis, you still have me in your heart, right? I know you still have me in your heart. Otherwise, with your temper, you would definitely come to trouble me after knowing that I lied to your parents, but you didn't do that, which shows that you still love me." Tang Xiaoya hugged Louis and said, "Louis, let's get back together. We will be fine in the future." Louis smiled and shook his head, pushing Tang Xiaoya away. Looking at Tang Xiaoya's confused face, Louis felt incredible. Where did this woman get this inexplicable confidence from? At this time, she still thought she would like him? The reason why I didn't bother you is because I prepared a special gift for you, Louis said with a smile. A special gift? Tang Xiaoya was still immersed in her own fantasy, and she grabbed Louis's hand excitedly. Louis, you are so nice. Not only are you not angry with me, you also prepared a gift for me. I love you so much. I will definitely love you well in the future. Louis just felt disgusted when he heard these words. He glanced at the time. There was still time until the charity dinner officially started and until the time Xiao Qingfeng told him. Half a minute. Just at this moment, the crowd was surging in the distance. A group of police officers walked through the crowd and headed towards the cruise ship on the river. Chapter 33 MSC Mediterranean Splendor. Seeing the police, Tang Xiaolong couldn't help wondering. I haven't called the police yet, why are they here? Can they predict the future? Tang's father and mother said, who cares? The police are here anyway, so we can just call them. We must get back the 300,000 yuan that was defrauded. Yes. Tang Xiaolong nodded and wanted to call the police. However, when I saw the female police officer in the lead, although her facial features were extremely beautiful, her eyes were as sharp as a knife. Tang Xiaolong suddenly became timid and dared not move forward. Sister, please come with me, Tang Xiaolong said to Tang Xiaoya. You're already an adult, do you still need me to accompany you to call the police? Tang Xiaoya rolled her eyes. The two were about to walk over when they found that the police had already arrived in front of them. Comrade police, we need to. Tang Xiaoya opened her mouth and prepared to recount how she was defrauded of 300,000 yuan. But, I didn't have time to finish the words that were about to come out of my mouth. Snap. Her hands were handcuffed with cold and shiny handcuffs. Comrade police, what are you doing? Tang Xiaoya was horrified. Tang's father and mother also hurried forward and looked at the female police officer with pale faces. Police comrade, please release my daughter. The female police officer didn't even look at Tang's parents, she only stared at Tang Xiaoya and said coldly. Tang Xiaoya, you are suspected of defrauding two elderly people, Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming. The investigation facts are clear and the evidence is irrefutable. The amount of fraud is as high as 300,000 yuan, which is a particularly large amount. We have obtained a warrant for your arrest. You, come with us. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoya's legs began to tremble. Tang Xiaoya, do you like the gift I gave you?
Louis raised his lips slightly and smiled cheerfully.
Is it you? Tang Xiaoya's face turned pale with shock, and she stared at Louis in shock and anger. You called the police? Louis, you are so cruel.
After all, I am your girlfriend of 3 years.
How could you have the heart to do that to me?
Louis looked at Tang Xiaoya indifferently and said with disgust.
Am I the one who is cruel, or are you? For 300,000 yuan, you tricked my parents into selling their house, and even lied that you paid the down payment and took them to live with you?
But you clearly said before that you would never live with my parents in this life. So, if my parents really sold the house, you would definitely kick them out and leave them homeless.
Tang Xiaoya, you did something like this, and you still have the nerve to say that I'm cruel? Tang Xiaoya's legs went weak and she knelt down in front of Louis.
Louis, I know I was wrong, please let me go, I beg you.
Tang Xiaoya cried and begged.
Tang's father and mother also hurriedly grabbed Louis's hand. Louis, Xiaoya was wrong before, but you can't be so heartless.
Yes, Louis, my sister is your ex-girlfriend after all, how could you do this? Tang Xiaolong also chimed in. Louis snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay attention. The female police officer said to Tang's father, Tang's mother, and Tang Xiaolong.
You three are also involved in instigating and helping Tang Xiaoya to commit fraud, so you have to come with me as well.
Tang's father, Tang's mother, and Tang Xiaolong's faces turned pale in an instant. They were the victims of fraud, so how come they ended up becoming accomplices of fraud? Take away.
The female police officer shouted coldly, and Tang Xiaoya, Tang Xiaolong, as well as Tang's father and mother were all taken away.
Mr. Liu, excuse me. The female police officer extended a hand towards Louis. I should be the one thanking you. Louis shook hands with the female police officer.
Unlike Su Zian, the female police officer's palms were not smooth, but even a little rough, especially on her knuckles, where obvious calluses could be felt. It can be seen that this female police officer has the real stuff.
I don't know your name, officer. Can you give me your contact information so we can have dinner together someday? Louis asked with a smile, wanting to return the favor.
When the female police officer heard this, her expression suddenly became a little playful, and she glanced at Xiao Qingfeng beside Louis playfully.
Ahem.
Xiao Qingfeng cleared his throat awkwardly. Mr. Liu, her name is Xiao Wanwan, and she is my daughter.
Louis froze instantly.
This female police officer is actually Xiao Qingfeng's daughter. Thinking about how he asked for Xiao Wanwan's contact information in front of Xiao Qingfeng and invited Xiao Wanwan to have dinner together, all his actions seemed like he was trying to seduce Xiao Wanwan. No wonder Xiao Qingfeng had this expression.
President Xiao, I just wanted to thank Officer Xiao. Apart from that, I have absolutely no other thoughts. Louis quickly explained. Xiao Qingfeng's expression then eased a little. But Xiao Wanwan asked again.
Mr. Liu thinks I'm too ugly, so he has no other thoughts about me at all.
Louis was so upset. The female police officer teased him in person. He was in a dilemma whether to accept the challenge or not. Okay, Wanwan, go get busy.
Xiao Qingfeng's old face was also very dark.
Mr. Liu needs more help. Don't worry. Xiao Wanwan said solemnly.
Tang Xiaoya has been convicted of fraud. As for the other 3 members of the Tang family, even if they don't go to jail, they will be punished.
Thank you, Officer Xiao. Louis thanked him again.
When Xiao Wanwan turned and left, the system voice sounded in Louis's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, a luxury cruise ship MSC Mediterranean Splendor.
Louis was stunned. Mission reward? Luxury cruise ship? What the hell? When did you complete the task?
After asking the system, Louis just found out that when he knew that Tang Xiaoya had defrauded her parents, it triggered the task of sending Tang Xiaoya to prison, and the reward was a luxury cruise ship. It was just that he was too angry at that time that he did not hear the system's voice clearly.
MSC Splendor, what kind of cruise ship is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Louis took out his cell phone and prepared to search.
But before I opened the browser, I heard Xiao Qingfeng say,
Mr. Liu, the dinner is about to begin, please go on the cruise ship. Ah. Okay. Louis could only put away his phone. Since it's a system reward, it shouldn't be too bad, right? However, it seems hard to say.
After all, the last time, the system reward was Xiao Qingfeng's invitation, which was not very good. Although it was Xiao Qingfeng who personally invited him and allowed him to show off, it seemed a bit useless compared to the S-level reward like Su Zian.
Of course, people must be content in order to be happy. So Lu Yi didn't mind it. Following Xiao Qingfeng onto the cruise ship, Lu Yi was dumbfounded. The cruise ship deck is paved entirely with crystal. This is too luxurious. At this time, Lu Yi heard someone talking nearby. I just looked at the introduction of the MSC Splendida, which is said to have a total of 163 cabins and can accommodate 4,000 passengers. Its most famous feature is the deck, which is paved entirely with Swarovski crystals. The deck alone cost 18.21 million Yenhuan coins. And the price of the entire MSC Mediterranean Splendor is as high as billions of Yenhuan coins, and the services and facilities inside are in no way inferior to those of a 5-star hotel. Fuck, is this true? This MSC Mediterranean Splendor is so luxurious. I wonder what kind of boss can own such a luxurious cruise ship. Hearing these words, Lu Yi was a little confused. Chapter 34 She's mine. The cruise ship he is on now is the one he just got from the system, MSC Mediterranean Splendor? Oh my god. This crystal deck costs more than 10 million? The entire cruise ship is worth billions? Now, it all belongs to you? Lu Yi swallowed. The peak life system is worthy of its reputation. He is really about to reach the peak of his life. Mr. Lu, I have other guests to attend to. Would you like to have some fun by yourself first? Xiao Qingfeng asked with a smile, bringing Lu Yi's thoughts back to reality. Okay, President Xiao, go ahead and get busy. Lu Yi nodded and began to walk around the cruise ship. This cruise ship belongs to him now, so of course he has to take a good look at it, otherwise he won't know how to introduce it to his parents and friends when he invites them to come and visit in the future. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu? Suddenly, a group of people gathered around. Looking at this group of people, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel dazzled. This group is all girls. And she has a good appearance and figure. The flowers are so beautiful that they are dazzling. I'm Lu Yi, what can I do for you? After Lu Yi calmed down, he asked with a smile. Mr. Lu, I want to add you as a WeChat friend and invite you out for dinner and a movie in the future. A girl with skin as white as snow said. Mr. Lu, I also think that when you are free, you can not only eat and watch movies with me, but also do many things you love to do. A girl with a swollen chest, whose clothes seemed about to burst, looked at Lu Yi with seductive eyes. Mr. Lu, can you go shopping with me in the future and help me choose skirts and stockings? A girl with long and white legs, who was enough to be played with for a year, tenderly grabbed Lu Yi's hand. Groups of beautiful girls surrounded Lu Yi, some throwing flirtatious glances at him, some hugging Lu Yi's arms and pressing their chests against him. Looking at this group of girls, Lu Yi said he couldn't handle it. This is really unbearable. If he adds all of them as his WeChat friends, it won't be long before his eyes are dark, and people will immediately suspect that he had engaged in a group sex last night. Seeing how Lu Yi was treated, the men on the cruise ship became envious. Girls, all of them are beautiful girls. Now everyone is surrounding Lu Yi, and as for them, they don't even look at him. How could this not make them envious and jealous? For a time, Lu Yi became the public enemy of all men. However, although they hated Lu Yi, no one dared to step forward to provoke him. Just kidding, Lu Yi is the only person invited by Xiao Qingfeng personally, which shows how powerful Xiao Qingfeng is. Whoever dares to provoke Lu Yi will be the next one to be driven away in disgrace. No one wants to lose face. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied she was with Lu Yi, she had to keep it to herself. Su Zian was pushed far away from Lu Yi by the beautiful girls. She looked at Lu Yi, who was surrounded by people, and was so angry that her teeth were itching. She wanted to punch all those women left and right and knock them all away. But thinking of her current identity, she could only hold herself back. After all, she was just Lu Yi's personal bodyguard, not Lu Yi's girlfriend, and she had no right to kick those women away. Stinky man. When Su Zian saw Lu Yi chatting enthusiastically with those women, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Thinking that out of sight, out of mind, she simply turned around and wanted to go to the side of the boat to get some fresh air and calm down. And at this time, another young man boarded the cruise ship. There were several strong men following this young man. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of people's attention. Han Ziyu, the eldest young master of the Han family, is here too. Although Han Ziyu is a playboy, he is lucky to be born in the Han family. Speak softly. How dare you talk about young Master Han like this? Are you going to die? The Han family is one of the 4 major families in Edo.
If you make irresponsible remarks about young Master Han, you will end up in a miserable situation. Everyone quickly made way for Han Ziyu, and the voices of discussion became quieter, for fear of offending this dandy young master.
Han Ziyu proudly walked onto the cruise ship.
He put his hands in his pockets, chin slightly raised, and looked superior. After boarding the cruise ship, he waited as the women on the cruise ship flocked towards him.
No matter where I went before, I saw this scene. As soon as he appeared, he was the absolute protagonist, dazzling and attracting all the women to flock to him.
But that is not the case today. Half a minute had passed since he stepped onto the cruise ship.
There are still few women around him.
Those beautiful women are still trying to please a boy they have never seen before.
This made Han Ziyu very angry. Han Ziyu frowned and walked towards Louis.
When he passed by Su Ziyan happened to turn around and wanted to go to the side of the boat to get some fresh air. The two of them bumped into each other at once. Han Ziyu had long been drained of his body by alcohol and sex, and although Su Ziyan did not have much practical experience, she was a martial artist after all, so even though it was only a light collision, she still made Han Ziyu stagger and fall to the ground.
Hiss.
The sound of people gasping for air suddenly came one after another, continuously.
Everyone looked at Su Ziyan with pity. Those who talked about Han Ziyu all ended up in a miserable situation. Not to mention knocking Han Ziyu to the ground and embarrassing him. This guy is so unlucky.
He could have bumped into anyone else, but he had to bump into young Master Han.
He will definitely be kicked out. It's so pitiful. Kick him out? Young Master Han will just throw him into the river to feed the fish. What a sin.
Everyone shook their heads and sighed, as if they had already seen Su Ziyan's miserable end. At this time, Han Ziyu was helped up by the bodyguard, and he stared at Su Ziyan fiercely like an angry lion.
Don't you have eyes? How dare you bump into me? Han Ziyu roared viciously. After Su Ziyan saw clearly that it was Han Ziyu, her brows furrowed. Enemies always meet again. I'm so unlucky today. Su Ziyan subconsciously adjusted her sunglasses, turned around and wanted to leave. Fuck, you bumped into me and you still want to leave?
At Han Ziyu's command, several bodyguards immediately rushed forward, pressing their powerful hands, like hooks and claws, on Su Ziyan's shoulders.
It never ends.
Su Ziyan snorted coldly, and with a swift movement, she turned around and grabbed the wrists of the two bodyguards, intending to throw them over her shoulder. But those two bodyguards were also good fighters carefully selected by the Han family. They had solid chassis.
How could they be easily knocked down by an over-the-shoulder throw?
Seeing that she couldn't knock the two bodyguards down, Su Ziyan cried out inwardly that something was not good and let go of their wrists and tried to run. However, her wrist was grabbed by the two bodyguards again. The two bodyguards were as strong as oxen. With just a little force, Su Ziyan broke out in cold sweats due to the pain. At the same time, several other bodyguards rushed up and pressed Su Ziyan to the ground.
Ha, you're quite capable. You can actually fight with so many bodyguards of mine.
Han Ziyu walked up to Su Ziyan coldly and raised his foot to kick her.
Su Ziyan gritted her teeth and was about to announce her identity.
But a cold shout came from a distance.
She's mine.
If you dare to touch her, you'll suffer the consequences.
Chapter 35 Get Out. Han Ziyu raised his eyebrows in a cold arc. Who the hell are you?
It was this guy who just stole the limelight from him, the eldest son of the Han family.
Now, this guy is actually threatening him to bear the consequences himself? What a big mouth. Within 3 seconds, I want to see him kneeling at my feet. Han Ziyu smiled grimly.
The bodyguard beside him took action immediately.
Get lost.
Taking advantage of the brief moment when the bodyguard's attention was focused on Louis, Su Ziyan broke free from her restraints in an instant, and returned to defend in front of Louis. She kicked the two bodyguards, who had not expected her sudden counterattack, and sent them flying.
Master, are you okay? Su Ziyan asked worriedly. I'm fine. Louis shook his head. That's good.
Su Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and looked at Han Ziyu coldly.
Master, don't worry.
I was careless just now.
Now, I will make them all kneel in front of you.
Just as she was about to move forward, Su Ziyan found that her wrist was tightly grasped.
Owner? Su Ziyan looked at Louis in confusion. Thank you for your hard work just now. Now it's my turn to seek justice for you. Louis smiled and pulled Su Ziyan behind him.
Looking at Louis's not so tall and broad back, Su Zian's heart was pounding. She felt an indescribable emotion surging in her heart. At this moment, Han Ziyu seemed to have heard a huge joke and laughed non-stop.
Seek justice? Did you hear that? This guy actually said he wanted justice from me.
Han Ziyu looked at the bodyguards around him, and those bodyguards also laughed, holding their stomachs.
Then, in an instant,
the smile on Han Ziyu's face disappeared completely, and his eyes were so cold that it made people shudder.
Boy, I don't know who you are, but you should know who I am. My name is Han Ziyu, and in Edu, I am justice.
Han Ziyu exuded an aura of ferocity and arrogance that made people tremble. Although his words were outrageous, no one refuted them. Han Ziyu can turn Edu upside down with just one word. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the justice of Edu.
Kneel before me now, and I may consider not throwing you into the river to feed the fish, but rewarding you by making you a dog by my side. Han Ziyu put his hands in his pockets, looking very proud and arrogant. Everyone lowered their heads slightly, not daring to breathe. The look he gave Louis was no longer filled with envy as before, but with sympathy instead.
Although it is unknown why Xiao Qingfeng likes Louis so much, one thing is certain: Louis's power is definitely not as strong as Han Ziyu's.
Otherwise, they would never have heard of the name Louis before today. Therefore, Louis's fate today is probably very miserable. You didn't hear it, did you? Han Ziyu was furious when she saw that Louis still refused to kneel down. You turned a deaf ear to my words? Good, very good. He caught me and made me kneel down at my feet. I will make sure he never dares to offend me again in his next life.
The bodyguards also rushed towards Louis again.
Owner. Su Zian subconsciously wanted to stand in front of Louis.
But Louis held her hand tightly and prevented her from moving forward. Louis looked at those fierce bodyguards, his lips twitched slightly. If you take one more step forward, I guarantee that you will roll off this cruise ship like a ball. The bodyguards were stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. Han Ziyu was laughing so hard that her face was almost cramping.
Boy, are you a crosstalk performer?
You are such a jerk who doesn't even have the qualifications to let me know your name, and you are such a boaster.
Now I finally understand why those women were surrounding you just now.
It turns out that it's because you are a first-rate blowjob expert and you made them all feel great.
Is that right? Hearing this, the bodyguards laughed even louder.
Han Ziyu's words humiliated Louis into thinking he was a duck who used to exert himself under a woman to please her.
Kid, if you don't want to be thrown off the cruise ship, kneel down now. There's still time.
Han Ziyu spread his legs and sneered, but now you need to do one more thing, which is to get under my crotch.
The person thrown off the cruise ship will be you. Louis said indifferently.
Han Ziyu was laughing so hard that he fell backwards, and his bodyguards were laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Even those people who had sympathized with Louis just now were shaking their heads in silence.
This guy, does he think this cruise ship belongs to him? He actually said that young Master Han would be thrown off. Could it be that young Master Han frightened him so much that he started talking nonsense? Alas, I was so glorious just now, but now I am thrown into the cruise ship. It's like heaven and hell in 1 second. Everyone sighed, thinking that Louis's fate was too tragic. Unexpectedly, Louis suddenly said, "This cruise ship is really mine." Never stop until your words shock people. Everyone's eyes widened, filled with shock. No way, a joke actually came true? A cruise ship worth billions actually belongs to this previously unknown young man? Just when everyone hadn't reacted yet, Han Ziyu started laughing wildly again. Boy, you said this cruise ship is yours? Oh, you're really going to make me laugh to death. Do you know how expensive this cruise ship is? 2,700,000,000. Even Xiao Qingfeng only dared to rent it, not buy it. Han Ziyu looked at Louis as if he were an idiot. Just at this moment, Xiao Qingfeng finally arrived on the deck. After finding out what happened, Xiao Qingfeng said to Han Ziyu, "Xiao Han, Mr. Lu is my guest. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. For my sake, let's forget about it. What do you think?"
Han Ziyu lit a cigarette and sneered, "Uncle Xiao, if you had just asked, this matter would have been settled."
But it's not possible now. Why?
Xiao Qingfeng asked with a frown.
Han Ziyu smiled and said, "Because this kid just said that this MSC cruise ship is his."
Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng's expression suddenly changed. Others may not know who the owner of this cruise ship is, but he knows it clearly. Louis actually said such nonsense that the cruise ship belonged to him. No wonder Han Ziyu refused to give up. Uncle Xiao, now, please tell everyone who the owner of this cruise ship is. Han Ziyu blew out a puff of smoke and said with a playful smile, you rented the cruise ship, so your words are the most authentic. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng looked embarrassed, but with so many people watching, he had to tell the truth. I rented this MSC Mediterranean Splendor from Han Tianlei. After hearing Han Tianlei's words, everyone understood why Han Ziyu burst into laughter when Louis just said that the MSC cruise ship belonged to him.
Because Han Tianlei is Han Ziyu's uncle. Chapter 36 is really sold.
For a moment, everyone looked at Louis with contempt. Another guy who doesn't know himself and likes to brag about himself.
Oh, I wanted to show off, but I didn't expect to meet the really awesome Mr. Han. How pitiful. I thought no one knew who owned the MSC cruise ship, so I wanted to show off in front of Mr. Han.
But it turns out that the cruise ship belongs to Mr. Han's uncle.
This is too embarrassing. If I were Louis, I wouldn't have the nerve to stay and would have jumped into the river long ago. Louis is really shameless. He is still staying here and doesn't want to leave. TSK, this kind of weirdo is rare. Everyone was pointing fingers at Louis. The women who had been circling around Louis just now also distanced themselves from him and looked at him with disdain.
Alas, Mr. Liu, you really made a big mistake today. Xiao Qingfeng also shook his head inside. Although he didn't know why he felt an inexplicable liking for the name Louis. But this good impression is not enough to make him fall out with the Han family. Therefore, if Louis was still unwilling to admit his mistake to Han Ziyu, he would have to abandon Louis.
Big mistake? What big mistake? Louis was very calm and said, I just asked my assistant to buy this cruise ship. I was just telling the truth. What's the big deal?
Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng became even more disappointed with Louis.
Others' comments about Louis became even louder. At this point, he still wants to act cool. This person is hopeless.
Yeah, and he said he just asked his assistant to buy it.
Does he think Mr. Han doesn't have his uncle's phone number?
Young Master Han called his uncle, and Louis's lies were exposed again.
So why does he have to act like this? Can't he just admit his mistake honestly?
It may be his self-esteem, but if young Master Han calls him later, his self-esteem will be crushed to pieces.
At this time, Han Ziyu also took out his mobile phone. Louis, right?
If you kneel down and kowtow and admit your mistake now, I won't call my second uncle. But if you don't kowtow and admit your mistake, I can make you lose face today with just one phone call, and make you a laughingstock in the entire Edu city.
How about it? Have you thought about it? Han Ziyu grinned and smiled smugly. You can fight if you want. Louis shrugged calmly.
He had just asked the system to make sure there was no problem with the ownership of the cruise ship.
So, he was not afraid of Han Ziyu at all. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Han Ziyu snorted coldly and dialed Han Tianlei's number.
After the call was connected, Han Ziyu turned up the volume of the phone to the maximum and turned on the speakerphone.
He wanted everyone to know that Louis was lying just now. He wanted to make Louis lose face and never be able to hold his head up in Edu again. He wanted to make Louis regret offending him, the eldest young master of the Han family. Hey, Ziyu, what's the matter? Tell me now. I'm busy. Han Tianlei's powerful voice came from the phone. Uncle, I remember you bought a cruise ship a while ago, named MSC Splendor, right? Han Ziyu stretched out his voice and asked slowly. Right. Han Tianlei's answer set off the entire cruise ship. Everyone on the cruise ship laughed at Louis.
Xiao Qingfeng's old face also turned red. This was not only embarrassing for Louis, but he also lost face.
Han Ziyu glanced at Louis mockingly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. However, he was not going to let Louis go. He also wanted to stomp hard on Louis's face twice. So Han Ziyu asked again, Second uncle, I remember you said that you like this cruise ship very much, so you shouldn't sell it, right? Han Tianlei used to be a playboy. If he liked something, he would definitely get it, and once he got it, he would never let it go. So, when they heard Han Ziyu say that Han Tianlei liked the MSC cruise ship very much, they were certain that Han Tianlei would not sell the cruise ship. Logically speaking, I wouldn't sell it, and no one in Edu has the spare money to buy it. Han Tianlei said this. Han Ziyu laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close, and the others looked at Louis again, thinking that Louis was too ridiculous and was simply the clown of the night.
But something out of the ordinary happened to me today.
Someone wanted to buy my cruise ship.
On the other end of the phone, Han Tianlei's voice suddenly became excited, so I sold the cruise ship. The smile on Han Ziyu's face froze all of a sudden. The others also swallowed their saliva.
Could it be that Louis didn't lie just now? Uncle, what's the name of the person who bought your cruise ship? Han Ziyu was a little panicked. It's a woman. I don't know her name.
I only know her last name is An.
Han Tianlei said.
Han Ziyu's mood was like riding a roller coaster, and at this moment his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. He said that even if Han Tianlei sold the cruise ship, he would not sell it to Louis, a guy whose name he had never heard of before. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. If Han Tianlei had said that he had really sold the cruise ship to Louis right after mocking him, they would have been ashamed.
Uncle, you are not interested in Missin and you are deliberately not telling me her name, right? Otherwise, you have sold the cruise ship to her, how could you not know her name? Han Ziyu was in a good mood and was joking while lighting a cigarette. What nonsense are you talking about, you little bastard? Missin is Mr. Lu's secretary. She came to help Mr. Lu buy a cruise ship. She only introduced herself as An. Of course I don't know her full name. Han Tianlei was cursing on the other end of the phone, but the cigarette in Han Ziyu's hand fell to the ground. Mr. Lu? Han Tianlei widened his eyes, looked at Louis who was calm and composed not far away, and swallowed hard. Second uncle, that Mr. Lu, what's his name? Han Ziyu asked nervously. Mr. Lu's name is Louis, and he is from Edu. But it's strange that I have never heard of this person before. Han Tianlei kept chattering, but Han Ziyu was struck by lightning. He staggered and sat down on the deck. This cruise ship actually belongs to Louis now. How is it possible? Han Ziyu was in a state of disarray and his face was pale. And the others weren't much better. I was really slapped in the face by Louis. It's more than just a slap in the face, it's even swollen. I just want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I just mocked someone and was slapped in the face right after. I don't want to live anymore. You're still laughing at others' shame, but you don't know that you're the most shameful clown. Those who had pointed fingers at Louis just now blushed and dared not look directly at Louis. Chapter 37 What should I do if someone offends me? Hey, Ziyu, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm hanging up. Missin is urging me to sign the agreement. Han Tianlei's voice could be heard from Han Ziyu's phone. This voice was particularly harsh to Han Ziyu at that moment. Han Ziyu's expression changed again and again. He couldn't accept being slapped in the face by Louis like this. He wants to turn the situation around. The best way to reverse the situation is to make the MSC cruise ship no longer belong to Louis. Second uncle, you can't sell the cruise ship to Louis. Han Ziyu said with a gloomy face and a hoarse voice. As soon as these words were spoken, people's expressions changed again. Han Ziyu is Han Tianlei's nephew. If Han Tianlei knew that selling the MSC cruise ship to Louis would bring shame to Han Ziyu, would Han Tianlei still sign the contract? Obviously not. If Han Tianlei refuses to sell the MSC cruise ship to Louis, the situation will turn around again. The person who will be thrown off the cruise ship later will still be Louis. Han Ziyu will be the one who laughs last. Louis is still too young. If he had waited until the contract was signed before saying that the cruise ship belonged to him, there wouldn't be any complications. Maybe he doesn't know that Han Ziyu and Han Tianlei have this relationship. It's a pity that Louis didn't become a hero who could punish Han Ziyu and Edu. Everyone sighed quietly. Although they were slapped in the face by Louis just now, they were not upset. On the contrary, they were looking forward to Louis making Han Ziyu lose face. Because although they were rich, they had also been humiliated by Han Ziyu. It's a pity that Louis is still one step behind. At the same time, Han Ziyu also told Han Tianlei what happened on the cruise ship. Uncle, if you sell the cruise ship, I'll become a laughingstock in the whole city. Han Ziyu held the phone tightly and said in a deep voice. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone, and then the man said, "But I have already sold the cruise ship. If I breach the contract, I will have to pay a huge penalty." Han Ziyu's eyes almost popped out of his head. Didn't you just say that the woman surnamed and urged you to sign the agreement? Han Tianlei smiled bitterly and said, I'm talking about the maintenance agreement. As for the sales contract, it has been signed long ago. Han Ziyu.
Feeling the changes in the gazes of the people around him, Han Ziyu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode.
The situation kept turning around and around, and in the end, he was the one who was embarrassed. He really couldn't bear it anymore. Han Tianlei, you are obsessed with money, right? How much money did that loser Louis give you to sell your favorite cruise ship? And how much penalty do you have to pay? You are so distressed that you would rather let me, your nephew, lose face than tear up the sales contract? Han Ziyu's forehead was bulging with veins and he was roaring into the phone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for another 2 or 3 seconds, with only the sound of heavy breathing coming out. Han Tianlei was more mature than Han Ziyu after all, and said, Louis gave me a price I couldn't refuse. Can't refuse? You're talking nonsense, how high a price can he offer? Han Ziyu didn't believe how rich Louis was. Han Tianlei said, 3 billion. He offered 3 billion to buy my cruise ship. You know, I paid 2.7 billion for the MSC cruise ship, and he raised the price by 300 million. Do you think I can refuse? Han Ziyu. Everyone. Even Xiao Qingfeng couldn't help but be stunned.
The MSC cruise ship is priced at 2.7 billion, which is already a very high price. It is rare to increase the price by tens of millions on such a high basis. But Louis directly raised the price by 300 million.
What is the concept? Don't treat money as money? Even Xiao Qingfeng, the president of Yidu Chamber of Commerce, wouldn't dare to spend money like this. Is this Louis really from Yidu? I feel like he's a top-rich second-generation guy from somewhere else. That's right, there really isn't anyone this rich in Yidu, right? People no longer envy, hate, or be jealous of Louis, because their self-esteem has been crushed by Louis and they are not in the mood to be envious, jealous, or hate him. This young man is not simple. We must do our best to win him over. Xiao Qingfeng looked at Louis and made up his mind. If we could turn back the time to the first time Louis and Han Ziyu had the quarrel, Xiao Qingfeng would definitely stand on Louis's side without hesitation. The price is 3 billion. Han Ziyu, no matter how dumb you are, you should be able to guess how high the penalty will be, right? At this time, Han Tianlei was still on the other end of the phone. He stabbed Han Ziyu again and then hung up. Hearing the hang-up tone, Han Ziyu's face was full of confusion. 3 billion. How could Louis, a little-known guy, have so much money? Master Han, right? Louis walked towards Han Ziyu step by step. The bodyguards around Han Ziyu didn't dare to stop him and lowered their heads to make way for Louis. Louis came in front of Han Ziyu and looked down at Han Ziyu, who was slumped on the ground. Master Han just said that you are the justice of Yidu. Where did that arrogance go? Han Ziyu's face turned pale and he was so angry that his heart, liver, and lungs ached. However, the situation was hopeless. Even though he was a dandy, he knew that if he continued to be stubborn, he would not only fail to save face, but would also make himself more embarrassed. Xiao Su. Louis withdrew his gaze, stood with his hands behind his back, and called Su Ziyan softly. Exist. Su Ziyan deliberately lowered her voice, trying to sound cool. Someone just said that he wanted to throw me into the river to feed the fish, and now this person is sitting on the deck of my cruise ship. What should I do? Louis turned his back, facing the breeze and bright moon, and asked calmly. Give others what they have given you. Su Ziyan said indifferently, grabbed Han Ziyu's shoulders, and dragged Han Ziyu towards the boat. No, no, no. Han Ziyu came to his senses, was horrified, and quickly begged for mercy. Louis, I was wrong. Please let me go this time. Han Ziyu struggled frantically, begging for forgiveness. When Su Ziyan dragged Han Ziyu to the side of the boat, a gust of river breeze blew in her face. Everyone could clearly smell the odor of urine. Looking for the smell, I saw a pool of yellow liquid under Han Ziyu's crotch, which was particularly conspicuous. Fuck. Not only did Mr. Han get humiliated today, but he was also scared to the point of peeing his pants? No way, it used to be Master Han who scared others to pee their pants, but today he also pee himself? Hey, he really peed, Louis. Oh no, young Master Lu is too fierce. It's really fierce. The first time he showed up, he made Han Ziyu look like this. It's amazing. Everyone was talking to each other, and the cruise ship was filled with a happy atmosphere. Han Ziyu felt ashamed and angry when he heard the ridicule, and almost vomited blood. Take your master and get off my cruise ship. Louis ordered Han Ziyu's bodyguards that the water was rushing fast tonight, and if they really threw Han Ziyu into the river, no one could predict what would happen, which would be troublesome.
When Han Ziyu and his bodyguards retreated, everyone surrounded Louis.
Chapter 38. It's just a cruise ship, it's really not expensive. Mr. Liu, you were so domineering just now. I admire you. Mr. Liu, this is my business card. If you need me in the future, just give me a call. I will be at your service without hesitation. Mr. Liu, you just promised to add me as a WeChat friend. Do you still keep your promise now? Land.
Everyone surrounded Louis and started fawning on him, almost praising him to the sky.
As the saying goes, flattery never wears out, and who doesn't like to hear such flattery? Louis felt elated and extremely happy.
Of course, he did not get carried away and think that these people were speaking the truth.
At a banquet, flattery is just for fun. Anyone who takes it seriously is a fool.
When people had racked their brains and said all the flattering words they could think of, the cruise ship gradually became quiet. At this time, someone raised a question that had been puzzling for a long time.
Mr. Liu, why did you raise the price by 300 million to buy this cruise ship?
Han Tianlei spent 2.7 billion to buy an MSC cruise ship because he was a well-known playboy and was used to spending money lavishly.
But Louis looked obviously different from those playboys.
Therefore, many people think that Louis bought this cruise ship for a special purpose. After hearing this question, Louis was a little confused.
Why buy a cruise? How does he know why?
Because this was not what he wanted to buy at all.
In fact, he had never seen a real cruise ship before. However, now that we have come to this, we can't say that it was a gift from the system, right?
After thinking for a while, Louis smiled and said, "Because I like it, I bought it. Besides, this cruise ship is not expensive, it's nice to buy it for fun."
Everyone? A cruise ship worth 3 billion, isn't that expensive? Is this human language?
At this point, everyone finally understood why Louis directly raised the price by 300 million based on the original price of 2.7 billion.
In Louis's eyes, hundreds of millions or even billions are not money. Brother Liu, I want to ask, are you still in need of a younger brother? Money is not important, the main thing is that I want to be your younger brother. Master Liu, if you don't need a younger brother, why don't you consider hiring me as a housekeeper or something? The salary doesn't have to be high, a few hundred million will be fine. A few hundred million is not a lot of money anyway. All of you, get out of the way, Mr. Liu. They are all after your money. I am the only one who truly loves you. Let's go home now and start our plan to have a baby.
The crowd was boiling again.
Although many wealthy people were joking, they really wanted to get in touch with Louis.
If you have a relationship with a wealthy man like Louis, your future life will definitely be much easier.
Louis shook his head speechlessly. President Xiao, can the dinner start now?
Louis looked at Xiao Qingfeng for help.
Sure.
If Louis hadn't said it, Xiao Qingfeng would have almost forgotten that today was not a meeting to praise Louis, but a charity dinner. Xiao Qingfeng subconsciously moved forward, wanting to take the lead and lead everyone into the cabin. However, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly invited Louis to step forward. Seeing Xiao Qingfeng and Louis walk into the cabin side by side, everyone was shocked again.
It seems that what they expected was correct, Louis's identity is not simple.
Otherwise, Xiao Qingfeng, who was used to facing them as a superior, would not deliberately lower his posture in front of Louis. After entering the cabin, the rich and ordinary people sat in different areas. Of course, the seats and services in these two areas are exactly the same.
Xiao Qingfeng stood on the podium holding the microphone. Thank you all for coming to this evening's charity dinner.
Xiao hosted this dinner for only one purpose, and that is to benefit Edu. Although Edu is developing well now, it is undeniable that there are still people in Edu who live a hard life. There has never been a truly peaceful time in this world.
It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. So I want to thank those who are carrying the burden and give them a hand. Everyone, would you like to come with me?
It was a very official statement, but no one raised any objections.
Everyone spoke up to express their willingness. Louis sat aside and watched the situation develop.
I believe everyone knows that those who come to the banquet today are not only the wealthy people in Edu, but also some ordinary people. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the people sitting in the ordinary people area and said, they are actually people who are in urgent need of help.
Now, I want everyone to give them the warmest applause and invite them to come up and tell us what they want.
As soon as he finished speaking, applause broke out.
Those ordinary people who were invited to the banquet all walked onto the podium.
There was a clerk who had a seriously ill elderly family member and sold all his belongings to pay for his medical treatment, but he still did not give up hope. There was an older brother who was in a car accident and his wife ran away with the money. He had to sell vegetables on crutches and raise a son and a daughter alone. There is also a little boy whose father died unexpectedly and whose mother is seriously ill in bed, and who has to take up the responsibility of supporting the family even though he is less than 10 years old. Looking into their eyes, many people had tears in their eyes.
Louis is no exception. He finally determined that this charity dinner was not just for show.
Ding, the host has triggered the mission, Charity Rescue.
Enable the following options. 1. Remain indifferent and don't donate a penny. Reward, title of miser. 2. Donate 1 million. Reward, 2 million. 3. Donate 10 million. Reward, 50 million.
4. Other charitable means.
Reward, unknown.
When a series of mechanical sounds from the system sounded in Louis's mind.
Those wealthy people have already started donating. I'll donate 500,000. I donated 1 million and was responsible for finding kidney sources for seriously ill elderly people. I will pay for that kid's tuition and living expenses in the future. The wealthy were also moved.
In fact, it is hard for anyone not to be moved when facing someone who is truly suffering. After all, the wealthy people have reported the amount of their donations or the methods of funding. Louis became the only one who had not spoken yet. No one blamed Louis, and no one forced Louis. So-called charity is never about forcing others in the name of morality. However, everyone's perception of Louis inevitably changed. A wealthy man who can spend $3 billion for something he likes, and still says $3 billion is not expensive. When faced with so many people suffering from the torture of life, they remain indifferent and are unwilling to donate a penny. It's hard not to feel resentful. Xiao Qingfeng waited for a few seconds, and only picked up the microphone again after making sure that Louis was not going to donate. Thank you very much for your donations and support. This is the end of tonight's charity event. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. Now, you can go. Before he finished speaking, Louis stood up. Chapter 39: Understanding the Applause. Everyone, please wait a moment. Louis spoke up and stopped everyone who had already stood up and were about to enjoy the meal. Everyone turned around and looked at Louis, with displeasure flashing in their eyes. Louis, if you don't donate, everyone will be a little dissatisfied, but they won't say it out loud. But not only do you not donate, you also don't let us go for a big meal. This is intolerable. Louis knew what everyone was thinking. After giving an apologetic smile, he said to Xiao Qingfeng, Mr. Xiao, I want to set up a charity foundation in Yidu. Everyone was stunned, and the displeasure in their eyes disappeared immediately. It turns out that Louis was not unwilling to donate, but wanted to donate a big one. However, there are already several charitable foundations in Yidu, but they all do dirty things under the name of charity. To put it bluntly, those foundations are the minions of certain wealthy people, but these minions are more glamorous. The foundation that Louis wants to establish. Xiao Qingfeng also had concerns in this regard. Although Louis doesn't look bad, a real bad guy wouldn't put the word bad guy on his face. Mr. Liu, what kind of foundation do you want to set up? Xiao Qingfeng asked tentatively. Louis touched his nose. He only had this idea in mind, but he didn't know much about the foundation. Therefore, after thinking about it, he could only say, I want to establish a foundation that covers all aspects of Yidu. No matter whether you are old, weak, sick, or disabled, as long as you pass the review, you can enjoy the benefits of the foundation. A hint of admiration flashed in Xiao Qingfeng's eyes. The existing foundations in Yidu are basically only aimed at a specific group, such as foundations for the elderly living alone, and they do not care about other vulnerable groups such as the disabled. Of course, this is mainly because the Yidu foundations themselves are inactive. However, if Louis can really establish a foundation for all disadvantaged groups, it will definitely be a great merit for Yidu. But Louis, aren't you really just shouting slogans and putting on a show? This is a problem. Louis was also aware of the current situation of the Yidu Foundation, so he also knew the concerns of Xiao Qingfeng and others. Smiling slightly, Louis said, after the foundation is established, I will invest 200 million. Later, I will continue to inject funds. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. 200 million is not a small amount of money for a foundation that currently only serves Yidu City. What's more, Louis will inject funds later. As long as Louis fulfills his promise, it can be foreseen that Yidu will have a real foundation that can actually do practical things. With this foundation, there will definitely be fewer people suffering in Yidu.
Checkbook, Louis said to Su Zian. After Su Zian handed over the checkbook, Louis tore off a check and directly signed for 200 million. Mr. Xiao. Louis handed the check for 200 million to Xiao Qingfeng. I don't know the process of setting up a foundation, and I don't know anyone in this field, so I'll leave the establishment of the foundation to you. Since Xiao Qingfeng was not putting on a show at tonight's charity dinner, Louis believed that Xiao Qingfeng was truly kind-hearted. Mr. Liu, you. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the check in his hand and was speechless for a moment. He was just doubting Louis's motives for setting up the foundation, but now, Louis trusts him so much. This made his face burn and he felt ashamed. As for the others, their faces were as red as monkey butts. No wonder Mr. Liu didn't donate just now. It turns out that Mr. Liu wants to set up a foundation to help the poor and the weak in all aspects. Mr. Liu's vision and ideas are much higher than ours. We actually thought that Mr. Liu was a stingy person just now. How shameful. When Mr. Liu proposed to set up a foundation, we even questioned whether he was just putting it on a show. The gap between us and Mr. Liu is really huge. The wealthy people all lowered their heads, as if they were too embarrassed to look at Louis. And those ordinary people bowed deeply to Louis. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Louis quickly helped them up. He hated to see others cry. The charity event finally came to an end. Everyone went into another cabin, which was filled with delicious food. Louis didn't go to eat, because when he saw the little boy in the tattered school uniform just now, he remembered the primary school in his hometown, Fenghuang village, which seemed to have fallen into disrepair after many years. After taking my parents to the villa, I will take some time to go back to the village to see if there is any way I can help. As Louis was thinking this, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, extraordinary bearing. As a wealthy person who is about to reach the pinnacle of life, you should have a passion for saving people. How much money you can donate to charity will determine how magnanimous you can be. Today, the host donated 200 million to charity and gained the bearing of a king. With the bearing of a king, it would be easy for the host to earn 2 billion tomorrow. This was the first time Louis heard the system say so many words at once. And what he said was exactly the same as what some success gurus on the internet said to deceive people, except for the sentence "understand the applause." Is the system also starting to go astray and become unreliable? What kind of reward is this so-called kingly demeanor? Just as Louis was wondering, he felt an electric current surge through his body. Afterwards, Louis felt that there seemed to be a lot more knowledge in his mind that he had never encountered before. In addition, there seemed to be some changes in the body. But upon closer inspection, it seemed that nothing had changed. Was this all an illusion? Just then, Louis's cell phone vibrated. I clicked on it and saw a text message from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Liu, the contract for the acquisition of the MSC cruise ship has been signed. This number should be the one Han Tianlei mentioned, the secretary named in, right? But when did I get a secretary named in? System rewards? Louis was a little confused. Just then, Louis saw messages popping up in the university classmates group. He set up this group to receive messages but not alerts, so no matter how lively the group is, there will be no alert sound on his phone. After graduation, this group hasn't been very lively. What happened today? Louis clicked on it and saw that it was a big red envelope sent by the university class monitor, saying that he had made hundreds of thousands of dollars from stock trading today and was very happy. Qinghe Food Company is on a great growth trajectory. Anyone with some spare money can buy some. I guarantee that I'll make my money back soon. Squad leader Liu Bobin tagged all members. Qinghe Food Company? The Changfeng Food Company where I used to work is a subsidiary of this company. A thought flashed through Louis's mind. Qinghe's stock will plummet. Chapter 40 Midterm Pull-Up. Louis's idea was not an unfounded intuition. At that moment just now, the recent rise and fall trend chart of Qinghe stock emerged in Louis's mind. Louis discovered that Qinghe's stock price suddenly rose sharply during the trading session. The stock price suddenly rose sharply during the trading session, which is a very abnormal situation. Louis thought again that the last time he went to Qinghe's subsidiary, Changfeng Food Company, was because Zhu Lumao asked him to help handle a big order, but he refused at that time. If this large order is not handled in time, it is foreseeable that Changfeng will suffer heavy losses. Since Changfeng is a subsidiary of Qinghe, Qinghe will definitely be implicated. Combined with the abnormal rise of Qinghe's stock, Louis concluded that Qinghe's stock would plummet. But I have never paid attention to stocks. Why did the chart of Qinghe's stock price rise and fall appear in my mind just now? Also, the influence of Changfeng on Qinghe's stock just occurred to me in an instant. This is also a bit incredible. Louis suddenly thought of the system reward just now, the king's demeanor. Could it be that the kingly demeanor was not a trick to fool people, but actually had an effect on him and enriched his knowledge? No wonder I just felt like there was a lot more knowledge in my head. It turns out it wasn't an illusion. Louis was immediately delighted. It turns out that what the system said is that if you donate 200 million today, you can easily earn 2 billion the next day. It's not a lie. While Louis was sending WeChat messages to his former colleagues at Changfeng Food Company, asking about Changfeng's current situation, he was also speaking in the university classmates group. Squad leader, Qinghe's stock price has rebounded. This is a very strange phenomenon. I think it's better to wait and see for a while, right? Although during college, he rarely participated in class activities due to his part-time job, his relationship with his classmates was not very good, and he was always a small transparent person in the class group. But after all, they were classmates, and he didn't want to stand by and watch someone die. However, his speech was quickly drowned out. Everyone acted as if they didn't see his speech and no one paid any attention to him. Louis smiled helplessly, copied what he had just said, pasted it into the dialog box and clicked send. Good words cannot persuade a damned ghost, and great compassion will only lead to self-destruction. I have done my best and have no regrets. Just as Louis was about to put away his phone, Lou Bobin suddenly tagged him. When I saw the name Louis just now, I was stunned for a moment. I thought there was no such person among my college classmates. After thinking for a long time, I realized that I had forgotten you. I am so sorry, Louis. If you really want to apologize sincerely, why post it in the group? Louis frowned. Lou Bobin was clearly mocking him. Louis, I remember you didn't seem to have much money, did you also play stocks? Lou Bobin spoke again, with a hee-hee emoticon. The sarcasm is already very obvious. Louis, after you graduated, didn't you go to Changfeng? Changfeng is a subsidiary of Qinghe. Why do you say that Qinghe's stock price plummeted? Lou Bobin continues to attack. Obviously, Louis's remarks just now advising everyone not to buy Qinghe stocks made him feel provoked, and he was very unhappy with Louis. I know Jules Mayo, the supervisor of Changfeng. Manager Zhu said that Louis was fired some time ago. At this time, Hu Xiaodai spoke. So he was fired, so he holds a grudge against Qinghe, and therefore curses Qinghe's stock to plummet. Lou Bobin sent another laughing emoticon. I thought Louis really understood stocks, but this is all he knows? For a moment, the classmates were in an uproar. Louis, why are you this kind of person? Oh my god, I just believed Louis. I'm sorry, squad leader. How can a person who is so poor understand stocks? In my opinion, you should listen to the monitor. He just made hundreds of thousands of dollars by buying Qinghe. The classmates all looked down on Louis. Lou Bobin held his phone, crossed his legs, and tilted his mouth proudly. Louis, you poor bastard, you still dare to question me? Ha, I'll call you an idiot in a minute. While smiling, Lou Bobin started trading stocks and invested all the tens of thousands of dollars he had just earned in Qinghe. Well, he actually only made tens of thousands. After all, he had just entered the stock market and didn't have much savings, so he didn't have the capital to make hundreds of thousands. But just for vanity, they brag about making hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, Lou Bobin believes that this time, he will definitely make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Captain, I invested a few $1,000s to test the waters. If I make money, I'll treat you to a big meal. Haha, I also invested 2 months' salary. I believe that if I follow the squad leader, I will have meat to eat. Yes, yes. If you follow the squad leader, you will definitely get something to eat. Fortunately, I didn't listen to someone just now, otherwise I wouldn't be able to make money in the stock market. Seeing the flattery from his classmates, Lou Bobin felt so happy. After sending out red envelopes worth several hundred yuan, Lou Bobin rolled his eyes and sent out another exclusive red envelope that could only be received by Louis. Louis, even though what you said just now was ridiculous, you have been fired from Changfeng now, so you probably haven't found a job yet. Use this money to buy something to eat. His tone was condescending, as if he treated Louis as a beggar begging on the street. The monitor is so kind. Yeah, Louis questioned him just now, but he still helped Louis. Compared with Louis, his character is really as different as heaven and earth. Oh, that's what poor people like Louis are like. They can't stand seeing others doing well. It seems like I have to stay away from Louis in the future.
There was another round of discussion in the class group. Seeing these remarks, Louis smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this time, Changfeng Food Company sent Louis a WeChat message.
Brother Lou, there's a big problem in Changfeng.
That idiot Jules Mayo negotiated a bulk purchase of potatoes last time. The price of bulk purchase of potatoes is generally 3 Yenhuang coins per kilogram, and 3.5 Yenhuang coins per kilogram is considered expensive. But Jules Mayo, that idiot, drank a few mouthfuls of horse urine, rolled around on a woman's belly, and actually signed a contract at a price of 10 Yenhuang coins per kilogram. If Jules Mayo signed a one-time contract, the company would at most lose some money, but Jules Mayo signed a contract for a whole year.
Now, not to mention Changfeng, even the parent company Qingha has been implicated. Brother Lou, it's a good thing you left early, otherwise you would have been screwed by Jules Mayo like us. After reading this WeChat message, Louis became more certain that Qingha's stock would plummet.
However, his classmates were still mocking him, and some people kept using their money to buy stocks and posted screenshots of their successful purchases.
Louis shook his head. He had already advised them, but they didn't listen.
So, no matter what the consequences were, it had nothing to do with him.
Suddenly,
Hu Xiaodai sent 3 question marks in the group.
Lu Bobin, why did Qingha start to fall, and the magnitude of the fall is so large? I just invested tens of thousands. Chapter 41, Being Cut.
Not only Hu Xiaodai, but other students in the group also started to tag Lu Bobin crazily. Squad leader, I also noticed that Qingha's stock price started to fall.
What's going on?
This is my salary for several months, squad leader, you must give me an explanation.
Why did it drop so much? I lost all my pants.
Those who had just believed Lu Bobin and ignored Louis began to wail at this moment. Lu Bobin was also at a loss as he listened to the constant sound of group message notifications in the group.
He rubbed his eyes again and again, unable to believe what he saw. But no matter how he rubbed his eyes, Qingha's stock showed no signs of recovery and continued to plummet.
He had just invested tens of thousands of dollars, but in just a few minutes, he lost all his money. Louis looked at the excitement in the group, pouted and shrugged. These people brought this upon themselves, and it's no exaggeration to say that they deserved it. Suddenly, Louis found that someone had tagged him. It turned out to be Hu Xiaodai, the second person besides Lu Bobin who had been sarcastic and mocking him.
Louis, you just said that Qingha's stock would plummet, and Qingha really plummeted. Are you a stock god? How can your prediction be so accurate? Louis, can you help me and think of a way to recover my losses?
I worked so hard to earn those tens of thousands of dollars.
Seeing this, the other students also remembered what Louis had just said that Qingha's stock would plummet.
At that time they were still laughing at Louis, but unexpectedly, Louis's words came true. If they had believed Louis at that time, they wouldn't be so miserable now.
Louis, I'm sorry that we didn't recognize the real talent just now. Can you help us think of a solution? We were wrong just now, Louis, can you show us a way out? Brother Lou, please help us. We will listen to you from now on and never trust Lu Bobin again. Yes, yes, yes. From now on, we will trust you on all issues concerning the stock market. We will never trust Lu Bobin again. All the students in the group also tagged Louis and apologized frantically.
Looking at the group of classmates, Louis unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth.
Even though these classmates had miserable experiences, why was he so happy?
At the same time, Lu Bobin, who had been sitting with his legs crossed and leisurely just now, could no longer sit still and looked at his mobile phone with a grim face.
Louis' seemingly ridiculous remarks just now actually came true. How is this possible? How could a poor guy like Louis know anything about stocks?
Lu Bobin tightly grasped his cell phone, gritting his teeth in anger.
Louis, who was originally a worthless person, suddenly became the savior of the class. However, he, the squad leader, became a scoundrel who was hated by everyone.
Such a huge psychological gap made him jealous and unbalanced, and he found it difficult to accept such a result. I think Louis just stepped on dog shit and made some random comments, and he just happened to hit the nail on the head.
Lu Bobin typed a speech with a cold face. If Louis really knows about stocks, then why didn't he give you some advice? Even if there is no way to save it, at least he should explain why Qingha's stock price suddenly plummeted, right?
The other students thought about it and also felt that it made sense.
Louis was questioned by everyone just now. Now is a good time to show off and slap others in the face. There is no reason to remain silent. Could it be that Lou Bobin was right, and Louis was just lucky and happened to guess right? At this moment, Louis sent out a long text.
When a stock suddenly rises during trading, there are usually two situations. In the case of Chingha stock, after a sudden rise during trading, the stock price has a continuous correction and quickly falls below the opening price. Usually, the main force lures more investors to attract the market's attention, and then takes the opportunity to sell. Because the main force sells a large amount, the stock price will fall sharply. To put it simply, you are being taken advantage of. The last sentence is simple and clear, yet particularly eye-catching. The word fool makes people angry, but they are powerless to refute it. Because Louis is now qualified to say that they are a group of fools. Squad leader, I gave you an explanation. Are you satisfied? Louis also tagged Lou Bobin. What I waited for was a long silence.
On the other end of the phone, Lou Bobin stared at the screen with his teeth almost broken. In just over 10 minutes, he was slapped in the face twice by Louis. Louis's explanation looks so professional, it should be correct, right? I just searched it online, and it seems to be true. It seems that Louis has really become a stock market god in the past few years. Brother Lou, do you have a way to recover our losses? Brother Lou, if you have a solution, please tell us. Please. Looking at everyone's requests, Louis was also helpless. He can't manipulate the stock market, so how can he recover these people's losses? There's no other way. Louis could only utter these three words.
There was a sudden sigh in the group, followed by a wave of criticism against Lou Bobin.
It's all Lou Bobin's fault. He doesn't know anything and still asked us to buy it. Yes, Lou Bobin should be made to pay for it. Where's Lou Bobin? Stop pretending to be dead and come out and pay the money.
Lou Bobin's face turned pale and blue, and in just a short while, he fell from heaven to hell. The stock market is risky, so you need to be cautious when investing. I only suggested you buy, but I didn't force you to buy. Why should I compensate you? Lou Bobin sent 2 voice messages with a flushed face. Everyone was so angry that their teeth were itching, but they could do nothing about Lou Bobin and could only vent their anger by cursing. Lou Bobin, I'm so pissed. I should have listened to Louis earlier. Yeah, I regret it so much. Why didn't I listen to Louis just now? Oh, I really want to strangle Lou Bobin to death. Looking at these speeches, Lou Bobin stamped his feet. Are you still using Louis to step on yourself? That's too much. Since you trust Louis so much, then let Louis recommend stocks. Louis is so awesome, he will surely help you make money. Lou Bobin said in a sarcastic voice, Louis, if you are really capable, please recommend a stock. If this stock can make everyone make money in a short period of time, then I will really admire you. Otherwise, I will not believe that you really understand stocks. Louis raised his eyebrows slightly and typed, Wancheng International is a potential stock. Wancheng International? Lou Bobin clicked on the recent rise and fall chart of Wancheng International and found that Wancheng International had not experienced much fluctuation for a long time. Even if you can make money, it is a long-term investment. It is impossible to make a fortune in a short period of time. Other students in the group also asked some friends who trade stocks whether Wancheng International is worth investing in. The conclusion is that if you have the patience to follow up in the long term, you may be able to make a small profit, but the possibility of a short-term surge is almost zero. It seems that Louis doesn't know much about stocks either. I asked many people and also paid to consult some stock experts online, and they all said that Wancheng International was not good. Alas, it's another false happiness. Everyone shook their heads and did not listen to Louis and purchase Wancheng International. Chapter 42 Low Price Purchase. Everyone's reaction was also within Louis's expectations. However, Louis didn't say much. He told these students how to avoid losing money and how to make money. But if these people don't listen, what can he do? Is he still asking them to believe him? There is no need for that. His relationship with these people during college was average to begin with, and he hadn't been in touch with them for many years after graduation, so his feelings grew even more distant. What he had just done was the most he could do. Louis turned and entered the cruise ship's cabin. As a result, when the wealthy people in the cabin saw him, a look of awe flashed in their eyes. Respect, Louis could understand it, after all, he had just done charity. But why are you afraid? Did he suddenly become ferocious? Just at this moment, Su Zian came over and asked doubtfully. Master, you seem to be a different person now. Ah? Really? What's changed?
Louis asked doubtfully. Suzanne blinked and stared at Louis, with little stars lighting up in her beautiful eyes. You are more elegant than before.
Although you were elegant before, that kind of elegance was more like superficial.
But now, it seems to be from the inside out, exuding an aura that makes people look up to you. Hearing this, Louis raised his eyebrows slightly.
No wonder the way the rich look at me has changed. It turns out that my temperament has improved profoundly.
Is this also the change that the king's demeanor brings to me? Louis was delighted.
After all, he came from a poor family. It would be difficult to acquire the temperament of a superior person in one go.
It required a long period of cultivation.
This may cause him to show weakness or even be exposed when facing some big shots with strong aura, which may arouse suspicion about his identity and lead to a series of troubles. But now, the system has solved his worries. The temperament of a superior person, which would have taken several months or even years to cultivate, was acquired in an instant.
How could Louis not feel happy with this kind of cheating feeling?
After having a big meal with many wealthy people and adding several wealthy businessmen on WeChat with whom he might have business dealings in the future, Louis returned to the lakeside villa accompanied by Suzanne. Before going to bed, Louis sent a WeChat message to the company's secretary Li Choyue, asking her to notify the company's top management to hold a meeting the next morning. The next day, when Louis arrived at the Wancheng International Conference Room, he found that many senior executives had been sitting upright in their seats, waiting for a long time. There was a hint of nervousness on everyone's face.
After all, this is the first formal meeting held by Louis since he took office.
At the same time, there was anticipation in the eyes of the top executives.
We will be able to get a rough idea of how capable Louis is at this meeting. After sitting down, Louis didn't say anything polite and got straight to the point. I asked you to come here today because I want to announce a decision. Everyone immediately held their breath, not daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing Louis's speech.
I am planning to acquire Changfeng Food Company. As soon as Louis said this, the conference room fell silent for a second, and then an expression of confusion appeared on everyone's face.
If you have anything to say, just say it. I promise I won't be angry, Louis said lightly. After hearing this, someone dared to speak up and said, Chairman, do you know that Qinghe's stock price plummeted last night because of a major problem with its subsidiary Changfeng?
As far as I know, a manager at Changfeng signed a potato purchase contract for a whole year at a price several times higher than the market price.
Changfeng is almost bankrupted by this contract. If we acquire Changfeng at this time, aren't we inheriting a mess?
Others nodded in agreement.
Louis didn't find it strange about the reaction from the top management.
You may not know this, but I used to be an employee of Changfeng Company. When Louis said this, the eyes of all the senior executives almost popped out.
The chairman of Wancheng International Holdings, who holds 51% of the shares, was once a small employee at Changfeng? Could they be hallucinating? Or have they always overlooked Changfeng, an extremely complex company? But if Changfeng was really not simple, how could it have caused such a big mess and was on the verge of bankruptcy?
The senior executives were very confused, but they could only wait for Louis's next words. Louis also went on to say, because I used to work in Changfeng, I am very familiar with Changfeng's personnel and machine configuration.
In general, Changfeng is a very good food company. The reason why it has fallen to this point today is because there are termites in the company. If the termites are eliminated, Changfeng will have a very positive role in promoting us.
If it was before, we would have needed to spend 50 million or even more to acquire Changfeng.
But now, I think we can acquire Changfeng with 20 million or even less.
Upon hearing this, the senior executives looked at each other, all of them seeming to want to speak but stopping themselves. Everyone, you can speak freely at today's meeting,
Louis assured again.
A senior executive frowned and said, Chairman, maybe as you said, Changfeng is a very good company.
It won't cost much to acquire Changfeng now.
But the key issue is that Changfeng has a sky-high contract. If we take over Changfeng, then in the next year, Wancheng International will have to use part of its profits to fill Changfeng's black hole of losses. Only after a year will Changfeng be able to feed back to Wancheng International and generate profits. Note that it is possible to feed back, but it does not mean that it will definitely feed back. The senior executive said earnestly, if we acquire other companies or invest in other projects in the next year, we may be able to gain more benefits than acquiring Changfeng, and the profit time will come earlier and the risk will be lower.
Chairman, please think twice. Other senior executives also echoed. Louis listened patiently to the top executive's words. Everyone, do you have anything else to say?
Seeing the senior executives shaking their heads, Louis smiled and said, "The main reason why you don't agree to acquire Changfeng is that if you acquire Changfeng, you will definitely lose money in the next year, and you may not make money after a year."
You think the risks are greater than the benefits, right? The senior executives nodded. Louis continued to laugh and said, "But if I say that acquiring Changfeng will not make a loss in the next year, and I can quickly make Changfeng bring profits to Wancheng International, what do you say?" The senior executives were all stunned. Afterwards, almost all the senior executives frowned. How can Changfeng generate profits in a short period of time when it is burdened with a sky-high contract? This young man Louis is really good at bragging. Sure enough, a man with no hair on his lips cannot do things well. It seems that the quality of our young chairman, is not very good. You're young, you don't have much ability, but you're quite good at bragging. The senior executives secretly complained in their hearts and did not believe what Louis said. Chapter 43 Respect Louis. Looking at the changes in the expressions of the senior executives, Louis could roughly guess what these people were thinking. Louis was not annoyed, but just smiled and said, "You all only know that Changfeng signed a sky-high price contract, but do you know that the potatoes purchased by Changfeng under the sky-high price contract are actually the same variety and high-quality potatoes from the same origin as those purchased by Wancheng International?" A senior executive shrugged and said, "Mr. Liu means that the potatoes purchased by Changfeng can be used by Wancheng International? However, Changfeng purchased potatoes at a higher price. Why should we first acquire Changfeng and then send the potatoes from Changfeng? Isn't this just a waste of effort?" The senior executive's words were rough but true, and they attracted the approval of many senior executives. Louis smiled jokingly. "Who said that I meant to give Changfeng's potatoes to Wancheng International intact?" The senior executive's expression stiffened slightly. "So what does Director Liu mean?" Louis explained, "Changfeng is a food processing company with mature food processing technology. However, Changfeng's previous positioning was to supply low-end snack manufacturers. Therefore, after signing the sky-high contract, it did not have enough funds to turn around and was on the verge of bankruptcy. If we acquire Changfeng and leverage the existing popularity of Vantown International to link up with Changfeng Food, we can drive Changfeng's transformation into a food company targeting mid to high-end user groups." Public Relations Manager Jiang Wenba immediately understood. What Mr. Liu means is to let Changfeng use high-quality potatoes as raw materials to make food, and then send it to Wancheng International for sale. This will not only provide a way for Changfeng's potatoes, but also stimulate Wancheng International's revenue growth? Louis smiled and snapped his fingers. "That's right." The senior executive who had just said that Louis took off his pants to fart suddenly blushed. Other senior executives also talked about it and felt that Louis's plan was indeed feasible in theory. But the question is, what kind of food should Changfeng make? Potato chips? If this kind of packaged snack is sold in Wancheng International, it will lower the quality of Wancheng International. A gray-haired old man raised another question. This old man was a veteran of Wancheng International. Louis respected him very much and explained. Not potato chips, but fast food like French fries and mashed potatoes. The old man frowned even more when he heard this. This kind of fast food is not much better than packaged potato chips. It is also the choice of the middle and low-end people. Putting this kind of fast food in Wancheng International will only lower the grade of Wancheng International. Louis shook his head and said, "Wancheng International is indeed a hotel for high-end people. But because of this, the revenue of Wancheng International is limited. If we expand the channel and create a sub-brand selling fast food for ordinary people, wouldn't it be better?" The old man was stunned. Louis's idea was something that the old employees of the company had never thought of. They only think about sticking to tradition but never think about innovation. No wonder new restaurants have continued to emerge in Edu in recent years. Although Wancheng International has good profits, the growth rate is getting lower and lower year by year. I think Mr. Liu's plan is very feasible. I also think Mr. Liu's plan is very good. Mr. Liu, I was narrow-minded just now. I apologize to you. Boss Liu, I apologize to you too. In the conference room, senior executives stood up one after another and bowed to Louis to apologize. The rest of the senior executives who had not argued with Louis just now also admired Louis. Louis is still so young, but he has so many ideas, which shows his future potential. In Louis's hands, Wancheng International will definitely develop better than before. Since everyone agrees, then it is decided. Louis explained the matters concerning the acquisition of Changfeng Company and announced the end of the meeting. As soon as he walked out of the meeting room, Louis received a WeChat message. A former colleague from Changfeng Food Company. Brother Lu, how can you make money now? Can you take me with you? I will become a homeless person.
After seeing this WeChat message, Louis secretly thought that something was wrong and hurriedly drove to Changfeng Food Company. When Louis walked into Changfeng, all the employees looked at him. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Only a few days had passed since I last saw Louis. Louis's temperament has changed drastically. He seems like a person who has been in a high position for a long time.
Lu, Brother Lu?
Xiao Lu, who had just sent a WeChat message to Louis, was a little afraid to talk to Louis.
Xiao Lu, you haven't resigned yet, right? Louis asked hurriedly. Not yet. Xiao Lu answered cautiously. Louis was stunned.
He just remembered that he now had the bearing of a king, which might have made Xiao Lu feel oppressed. He immediately restrained his temper and smiled. Xiao Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped being so reserved. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although I didn't resign, it wouldn't make much difference whether I resigned or not.
The company was going to close down anyway."
Hearing this, the other employees also sighed.
Don't resign, and don't be discouraged, because Changfeng will not go bankrupt and will develop even better. Louis spoke up to boost morale.
A glimmer of light flashed in Xiao Lu and the other's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Brother Lu, stop joking. At this moment, the door of an office opened.
Supervisor Zhu Lumo walked out dejectedly. After seeing Louis, Zhu Lumo couldn't help but smile coldly.
I was wondering who was crazy and said Changfeng would not go bankrupt. It turned out to be you, the idiot.
Louis frowned and said, "How dare you stay here? It's none of your business?"
Zhu Lumo had no sense of shame at all, destroying the company.
This is not your territory, how can you control me? When Louis heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Who said this is not my territory?
Zhu Lumo, I'm telling you, Changfeng is mine now. I've already bought Changfeng.
Zhu Lumo burst into laughter. Louis, are you crazy?
Even if Changfeng is on the verge of bankruptcy, it is impossible for a poor idiot like you to buy it, not to mention in this life, the next life, or even the next life. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Lumao and the company's employees' cell phones started ringing. Zhu Mao opened it and saw a notification from the company group. From now on, the boss of Changfeng Food Company will be Mr. Louis. Zhu Lumaru was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot, with his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Damn it, 1 second they said Louis couldn't afford it, and the next second the company announced that Louis had bought the company. The slap in the face came too quickly and too brutally. Fuck, Brother Lu, did you really buy the company? No way, Brother Lu, are you a hidden rich second generation? Why are you still calling me Brother Lu? You should call me Boss Lu. All the employees rushed up. The excitement brought by Louis made them temporarily forget the pain of the company's impending bankruptcy. Zhu Lumo was so angry when he saw the scene that his nose became crooked.
Louis, you idiot. Changfeng is about to go bankrupt, and you actually bought it.
Zhu Lumao smiled grimly. Just wait for your money to be lost.
After hearing this, the smiles on the employees' faces disappeared in an instant. Louis glanced at Zhu Mao and said calmly, I just said that I will not let Changfeng go bankrupt.
I will make Changfeng develop better.
Zhu Lumo seemed to have heard a huge joke.
He held his stomach and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back.
Chapter 44 What is Wancheng International? Louis, who do you think you are? So many senior executives in the company are helpless. What use are you, a useless person? Instead of letting the company go bankrupt, you want to lead the company to create new glory? Louis, stop making me laugh.
Zhu Lumo put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, without any shame at all, as if he was not the one who brought down the company.
The other employees also looked at Louis in confusion. They had worked with Louis before and knew his abilities, but no matter how capable Louis was, it was too unrealistic for him to revive the company now. At this time, the company group released another message. From now on, Changfeng will be separated from Qinghe and become a subsidiary of Wancheng International, under the full leadership of Mr. Louis. Zhu Lumao's pupils suddenly shrank.
No matter how useless he is, when he is not drunk, he knows what Changfeng's merger with Wancheng International means.
Changfeng is really coming back to life. What is Wancheng International? The debts that Qinghe cannot afford, Wancheng International can. The company that Qinghe couldn't save, Wancheng International could. In a word, it is huge in size and a behemoth. This is Wancheng International. If Changfeng has the support of Wancheng International, then the debt brought by the sky-high contract will not be a problem at all.
Thinking of this, Zhu Lumao's face turned pale. In just a few minutes, he was slapped in the face twice by Louis, and each slap was more severe than the last. Who are you, and why did you allow Changfeng to dock on the giant ship of Wancheng International? Zhu Lumao looked at Louis in shock and fear, his expression somewhat flustered, no longer as calm as before.
You are not qualified to know my identity. Louis said calmly, didn't you just say that I have no right to ask you to get out?
Now, I am the boss of Changfeng, so I should have the right to ask you to get out, right?
Zhu Lumao's face turned blue and purple. Louis, just wait for me. After leaving behind these feeble and cruel words, Zhu Lumao left in a hurry.
At this time, the company's employees also gathered around.
Brother Lu, are you really a hidden rich second generation?
You can actually let Changfeng rely on Wancheng International.
Oh my god, Brother Lu, you are so powerful. I admire you. Brother Lu, we will follow you from now on.
Everyone looked at Louis with respect in their eyes. After Louis exchanged a few pleasantries, he returned to the topic. I came here today because I was afraid that you would leave, so I came to keep you. Zhu Mao and a few high-level termites have left, but Changfeng is still very good.
If you work hard in the future, you will have a good future and a good financial future.
Hearing that Louis came to the company specifically to keep them, everyone was deeply moved and made up their minds to work under Louis and achieve something and live up to his trust. After Louis finished explaining the work, he left. I wanted to drive to the county town to pick up my parents and take them back to the villa, but then I remembered that the Jui Mingphone was a two-seater sports car and could not accommodate 3 people. If you go to buy a car now, it takes a long time to sign the contract. Louis wanted to go back to the company to borrow a car, but received a call from the police station.
Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan, Xiao Qingfeng's daughter, the beautiful policewoman?
I remembered that I had said before that I would treat them to a meal.
Could it be that Xiao Wanwan is taking the initiative to ask me out?
If this is the case, it can only be postponed until tomorrow. After all, the main task today is to take my parents to the villa. My thoughts were flying, but I heard Xiao Wanwan say, Mr. Lu, do you still remember that you asked me to get back that Zodi car?
Of course. Lu Yi nodded.
When he was dating Tang Xiaoya, he took out all his savings and bought a Zodi for Tang Xiaoya's younger brother Tang Xiaolong. But Tang Xiaolong took the car, but not only did he not show any gratitude to him, he even refused to let him get in the car. Therefore, he proposed last night that not only should Tang Xiaoya be sent to prison, but it would be best if Tang Xiaolong could also get the Zodi back.
Although the Zodi is only worth tens of thousands, it is no longer valuable to him now. But, after all, he was the one who bought it, so why should it be given away for free to a fool like Tang Xiaolong? Despite this, Louis actually didn't have much hope for this. After all, this Zodi was given away by myself, not loaned out. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wanwan actually got the car back for him. Officer Xiao, thank you so much. But, how did you? Louis asked curiously.
I used some tricks. But they were tricks within the scope permitted by the law. Xiao Wanwan said with a smile. Only then did Louis breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Lu, what's funny is that when the Tang family handed over the car keys, they cried so miserably. They wailed that Tang Xiaoya had been in a relationship with you for 3 years, but she didn't get any benefits.
Xiao Wanwan smiled and said, the more miserable this family cries, the happier I am.
They deserve it.
Mr. Lu, I love your approach so much. Louis couldn't help laughing and thanked Xiao Wanwan again.
After going to the police station to pick up the car, exchanging WeChat with Xiao Wanwan and promising to treat her to dinner another day, Louis drove to the county town. I opened the door and found that my parents were not at home. Louis could guess without asking that his parents must have gone to grow vegetables again. Although it was a county town, it was an urban rural fringe area, with a lot of vacant land, so his parents weeded and planted vegetables, saying that they could be self-sufficient and didn't need to spend money to buy vegetables. Louis had advised them many times, saying that it was not their own land after all, and they would not feel at ease planting it, and that vegetables in the county town were not expensive, so they didn't need to work hard to plant them themselves, but his parents refused to listen. With a sigh, he was about to go out to look for his parents, when he happened to meet them coming back.
The 2 old men were sweating profusely and their bodies smelled of fertilizer.
I've told you so many times not to grow vegetables, why don't you listen? While blaming her, Louis helped Li Lanky into the house, and then made a cup of tea for his father Lu Yuming.
I came here today to take you into the city.
Louis didn't say that he had a villa in the city, he just said that he would take his parents to the city to play. Otherwise, his parents would probably not believe him and would not go to the city. No one knows a son better than his father, and no one knows a father better than his son.
As expected, the parents had no doubts and went downstairs to follow Louis into the city.
Louis just opened the car door and wanted to ask his parents to get in the car, but he saw the two old people staring into the distance and said,
"Isn't that Taiju?
He's really making a lot of money now, and the car he drives is really luxurious."
"Yes, this time Taiju came to the city, he should be here to look at houses, right?"
"Last time I contacted someone to look at the house, but when they showed up they said they didn't want to sell it."
"I'm really sorry for them, old man. Go up and say hello and apologize." Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming walked towards Zhang Taiju.
Louis also looked at Zhang Taiju and saw that Zhang Taiju was dressed in a suit and driving a brand new BMW, looking very impressive. At this moment, Zhang Taiju also saw his parents, but he immediately turned his head, got into the BMW, and drove away quickly.
This scene made Lu Yi's face suddenly darken. In the BMW, Zhang Tieju's parents asked in confusion, "Juzi, wasn't that your uncle Lu just now? Why are you?"
Zhang Taiju curled his lips and said, "Mom and Dad, they must want to take our car for a ride.
Look how dirty they are, and our car is new. What if they make it dirty?" Chapter 45 Hidden Mission.
Zhang Taiju looked at Louis and the Zodi car beside him through the rearview mirror and said disdainfully, "Louis is only driving a junky car worth tens of thousands of dollars, but we have a BMW worth more than $500,000. From now on, you should stay away from Louis's family."
Zhang Tieju's parents opened their mouths but said nothing in the end.
Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming were also a little embarrassed because they were exposed to the exhaust fumes from Zhang Tieju's car.
"Maybe Taiju didn't see us." Li Lanqi comforted herself. "How could he not see it? He was facing us." Lu Yuming was a little indignant. Forget it. It's their fault for making a lot of money." Li Lanqi comforted. Lu Yuming's face suddenly darkened. "Yes, it's Zhang Taiju who makes money. It would be great if Louis also made a lot of money."
Thinking of this, Lu Yuming quickly shook his head and warned himself not to say such things in front of Louis and not to put too much pressure on Louis. Looking at his parents' expressions, Louis also knew what they were thinking. "Mom and Dad, please get in the car." Louis was not in a hurry to tell the truth, as he still wanted to keep it as a surprise. In the car, Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming kept comforting Louis, telling him not to be angry, not to think too much, not to be too stressed, to earn as much money as he could and just do his best. Louis nodded, but his heart was filled with sadness. "I really make my parents worry too much. Fortunately, good luck has come and everything will be different from before." Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming were stunned when they saw Louis driving into a villa area.
"Xiaoyi, where are you taking us?" The two old men were very uneasy. While asking, they asked Louis to drive slowly and not to hit anything. The things in this villa area were very valuable.
If they hit something, they might not be able to afford the compensation for half their lifetime. "Dad, Mom, I'm here to pick you up and take you home today." Louis parked the car on the shore of the villa in the middle of the lake, pulled the two elderly people who were still in a daze, and pushed open the door of the villa.
"Hello, master." "Hello, uncle and aunt."
Louis had already informed Su Zian, so Su Zian was not surprised and greeted the two elders politely. When the two elders saw Su Zian, their eyes widened.
"This girl is prettier than Tang Xiaoya."
However, although she is beautiful, Louis cannot be fickle.
"I am sorry, Xiaoya. What on earth is going on with Louis?" The two elders asked Louis nervously.
"Mom and Dad, this is the villa the company gave me as a reward, and Zi Yan is the housekeeper that comes with the villa. As for Tang Xiaoya and I, we have already parted ways peacefully."
Louis made up something random.
The two elders didn't believe it at first, but as Su Zian and Louis cooperated with each other, they finally believed it.
"It's actually better to break up with Xiaoya. Xiaoya is a scheming girl who is not down to earth." Li Lanqi did not feel any regret.
She had wanted Louis and Tang Xiaoya to get married because she thought Louis liked Tang Xiaoya and his family conditions were not good, so it was good enough for him to marry Tang Xiaoya. Now that Louis doesn't like Tang Xiaoya, and he has been appreciated by his boss and made a lot of money, breaking up naturally doesn't matter.
"Is this the legendary villa? It's great."
Li Lanqi and Lu Yuming supported each other, looked around the villa, with smiles on their faces.
"Xiaoyi, this villa must cost a lot of money, right?" Louis touched his nose and said, "Well, it's probably worth several million."
He didn't dare tell the real price 1 billion yuan, for fear that his parents would be too surprised.
"Millions?" The car that Taiju just drove must not be worth millions, right? Lu Yuming's eyes lit up.
No, his car is worth at most 4 or 500,000.
Louis nodded and smiled. Okay.
Lu Yuming laughed immediately, his eyes shining. He was very angry because he was just exposed to the exhaust gas from Zhang Tieju's car, but he was afraid of hurting Louis's self-esteem, so he didn't dare to say anything. Now, Louis's house is worth several million. He is definitely more promising than Zhang Taiju. When I return to the village in a few days, I will have a good talk with Lao Zhang. Lu Yuming straightened his back and chuckled. When Louis saw this, he was also happy. Isn't the purpose of old people's lives to ensure their children's success? Now that he has achieved success, the old man would of course want to show off. Okay, I'll drive you two back home some other day, Louis said as he helped the two elders to the bedroom. He just wanted to go back and see if the village school needed repairs, so he went there when he was sending his parents home. However, I have to buy another car. A two-seater sports car is really not enough. Besides, the road back to the village is bad, and the chassis of the sports car probably won't work well. Of course, these are all things of the past. The most important thing right now is to make my parents happy. Mom and Dad, would you please try lying on this bed? Louis really wanted his mother to sleep on this soft and comfortable bed. He didn't know much about medicine, but he thought his mother had a bad back and would feel backache every time she slept on a hard bed. She would feel much more comfortable sleeping on this soft bed. My parents sat on the bed and immediately showed expressions of surprise, exclaiming that the bed was so soft. Lie down and try it, Louis said again. The two elders nodded and bent down to take off their shoes. Let me do it. Louis hurried forward to help his parents take off their shoes. Let's do it ourselves. The two old men stopped him. We went to the vegetable garden before, and our feet stink. Louis felt sad and asked Suzian to get 2 pairs of slippers. Then he insisted on helping the two old people take off their shoes. I will wash your feet in the evening. From now on, I will take care of you and let you enjoy life. Looking at Louis, tears welled up in the eyes of the two old men. What could make the elderly happier than having filial children? Mom and Dad, try lying down. Putting the two old people's shoes and socks aside, Louis forced a smile and said, Okay. The old man lying on the bed cried out in surprise. Louis couldn't help but smile. It was best if his parents were happy. Just at this moment, the system voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, 8 Virtues of Filial Piety. Reward, an S+ gift pack. Do you want to open it? Louis was totally confused. What are hidden tasks? Louis quickly asked the system and finally got the answer. It turns out that system tasks are divided into 3 types: main tasks, random tasks, and hidden tasks. The tasks Louis had completed before were all random tasks, and he had never encountered a main task. As for hidden tasks, he needed to trigger them himself. Only after completing them would the system remind him and issue rewards. Louis never expected that his unintentional action would actually complete a hidden mission. This hidden mission is called the 8 Virtues of Filial Piety. The 8 virtues are filial piety, fraternal love, loyalty, trustworthiness, courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and shame. I have completed filial piety today, so are the other 7 virtues also hidden missions? Louis asked the system but got no answer. Never mind, open the gift package first. Louis waited excitedly for the gift package to be opened. The last gift package gave me Suzian, an almost omnipotent female bodyguard. The level of this gift package is S+, which is 1 level higher than Suzian. I wonder what kind of surprises it will bring. Chapter 46 Rent Collector. After a few seconds of waiting, the system voice sounded. The S+ gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for winning the Rhine Street. Rhine Champs-Élysées? Louis was dumbfounded. This is the largest commercial street in Edu. Most of Edu's well-known companies are located here. Among them is Wancheng International. The main restaurant and office building of Wancheng International were purchased early on and now belong to Wancheng International. However, except for Wancheng International, other companies and shops are basically rented temporarily. And Louis has now become the owner of Rhine Champs-Élysées. In other words, companies and enterprises that have rented shops and office buildings on Rhine Street now have to pay rent to Louis. Louis swallowed his saliva. So now I have become a rent collector?
The storefronts and office buildings on Rhine Avenue are well decorated and have an excellent location.
Even the smallest one costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month in rent, not to mention those with more luxurious areas.
There should be thousands of storefronts and office buildings on Rhine Street. If the monthly rent of each one is 30,000 yuan, I can collect 30 million yuan in rent alone? In a year, that's 300 million yuan? Louis felt a little dizzy.
In the past, he couldn't even save 3,000 yuan a month, let alone 30 million. But now, he only needs to drive his car and take his ID to collect rent, and he can earn 30 million yuan a month.
This is so cool.
Ding, it is detected that a large number of stores will need to renew their leases tomorrow.
Please prepare to collect the rent. The system voice sounded again. Louis was confused again. Happiness comes so suddenly? Are you going to experience the life of a rent collector tomorrow? What should he do to pretend that he collects rent regularly? This is a serious question.
Louis decided to go to Bihu later. After all, the people there are all pretentious big shots. After taking his parents around the villa for a long time, Louis and the two elders were a little tired, so they decided to go back to the villa to rest. During this period, Louis opened Bihu, a place where people claim to have an average monthly income of 1 million yuan per person and where Yanhuang pretenders gather, and typed in "Suddenly I own a commercial street, how can I collect rent to appear more experienced?" and started searching. As a result, there was no similar problem.
Isn't Bihu sharing the story you just made up with the world? Is it possible that others would not even dare to think about or make up the kind of thing that happened to me? As Louis thought about it, he reluctantly took the initiative to ask a question about this issue. However, due to his busy work in the past, although he visited Bihu in his spare time, he never answered any questions and was a little unknown. So Louis felt that even if he asked the question, no one would answer. But I don't know if it's because this question is too attractive or for some other reason. Not long after, when Louis looked at his phone again, he found many more answers. However, these answers disappointed Louis. Aren't all Bihu users millionaires? How come there isn't a single reliable answer? Louis sighed and complained, but suddenly realized that even if every user of Bihu really earned $1 million a year, they couldn't be considered big shots in front of him. For a person who can earn tens of millions a month just by collecting rent, asking ordinary people who earn $1 million a year how to collect rent is like asking a blind person, isn't it? This generation of netizens is not very good. Louis curled his lips.
Some of the answers were not only ridiculous, but also mocked him. They said, how could a big boss who actually owned a commercial street be so boring to ask such questions? Louis sighed, and at this moment, the system also delivered the commercial street ownership certificate to him.
So Louis took a photo and posted it on Bihu.
All of a sudden, the users who had mocked him just now deleted their posts and sent him private messages to apologize. Not only that, the first sentence someone sent him in a private message was to call him dad.
Louis's facial muscles twitched slightly and he had to turn off his phone. Forget it, let us just let it be. After watching TV with his parents for a while and washing their feet in the evening, Louis returned to his room. Because I was accompanying my parents and didn't look at my phone just now, when I opened it now, I found that Li Chouyue had sent several WeChat messages. Chairman, according to your instructions, Wancheng International has jointly launched a fast food brand with Chongfeng, Wancheng Fast Food.
Wancheng Fast Food has officially launched this afternoon, and the location is right next to Wancheng International. Most of the working class wanted to shop at Wancheng International before but were worried about not having enough money. Now Wancheng Fast Food is cheaper and it is also a sub-brand of Wancheng International. Spending at Wancheng Fast Food is equivalent to spending at Wancheng International, which undoubtedly satisfies the psychological gap of many people. So the first trial run of Wancheng Fast Food was a great success. Moreover, Wancheng Fast Food temporarily dominated the WeChat moments of Edu people, attracting attention from all sides and causing Wancheng International's stock price to rise rapidly. Louis raised his eyebrows. Wancheng International's stock price started to rise immediately? It was 2 or 3 days earlier than he expected. Just when I was about to turn off my phone and go to sleep, I saw that the university classmates group was getting noisy. Fuck, do you remember what Louis said before, if you want to make money, buy Wancheng International stocks? I remember, but Wancheng International has been tepid and can't make money in a short period of time, so didn't we buy it? Yes, at that time, we asked Louis how to make quick money, and Louis told us to buy Wancheng International stocks. Didn't we say that Louis didn't understand stocks? But Wancheng International has increased. There was a sudden silence in the class group. Everyone opened the stock market software and started checking Wancheng International. I discovered that Wancheng International has been climbing steadily since this afternoon.
By tonight, it has gone up a lot.
If I listened to Louis and bought Wancheng International shares, I could earn a month's salary today.
Could Louis really be the stock god? He is always right. Who told me that Wancheng International would not rise in value? I want to kill him.
What a bullshit in the stock market, it's all bullshit. Louis is the god of the stock market. The classmates were wailing in the group, expressing regret and sorrow, and they were also tagging Louis, asking him if it was still too late to buy Wancheng International.
Louis curled his lips.
He had said everything he needed to say, and now he just wanted to sleep.
Therefore, turn off your phone.
But suddenly, I received another private message.
Louis, are you asleep?
The message came from the university classmates group, Hu Xiaodai. Immediately afterwards, there was a friend request from Hu Xiaodai. Only then did Louis remember that Hu Xiaodai was the class beauty in college, and she was so high and mighty that she had never agreed to add him as a friend. Now, she took the initiative to add him as a friend. Louis did not agree to Hu Xiaodai's friend request, but replied through the private message dialog box of the class group.
You're still awake, what's up? Hu Xiaodai, who used to be very aloof, immediately replied, Louis, are you free tomorrow? I want to invite you to dinner.
At the same time, it was accompanied by two shy little expressions.
Louis raised his eyebrows. Do these two shy expressions indicate that there will be other activities after dinner? Chapter 47. Do I need to bring my ID card to watch a movie? Let's talk about it tomorrow night.
Louis replied to the message and turned his phone to silent mode.
Is Hu Xiaodai pretty?
Yes, she is quite pretty. After all, she was the class beauty in college. However, compared with Su Zian, Guo Xiaowen, Xin Yufei and others, Hu Xiaodai seems very ordinary.
So Hu Xiaodai really can't let Louis be too tempted.
Compared to wasting time with Hu Xiaodai, Louis wanted to experience the feeling of being a rent collector. On the other side, Hu Xiaodai gritted her teeth when she saw Louis's attitude.
Why are you pretending?
It's just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. You guessed the stock price changes correctly twice. Hu Xiaodai stamped her feet angrily, comforting herself that Louis was just lucky.
A guy who was fired by Changfeng really thinks he's a big shot. I invited you to dinner and wanted you to predict the stock market.
That was a favor to you, but you're still shameless?
Bah!
Hu Xiaodai became angrier and angrier as she cursed. She threw her phone on the bed, her chest heaving spectacularly. At this time, the cell phone rang. Hu Xiaodai didn't want to answer the call, but suddenly she remembered something, so she hurried to the bed, picked up the phone and looked at it, and was immediately frightened. It turned out to be the boss calling, luckily.
Hey, boss, what can I do for you? Tomorrow a big boss will come to collect rent. You are new here, so be careful and don't say anything that might offend others, okay?
Okay, boss.
Don't worry.
By the way, boss, what does the big guy look like? A very young handsome guy.
Young handsome guy? Hu Xiaodai's eyes suddenly lit up.
Yes, if I were 20 years younger, I would definitely use every possible means to get him, but unfortunately.
The female boss sighed softly on the other end of the phone. Boss, you are joking. You are very beautiful now.
Although Hu Xiaodai was comforting her with her words, she was already thinking about what clothes to wear and what makeup to put on tomorrow.
Luckily, Louis rejected me just now. Otherwise, if Louis pestered me, I wouldn't be able to hook up with the tall, rich and handsome guy tomorrow.
Hu Xiaodai, who was in a very bad mood because of Louis just now, began to feel fortunate at this moment, as if the tall, rich and handsome man who was going to collect the rent was already in her pocket. The next morning, Louis had breakfast with his parents and then told them that he was going to work. Then he drove the Jui Mingfeng and rushed to the Rhine-Champs-Élysées. Last night, the system had listed for him all the shops that needed to pay rent.
Louis decided to collect rent from the entrance of Rhine Street all the way inside.
The shop at the entrance of Rhine-Champs-Élysées is a clothing store. It was his first time collecting rent, and Louis was a little nervous. Stand at the door and take a deep breath to calm yourself. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard.
Louis, why are you here? The voice is a little strange. Louis looked up and what caught his eye was a pretty face that was familiar yet unfamiliar. Hu Xiaodai? Louis asked uncertainly. Why are you here?
Hu Xiaodai did not respond, but frowned and repeated the question again.
I'll do it.
Louis wanted to answer, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Hu Xiaodai frowning even deeper.
I was joking last night. Hu Xiaodai said coldly, I'm very busy today and don't have time to treat you to a meal.
She felt that Louis came here today because of what happened last night. However, the reason why she asked Louis to have dinner with her last night was because she felt that Louis was very knowledgeable about stocks and could help her make money. But now, she just wants to hook up with the tall, rich and handsome guy who is coming to collect the rent. If she could hook that tall, rich and handsome man, she would have endless wealth and glory.
Why would she need Louis to take her to stock trading to make money? Louis looked stunned. Where did this woman get the confidence that someone would come all the way to see her? My coming here today has nothing to do with you, Louis said lightly. Oh? Hu Xiaodai didn't believe it. She felt that Louis was playing hard to get last night and deliberately ignored her in an attempt to lure her into the trap. But unexpectedly, after she learned about the rich and handsome man who collected rent, she decisively gave up Louis. So when Louis saw that she didn't reply to his message this morning, he couldn't hold back any longer. He asked someone to find out where her new job was and went to flirt with her. And her cold attitude just now probably hurt Louis' self-esteem, so Louis pretended to be calm, but it was not for her. You didn't come here for me, did you come here to buy clothes? Hu Xiaodai glanced at the women's clothing store behind her and sneered, Louis, are you a big shot in women's clothing? Louis was too lazy to argue with Hu Xiaodai, where is your boss? Hu Xiaodai shrugged, rich people like our boss must sleep until they wake up naturally. You think you are like me, coming here so early in the morning and asking me to treat you to a meal. You are such a loser.
As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Xiaodai saw a Porsche driving over.
The car stopped and a still charming woman got out.
Seeing this woman, Hu Xiaodai hurriedly went to greet her. Good morning, boss. Taking the bag for the woman, Hu Xiaodai flattered, Boss, you are indeed a successful person.
You are here so early. Louis was speechless. The woman who came earlier was a successful person, but he who came earlier was a loser? This Hu Xiaodai is really good at praising and stepping on others. Is the boss here? The middle-aged woman asked Hu Xiaodai. Not yet. Hu Xiaodai shook her head.
Although Louis is a young man and very handsome, he has been applying for poverty subsidies for 4 years in college, so Hu Xiaodai excluded Louis without thinking.
That's good. The middle-aged woman breathed a sigh of relief. It would be bad if the boss arrived before she did. Let's go in, said the middle-aged woman, and walked into the store. Louis, why are you still standing here? Get out of the way, our boss is going into the store. Hu Xiaodai scolded impatiently. But as soon as she spoke, the middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically. Louis? Isn't this the name of the rent collector?
The middle-aged woman hurriedly ran to Louis, and after seeing Louis's appearance clearly, her face turned pale with fright.
Mr. Liu, why did you come so early?
The middle-aged woman recognized Louis and hurriedly bowed to apologize. Beside her, Hu Xiaodai turned pale with fright.
Louis is the one she has been waiting for, a rich, handsome man who collects rent?
At this moment, thinking of what she had just said to Louis, Hu Xiaodai felt her whole face burning.
Because many people have to pay rent today, I came a little early. I never thought that I would be mistaken for a loser.
Louis smiled faintly at the middle-aged woman. Hearing this, Hu Xiaodai felt as if a slap had hit her hard on the face, causing her face to hurt.
What on earth did I say just now?
And from what Louis said, it seems that Louis does not only want to collect rent from this family, but also from other families.
How rich is Louis now? Hu Xiaodai looked at Louis and felt that Louis's whole body was glowing, as if Louis was no longer a human being, but a mountain of gold. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find a way to remedy the situation, we must keep Louis in our hands. Hu Xiaodai took a deep breath, forced a smile, trotted to Louis, pulled the corner of Louis's clothes, and said delicately, Brother Louis, I was just joking. I'll treat you to dinner tonight and then I'll treat you to a movie after dinner, okay?
It's the kind of movie that requires an ID to watch.
Chapter 48. This isn't expensive.
When Louis heard Hu Xiaodai's voice, he got goosebumps all over his body.
This fake, coquettish voice was really tormenting his ears. I'm sorry, I don't like movies.
Louis quickly pushed Hu Xiaodai away, otherwise, Hu Xiaodai's coquettish look would probably make him so disgusted that he would vomit out the breakfast he had just eaten.
Brother Louis, our focus is not on watching the movie, but, you know what I mean.
Hu Xiaodai, however, stuck to him like a dogskin plaster and even used her fingers to draw circles on Louis's palm. The deep meaning behind this was self-evident.
I just want to collect rent now. Louis felt a headache and refused again.
The owner of the women's clothing store, the middle-aged woman, saw Louis's displeasure and quickly gave Hu Xiaodai a look.
Go in and greet other customers.
The boss gave the order, and Hu Xiaodai had no choice but to leave Louis reluctantly.
Brother Louis, if you change your mind, remember to call me.
Before leaving, Hu Xiaodai did not forget to act coquettishly. If Louis was still a naive boy in college, he would probably be very excited by Hu Xiaodai's coquettishness. But now, I feel nothing inside, and even a little nauseous.
I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. Xiaodai is a new employee and doesn't know the rules. I'm sorry to have upset you.
The middle-aged woman quickly tried to smooth things over.
Fine.
Louis waved his hand and returned to the topic of rent collection.
How much is your rent this quarter?
The middle-aged woman quickly took out her cell phone and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Liu, the rent is ready.
50,000 a month, which is 150,000 a quarter." After scanning Louis's QR code and transferring the money successfully, the middle-aged woman said, "Mr. Liu, are you free tonight?
I would like to treat Mr. Liu to a meal as an apology to Mr. Liu on behalf of Xiaodai."
Treat me to dinner again?
Louis smiled bitterly. "Forget it, there are more than 100 stores waiting for me to collect rent."
Middle-aged woman? More than 100 stores? Isn't this too outrageous?
One store can earn more than 100,000 yuan in a quarter, and if there are more than 100 stores, that would be tens of millions.
A simple and unpretentious day is about to begin. Louis yawned and walked towards the next shop, leaving behind a middle-aged woman petrified on the spot. Earn tens of millions a day. This is a simple day?
It turns out that there really are such rich people in the world. Looking at Louis's back, the middle-aged woman wanted more and more to be 20 years younger, so that she would have a chance to catch Louis, the rich son-in-law. At the same time, Hu Xiaodai in the women's clothing store was also feeling dizzy.
She heard the conversation between Louis and the boss just now.
Just thinking about Louis in one day, she could earn more money than she could earn in her entire life. Hu Xiaodai's heart beat faster and her eyes lit up.
She must try to please Louis. Even if I can't become Louis's official wife, just having a one-night stand with Louis can still bring me a lot of benefits. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaodai asked for leave and quietly followed Louis. Louis didn't notice Hu Xiaodai. After all, he was busy collecting rent. The progress of collecting rent was slower than Louis had imagined. Although no store owner questioned his identity, the identification he prepared early in the morning was of no use at all. However, every time when he collected the rent and wanted to leave, the shop owner would pull him back. Either treat him to a meal or ask him to wash his feet, and hint that he is not a vegetarian, guaranteeing that he will be satisfied. Although Louis also wanted to experience some special stunts like the dragon and phoenix playing, and the ice and fire stunts. But for his own safety, Louis chose to refuse. When Louis walked out of a shop again, he couldn't help but sigh to the sky. Collecting rent is really tiring. What is tiring is not collecting money using QR codes on mobile phones, but dealing with the boss's attempts to retain me. Just now, the store owner actually wanted to pull him into the fitting room, saying that he wanted to do something exciting. This scared Louis. If something unexpected happens, he will be the next Uniqlo male protagonist. After embarrassingly shaking off the female boss, Louis couldn't help but sigh. Collecting rent is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. It seems that I need to practice more in the future on how to quickly reject others. Just in time, Louis heard a gurgling sound. But it was my stomach growling. I looked at the time and it was already noon. I originally thought that I could collect all the rent in one morning, but I only collected half of it. Let's eat first. Louis was about to go to Wancheng International, but when he turned around he saw Hu Xiaodai. Louis, are you going to eat? Hu Xiaodai raised her phone and said, I just made a reservation at Bruce's restaurant. Let's go. Louis was speechless. This woman was really persistent. Just when he was thinking about how to reject Hu Xiaodai, he saw Hu Xiaodai running to him, taking his hand and walking towards the Western restaurant. Louis originally wanted to push Hu Xiaodai away, but suddenly remembered that Bruce's restaurant seemed to be the place where he was going to collect rent. Since we have to go collect rent anyway, let's go have a meal. While we're eating, it's a good opportunity to talk things over with Hu Xiaodai so she won't bother me again in the future. Thinking so, Louis went to Bruce's restaurant and sat down. Louis, order whatever you want to eat. Hu Xiaodai smiled flatteringly and said, I originally wanted to treat you to dinner, but it turned out to be a lunch treat.
Louis ignored Hu Xiaodai and said to the waiter, 1 Wellington steak, 1 pan-fried foie gras, and 1 seafood platter. Although Louis had never eaten Western food before, after he had the demeanor of a king, he knew a lot about Western food, so he ordered some famous and delicious dishes. Okay, that's all. After ordering 7 or 8 dishes, Louis put down the menu. Hu Xiaodai, who was sitting opposite, was already sweating profusely. What Louis ordered were the most expensive dishes in this restaurant. The cheapest dish costs more than 1,000. A meal costs tens of thousands. Do you need anything else? The waiter asked politely. No. Hu Xiaodai said quickly. Seeing Hu Xiaodai's nervous look, Louis smiled. You can order anything you want to eat. It's not expensive anyway. It's my treat. Hu Xiaodai was very upset. This is not expensive? It just cost her 2 months' salary, how can it be called cheap? As expected, a wealthy man like Louis is not from the same world as her, and what he said is not even human. No thanks, I'm losing weight. Hu Xiaodai awkwardly found an excuse. Besides, we agreed that I would treat you all, so of course it should be me who treats you all. As she spoke, Hu Xiaodai looked at Louis expectantly. She hoped that Louis could see through her weakness and insist on paying for her. But Louis's response was, oh. 1 that's it? It's really neat and tidy. Hu Xiaodai's eyelids twitched, and she couldn't help but want to call Louis a straight man, but she finally held back. Who made Louis rich? As long as you have money, being unromantic can be expressed in a different way, as being straightforward and frank. Hu Xiaodai forced herself to comfort herself and tried her best to talk to Louis, but Louis just kept his head down playing with his phone and ignored her. Helplessly, Hu Xiaodai could only pick up her phone. But when she looked at the phone, Hu Xiaodai's brows raised. In the university classmates group, class monitor Lu Bobin saw that many people were praising Louis as a stock god, and he felt very unbalanced and actually said, Louis was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. If Louis was really the stock god, why would he be so poor? I heard that Louis was dumped by his girlfriend of 3 years not long ago because he was too poor. Chapter 49, Exposing Louis's True Identity as a Liar? The key point is that after Lu Bobin said this, the other students actually believed it. That seems to be the case. If Louis really understands the stock market, why doesn't he make money by investing in stocks himself? He was dumped after being in love for 3 years. It shows that Louis is really poor. Louis is so poor, yet he still pretends to be a stock god? This is ridiculous. We almost got cheated. Fortunately, I didn't continue to ask Louis to recommend stocks, otherwise I would have been cheated by him. Looking at these comments in the classmates group, Hu Xiaodai couldn't help laughing. These ignorant guys actually thought Louis was a poor guy? The ridiculous person is not Louis, but them. Louis, they are going too far. Hu Xiaodai raised her head and helped Louis and said, why don't you tell them that you are actually very rich and give them a slap in the face? Louis smiled faintly. If I tell them, will they believe it? If they don't believe it, I will argue with them. If I have time to argue with them, why don't I go collect rent? Hu Xiaodai was stunned. It seemed to be the same truth. With Louis's status, it would be a waste of time and a loss of face if he continued to argue with those people. Louis, it's too cheap for you to argue with them, let me do it. Hu Xiaodai volunteered, I'll slap them in the face for you. She believed that even though Louis was in a high position and had a noble bearing and didn't care about these trivial matters, Louis would definitely be happy that she had helped him slap those idiots in the face. As long as I make Louis happy, won't the money come? Thinking of this, Hu Xiaodai quickly tapped the screen without waiting for Louis to speak. Stop making fun of me. Louis is a wealthy man. He owns dozens of shops on Rhine Street. He can earn more money than we can ever make in our lifetime by collecting rents. So why would he bother to invest in stocks to make money? After seeing what Hu Xiaodai said, Louis hesitated to speak. He wanted to tell Hu Xiaodai that what he owned was not dozens of shops on Rhine Street, but the entire Rhine Champs-Élysées. However, he didn't say this in the end. It's not that I'm afraid of irritating Hu Xiaodai, but the classmates group is too exciting. Study committee member Lu Xiaohang, Xiaodai, what are you talking about? Louis is a wealthy man, is that true or false? Sports committee member Wang Chang, Xiaodai, you are kidding, right? I remember that Louis applied for poverty subsidies during his 4 years in college. Living committee member Zhang Dashang, Xiaodai couldn't have made such a joke for no reason. Since Xiaodai said this, it must be true.
5-star academic master Liang Jiabua, fuck, shout I, tell me quickly, what happened? How did Louis suddenly become a millionaire? Others also tagged Louis and Hu Xiaodai, asking for details. Hu Xiaodai was a little at a loss. Louis had just collected the rent and she didn't record any video, so she couldn't provide any evidence. At this moment, the dishes that Louis had just ordered were brought to the table one by one. Hu Xiaodai quickly took a photo and sent it to the group. See? These are what Louis just ordered. They cost more than 10,000 yuan. If I hadn't persuaded Louis would have ordered more expensive dishes. Seeing the photos posted by Hu Xiaodai, everyone in the group was even more shocked. These dishes cost more than 10,000 yuan? Did you see the sign on the table? It's Bruce's Western Restaurant. This is a Western restaurant located on Rhine Street. It's normal that the prices are expensive. Wow, we were just complaining about Louis being a poor guy, but in the blink of an eye, Louis has become a rent collector. He spends several months' wages on one meal, and earns more money in one day from rent than we can earn in several lifetimes. Louis is too generous. Why doesn't Louis come out and say a few words? Is he mad at us? I've said it before, Louis must be someone extraordinary, but you guys refused to listen and even said he was poor. Look how you made him angry now. Hey, Zhang Deshan, stop talking nonsense here. You just said that Louis was the most harsh. For a while, the whole group was noisy and lively. Louis was eating Western food while watching these people quarreling. He was so amused that he ate even more happily. Suddenly, Zhang Deshan, who was scolded the most, changed his target. Have you forgotten that we scolded Louis because Lu Bobin said that Louis was dumped by a gold digger? We should be united and scold Lu Bobin. The others also seemed to have come to their senses, and they all tagged Lu Bobin. Lu Bobin, what's wrong with you? Louis knows more about stocks than you do. You are jealous and spread rumors to discredit Louis, right? Why didn't Lu Bobin realize before that you are such a shady villain? Lu Bobin, you are so shameless that you actually led us to scold Louis. Suddenly so many people tagged him, and Lu Bobin didn't know the reason. After looking through the chat records, he found out that Louis had actually become a rent collector. Bullshit rent collector. Lu Bobin immediately cursed. During his 4 years in college, Louis applied for poverty subsidies every semester, and as the class monitor, he was the middleman who reported the poverty subsidies to the counselor. But he always rejected Louis's poverty application. Because he knew that if Louis's poverty application was submitted, his girlfriend would not be able to receive the poverty subsidy. How can he get a room if his girlfriend can't get the money? Therefore, as Louis's squad leader, Lu Bobin is the person who knows best how poor Louis is. He has to believe that Louis is actually a hidden rich second generation. He wouldn't believe it even if you kill him. You must have been deceived by Louis. And Hu Xiaodai, I don't know what tricks Louis played on you to make you fall in love with her. Lu Bobin said, the photo Hu Xiaodai sent to the group must have been stolen from the internet. If you don't believe me, I can go to Bruce's restaurant right now and expose their lies. As he said that, he sent a location. He is right on the Rhine-Champs-Élysées, not far from Bruce's restaurant. A rent collector? A hidden rich second generation? I don't believe you. After Lu Bobin sent the message, he hugged his girlfriend and walked towards Bruce's restaurant. At the same time, the group became more lively. Everyone is tagging Lu Bobin and asking him to broadcast live. Okay, live broadcast, right? Let's start now. Lu Bobin arrived at the entrance of Bruce's restaurant and started a group video directly. Just watch, I'm going to go into Bruce's restaurant now and expose to you Louis's true identity as a liar. Lu Bobin spoke to the camera and walked into the restaurant. This guy actually came. Hu Xiaodai immediately spotted Lu Bobin, who entered the store in a high-profile manner. Louis, what should we do now? Hu Xiaodai didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of causing Louis's dissatisfaction. He's just a clown, why bother with him? Sit down and eat. Louis said lightly. Looking at the calm Louis, Hu Xiaodai just felt that Louis was so handsome. It completely fits the image of a big boss in her mind. Chapter 50. What a coincidence. This is really my store. Hu Xiaodai looked at Louis with admiration, her eyes full of little stars dancing. She nodded obediently, sat down again, picked up the knife and fork, but had no intention of tasting the food. All thoughts fell on Louis. Why didn't she realize before that Louis was so handsome and charming? Just when Hu Xiaodai was infatuated with him and stared at Louis without blinking. Suddenly a scream was heard. Louis? You were actually at Bruce's restaurant, and the photo you just took wasn't from the internet?
Lou Bobin looked at Louis and the table full of delicious food worth tens of thousands in shock. He originally came to Bruce's restaurant to expose counterfeiting, but unexpectedly, he shot himself in the foot and got his face swollen.
Hu Xiaodai didn't lie just now. Louis is really a wealthy man.
That table of delicious food makes me drool.
Is this the scent of money? How can a delicacy costing more than 10,000 yuan not be delicious? When can I eat such expensive food like Louis? Don't think about it.
We should be more careful in the future and not offend Louis like Lou Bobin, that idiot.
That would be a blessing.
Hearing the sound coming from the group video, Hu Xiaodai giggled and was extremely happy. Louis also raised the corner of his mouth and slowly drank a sip of mushroom soup.
It was a very common action of drinking soup, but it caused exclamations from classmates.
Louis's posture of drinking soup is so handsome, he is worthy of being a big boss.
Oh my god, is this the boss? So elegant. Every gesture and movement shows the aristocratic temperament. Hearing everyone's flattery, Louis smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lou Bobin's face turned ashen and looked extremely ugly. Why did Louis become so rich? What are you looking at?
Lou Bobin suddenly discovered that his girlfriend Yuan Mei, who had just held his arm tightly, was actually staring at Louis without blinking.
No, I didn't see anything. Yuan Mei quickly looked away and stopped looking at Louis infatuatedly.
At this moment, Lou Bobin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Louis glanced at Lou Bobin, who was so angry that he was fuming, and felt a sense of relief.
I'm done eating, how about you? Louis wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at Hu Xiaodai. I'm done eating too.
Although Hu Xiaodai didn't eat much, since Louis wanted to leave, she certainly didn't dare to object.
As long as I can please Louis, it's worth it no matter what. Louis, wait a moment.
I'll go pay the bill.
Hu Xiaodai smiled flatteringly, stood up and walked towards the counter.
However, when passing by Lou Bobin, he heard Lou Bobin laughing.
I thought Louis was really rich, but it turns out that Louis is just a gigolo.
Lou Bobin looked at Louis with disdain. I told you, you're a poor idiot who submitted poverty applications for 4 years in college but was blocked by me.
How could you suddenly become a hidden rich second generation?
It turns out that the rich one is not you, but Hu Xiaodai.
You're not really rich, but you sold out your man's dignity and became a gigolo, so you got this opportunity to show off. Lou Bobin's words shocked the classmates. No way, we are wrong again? Louis is actually Hu Xiaodai's gigolo? This meal is not Louis treating Hu Xiaodai, but Hu Xiaodai treating Louis. Why is Louis like this? He uses a woman's money to show off. There should be no doubt this time.
What Hu Xiaodai said just now was all lies. She lied on purpose to help the pretty boy Louis save face.
Hearing that his classmates began to despise Louis, Lou Bobin laughed even more happily. Lou Bobin pointed at Louis and said, "You are such a poor bastard, and you want to pretend to be a rich second generation, show off in the group and slap me in the face? Louis, you'll have to wait until next life."
His voice was quite loud, which not only attracted the attention of people around him, but also attracted the waiters of the Western restaurant.
"Hello sir, this is a restaurant, could you please speak a little more quietly?" the waiter reminded in a low voice. "What does it have to do with you? Are you qualified to teach me how to do things?" Lou Bobin snorted coldly. Is it worthy for a small waiter to point fingers at him?
The waiter's face turned cold and he walked away with his head down, preparing to ask the boss to come over. At this moment, Hu Xiaodai was so frightened when she heard Lou Bobin's accusation that her face turned pale. She was afraid that Louis would blame her because she rushed to pay the bill and Lou Bobin would misunderstand her.
"Louis, I didn't expect this to happen." Hu Xiaodai quickly apologized. But this apology made Lou Bobin look at Louis with even more contempt. "Louis, do you still have any shame? You took Hu Xiaodai's money and acted like a big shot. You want Hu Xiaodai to protect your dignity and apologize to you?"
There was also a commotion in the classmates group. I never thought that Hu Xiaodai loved Louis so deeply. Yes, Hu Xiaodai used to be a cool goddess, but now she is as humble as dust for Louis. It seems that Louis is not only handsome, but also good at sweet talk. Otherwise, how could he deceive Hu Xiaodai so much?
Oh, so what if you're handsome? Becoming a gigolo and losing your dignity as a man? It's a disgrace to us men.
At this moment, Louis's eyes were chilling and piercing.
It wasn't because I was misunderstood and ridiculed by Lou Bobin and my college classmates. It was because of Lou Bobin's unintentional words just now.
You just said that my poverty application during my 4 years in college was not rejected by the counselor, but you pushed it down for me and never submitted it to the counselor at all? Louis suddenly stood up. With a height of 1.8 meters and an overwhelming aura, he forced Lou Bobin to retreat step by step, unable to breathe. Yes, so what? Lou Bobin took a deep breath and finally straightened his back. Anyway, I have graduated, so it doesn't matter whether what happened was concealed or not. If I don't approve your application, how can Yuan Mei receive the poverty subsidy? Lou Bobin put his arm around his girlfriend Yuan Mei's waist, leaned close to Louis's ear, and said with a smug smile, Yuan Mei doesn't have poverty subsidies, so how can we afford to go to a hotel outside the school? Louis, it feels really good to use the poverty subsidies that should belong to you to get a room. Louis couldn't bear it anymore. Bang! A punch hit Lou Bobin in the face. Lou Bobin staggered back, bleeding from his nose. Louis, you are angry because I exposed your true identity as a liar? Lou Bobin was shocked and angry, and shouted loudly. Louis took a step forward and kicked Lou Bobin in the stomach again. Lou Bobin fell to the ground on the spot, holding his stomach and wailing. Hit someone, the liar hit someone. Lou Bobin shouted while showing a ferocious face to Louis, you dare to beat someone in Bruce's restaurant, you will end up in a miserable way. Don't even mention beating you here. Even if I cripple you here, I won't bear any consequences. Louis approached Lou Bobin step by step indifferently. Ha, do you think Bruce's is your restaurant? It's okay with me if you ruin it. Lou Bobin sneered disdainfully. Chapter 51 Women only affect the speed of my rent collection. Young man, don't be impulsive. Bruce's restaurant has strict management. If you hit someone here, the security guards will knock out your teeth, strip you naked, and throw you out on the street. In the restaurant, there were also diners who tried to persuade Louis. Louis, let's go quickly. Bruce's restaurant is not a place to fight. Hu Xiaodai also stepped forward, took Louis's hand and wanted to pay the bill and leave. Although what Lou Bobin did in college was not human, isn't it too impulsive for Louis to hit him like this? Yeah, and he also said that even if he crippled Lou Bobin in Bruce's restaurant, he would be fine. Is he crazy? Maybe he really thinks of himself as a rent collector and thinks Bruce's is also his store. Before the group video ended, college classmates also sighed and complained about Louis. Just then, a man in a suit and leather shoes walked over quickly. The owner of the Western restaurant is here. Some diners recognized the man's identity. Hearing this, Hu Xiaodai turned pale. It's over, the boss is here, we can't leave. Lou Bobin also asked Yuan Mei to help him up, and said with a smug smile, Louis, you are finished, the boss is here, you will be stripped naked and thrown into the street like a clown. Not only was Louis not panicked at all, he even felt like laughing. Do you believe that the person who was thrown out like a clown would be you? Ha ha ha. Lou Bobin seemed to have heard a huge joke. Louis, you don't really think you are the rent collector and Bruce's restaurant is your restaurant, do you? Just as he finished speaking, the owner of Bruce's restaurant arrived. Boss, he. Lou Bobin hurried forward to complain. However, the man in the suit ignored him and walked past him and came to Louis. Under everyone's gaze, the man in a suit bowed to Louis and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lou, I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. This scene shocked everyone. The owner of Bruce's restaurant is also a well-known figure. But now he actually bows to Louis? How come? Lou Bobin was also deeply shocked. At this time, the man in the suit turned to the waiter beside him and said, Mr. Lou, all your consumption today is waived. Also, bring me the bank card I prepared. There is 300,000 yuan in it, which is the rent that Mr. Lou should pay this quarter. Hearing this, Lou Bobin was stunned. Rent? Give it to Louis? Could it be that? Before Lou Bobin could come to his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and a huge force suddenly hit him, knocking him to the ground. Louis kicked Lou Bobin to the ground, took a step forward, and stepped on Lou Bobin's chest. Lowering his head and looking down at Lou Bobin indifferently, Louis smiled jokingly, You are right, this store is mine. Lou Bobin only felt that Louis's foot was not on his chest, but on his face. Louis simply rubbed his face on the ground, making him look like a clown and lose all his face. At this moment, the university classmates group was also in an uproar. My face hurts so much. 1 second he mocked Louis for being crazy, and the next second Louis really became the rent collector of Bruce's restaurant. This slap in the face came too quickly. Louis, I was wrong. I am the one who went insane. I just spoke nonsense.
Please forgive me. Louis, you are a great man and don't bear grudges. Please don't be angry with me, okay?
Listening to these apologies and pleas for mercy, Louis curled his lips and was too lazy to pay attention. Suddenly, Louis felt something hit his arms. When I looked down, it turned out to be Lou Bobin's girlfriend, Yuan Mei.
Brother Louis, actually, I liked you when we were in college, but at that time, Lou Bobin was the class monitor, and he kept forcing me.
Yuan Mei lowered her head and cried, hugging Louis tightly, as if she wanted to squeeze herself into Louis's body.
Yuan Mei, you? Lou Bobin was already deeply shocked, and now Yuan Mei's attitude made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and he almost fainted on the spot. Shameless villain, don't talk to me. I just want to hug Brother Louis quietly now. Yuan Mei scolded Lou Bobin, then turned around and hugged Louis even tighter. Yuan Mei, Louis. Lou Bobin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Throw this man out.
The owner of the Western restaurant didn't want to hear Lou Bobin's screams anymore, so he gave orders to the security guard who came over. 2 security guards, one on the left and one on the right, carried Lou Bobin out. Etc. Louis narrowed his eyes and smiled. Don't forget, knock out his teeth and take off his clothes.
This is what he asked for just now. Yes. 2 security guards dragged Lou Bobin into the toilet. Ah.
Everyone only heard a wailing, and then saw that Lou Bobin had his 2 front teeth knocked out and was only wearing a pair of shorts. He was thrown onto the street by the security guards like a dead dog.
Lou Bobin's appearance immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers, and countless people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Brother Louis, you are so handsome. I like you so much.
Yuan Mei rubbed against Louis's arms.
You can go now, too. Louis pushed Yuan Mei away in disgust. Brother Louis. Shut up.
Louis shouted coldly, and Yuan Mei was so frightened that she dared not speak.
A woman with a 6-point appearance and who is so snobbish and pretentious, wants to prevent me from collecting rent? Louis pocketed the bank card that the man in the suit handed over with both hands and said indifferently, the presence of a woman will only affect the speed at which I collect rent. Louis's words made Yuan Mei tremble with anger and Hu Xiaodia's eyelids twitched. He actually wants to continue collecting rent?
Hu Xiaodai looked at Louis's back and felt dizzy. He has been collecting rent for the whole morning, and he hasn't finished collecting it yet.
Could it be that he owns more than dozens of shops, and the whole street belongs to him?
This thought frightened Hu Xiaodai.
If this is true, then wouldn't Louis be the richest man in Edu? You must hold Louis's thighs tightly. Hu Xiaodai trembled with excitement and hurriedly followed.
However, she didn't dare to follow too closely and could only follow from a distance.
I never thought that one day I would become a pervert who stalks people. No, a pervert who stalks people. Hu Xiaodai sighed inwardly.
Louis also discovered that Hu Xiaodai was following him, but he was able to stop her.
As we walked out of the Western restaurant, Lou Bobin happened to be holding his clothes and slipping out of the crowd. Louis, I won't let you go. Lou Bobin swore fiercely. How could he bear such a shameless humiliation today? Oh?
Louis raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking about what Lou Bobin had done in his 4 years in college. He was still holding his breath.
I didn't expect that Lou Bobin was still thinking about revenge on me. So? Louis picked up the phone. Hello, help me check where Lou Bobin works. Chapter 52. I really want to keep a low profile.
Soon, there was a reply from the other end of the phone.
The Central 4S store, right? I want him to lose this job now, and for the next 4 years, he won't be able to find any job in Edu. Louis said coldly. He is now talking to assistant Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng is the president of Edu Chamber of Commerce.
With just one sentence, he can get Lou Bobin fired and make him unable to stay in Edu.
However, when Lou Bobin heard Louis's words, he was not afraid but burst into laughter. Louis, do you think you are the president of Edu Chamber of Commerce? Not only do you want me to be fired, but you also want me to have no place in Edu?
This is ridiculous. Lou Bobin didn't believe that Louis had such great power. Looking at Lou Bobin, who was laughing wildly, Louis said nothing. He didn't want to waste his breath on this guy. When Lou Bobin saw that Louis just glanced at him, he turned his head away, feeling that he was being despised and humiliated.
You are so pretentious. Lou Bobin gritted his teeth and cursed. Don't you really think you are such a big shot? You want the 4S store to fire me? This is really funny. Do you know who the manager of the 4S store is? It's my brother-in-law. And that 4S store is owned by the president of the Edu Chamber of Commerce. You want me to be fired, unless you can make the president of the Edu Chamber of Commerce listen to you, but is that possible? No way. Lou Bobin glared at Louis and kept cursing at him. Louis didn't even bother to look at Lou Bobin, he just said into the phone. Check whether the manager of the 4S store is Lou Bobin's brother-in-law. If so, fire him together. Hearing this, Lou Bobin laughed even louder, still pretending here, right? Well, I'll wait here. If I don't receive a notice of expulsion within 10 minutes, I'll see how you end up. Beep, beep, beep. The phone suddenly rang. Lou Bobin took out his cell phone and saw that it was his brother-in-law calling. Why did my brother-in-law call me suddenly? Lou Bobin pressed the answer button in confusion. Hey, brother-in-law. Sister, you bastard, tell me what the hell you did. Why did President Zhao's assistant suddenly fire me? And he said it was because of you? Lou Bobin, you better give me an explanation. Fuck you. No, you bastard. Brother-in-law, what did you say? Lou Bobin turned pale and was stunned. My brother-in-law was actually fired, and it was because of me. It goes without saying that it must be because of the phone call Louis just made. Louis, does he really have such great power that he can invite President Xiao Qingfeng? Then what Louis said just now that he couldn't stay in Edu could be true. When he thought of this, Lou Bobin trembled all over. His network of contacts is all in Edu. If he can't make money in Edu, he will have to leave his hometown. But if he goes far away from home, without any connections, how can he survive relying only on his own abilities? Lou Bobin was so scared that his face turned pale. Seeing Louis turning around to leave, he hurried forward and hugged Louis's thigh. Brother Lou, please forgive me. I was blind and offended you just now. Please forgive me this time. Lou Bobin kept begging and crying bitterly. Louis felt no emotion at all and kicked Lou Bobin away. Back then, when Lou Bobin took the poverty subsidy that should have belonged to him and went to check into a room with Yuan Mei, did he ever think about today? A great man doesn't remember the mistakes of a small man? I'm not a great man. Louis walked straight out of the crowd. He was just a person who repaid kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge, not a saint who repaid evil with virtue. Seeing Louis leaving, Hu Xiaodai hurriedly followed. Louis felt helpless about Hu Xiaodai's dogskin plaster. However, since Hu Xiaodai didn't do anything bad, she could follow him if she wanted to. Louis ignored Hu Xiaodai and continued collecting rent. This harvest took another whole afternoon. When night fell, Louis finally collected all the rent. At this moment, Hu Xiaodai was already dizzy. She watched Louis coming in and out, and he collected rent from at least 100 shops that day. How much money does it cost in a day? It's at least over 20 million, right? More than 20 million, I can never earn that much money in several lifetimes. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaodai's breathing became more rapid. Are you still following? Louis couldn't help laughing when he saw that Hu Xiaodai hadn't left yet. Why didn't I realize before that this woman has such a persevering spirit? Louis, can I treat you to dinner? I was supposed to treat you to lunch, but I'm busy now. Louis shook his head. Are you still going to collect rent? Hu Xiaodai opened her beautiful eyes wide, her face full of surprise. No. Louis said, I only collected more than 30 million today. I'm tired and don't plan to collect any more. Hu Xiaodai. Just over 30 million? Is this something a human can say? Besides, isn't it just collecting rent with a mobile phone? What's so tiring about that? Sure enough, the world of the super rich is something that ordinary people like us simply cannot understand. Hu Xiaodai's eyelids twitched. Seeing that Louis was about to leave, she still refused to give up and quickly followed him. Louis, where are you going now? Louis said, Mercedes-Benz 4S store. I remember there is one in front of it. He will take his parents back to Fenghuang village in a few days. Jui Mingfeng is a 2-seater sports car and cannot accommodate 3 people, so he decided to buy a 4-seater sedan, or an SUV. It just so happened that I had collected the rent today and had some available funds. There was also a 4S store not far away, so I hurried to buy the car. When Hu Xiaodai heard that Louis was going to the 4S store, her eyes sparkled. She didn't expect Louis to buy her a car. She just wanted to follow Louis and see how the rich bought a car. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. When Louis walked in, he found that most of the cars here were Mercedes series.
He used to watch esports competitions. Mercedes-Benz was a sponsor of the competition, and he had a good impression of this series of cars.
Hello, sir, what can I do for you?
A woman with big wavy blonde hair stared at Louis with green eyes. How could she not be moved by a man like Louis who is tall, handsome, and has a good temperament, and wears all designer brands?
In fact, all the female car salespeople in the 4S store were drooling at Louis.
It's just that a blonde girl with big breasts got there first, so they can only regret it.
I want to buy a car, but not one that's too high profile, Louis said.
If he wanted to cause exclamations, he could just drive the Zhu Yiming phone.
Isn't the reason he bought a car now to experience the life of an ordinary person?
Okay. The blonde with big boobs thought that when Louis said not high profile, he meant not to be too expensive, so she introduced, this long wheelbase A-class sedan is low-key, luxurious, and has connotation, and it only costs 300,000 yuan. Louis originally thought the car looked pretty good, but when he heard it was only priced at 300,000, he immediately lost interest. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, a car worth 300,000 yuan was too cheap. It was not even as good as the car worth more than 500,000 yuan owned by Zheng Taizhu from the same village.
What's the point of driving this car back? Won't I still be laughed at by Zheng Taizhu and let my parents suffer?
I want to see a car that costs between 2 and 3 million.
Louis went straight to the point.
The girl with big blonde hair was a little confused.
I thought to myself, handsome guy, didn't you just want to be low-key? Why did you ask for a car worth 2 or 3 million? Can this be called low-key? Chapter 53 Big Headlights.
Although she couldn't help but complain a few words in her heart, the big-breasted blonde girl was naturally happy to meet a wealthy customer like Louis. After all, the more expensive the car she sold, the higher the commission she would get. So, the big-breasted blonde girl came to a white car as Louis requested.
Sir, what do you think of this Mercedes-AMG?
The blonde girl with big boobs clung to Louis and said with a sweet smile, this car has a white paint job, large and round headlights, and a very high-quality texture, without any silicone. The lines of the rear end are smooth and thick, and it feels great. The interior is also very luxurious, not only smooth, but also can provoke the ultimate touch. The big-breasted blonde girl got closer and closer to Louis, and finally even put her red lips close to Louis's ear. Louis could even feel the big-breasted blonde girl's breath on his neck, making him feel itchy.
Sir, do you think this car meets your requirements?
The blonde with big boobs whispered in Louis's ear, her breath sweet as orchid, very charming.
Louis finally understood why he felt that the car introduced by the big-breasted girl seemed to be different from the Mercedes-AMG in front of him. It turns out that the girl with big breasts was not introducing Mercedes, but herself. Louis took a look at her chest. The two headlights were indeed big and round. As for whether they had texture and contained silicone, he could only feel it after touching them. Sir, you can get on the car and experience it before making a decision. The big-breasted blonde girl smiled meaningfully. No. Louis quickly refused. The exhaust pipe of this kind of car is probably black, how could he dare to get on it? If there is a car accident, it will be more trouble than gain. Seeing the big-breasted blonde's mouth drooping and eyes full of resentment, Louis smiled awkwardly. Although Ningbo is really big, I don't like a life that is too easy. Although the words seemed incoherent, the girl with big blonde hair and big boobs also understood what Louis meant. However, the blonde with big boobs was not ready to give up. Sir, haven't you heard of a poem, fallen petals are not heartless things, the hospital can repair them for 800 yuan? As long as you don't mind, I can do it too. I'm sorry, I mind. Louis's mouth twitched and he refused decisively. Can the one repaired by the hospital be the same as the original one? I feel sick just thinking about it. Okay. Although she was ruthlessly rejected, the blonde with big boobs still kept smiling. What about this Mercedes-AMG? How much is it? Louis asked. The landing price is 3.5 million. The big-breasted blonde girl said, Sir, do you want to test drive it? No need. Louis waved his hand, it's just over 3 million. If you don't like it, just throw it in the garage or give it away. Blonde girl with big boobs? What kind of rich man did she meet? Just over 3 million. If you don't like it, throw it in the garage? This kind of lavish language is enough to make people dizzy. After coming to her senses, the big-breasted blonde girl finally understood why Louis had simply rejected her. This goddess in the eyes of many men is probably no different from Rohua in front of Louis. When Louis finished the formalities and was about to drive away with the car keys, he suddenly saw a woman.
Hu Xiaodai was actually still following him. At this moment, Hu Xiaodai, who had witnessed Lui's entire car buying process, had become numb. She knew that a wealthy man like Lui would be very generous when buying cars, but she didn't expect him to be so inhumane. I bought it without even test driving it, just by hearing the price.
This really means you don't treat money as money. Do you want to get in the car? I'll take you back.
Lui asked. Hu Xiaodai had also followed him for a day, which touched him a little. However, it was just a slight touch and there was no other emotion.
Okay.
Hu Xiaodai felt like she was in a dream.
She didn't expect Lui to offer to drive her back.
Following the navigation, Lui drove all the way, and when he arrived at the destination, he felt it looked familiar.
Have you been here before? How about going up and sitting down? Hu Xiaodai asked. Need not. Lui quickly shook his head. Go up and sit for a while. I'm a weak woman and I can't do anything to you.
As Hu Xiaodai spoke, she pulled Lui towards the residential area. Lui was afraid of pushing Hu Xiaodai to the ground, so he did not dare to use any force, and was eventually pulled upstairs by Hu Xiaodai.
Click.
Hu Xiaodai opened the door with her key. When Lui walked in, he found that it was a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, which was very clean.
Walalelo.
There was the sound of water coming from the direction of the bathroom again.
Is anyone taking a shower?
Hu Xiaodai was also confused.
Her roommate actually got off work so early today? What a miscalculation.
Sorry, I didn't know my roommate left work early. Seeing Lui's embarrassed expression, Hu Xiaodai quickly apologized.
Is your roommate a man or a woman? Lui asked. If it was a woman, then it would be inappropriate for him to stay. Female.
Hu Xiaodai sighed, knowing that she probably wouldn't be able to keep Lui tonight.
Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Lui started to leave. But just at this moment. Squeak. The bathroom door is open. A woman came out wrapped in a bathrobe.
While wiping his hair with a towel, he asked.
Xiaodai, I have good news for you.
I was promoted to deputy store manager, so I got off work early today.
Have you eaten? I'll treat you to a big meal later, right? Well, speaking of which, I have someone I need to thank.
I'll give him a call first. As the woman spoke, she raised her head and prepared to go to the sofa to get her cell phone.
As a result, when I looked up, I saw Lui.
Lui was also surprised when he saw this woman.
It's you!
The two of them exclaimed in unison. Hu Xiaodai, who was originally embarrassed, immediately asked curiously.
You guys knew each other before? More than just knowing each other.
The woman put down the towel she had used to wipe her hair, walked quickly to Hu Xiaodai, and said excitedly. Didn't I just say that I should call someone and ask him to come to dinner, because it is because of this person that I can be promoted to deputy store manager.
The person I'm talking about is Mr. Lui. The woman took Hu Xiaodai's hand and asked.
Xiaodai, it turns out that you also know Mr. Lui.
What a coincidence. It's really a coincidence. Lui also smiled.
This woman was Shen Yufei, who had matched clothes for him in the Versace store before. That night, Lui wanted Shen Yufei to invite him upstairs to sit for a while. At that time, both of them knew what would happen if they went upstairs. Shen Yufei rejected Lui at the time, saying that she was afraid that her roommate would be unhappy. Later, Lui and Shen Yufei chatted on WeChat, but it was just chatting, and there was no longer the excitement of that night.
I never thought that the world is so small. Hu Xiaodai is Shen Yufei's roommate. That's great.
I was worried that if I called you, Mr. Lui, you wouldn't have time to come.
Shen Yufei smiled. Mr. Lui, please wait a moment, I will go change my clothes, and then we will have a big meal later.
After saying that, Shen Yufei turned around and jumped towards the room. However, because she was too excited and jumped so vigorously, the bath towel wrapped around her body actually fell off.
Chapter 54, Jealousy.
This accident caught all three of them off guard.
Especially Lui, his eyes followed Shen Yufei's cascading black hair down and he could see a large area of white and smooth skin. Going down the back, it is round and tight. Lui repeatedly told himself not to watch it anymore. But my eyes just listen.
My eyes unconsciously continued to move downwards, wanting to explore the most beautiful scenery. But at this moment, Hu Xiaodai stood in front of him, blocking his sight.
Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and wrap yourself in a bath towel and go back to your room.
Hu Xiaodai shouted at Shen Yufei with a bad look on her face.
She thought Xin Yufei deliberately dropped the bath towel in order to attract Louis.
After all, Louis had spent millions at the Versace store before and directly made Xin Yufei the deputy store manager.
If Xin Yufei and Louis's relationship were to take a step further, wouldn't she be able to become a phoenix right away? You're trying to steal my man right in front of me? Hu Xiaodai gnashed her teeth, furious. I won't give Louis to you so easily.
Although her appearance is slightly inferior to Xin Yufei, her figure is better than Xin Yufei. When a mature man first sees someone, he often doesn't look at the face, but. So if she competes with Xin Yufei, she has the confidence and the capital. At this time, Xin Yufei finally came back to her senses. How could she let the towel slip off on purpose? If she really wanted to seduce Louis, then that night when Louis sent her home would be her great opportunity. That was such a surprise just now. It was precisely because of the accident that she was so panicked and stunned for nearly half a minute. If Hu Xiaodai had not stood in front of Louis in time, all her charm would have been seen by Louis. After coming to her senses, Xin Yufei quickly bent down and picked up the bath towel. When she bent down, she could vaguely see a beautiful scenery. However, at this time Louis could no longer be seen. After returning to the room and closing the door, Xin Yufei's heart was still beating fast. Thinking that most of her body was seen by Louis, Xin Yufei's face turned red, like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite. It took a long time for Xin Yufei to calm down. After changing into a dress and putting on some makeup, Xin Yufei finally went out. You're taking too long. Hu Xiaodai crossed her arms across her chest and complained coldly. She already regarded Xin Yufei as her love rival, so naturally she wouldn't be in a good mood. Xin Yufei was puzzled. She originally wanted to thank Hu Xiaodai, but when she saw that Hu Xiaodai was as cold as ice and looked as if no strangers were allowed to enter, she swallowed the thanks. Could it be that Xiao Die's period has come? Her attitude has changed so suddenly? Xin Yufei guessed so, and thought that she would thank Hu Xiaodai when she arrived at the dinner table and was in a better mood. Mr. Liu, sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's go now. Xin Yufei walked towards Louis with a smile. Unexpectedly, before she could get close to Louis, Hu Xiaodai stood between her and Louis. Louis, let's go. Hu Xiaodai took Louis's hand familiarly and led Louis out. Seeing Hu Xiaodai actually holding Louis's hand, Xin Yufei felt unhappy for no reason. It was obvious that Louis was not her boyfriend, and he had only known her for a short time, so they didn't even have a deep relationship. But she just didn't want Hu Xiaodai to hold Louis's hand. There was another voice deep in her heart that resounded, the person holding hands with Louis should be you, Xin Yufei. When this voice sounded, Xin Yufei blushed immediately. What's wrong with me? Why do you have such an idea? Could it be that I have fallen in love with Louis? For a moment, Xin Yufei was in a state of confusion. After entering the elevator, Louis finally broke free from Hu Xiaodie's hand. This woman is really weird. If he hadn't thought about the fact that Hu Xiaodai helped slap Lu Bobin in the face, he would have wanted to push Hu Xiaodai away regardless of everything. I didn't expect that this woman would actually climb up the pole and hold my hand and won't let go. It's really speechless. At this moment, Xin Yufei also walked into the elevator. Seeing that Louis was not holding hands with Hu Xiaodai, a smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face. Seeing Xin Yufei smile, Hu Xiaodai became more certain that Xin Yufei was also interested in Louis. It seems that when we get to the dinner table, it will be time for the final battle. Hu Xiaodai glared at Xin Yufei with hatred. At the dinner table, I will try every possible means to make Louis fall at my feet. When Xin Yufei saw Hu Xiaodie's eyes that wanted her to challenge him to a fight, she also understood what he was thinking. In an instant, Xin Yufei also felt a surge of competitive spirit. The smell of gunpowder began to fill the elevator. Louis was sandwiched between two women, smelling the strong smell of gunpowder and feeling uncomfortable all over. After finally getting off the elevator, Louis smiled awkwardly and said, "My house is on fire. I have to go back to put it out. I won't have dinner with you tonight." He tried to slip away with a lame excuse. But before he could lift his legs, he heard two cold shouts. "No! Stop!" Looking back, Xin Yufei and Hu Xiaodai were in a fierce and murderous mood, as if they were bloodthirsty. Louis's face was filled with black lines. What sin had he committed to deserve being bullied by these two women? "Let's go, then." Louis sighed helplessly. If he was determined to leave, he would probably be pinned to the ground by the two women on both sides. Thinking of that scene, Louis was terrified. Being pushed back by a woman is not fun at all. After getting in the car, Hu Xiaodai naturally sat in the passenger seat.
This made Xin Yufei very angry.
Looking at Hu Xiaodia's smug eyes and Xin Yufei's angry eyes,
Louis estimated that if he hadn't been here, these two women would have put on a big show of pulling hair.
If I were a passerby and saw two women pulling hair, I might stop and watch the fun. But when the hair-pulling drama happens to yourself, all that is left is a mess and nothing is interesting.
Louis felt lucky and wanted to finish his meal quickly and leave, so he stepped on the accelerator.
With his superb driving skills, he arrived at his destination in no time. The celestial being is drunk.
A specialty restaurant in Edu.
In this restaurant, both male and female waiters are dressed in ancient costumes.
The dishes sold are also antique. This feature is very attractive, but many people can only watch from a distance because the price is really high. The average per capita consumption is 3,000 to 4,000, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. Louis had heard of this before, and Tang Xiaoya even asked him to bring her here for dinner, but he had no money at the time, so he had to give up. Tang Xiaoya even had a big fight with him because of this. Louis never thought that one day he would be invited to dinner here by two girls. There are two girls, one is more beautiful than Tang Xiaoya, and the other is more beautiful than Tang Xiaoya. Maybe this is what it means. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Louis, Xin Yufei, and Hu Xiaodai walked into Tiangxianshui. As soon as it arrived, it attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 55, Hugging Women on Both Sides? I didn't don't talk nonsense. Louis is tall, handsome, and stylish. No matter his appearance, figure, or temperament, he can beat all the popular stars. Xin Yufei has a pure temperament and lovely looks, and her appearance can almost score a perfect 9 out of 10. Hu Xiaodai has a curvy figure and a sexy body that makes people unable to take their eyes off her. How can such a combination not attract attention and draw people's attention? Louis, should we sit in the lobby or go to the private room?
Hu Xiaodai asked, holding Louis's arm.
Mr. Liu, let's go to the private room. Last time you invited me to eat in the private room, and this time I will also invite you to the private room. Xin Yufei pulled the corner of Louis's clothes and said crisply. This scene once again made people stare.
Especially the men, all of them wailed non-stop.
Why can he have women on both sides, but I can't even have a woman? One is a beautiful young lady, the other is a hot chick. That guy is so lucky. Not only happy, but also very sexually happy. I admit, I'm really jealous. Why can't God give me one of them as a girlfriend? I hate it so much. Hearing these wails, the women curled their lips in disdain. Why do others have so much splendor while you have nothing? Don't you have any idea? He's so handsome and has such a good temperament, which woman wouldn't like him?
Yes, if possible, I also want to be by his side, even if it's just to watch him quietly. The appearance of Louis made men jealous, women crazy about him, and the whole world was intoxicated and in chaos. As the person involved, Louis just wanted to finish his meal and leave. Private room number 1. Xin Yufei also said to the waiter at the right time.
Okay, please come this way.
The lady in ancient costume wearing a skirt led the way. The waiter handed 3 menus to Louis, Xin Yufei, and Hu Xiaodai, waiting for them to order.
Mr. Liu, you order.
Xin Yufei said with a smile. Hu Xiaodai was also quiet for a rare time and did not steal the spotlight.
Louis lowered his head and looked at the recipe.
Crab stuffed with orange, fairy chicken, plum blossom soup, and rosy offerings.
Louis was completely confused by these ancient names.
The name sounds nice, but most of the time, it is impossible to tell what the dish is from the name.
Louis suddenly didn't know what to order.
If he came to eat alone, he would just order one portion as well, but now it is Xin Yufei's treat, and if he orders one for all, I'm afraid Xin Yufei won't be able to afford it.
One of the dishes on the menu, please. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Xin Yufei frowned immediately.
Louis turned his head and saw a man with neatly combed, shiny hair, a rose in the corner of his mouth, walking towards him in a very showy manner.
Yufei, how is it, do you like it?
The man handed the rose in his mouth to Xin Yufei. Looking at the rose in front of her, Xin Yufei looked disgusted.
It's no wonder that Xin Yufei was disgusted. Louis felt sick just watching her.
Damn, the saliva on the rose is even stretched into strings.
Can this guy really not see, or does he think too highly of himself? Han Xiuxiu, I've already told you clearly that I don't like you and there's no possibility between you and me. Why don't you just give up?
Not only did Xin Yufei not take the rose handed to her by the man, she also rejected it word by word.
The man named Han Xiaoxiu's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly.
Yufei, I love you. For you, I came to Taiangxiansui specially and treated you to all the delicacies of Taiangxiansui.
I just want to make you happy.
Before he finished speaking, another noble young man came to the door of the private room. Mr. Han, the beauties in the private room over there are waiting.
Why did you go to someone else's private room to use the toilet? Are you drunk? Han Xiaoxiu. Shan Yufei. Louis, brother, when you want to pick up girls, can't you choose a reliable wingman? Why did you bring such a stupid teammate?
Shen Yufei was even more disgusted. Han Xiaoxiu, I don't need you to treat me to a meal, now, please leave the room immediately. Han Xiaoxiu threw the rose in his hand to the ground with a sullen look on his face. Shen Yufei, you don't need me to treat you, so who can help you order one of all the delicacies on the menu like I did?
Could it be him?
Han Xiaoxiu pointed at Louis and asked with a sneer, I just saw this guy looking at the menu for a long time and didn't even order the last dish. It's obvious that this guy looks bright and beautiful on the outside, but he actually has no money at all. He is just a poor.
Seeing Han Xiaoxiu about to attack Louis, Shen Yufei immediately became anxious. Han Xiaoxiu, what are you crazy about?
I'm treating Mr. Lu to dinner today, and Mr. Lu wants to save money for me, so he hesitated and didn't order the food yet. Hearing this, Han Xiaoxiu's face became even uglier. I spent money to please Shen Yufei, but Shen Yufei refused to accept it.
Shen Yufei wants to spend money to make Louis happy. Isn't this clearly telling him that he is not as good as Louis? How could Han Xiaoxiu tolerate this? How is he better than me?
Han Xiaoxiu gritted his teeth and questioned Shen Yufei.
This question stunned everyone in the room. Isn't the answer obvious? Whether it's appearance, height, or temperament, how can Louis not crush you?
At this point, Louis finally understood that this guy really felt good about himself. Han Xiaoxiu, I don't want to talk to you now, please leave immediately. Shen Yufei pointed at the door of the private room and ordered them to leave.
Let me leave? Do you believe that with just one word from me, you won't be able to dine at Taiangxiansui?
Han Xiaoxiu threatened viciously.
Han Xiaoxiu, you're going too far.
Shen Yufei's eyes were red. She had finally invited Louis here, but it was ruined by Han Xiaoxiu.
Ha, I just went too far, what can you do to me?
Han Xiaoxiu pointed at Louis triumphantly and said, Yufei, if you ask this guy to get out now, I will let you taste all the dishes on the Taiangxiansui menu for free.
But if you don't, then get out with this guy. Shen Yufei clenched her fists, feeling angry and hateful.
But she also knew Han Xiaoxiu's identity and knew what kind of power this guy possessed.
What Han Xiaoxiu said just now was absolutely not false. Rather than letting Han Xiaoxiu call someone and drive me away in disgrace, it is better to leave now.
Thinking of this, Shen Yufei could only look at Louis apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I wanted to treat you to a meal and thank you very much, but...
Mr. Lu, let's go and eat somewhere else, okay? Louis sat in his seat, motionless.
In fact, he doesn't care where to eat.
But the key point is, this Han Xiaoxiu actually threatened Shen Yufei in front of him?
Moreover, Han Xiaoxiu just pointed at his head with his finger.
This is simply unbearable. Today, I'm going to eat here.
As Louis spoke, he pulled Shen Yufei's hand and asked Shen Yufei to sit back in her seat.
Chapter 56, Making Wedding Dresses. Seeing Louis holding Shen Yufei's hand, Han Xiaoxiu's eyes turned red. When he heard Louis say that he must have dinner at Taiangxiansui, Han Xiaoxiu's face became even more ferocious. Okay, I want to see if you have what it takes to eat the food here.
Han Xiaoxiu sneered, took out his cell phone, and made a call.
Du Tungfei? Yes, I'm Han Xiaoxiu. I have a small favor to ask you for. You have a piece of trash in Taiangxiansui. I don't like him. I want you to send someone to clean him out. No problem, right? Okay, I'll wait for your good news.
Putting down his phone, Han Xiaoxiu put his hands in his pockets, raised his chin slightly, and his face was full of pride.
Boy, do you know who Du Tungfei is? He's the young master of Taiangxiansui. Du Tungfei has spoken. Don't even think about eating here.
Even staying 100 meters away from Taiangxiansui is impossible. The security guards of Taiangxiansui will treat you as a stray dog and drive you away.
Han Xiaoxiu looked down at Louis proudly and said,
But as long as you apologize to me now and promise to disappear from Yufei's world from now on, I can call Du Tungfei again. Not only will I not let him expel you, but I will also let him treat you to a good meal for free.
How about that?
After saying this, Han Xiaoxiu raised his chin and stopped looking at Louis.
Instead, he pointed his two dark nostrils at Louis, waiting for Louis to beg for mercy. He felt that any normal person would know how to choose. At this time, Shin Yufei also said to Louis, "Mr. Liu, I'm really sorry for tonight. Let's go. Do Tang Fei and Han Xiuxiu are birds of a feather? If we continue to stay here, we will only bring shame upon ourselves." Hearing this, Han Xiuxiu became even more proud, and said to Louis in a haughty manner, "Did you hear that? Yufei is an intelligent person, and knows the gap between you and me. If you insist on going against me, then I can make you lose face tonight, and tomorrow, I can make you lose even more." Hearing Han Xiuxiu's ridicule, Shin Yufei felt even more guilty towards Louis. If it weren't for her, Louis wouldn't have been ridden on the head by Han Xiuxiu and had to poop and pee. "After I leave here, I will make it up to Mr. Liu." While Shin Yufei was thinking this, she continued to persuade Louis. "Mr. Liu, we..." Before he finished speaking, Louis picked up the menu and handed it back to the waiter. "I want one portion of everything on the menu." Originally, he was thinking that Shin Yufei would treat him tonight, so he would just have a simple meal. "I didn't expect Han Xiuxiu to do this, so I'll just eat to my heart's content." Anyway, in the end, neither Shin Yufei nor he had to pay. When Shin Yufei heard Louis's words, her face turned even paler. Louis is determined to go against Han Xiuxiu. However, although Louis is rich, Han Xiuxiu is richer and more powerful. How can Louis be a match for Han Xiuxiu? Shin Yufei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, but when she wanted to persuade Louis, Louis shook his head at her, indicating that she didn't need to say anything more. Good, you have courage." Han Xiuxiu laughed out of anger and even clapped his hands. Over the years, few people dared to compete with him. I actually met one today, so I have to have some fun with him. The people sent by Du Tingfei should be here by now. Han Xiuxiu turned around and looked towards the door, and sure enough, he saw a man in a neat suit walking towards him. It was Tianxi Anzui's manager, Lu Wanpeng. "Ha, speak of the devil and he will appear." Han Xiuxiu glanced at Louis and laughed coldly. "I hope you can still be so confident and courageous after Lu Wanpeng walks into the private room." As he was speaking, Lu Wanpeng had already walked into the private room surrounded by a group of security guards. Seeing Lu Wanpeng, Shin Yufei bit her red lips and was extremely nervous. She even lowered her head, waiting for Lu Wanpeng to issue the eviction order. Han Xiuxiu held his head high, smiling. Lu Wanpeng knew him, so it was impossible for him to appear. It was a mistake that Lu Wanpeng mistook him for Louis and expelled him. So, the next interesting thing is that Lu Wanpeng asked the security guards to come forward and throw Louis out of the Tianxi Anzui. Thinking of this, Han Xiuxiu seemed to have seen the miserable scene of Louis being thrown out like a dead dog. Han Xiuxiu's mouth curled up into a ferocious and cold arc unconsciously. "Dare to snatch a woman from me? You are really courting death." Just at this moment, Lu Wanpeng looked around the private room, saw Louis, and hurriedly walked forward. Seeing Lu Wanpeng coming, Shin Yufei couldn't help but bury her head even lower, and Han Xiuxiu's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. "Mr. Liu, please forgive me for what happened tonight." Lu Wanpeng suddenly bent down to Louis and said to the waiter, "Hurry up and ask the kitchen to give priority to the dishes in Mr. Liu's private room. Also, Mr. Liu will not be charged for any consumption tonight. In addition, bring 2 more jars of Zui Huadiao." Lu Wanpeng's series of actions left Shin Yufei and Han Xiuxiu dumbfounded. What is going on? Shouldn't Lu Wanpeng ask the security guard to throw Louis out? Why did he bow to Louis, give Louis a free meal, and finally give him 2 jars of the store's signature wine, Zui Huadiao, worth tens of thousands of dollars? Lu Wanpeng, what do you mean by this? Han Xiuxiu's face turned blue. He had just vowed that Louis would be kicked out of Tianxi Anzui, but now not only has he not been kicked out, he is also being treated like a big boss by Lu Wanpeng. Isn't this a slap in his face? Master Han, I am also following orders. Lu Wanpeng said lightly. Order? Whose order? Du Tengfei gave you the order to worship the sky like an ancestor? Han Xiuxiu's face turned red and white. The young master's order to me was not like this, but the master's order to me was to serve Mr. Liu well, so I naturally have to listen to the master's words. Lu Wanpeng said. Master? The boss of Tianxi Anzui, Du Tengfei's father, Du Shantaing? Why was Louis able to invite Du Shantaing? Louis, when will you? Shin Yufei also recovered from her initial shock. Her face was full of smiles, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. Louis smiled and said, he just called Du Tengfei, so I sent him a WeChat message. Of course, he didn't send the WeChat message to Du Shantaing, but to Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng is the president of Yidu Chamber of Commerce.
Just one sentence from him can make Du Shantang tremble all over. Since Xiao Qingfeng has come forward, Du Shantang naturally dare not neglect him.
Lu Yi, you are so awesome. Xin Yufei was extremely happy and hugged Lu Yi. It's not that great, just average. Lu Yi smiled slightly.
Seeing this scene, Han Xiuxiu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode.
Not only did he fail to show off in front of Xin Yufei, but he became a stepping stone for Lu Yi, made wedding dresses for Lu Yi, and sent Xin Yufei into Lu Yi's arms?
Han Xiuxiu became angrier the more he thought about it, and his eyes turned frighteningly red. He picked up a chair and smashed it on Lu Yi's head.
Chapter 57, Smashing Your Own Feet with a Chair. Han Xiuxiu's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that Han Xiuxiu would dare to kill Lu Yi in front of Lu Wanpeng. Lu Yi was also startled and instinctively pulled Xin Yufei to avoid it. But before he could take any action, he saw a hand grabbing Han Xiuxiu's wrist. Immediately afterwards, the chair fell from Han Xiuxiu's hands. Ah! Han Xiuxiu roared immediately. The chair hit his feet.
In an instant, he turned pale with pain and broke out in sweat.
Yet no one cared what happened to him. Mr. Lu, are you okay? Everyone looked at Lu Yi worriedly.
Lu Yi's focus was on the man who subdued Han Xiuxiu. A woman in a white t-shirt and denim shorts walked out from behind Han Xiuxiu.
It's you!
When he saw this woman, Lu Yi's eyes lit up. This woman was none other than Xiao Wanwan, the daughter of Xiao Qingfeng, who had captured Tang Xiaoya and retrieved the Zodi car from Tang Xiaolong.
Officer Xiao, why are you here? Lu Yi quickly stood up and extended his hand to Xiao Wanwan.
My dad was afraid that Han Xiuxiu would do something bad to you, and the police station was not far from here, so he asked me to come over and take a look.
Xiao Wanwan and Lu Yi shook hands. Thank you, sorry to bother you again.
Lu Yi let go of Xiao Wanwan's hand, pulled out a chair, and said,
Officer Xiao, please take a seat. We can have a meal together.
This. Xiao Wanwan looked at Xin Yufei and Hu Xiaodai behind Lu Yi with a strange look in her eyes. Lu Yi misunderstood Xiao Wanwan's look and explained, Officer Xiao, when I said I'd treat you to a meal, I meant to treat you alone.
But today just happens to be a small gathering with friends, so I'll definitely treat you alone some other day, okay?
Xiao Wanwan waved her hand and said with a smile, Mr. Lu, you are joking. I am not hesitating because of today's meal or because you invited me alone.
I am afraid that I will be a light bulb here.
Lu Yi hurriedly shook his head, Officer Xiao is such a joke, these two are just my friends. He had always felt that being sandwiched between Xin Yufei and Hu Xiaodai, he would not be able to enjoy his meal. Now that Xiao Wanwan is here, maybe Xin Yufei and Hu Xiaodai can be more restrained and he can smell less gunpowder.
Is that so? Xiao Wanwan glanced meaningfully at the two beauties, Xin Yufei and Hu Xiaodai, who had sad eyes. Okay, since it's a coincidence and I'm hungry, let's have dinner together and make friends with each other. Okay. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Xiao Wanwan would not agree. Manager Lu, hurry up and serve the dishes. Yes, I'll go and urge the kitchen right away. Lu Wanpeng also tactfully prepared to take his people away. Before leaving, Lu Wanpeng did not forget to say to Han Xiuxiu, Master Han, why don't you stop standing here? Han Xiuxiu's face turned pale. He was slapped in the face by Lu Yi just now, and wanted to launch a surprise attack on Lu Yi, but Xiao Wanwan suddenly appeared out of nowhere and made him lift a chair and hit his foot. If he leaves now, where will he put his face in the future? But if he didn't leave, he would continue to stay here and it seemed that he would not be able to get back on track. After all, Xiao Wanwan had already sat down, so he didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. Just when Han Xiuxiu was in a dilemma, Lu Yi actually spoke up, Master Han, right? The food and drinks will be served soon, why don't you sit down and have a simple meal together? Of course, Lu Yi is not a saint, and he wants to repay evil with kindness by inviting Han Xiuxiu to dinner. However, he felt that if Han Xiuxiu stayed and watched Xin Yufei and Hu Xiaodai fighting for his favor, it would seem to make Han Xiuxiu even more uncomfortable. Han Xiuxiu wanted to kill him just now, so of course he would do whatever he could to make Han Xiuxiu uncomfortable. You. Seeing the amusement in Lu Yi's eyes, Han Xiuxiu naturally knew what Lu Yi wanted to do. Lu Yi wants to bring even greater humiliation upon himself. Master Han, do you not dare to sit down? Where did your arrogant and domineering spirit go? Lu Yi asked with a half smile, if young Master Han doesn't dare to sit down, if this gets out. You're going too far. Han Xiuxiu glared at Lu Yi and wanted to pick up a chair to hit him.
But, with 2 clicks, Xiao Wanwan took out a pair of shiny handcuffs and placed them on the table. No matter how brave Han Xiuxiu was, he was still frightened. "Young Master Han, we haven't seen each other for a while. Why don't we catch up today?" Xiao Wanwan asked with a smile. Han Xiuxiu. Who the hell wants to reminisce with a tomboy like you? However, although he was extremely reluctant, he still stayed in order to preserve his reputation and prevent outsiders from laughing at him for being frightened by an unknown kid and not daring to sit down for dinner. Soon, the food and drinks were served. Shen Yufei and Hu Xiaodai sat on the left and right sides of Louis. Xiao Wanwan was 1 seat away from Shen Yufei, but still quite close to Louis. Only Han Xiuxiu was sitting opposite Louis, all alone. While Louis was toasting and chatting with the 3 beauties, Shen Yufei, Hu Xiaodai, and Xiao Wanwan, he could only drink alone. Han Xiuxiu felt so uncomfortable and uneasy while eating this meal, it was so boring. After drinking a few glasses of wine and eating a few dishes, Han Xiuxiu wanted to leave. But at this moment, he discovered that Shen Yufei and Hu Xiaodai looked at Louis with eyes full of love. This immediately made Han Xiuxiu angry. He chased Shen Yufei but failed to conquer her. And Louis didn't do anything, but just made Shen Yufei and Hu Xiaodai jealous of each other? "Louis, I toast you with this glass of wine." When Hu Xiaodai clinked glasses with Louis, she staggered and fell into Louis's arms. However, what she didn't expect was that all the wine in the glass spilled onto Louis's thigh. "I'm sorry, Louis." Hu Xiaodai was just about to wipe Louis clean, but unexpectedly, Shen Yufei was quick-witted and actually pulled out the toilet paper first to wipe the wine stains on Louis's thigh. "Mr. Liu, are you okay?" Shen Yufei asked with concern. "Fine." Louis felt a headache. If it were in the past, he would definitely feel very happy if 2 women were jealous of him. But now, he just felt annoyed, especially Hu Xiaodai, whose purpose was too strong and whose acting skills were too poor, which annoyed him. Seeing Louis's unhappy expression, Han Xiuxiu's head was buzzing. "You're surrounded by 2 beautiful women, and you're not happy?" Han Xiuxiu felt that Louis was deliberately pretending to be unhappy, deliberately disgusting him, and deliberately showing off in front of him. Nah. Han Xiuxiu's teeth were almost broken. At the same time, Hu Xiaodai sat back in her seat, still unwilling to give up. She simply kicked her feet off and her high heels remained on the ground. Then, she placed her delicate and smooth feet on Louis's calves. And it climbed up along the calf, and soon, Hu Xiaodia's delicate and moving feet were resting on Louis's thigh. Chapter 58, Dazzling. Louis noticed something the moment Hu Xiaodia's foot touched his calf. However, in order to avoid embarrassment for Hu Xiaodai, Louis just coughed twice quietly, hoping that Hu Xiaodai would give up. In the end, it was not known whether the cough was too soft and Hu Xiaodai did not hear it, or whether Hu Xiaodai heard it but was not giving up and kept moving up and putting her feet on her thighs. Although it was quite comfortable for Hu Xiaodia's little feet to rub against her thighs, and she even felt a strange electric current running through her body, this was in a private room of a hotel. So what if it was fun? Could Hu Xiaodai be executed right here? Cannot. And Louis has no interest in Hu Xiaodai. So when Hu Xiaodia's foot was actually about to go 1 step further and slide towards the base of her legs, Louis couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed Hu Xiaodia's feet and glared at her fiercely. Hu Xiaodai was suddenly panicked. She didn't expect Louis to be so angry. Subconsciously, I wanted to pull my feet back. But Louis wanted to teach Hu Xiaodai a lesson, so he held her ankles tightly and increased the strength of his hands. This made Hu Xiaodai feel pain, and she pulled her foot back even harder. At this moment, Louis suddenly let go. Hu Xiaodai fell to the ground, face up, looking extremely miserable. Hu Xiaodai looked at Louis with resentment as he leisurely wiped his hands with a napkin, tears welling up in her eyes. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Xiao Wanwan hurried to pull Hu Xiaodai. "He just molested me." Hu Xiaodia's words were shocking. Louis was startled and thought that Hu Xiaodai had seduced him and was going to bite him back. He frowned and looked at Hu Xiaodai, only to find that Hu Xiaodai was not pointing at him, but at Han Xiuxiu. At this time, Han Xiuxiu was confused. He was looking at Louis with gritted teeth, imagining the food in his mouth as Louis, and fantasizing about tearing Louis into pieces. Suddenly Hu Xiaodai pointed at him and said that he was indecent and had bad intentions. Han Xiuxiu was completely dumbfounded. This unexpected disaster was so outrageous. Louis was also surprised. He didn't expect Hu Xiaodai to do this. Xiao Wanwan looked at Hu Xiaodai, Louis, and Han Xiuxiu, and roughly knew what was going on.
However, since Hu Xiaodai testified against Han Xiaoshu, she had to deal with it.
With a click, the handcuffs locked Han Xiaoshu's hands. "Come with me, young Master Han." Xiao Wanwan looked at Han Xiaoshu with some pity in her eyes.
This guy is so unlucky tonight. He opened the door for bad luck. He is so unlucky. Han Xiaoshu was handcuffed, so he naturally couldn't eat his meal.
Xiao Wanwan handed Han Xiaoshu over to the police officer who arrived, and Hu Xiaodai naturally had to go to the police station to record her testimony. As for Xin Yufei, Louis was not in the mood to send her back, so he entrusted 2 police officers to escort Xin Yufei.
Louis wanted to drive home, but Xiao Wanwan snatched the car keys from his hand. "You've been drinking, you can't drive." Xiao Wanwan smiled and said, "I'll take you home." Louis laughed dumbly. "Officer Xiao just replaced wine with tea, just to send me back personally?"
Xiao Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, "Mr. Liu, I drink tea instead of wine only because of my job and I can't drink."
"I know, it's just a joke." Louis laughed and sat in the passenger seat.
After Xiao Wanwan started the Mercedes, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "This car is great."
"If Officer Xiao likes it, I'll give it to you," Louis said with a smile.
Anyway, the car only costs a few $1,000,000. Xiao Wanwan has helped him a lot several times and just saved his life. It is not too much to give him a car.
"If I like it, I can buy it myself. Mr. Liu doesn't have to spend money."
Xiao Wanwan smiled faintly.
Louis was embarrassed for a moment.
He actually forgot that Xiao Wanwan was Xiao Qingfen's daughter and was also rich.
Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly dull, Xiao Wanwan started the conversation. "2 beauties are vying for Mr. Liu tonight, and Mr. Liu is not happy?"
Louis smiled bitterly and said, "Xin Yufei is fine, but Hu Xiaodai is too aggressive. How can she like her?" Women like Xin Yufei and Hu Xiaodai are jealous of each other, so their impression of each other is average. As he spoke, Louis thought of Hu Xiaodai, who had helped him slap Liu Bobin in the face before, and just now helped him send Han Xiaoshu to the police station.
So he signed a check for 100,000 and handed it to Xiao Wanwan. "Officer Xiao, when you return to the police station, give this check to Hu Xiaodai." This check also settled the dispute between him and Hu Xiaodai. Miss Shin and Miss Hu are both absolute beauties. Even if they have a little more thoughts, ordinary men can't resist them. Xiao Wanwan smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems that Mr. Liu's vision is not ordinary." "No way." Louis shook his head. "I wonder what type of girls Mr. Liu likes?" Xiao Wanwan asked curiously.
Louis thought for a long time, but still didn't know which type he liked.
"What kind of women can men like?"
"Pretty, good-looking, and good-looking."
To be fatal is an extremely broad description of having a good character. So Louis didn't know how to answer Xiao Wanwan's question. "I just made a joke. I think Officer Xiao is a very good person." Squeak.
The Mercedes, which was originally stable, suddenly braked suddenly, leaving a long brake line on the road.
"Officer Xiao, what are you doing?" Louis didn't expect that Xiao Wanwan would have such a big reaction to his joke. "Fine."
Xiao Wanwan started the car again, but her voice was several degrees colder than before.
"Mr. Liu, please don't make such jokes in the future." "Why?" Louis subconsciously wanted to ask the reason.
But Xiao Wanwan turned her head and gave Louis a look, which scared him back the words that were about to come out of his mouth.
Louis couldn't understand why Xiao Wanwan's eyes suddenly became so cold. After that, the two of them walked in silence.
The car stopped at the shore of the lake. Louis wanted to invite Xiao Wanwan to come in and sit for a while, but Xiao Wanwan decisively refused.
Louis could only push open the door of the villa and walk in alone.
What is strange is that Su Zian was not seen sitting at the door waiting for him today.
"Purple smoke," Louis called out of habit. Su Zian slowly poked her head out from behind the door. She looked behind Louis several times, and after making sure that there was no one there, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked out from behind the door. "What's wrong with you?" Louis asked doubtfully. "No, nothing." Su Zian shook her head, closed the door of the villa, and said, "My uncle and aunt are asleep. They wanted to wait for you to come back, but I saw they were dozing off, so I persuaded them to go to bed." "Master, you must be tired today. Shall I get you a basin of water and let you soak your feet?" Louis did not refuse. He ran into the warm basin with his feet and indeed felt relaxed all over. Furthermore, Su Zian picked up his feet and pinched the soles of his feet. "It's so comfortable." Louis couldn't help but close his eyes, feeling as if he was floating in the air. Chapter 59. This car is not expensive. Ziyan, your technique is not ordinary. Have you learned it specifically? Louis supported himself on the bed with his hands, feeling Su Ziyan massaging his feet, and asked curiously. I studied medicine with my master for 2 years, so I know a little bit about acupuncture and massage. Su Ziyan smiled and said, if the master likes, Ziyan can massage your feet every night. Okay then. Louis agreed readily. He felt that if Su Ziyan massaged his feet before going to bed, he would sleep better at night. When the water temperature gradually cooled down, Su Ziyan asked, Master, do you need to change the water and continue soaking? Louis opened his eyes and saw beads of sweat on Su Ziyan's forehead. He couldn't help but feel distressed. No need, sit down and rest for a while. Hearing this, Su Ziyan was a little flustered. Master, I. Looking at Su Ziyan's flushed face, Louis smiled bitterly. I just want to chat with you, I won't eat you. Of course, if you don't want to chat with me, that's fine. No, I don't want to. Su Ziyan shook her head hurriedly. Su Ziyan moved a stool and sat down. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, Master, you want to ask me about Master, right? Louis snapped his fingers. As expected of you, you are the one in my belly. I wanted to say roundworm, but I felt that this word was not appropriate to describe a beauty like Su Ziyan, so I swallowed the words back. Ziyan, please continue. What kind of person is your master? Is he a hermit? Su Ziyan smiled and nodded. He is really a master, just like the master said. I learned all my martial arts and medical skills from him. Where is he now? Louis's eyes lit up. Although Su Ziyan is his bodyguard, there are always times when she is not around. Just like tonight at Tiangxi Anshui, if Xiao Wanwan hadn't arrived in time, he would have probably been bleeding even if he didn't die. Therefore, it would be great if I could learn a few self-defense tricks from Su Ziyan's master. He has passed away. Su Ziyan's eyes were dim. I'm sorry, I didn't know him. Louis apologized quickly. It's okay. Su Ziyan raised her head and smiled. Master, if you want to learn martial arts, Ziyan can teach you. Although Ziyan is not as good as Master, I remember everything Master taught me. I think Master must be more talented than Ziyan and will learn faster and better than Ziyan. Really? Louis was delighted. Of course. Su Ziyan also stood up. Master, if you want to learn, Ziyan can teach you now. But learning martial arts is always a bit hard at the beginning, so please be mentally prepared. I'm not afraid of hard work. Louis grinned. He had been through hardship since he was a child, so why would he be afraid of hardship? Louis was very enthusiastic and immediately asked Su Ziyan to teach him martial arts. However, boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Shelly, you're back. Are you still awake? Lu Yuming's voice came from outside the door. Not yet. Louis quickly opened the door. We young people all go to bed late. Dad, what are you doing? I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom. Lu Yuming said with a smile. Getting up at night and smoking? Louis looked suspicious. His father didn't smoke much before, one because his mother didn't persuade him to, and the other was to save money. I only smoke a cigarette when I feel depressed. Dad, can you tell me what's going on? Louis grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on his father, asked his father to sit down, and wanted to have a good chat. Su Ziyan also tactfully walked out with the foot washing water and closed the door. It's nothing, actually. Lu Yuming looked at the half-smoked Hontishan cigarette that Louis had cut off. Although he felt a little distressed, he was afraid that Louis would complain to Li Lanky, so he did not dare to snatch back the remaining half of the cigarette. Today, I took a few photos of the villa and sent them to Lao Zhang via WeChat, saying that this is where we live now. But Lao Zhang refused to believe me and said that I found the photos on the internet and that I was vain. Lu Yuming's voice became louder and louder as he spoke. His son can buy a luxury car, but my son can't live in a villa? This old Zhang is really too much. He even said that I want face and am very vain. Seeing his father's angry look, Louis felt unhappy. Dad, I will drive you and Mom back to the village tomorrow and let Uncle Zhang see if your son, me, is any worse than his son, Zheng Taizhu. Okay. Lu Yuming nodded subconsciously. But then he shook his head again. No, you have to go to work tomorrow. You can return to the village after you have a few days off. How could this work? Louis didn't agree in his heart. Dad is angry, so how can I let him endure it for a few more days? So Louis lied and said, "Dad, I negotiated a big deal for the company today, and the company just gave me 2 days off." "Is it true?" Lu Yuming asked happily. "Of course it's true," Louis assured solemnly. "Okay, I'll go back and tell your mother. She's so angry that she hasn't fallen asleep yet." Lu Yuming left excitedly like an old child. As soon as Lu Yuming left, Su Zian went back into the room and asked Louis if he still wanted to learn martial arts. Louis shook his head. He had to send his parents back to Fenghuang village tomorrow. He had learned martial arts tonight and probably wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning. "Let's do it another day," Louis said with a smile. "I'm going back to the village tomorrow, you can come with me. I'm not afraid because the villagers know everything about me, but what if I encounter other accidents on the way back to the village?" After experiencing what happened to Han Xiushu, Louis became extra careful. The next morning, Louis drove the Mercedes AMG out of the garage. Looking at the car, Lu Yuming and Li Lanqi were both surprised. "Xiaoyi, you bought a new car?" "I didn't buy it. It was a reward from the company." Louis was afraid that the two elders would scold him for being extravagant, so he said, "Didn't I help the company negotiate a big project? Not only did the company give me a holiday, but they also rewarded me with this car." The two elders then breathed a sigh of relief. "How much does this car cost?" Lu Yuming asked expectantly. "It's not much," Louis said. Seeing his father's dark eyes, he quickly added, "But it's definitely more expensive than Zhang Tieju's car." Only then did Lu Yuming smile. Originally Su Zian wanted to drive, but Louis refused. Because Louis wanted to get back to Fenghuang village as soon as possible, it would be better for him to drive. Under Louis's driving, the Mercedes drove fast and steadily. Near noon, the Mercedes finally drove into the entrance of Fenghuang village. The car had just entered the village and had not yet stopped when it attracted the attention of many villagers. "This car looks expensive. Whose family in our village has become rich again? I haven't heard of anyone getting rich. Could it be Zhang Tieju's family again? Ah, Taizhu just bought a luxury car, and now he's buying another one? This is really amazing." As everyone was talking, the car stopped. Chapter 60, just a little more expensive than yours. The villagers rushed forward and surrounded the Mercedes AMG. Louis originally wanted to roll down the window to let the villagers disperse, then open the door and get out, but before he could do anything, he heard a discussion outside the car. "Oh, the Zhang family is so lucky to have a good son like Taizhu. Who says it's not true? If my brat is half as capable as Taizhu, I won't have any worries. Taizhu is really amazing. In just a few days, he bought 2 cars. I heard he even bought a house in the city. I wonder if Taizhu has a girlfriend. If not, I'll go and find him a match." "Girlfriend? She's been out for a few years, and her son is already several years old." "Really? But it's no wonder. There are many girls who like Taizhu, a capable and wealthy guy. Why would we need to act as matchmaker?" When Louis heard these discussions, his expression became very amused. He was quite looking forward to seeing the villagers' expressions when he, his parents and he got out of the car. At the same time, Zhang Taizhu and his parents, Zhang Monsong and Zhuang Hongxia, saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the village and walked over curiously. "Why are you guys here watching the fun instead of going home for lunch?" Zhang Monsong shouted from afar. When they heard Zhang Monsong's voice, everyone's discussion stopped abruptly. The villagers looked back in surprise and saw Zhang Monsong and his family of 3 walking towards them. They were all stunned. "Zhang Taizhu is not in the car, so whose car is this?" "Brother Zhuzi, I thought this car was yours." A young man in the village pointed at the Mercedes AMG and said. Zhang Taizhu was surprised when he saw the Mercedes AMG. Although he doesn't know much about cars, he still recognizes the Mercedes-Benz logo. Is there anyone else in the village who can afford a Mercedes-Benz besides him? Since this car doesn't belong to Brother Zhuzi, then whose is it? I don't know. Who else in our village can be so capable? Speaking of promising, didn't the kid from the Lu family get into college? Will he? Louis? Impossible. Even though he went to college, he didn't make much money. He's far less than Taizhu. Yeah, I heard he had a girlfriend, but ended up being played around by her. The key is that girlfriend isn't even as pretty as Tieju's wife. Then this car shouldn't belong to Louis. The villagers were discussing, but Zhang Taizhu laughed and said, This car might belong to Louis.
After all, Uncle Lou sent a WeChat message to my dad yesterday, saying that Louis bought a big villa worth several million.
Zhang Monsong couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Old Lou, this guy, has become so vain after living in the county town for a few days. It's really outrageous.
Yeah, I thought Mr. and Mrs. Lou were quite honest, but I didn't expect they would tell such a lie.
His son can buy a big villa, so why would he drive a Zodi car worth tens of thousands of dollars?
Zhuan Hongxia also curled her lips, her face full of disdain.
Hearing this, Lu Yi in the car immediately frowned.
I wanted to listen to how the villagers exaggerated the iron pillar, and then get off the car to give everyone a surprise. Unexpectedly, I heard Zhang Tieju's family making trouble for my mother.
Louis opened the car door immediately. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhuan, weren't you too much in what you just said? Louis got out of the car with a cold face. When the villagers saw that the person who got out of the car was actually Louis, they were all stunned. This car really belongs to Louis. It seems that the previous rumors were all false. Louis is doing well in the city. This car looks pretty good. It shouldn't be cheaper than Tieju's, right? I don't know. I'll take a picture and search it online. The villagers were surprised and blushed, and felt a little embarrassed when they thought about what they had just said about Louis. As for Zhang Monsong and Zhuan Hongxia, their faces turned red. How could they have imagined that the person in the car was really Louis? They felt embarrassed to talk about other people's parents in front of Louis. But they are old people after all, how can they wipe their brows and apologize? So Zhang Monsong and Zhuan Hongxia said, Louis, how can you talk to us? We are your elders. Can elders slander others? Louis asked coldly. Slander? How did we slander you?
Zhuan Hongxia was immediately indignant and shouted at the top of her voice, Your father said that you bought a villa worth millions.
Can this be true?
Zhang Monsong also pouted and said, Yes, Louis, although you changed your car, I don't think your car is as good as my Zhuzi's.
What's so great about it?
At this time, Zhang Taiju also stepped forward and said to Louis, Louis, last time your parents were ready to sell their house for you to get married.
If you really had the money to let them live in a big villa, would they sell their house for you?
As he spoke, Zhang Taiju said earnestly in a tone of teaching.
Louis, you should be down to earth. If you have no ability, don't pretend to be so. It's easy to be exposed and become a fool. Lu Yuming and Li Lenqi could not listen any longer. Zhu Zi, what do you mean by that? My son is more capable than you.
Not to mention the villa, this car, the May, something, anyway, it's more expensive than your BMW.
More expensive than my son's BMW? Old Lu, stop kidding. Zhang Monsong laughed.
Zhu Zi, tell your Uncle Lu how much your car costs.
It's not expensive, just over 500,000.
Zhang Taiju was beaming with joy, unable to hide his pride.
So what if it's more than 500,000?
My Xiaoyi's car is just more expensive than yours.
Lu Yuming said with his neck stiff. Haha, it's a little expensive. How much is this, Uncle Lu? Zhang Taiju asked with a smile.
This. Lu Yuming couldn't answer, because Louis only said that it was a little more expensive than Zhang Tieju's car, but did not say the specific price.
My car is actually very ordinary, Louis looked at Zhang Taiju with a smile, it's only a little bit better than yours. As for how much this little bit is.
Before he finished speaking, the young villager who had just taken a photo and uploaded it to search for Louis's car exclaimed.
Louis.
Brother Lou's car is a Mercedes-Benz AMG Series Supreme car, and the landing price is more than 3 million. As soon as these words came out, all the villagers were stunned.
More than 3 million?
They have never seen so much money in their lives.
Ergo, you searched correctly, right? Let me take a look. It seems to be this car, a luxury car worth more than 3 million. My god, this car is so expensive.
Lu Yi's car is worth more than 3 million, and Zhang Tieju's car is worth more than 500,000.
Zhang Tieju's car is just a fraction of Lu Yi's. It's a full 3 million more expensive, and Louis just said it was only a little more expensive? Oh my god, Louis is so rich.
The villagers' exclamations came one after another, and their eyes became hot as they looked at Louis.
Chapter 61 I really didn't mean to crush you. Hearing the villagers' cheers, Zhang Monsong and Zhuan Hongxia's faces turned red to their ears.
They just felt that they had no face to stay in Phoenix Village anymore. As for Zhang Taiju, his face turned pale and he felt his face burning as if he had been slapped hard.
Louis, you deliberately said that your car is only a little more expensive than mine, just to humiliate me, right?
Zhang Taizhu was both ashamed and angry, and questioned harshly. Louis shrugged calmly. No, it's only more than 3 million more expensive than yours, not 1 or 200 million more expensive than yours.
More than 3 million is nothing to me, so it's okay to say it's a little more expensive, right?
A man never stops talking until his words stun the world. As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of villagers gasping for air was heard at the entrance of the village.
More than 3 million is nothing to Louis? Fuck, how much money did Louis make? More than 3 million is nothing. Then what Uncle Lou said, that Louis bought a big villa, isn't it true? That's true. Louis doesn't even care about more than 3 million. What's the big deal about buying a villa?
The villagers' words were like slaps in the face of Zhang Montong and Zhuang Hongxia.
Taizhu, let's go.
Zhuang Hongxia lowered her head and prepared to leave. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't stay any longer.
Zhang Montong also looked depressed and turned to leave. But Zhang Taizhu just stood there motionless. If you can afford a car, can you definitely afford a villa? Zhang Taizhu gnashed his teeth and said, more than 3 million is nothing? Ha, everyone can brag.
Louis, you have only graduated from college for a few years, and you can afford a car worth more than 3 million.
This is already suspicious. Who would believe you if you said you bought a villa worth several million? Anyway, I don't believe it. Don't believe it?
Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. He was prepared. Although he really didn't want to show off, he had no choice but to do so in order to save face for his parents. He turned around, opened the car door, and took out the property certificate from the seat.
Why don't you take a look to see if this is true or not?
Louis handed the property certificate to Zhang Taizhu.
Hentaying Highlands, Lakeside Villa.
The 8 big characters were like a mountain, pressing Zhang Taizhu so hard that he couldn't breathe.
Others may not know how expensive a lakeside villa is, but how could he, who has been to the city to look at houses, not know? Every time I go to view the house, there will be people talking about this billion-dollar lakeside villa.
Unexpectedly, the person who bought the villa was none other than Louis from the same village. At this moment, Zhang Taizhu looked at Louis and completely lost his temper. He knew deeply that he and Louis were not from the same world. If I provoke Louis again, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, which is ridiculous.
Dad, Mom, let's go.
Zhang Taizhu blushed and wanted to leave, pulling Zhang Montong and Zhuang Hongxia. All he wanted now was to leave quickly and pray that Erguzi hadn't gone online to search for the price of a lakeside villa. But just as he turned around, he heard Erguzi yelling.
Oh my god.
Brother Lou's villa is worth more than a few million.
This is worth 1 billion.
The villagers were petrified on the spot as if struck by lightning.
Some people even felt their legs go weak and almost fell to the ground. 1 billion? That's too much. 1 billion.
Our entire village, no, our entire township combined, doesn't have that much money, right?
Louis is not only promising, he is extremely promising.
If I were old Lou and had a son like this, I would wake up laughing in my dreams.
Louis is the most capable and promising person in our village. Yeah, Brother Lou is absolutely my idol. The young villagers looked at Louis with eyes full of admiration, while the older villagers looked at Louis's parents with envy and jealousy.
Lu Yuming and Li Lanqi were also confused at this time. Louis told them before that this villa was worth several million, so how come it has become 1 billion now? Although they were confused, Lu Yuming and Li Lanqi were delighted to hear the villagers' praise. Being able to hear fellow villagers praising their sons for their promising future is the happiest thing in their lives. Just now, Zhang Montong and Zhuang Hongxia said that Lao Lu was showing off and was vain. Now it seems that Lao Lu has taken their self-esteem into consideration and deliberately said that the mansion worth 1 billion yuan is only worth a few million. Old Lu is such a kind man, but it's a pity that he is still slandered by Zhang Montong and Zhuang Hongxia. Zhang Montong and Zhuang Hongxia, this old couple, really went too far this time.
As the villagers talked, they started talking about Zhang Montong and Zhuang Hongxia.
When Zhang Montong and Zhuang Hongxia heard these words, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
So embarrassing, so shameful. They will probably not be able to hold their heads up in Phoenix Village anymore.
Zhang Tieju's face turned pale and blue, and he turned around and was about to leave. But as soon as I turned around, I saw a woman walking towards me with a child in her arms.
Taizhu, when are we leaving? This countryside is too dirty. It's not a place for people to live.
The woman with delicate makeup, holding a child of 7 or 8 years old, complained with a frown.
As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding villagers looked at Zheng Tieju's family with even more dissatisfaction. What do you mean by a place not for human habitation? Does this mean that these villagers are no longer human beings? Taiju, how can your wife talk like that and you don't do anything about it? A mother-in-law scolded.
Yes, our village is a bit dirty, but it's not full of shit and urine.
Why is it uninhabitable? A grandfather also snorted.
Zhang Mansong and Zhuang Hongxia said, my daughter-in-law just said something casually.
Why are you so sensitive and excited?
Zheng Taiju shrugged disapprovingly, this time I came back just to bring my parents closer to the city.
I'm really not used to living in the countryside.
The woman with delicate makeup said sarcastically, only a yellow-faced woman can get used to living in a place like this.
Hearing Zheng Tieju's family speak like this, the villagers were extremely angry. This woman is beautiful, but she really can't speak.
Bah, no matter how beautiful this woman is, she has bad character.
That's right, if you don't want to stay, then leave the village.
The villagers shouted excitedly.
Ha, it's like no one wants to stay here.
The woman with delicate makeup twisted her waist, feeling like a princess being troubled by a group of unruly people.
The air in the countryside is so fresh.
At this time, Su Zian, who had been dozing in the car, got out of the car, stretched herself, and said to Louis,
Master, your hometown is so beautiful. Can we stay here for a few more days? As soon as Su Zian got out of the car, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Because Su Zian is so beautiful. Is this Louis's girlfriend?
She's so pretty, just like a big star on TV.
Louis's girlfriend is so pretty, hundreds of times prettier than Zheng Tieju's wife.
Not only is she beautiful, her mouth can also speak.
Yeah, she's so pretty, and she doesn't say she can't stay in the countryside.
The villagers gave thumbs up to Su Zian and Louis. The heavily made-up woman and Zheng Taiju looked embarrassed.
Chapter 62 Another S+ gift pack.
Zheng Taiju thought that his wife's presence could help him save some face.
Who knew that Louis actually had a girlfriend who was younger, prettier, more elegant, and had a better figure than his wife?
At this moment, Zheng Tieju's heart, liver, and lungs were twitching.
From the moment he met Louis today, he was completely crushed by Louis.
Whether it is wealth, status in the hearts of the villagers, or a girlfriend,
he could not compare to Louis in any aspect.
This suffocating feeling of being crushed from all sides made him feel extremely depressed.
Let's go. Zheng Taiju didn't want to stay here anymore. He was really afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be beaten by Louis in some aspect again.
However, when he subconsciously tried to pull his child's hand, he pulled nothing.
Little dragon?
Zheng Taiju hurriedly looked down, but could not find his son Zhang Xiaolong.
Where's Xiaolong?
Zheng Taiju hurriedly looked at the heavily made-up woman, who was also a little flustered. She had just put Zhang Xiaolong on the ground and began to pose coquettishly to show off her beauty.
As a result, she did not notice that Zhang Xiaolong had disappeared without her noticing.
At this moment, a slightly cold voice sounded.
Dad, Mom, I'm here. Zhang Xiaolong's voice rang out.
Zheng Taiju and the heavily made-up woman looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhang Xiaolong holding a stone in his hand, and the Mercedes-AMG behind him had many scratches on its body.
Mom and Dad, I scratched this guy's car. Humph, isn't this guy's car more expensive than my car? I scratched it to pieces.
Zhang Xiaolong smiled triumphantly and paddled towards the Mercedes with the stone in his hand. Su Zian just noticed Zhang Xiaolong running over, but she didn't expect that this kid would have such a strong desire for revenge, so she didn't pay much attention to him.
Now that they saw that Zhang Xiaolong had scratched the car, they naturally would not let Zhang Xiaolong succeed again. He grabbed Zhang Xiaolong. As a result, she hasn't done anything to Zhang Xiaolong yet. What are you doing? Let my son go.
Zheng Taiju scolded quickly.
Dad, Mom, save me, it hurts so much. Zhang Xiaolong also burst into tears, but he didn't shed even a single tear. Su Zian frowned slightly, and seeing Louis looking over, she hurriedly explained, Master, I didn't use any force, I promise I didn't hurt him.
Louis also discovered that although Su Zian's hand seemed to be pinching Zhang Xiaolong's neck, there was still a finger-wide gap between her palm and Zhang Xiaolong's neck. At such a young age, he already knows how to lie and use tears to gain sympathy.
Louis frowned slightly.
It was true that children are raised in the same family.
Hurry up and let Xiaolong go. Didn't you hear the child screaming in pain?
Zheng Taiju shouted, and the heavily made-up woman roared, If anything happens to my son, I will not forgive you.
When Louis heard this, he almost wanted to laugh.
At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, the host has triggered a random task, naughty child.
The following options are now enabled. 1. Let the naughty kid go. Reward, the title of a goody-goody.
2. Talk to the parents of the naughty child and ask them to educate the naughty child well.
Reward, praise from the villagers. 3. Punish the naughty child in your own way and let him feel the dangers of society. Reward, an S+ gift pack. Louis immediately curled the corners of his mouth. Is there any need to choose? Of course it's 3.
This naughty child has such a strong desire for revenge at such a young age, and he is also a scheming boy. If he is not taught a lesson, who knows what he might do in the future?
Louis waved his hand and asked Su Zian to take her hand back.
The moment Su Zian retracted her hand, Zhang Xiaolong stopped crying immediately and ran towards Zhang Taizhu quickly. But, just after he took 2 steps, Louis grabbed his clothes.
Ah, it hurts so much, Mom and Dad, save me.
Zhang Xiaolong used the same trick again and started crying and shouting. But this time, Zhang Taizhu and the heavily made-up woman did not make any sound. Because they all saw that Louis was only pulling Zhang Xiaolong's clothes, and the clothes didn't even strangle Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong said it hurt, but where did the pain come from? Your good son, if you train him well, he might win an Oscar in the future. Louis grabbed Zhang Xiaolong's clothes tightly, leaving him no chance to break free. Zhang Tiezhu's face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and he stammered and couldn't utter a word. The heavily made-up woman remained strong and shouted, "Give my son back to me."
Come back? Sure. Louis pointed at the car behind him. If you fix my car, you can take your son away. This. The heavily made-up woman frowned.
Louis's car is worth more than 3 million yuan. Zhang Xiaolong scratched the car badly, so he will have to pay at least hundreds of thousands of yuan in compensation.
Hundreds of thousands, this is not a small amount.
The heavily made-up woman rolled her eyes and said, Xiaolong is just a child.
He doesn't understand anything. Please forgive him for once. Louis's face was full of question marks. Do you have a problem with your ears, or are you pretending not to hear?
Your son just said clearly that he scratched my car for revenge.
And he just cried to gain sympathy. You saw all this clearly, right? You heard and saw it all, and you still have the nerve to say that he is just a child and he doesn't understand anything? Louis was really pissed off by this woman. Children's words are without restraint. What do children know? He was just talking nonsense.
The heavily made-up woman continued to deny her debt and did not want to pay the money.
Nonsense?
Louis laughed, looked down at Zhang Xiaolong, and narrowed his eyes.
Little friend, were you talking nonsense just now? Yes.
I just scratched your car accidentally. Zhang Xiaolong changed his words so quickly that it was astonishing. A cold light flashed in Louis's eyes, which were narrowed into slits.
Then. Bang! Louis slapped Zhang Xiaolong on the butt. Was it accidental or intentional? Louis asked with a smile. Ow, ow, it hurts.
Zhang Xiaolong covered his butt and wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. This time he was not acting, but was really hurt by Louis's slap.
Little friend, I'm asking you a question. Was it an accident or intentional? As Louis asked, he raised his hand high.
Zhang Xiaolong looked at Louis's slap and cried out in fear, I did it on purpose, Mom, you just have to pay me, whoa. The heavily made-up woman's face turned pale and she angrily said, You are forcing me to do this. As soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes met Louis's. Louis was clearly smiling, but the heavily made-up woman felt that Louis was emitting a chill. The cold air made her shiver and her lips tremble.
If you refuse to pay compensation, I don't mind calling the police.
Louis stood up with a smile still on his lips.
Chapter 63, All Your Wishes Come True. When Zhang Taizhu heard that Louis was going to call the police, he immediately panicked. Zhang Xiaolong is so young. What will happen if he has a criminal record in the future? Louis, I'll compensate you. Zhang Taizhu gritted his teeth and said, How much do you think is appropriate?
Louis thought for a moment and said, Since we are from the same village, you should just compensate me 100,000 yuan. His purpose was not to make Zhang Taizhu lose everything, but just to punish him slightly so that the family would realize their mistakes and pay more attention to Zhang Xiaolong's education in the future. Zhang Taizhu has bought both a car and a house, so a compensation of 100,000 yuan, although it will make Zhang Taizhu feel painful, will not seriously affect the lives of this family. But what Louis didn't expect was that Zhang Taizhu just nodded and agreed to pay a compensation of 100,000.
The heavily made-up woman was furious. Zheng Taizhu, you are crazy. Don't you know how much you weigh? Do you need me to remind you?
The heavily made-up woman pointed at Zheng Taizhu's nose and roared, Zheng Taizhu, you rented that BMW.
You don't have the money to buy a house in full. All your savings over the years are only enough for the down payment. You're pretending to be cool now.
If you lose this 100,000 yuan, not only will you not be able to make up the down payment, but will also have to starve in the future. These words left the villagers stunned. It turns out that Zheng Taizhu did not make a lot of money, and his appearance as a rich man was all fake. It's not old Lu who was vain, but our whole family.
Zhang Montong and Zhuang Hongxiao were struck by lightning and collapsed to the ground. Mom and Dad. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make you happy, but I didn't know.
Zheng Taizhu also burst into tears. Looking at the Zheng father and son crying together, Lu Yuming and Li Lanqi felt a little bit reluctant.
Xiaoyi, how about, forget it? Li Lanqi pulled Lu Yi's clothes and persuaded him. Don't let them pay this money? Lu Yuming also said. Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
How could he have known that a naughty kid could actually expose the bright and respectable appearance of Zheng Taizhu's family? Looking at the pitiful state of this family, to be honest, Zheng Taizhu couldn't bear to pay him another 100,000 yuan. However, if Zheng Taizhu was not asked to pay compensation and Zhang Xiaolong, this naughty child, was let off, he would probably be so angry that he would toss and turn and be unable to sleep at night.
100,000 yuan, not a cent less.
Louis thought for a moment and said, but you have 5 years to pay it back.
Zheng Taizhu stared at Louis blankly.
He knew that Louis had already shown great mercy by asking him to pay 100,000 yuan. Now, considering that he wants to buy a house, in order to prevent him from being separated from his wife and children, I have deliberately extended the time limit.
Louis has shown the utmost tolerance towards them. Louis, thank you.
Zheng Taizhu said with tears and snot.
How can a grown man cry like this? Louis asked Su Ziyan to pass a pack of tissues to Zheng Taizhu.
Then he patted Zheng Taizhu on the shoulder and said, it is really important for a man to marry a good wife. But since you are married, the couple should communicate well and avoid situations like today. Also, your child really has a big problem. Today he scratched my car with a stone because my car is better than yours.
In the future, will he rob or kill people just because his classmates are richer than him?
Taizhu, we grew up together, think about it carefully. Zheng Taizhu looked at Lu Yi's departing back, his eyes filled with resentment, gratitude, and envy, extremely complicated.
Dad, don't cry. The naughty kid Zhang Xiaolong also took out a tissue to wipe Zheng Taizhu's tears.
The scene was warm for a while, until Zheng Taizhu wiped away his tears, held Zhang Xiaolong's hand, and then. I told you not to be disobedient and scratch other people's cars.
I will beat you to death today. Zheng Taizhu grabbed Zhang Xiaolong's hands, then spat twice into his palms, raised his hand and slapped Zhang Xiaolong on the butt. Clap, clap, clap. This beating was even more brutal than Lu Yi's. Mom, save me, Uncle Lu, save me.
Zhang Xiaolong burst into tears and wailed again.
Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
This naughty kid was really desperate and wanted to seek help from anyone.
He even asked him to save him? Why do I feel that this guy is not so annoying, but a little cute? Su Ziyan muttered to the side.
Louis sighed and said, I hope he can stay cute forever, and not be like those young demons who ruined other people's lives as reported on the internet. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for receiving an S Plus gift pack.
Would the host like to open the gift pack now? Open now. Louis ordered without hesitation. The last S Plus gift package gave him a whole commercial street, allowing him to fully experience the life of a rent collector. I wonder what kind of surprise this S Plus gift package will bring him. As Louis was expecting, the system's voice sounded.
The S Plus gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary medical weapon. The moment the system's mechanical sound rang out, Louis felt that his mind had gained a lot of medical and martial arts knowledge.
At the same time, the body seems to become stronger. I wanted Ziyan to teach me about medical martial arts last night, but today, I only have a small grasp of medical martial arts?
Louis finally knew what it felt like to have his dreams come true. It felt great, nothing but great.
Is there anything in the world that could be more satisfying than having your dreams come true?
It's a pity that both medical and martial arts are only at the elementary level.
Louis sighed.
But before he knew it, he remembered that the driving skill the system rewarded him with last time was also elementary. However, this elementary driving skill allowed him to crush a group of professional racing drivers.
Is it the same for the primary level of medical martial arts this time?
For a moment, Lu Yi's mind became active and he couldn't wait to compete with Su Ziyan.
He didn't even expect to defeat Su Ziyan.
After all, he practiced martial arts just to protect himself.
Of course, it would be even better if I could beat Su Ziyan.
At this moment, Louis suddenly heard a faint voice coming from a distance.
Help! Help! Louis's heart tightened. This voice sounded so familiar.
Without time to think, Louis ran towards the source of the sound. I saw a woman in simple clothes, sweating profusely, holding a child, running towards me in a hurry. Seeing this woman, Louis's heart trembled.
Sister Xiaoer. Louis ran forward quickly. Xiaoyi?
Lin Xiaoer was also surprised when she saw it was Louis. She and Louis were childhood sweethearts, and they sat at the same table in elementary and junior high school. Later, Louis was admitted to a key high school, while she was only admitted to an ordinary high school, and the gap between them became increasingly larger. Even though Louis always found time to tutor her, she still failed the exam and was not able to get into university. Later, Louis went to university, worked and fell in love in the city, and she and Louis gradually drifted apart. Looking at Su Ziyan beside Louis, Lin Xiaoer felt even more lonely. Louis looked at the child in Lin Xiaoer's arms with a complicated look in his eyes. Sister Xiaoer, is this your child? After failing the college entrance examination, Lin Xiaoer went to work in other places to earn money to support her family.
Louis and Lin Xiaoer have not seen each other for many years.
Unexpectedly, when I met Lin Xiaoer by chance when I returned to the village, she was already a wife and a mother.
Chapter 64, Miraculous Rejuvenation.
No, this is a kid from the next village who was just bitten by a snake.
Lin Xiaoer said anxiously, Xiaoyi, can you help me take it to the county hospital? I can't hold him anymore.
Louis also knew that now was not the time to reminisce about the past, and was about to agree to Lin Xiaoer, but when he caught a glimpse of the poisoned child out of the corner of his eye, he frowned unconsciously. Even if you drive to the county hospital, it will take half an hour. The snake venom has begun to spread to the child. If no timely treatment is taken, he may be too late to be saved in half an hour. The best treatment method now is to lock the poison through acupuncture to prevent the toxin from spreading further, then absorb the toxin and finally send the patient to the hospital to ensure that there is no risk of any harm. Because the child was bitten on his calf, if acupuncture is needed to lock the poison, it is necessary to block Xuanzhong acupoint, Yinggu acupoint, Taishi acupoint. Louis was shocked. Why could he get so much information just by taking a look? Could this be the manifestation of a small achievement in medicine? Just at this moment, Su Ziyan walked forward, checked the child's body, and immediately frowned. Master, we don't know what kind of snake bit the child, so even if we get to the county hospital, I'm afraid we won't be able to inject the corresponding serum immediately. Judging from the current situation, the snake venom has spread throughout the child's body, and it's very potent. If it's not treated in time, I'm afraid he won't survive for half an hour. Hearing Su Ziyan's words, Louis's heart trembled. Su Ziyan once learned medicine and martial arts from a hermit master. Now Su Ziyan's judgment is the same as his, proving that he has indeed made some progress in medical skills. Since it is true that I have made some progress in medical skills, I can start to use acupuncture to lock out the poison and save the child. Louis was about to take action, but saw that Su Ziyan had already taken a step ahead of him. She put her index and middle fingers together and pressed the acupoints on the child's leg. Xuanzhong, Yin Valley, Taishi. Every acupoint Su Ziyan pressed was exactly what he had imagined. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the child can be saved, it doesn't matter who treats him. But just as he was thinking this, he saw Su Ziyan stop. But there are clearly 3 acupoints that have not been pressed. Xiangwen, Gongsun, and Huantio points. These 3 acupoints are the last line of defense to block the spread of toxins. Although the defense line formed by other acupoints can block the spread of most toxins, human life is at stake and should never be taken carelessly. Therefore, the last line of defense must not be ignored. At this time, Su Ziyan looked at the child in Lin Xiaoer's arms and said with a smile, "The snake venom has been blocked. Now we just need to use our mouth to suck out the venom." Lin Xiaoer was skeptical about Su Ziyan at first, but after seeing that the child's face did not turn darker after Su Ziyan pressed acupoints on the child's legs, she believed what Su Ziyan said. Thank you so much." Lin Xiaoer kept thanking her, while Su Ziyan waved her hands and prepared to suck out the snake venom for the child. "No!" Lu Yi's low growl made Su Ziyan confused. "Master, what are you doing?
Su Zian looked confused. There are still Xiangwen, Gongsun and Huantiao points that have not been pressed.
If we don't build these 3 points into the last line of defense, and rashly suck out the snake venom, it is very likely that some of the venom will continue to spread. The child is still young, even a small amount of snake venom may endanger his life.
Louis said solemnly. Lin Xiaoer was surprised. I remember that Xiaoyi, you studied medicine, right?
What you said just now, were you kidding? Su Zian also whispered, Master, I pressed enough acupoints just now to ensure that the snake venom will not spread. As for the Xiangwen, Gongsun, and Huantiao acupoints you mentioned just now, it doesn't matter whether you press them or not.
At this time, a couple also ran over, and the man yelled at Louis, You are not a doctor, what are you talking about?
This beauty just treated my son, and it is obvious that my son's complexion has not continued to deteriorate, which shows that this beauty has excellent medical skills. You are a layman who doesn't know any medical skills, and now you are pointing fingers at this beauty and stopping her from treating him.
Do you want to kill my son?
The woman held Su Zian's hand and cried, Doctor, please save my son.
Don't waste any more time. Su Zian glanced at Louis and nodded heavily.
Although Louis is the master, his life is at stake now, so he can only save people first and then apologize to Louis. But at this moment, the child suddenly began to twitch violently.
Moreover, his face became even darker.
Especially the lips, which changed from the initial pale color to dark purple at a speed visible to the naked eye.
How is it possible that the toxin has spread again? Su Zian was horrified.
She had clearly already tapped the acupoints to lock out the poison.
How could this happen?
Louis sighed and said, The Xiangwen, Huantiao and Gongsun points are the last and most important link in building the leg's poison-locking defense line. You didn't press these 3 points just now, which caused the defense line to be unstable and was broken through by the snake venom.
Su Zian's face suddenly turned pale. Is this child going to die in her hands?
Looking at the child who was twitching constantly, Su Zian blamed herself. If I press the Xiangwen, Huantiao and Gongsun points now, it might be too late because the poison has already rushed out of the legs and spread to the whole body.
Son, my son. Don't scare your mother, son. The middle-aged couple burst into tears instantly. Your son can still be saved, but only if you believe me. The middle-aged couple thought of what Louis had just said and felt filled with regret. If they had let Louis treat them, perhaps the result would not have been like this. So now when they heard Louis speak, they dared not hesitate and nodded frantically like chicks pecking at rice. Young man, we were wrong just now. Will you forgive me?
As long as you can save our son, my husband and I will work like slaves for you.
Louis ignored the middle-aged couple's apology and promise. He put his fingers together and pressed acupoints on the child continuously. Then, Louis laid the child flat on the ground and began to massage the child. He wanted to use massage techniques to force the spread of toxin back into the legs, then seal it again, and finally suck out the snake venom. Massage is more mentally demanding than acupressure. After 10 minutes, Louis was already sweating profusely.
Fortunately, the toxins were all forced back into the legs.
The following acupoint pressing and sucking out the snake venom were carried out effortlessly and smoothly. When Louis spat out the last mouthful of snake venom, the child's originally dark face actually turned rosy. Dad, Mom, why are you crying?
The child opened his eyes, looked at the middle-aged couple with tears in their eyes, and quickly raised his hands to wipe their tears. This scene really shocked everyone. If the child is sent to the hospital for serum injection, I'm afraid it won't be possible for the child to wake up so quickly and regain the ability to move, right? But Louis cured the child in just a short while? The middle-aged couple knelt down at Louis's feet with a plop. Chapter 65, Self-Taught. Miracle Doctor, thank you, Miracle Doctor. Thank you, Benefactor. You are a miracle doctor. We just said that you don't have any medical skills. We were really blind. As the middle-aged couple spoke, they kowtowed to Louis. Seeing this, Louis was quick to grab the two people. You're welcome. I'm not a doctor, much less a miracle healer. I just happen to know a little bit about how to deal with snake venom, so you don't need to feel guilty. After all, any parent would react similarly in a situation like that. Hearing these words, the middle-aged couple felt guilty and grateful. They didn't know what to say and could only bow to Louis and thank him. Don't thank me. Take your child to the hospital for a checkup. Otherwise, I will be worried. Louis said seriously that it was also his first time to save someone and he did not have full confidence. The middle-aged couple looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally said to Louis, "Thank you, doctor, we got it." Seeing the middle-aged couple carrying the child away, Louis hurriedly shouted, "Wait." He took a few steps forward and took out a few bills from his wallet. "I don't have much cash with me, you guys take it. You must take the child to the hospital for a checkup. The child's life cannot be taken lightly." Looking at the banknotes in their hands, the middle-aged couple burst into tears.
Thank you so much.
You are such a good man, a great saint." The middle-aged couple wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Louis again, but they were stopped by Louis.
After finally seeing the middle-aged couple off, Louis breathed a sigh of relief.
When Louis walked back, he found that Suzian and Lin Xiaoer both had red faces.
"What's wrong with you?" Louis asked. Suzian buried her head and said, "Master, I'm sorry. I'm not good at medicine, but I actually doubted you. I'm sorry, master. Please punish me."
Louis shook his head and laughed. "It's normal to doubt me, but your medical skills really need to improve.
I'll punish you by making you copy the medical skills when you go back." "Okay, master." Suzian nodded immediately.
Lin Xiaoer stammered, "I'm sorry, Xiaoyi. I didn't know you've become a miracle doctor after not seeing you for a few years. We grew up together, I should have believed in you unconditionally, but
It's okay, Sister Xiaoer." Louis waved his hand. "Are you really not angry?" Lin Xiaoer asked.
"Of course." Louis smiled, "I also learned my medical skills by myself, so don't say you doubt it, I am a little skeptical myself."
Hearing this, Suzian's eyes widened suddenly. Louis' medical skills were actually self-taught? How is this possible?
She studied with her master for several years, but she is still not as good as Louis who taught himself? For a moment, Suzian felt shocked and aggrieved. She thought she was a little genius, but in front of Louis, she was nothing.
"You are self-taught?"
Lin Xiaoer was also surprised. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Louis with admiration in her eyes. "Xiaoyi, you are still as amazing as ever."
Lu Yuming and Li Lanqi couldn't stop smiling when they saw how capable their son was. As the group walked and talked, Lin Xiaoer asked, "Xiaoyi, why did you suddenly want to give them money?"
Louis explained, "I just asked them to go to the hospital." They hesitated for a moment, and then I found that there was mud on their trouser legs. I think they were doing farm work, and they came here when they heard that their child was in trouble. I'm afraid their family conditions are not very good. If I didn't give them money, they might not take the child to the hospital." Lin Xiaoer's eyes became brighter when she looked at Louis. After not seeing each other for many years, Louis is still the Louis in her memory, smart, kind, and handsome. Not long after, Louis saw a primary school. 6 bungalows are grouped together, and on one of them there is a sign with the words Phoenix Primary School written on it. This is where the children from Fenghuang Village, Zuofeng Village, and Yufeng Village go to elementary school. When Louis was a child, he also went to elementary school here.
The backwardness of teaching staff and educational equipment is the biggest difficulty faced by Phoenix Primary School.
Families with slightly more money sent their children to study in the county town, which resulted in the number of students at Phoenix Primary School decreasing year by year. Under this vicious cycle, Phoenix Primary School fell into disrepair and gradually became dilapidated. Perhaps the only lucky thing is that despite this, the adults in the 3 villages still did not stop their children from going to school.
Even if the teachers and equipment are backward, it is always good to read more books. The more you read, the more possibilities there are in the future.
Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar primary school, Louis felt quite uncomfortable. He arrived at the gate of the primary school and found that the weeds around it had grown very tall. It was no wonder that poisonous snakes appeared and bit the students.
"Xiaoer, is Fatty okay?"
At this time, an old man with a hunched back, thick glasses and gray hair walked out of the school. Seeing this old man, Louis couldn't help but feel a sore nose. The old man's name was Sun Yuran. When he was in primary school, it was Mr. Sun who taught him. At that time, Mr. Sun was nearly 50 years old. Now that he has graduated from university and started working, Teacher Sun is almost 70 years old.
Teacher Sun, who is 70 years old, still insists on standing on the podium. "Teacher Sun, Fatty is fine." Louis saved him. Lin Xiaoer stepped forward and supported Sun Yuran. "Louis? Louis is back?" Sun Yuran was surprised.
Louis was one of the few college students he taught, so naturally he remembered him clearly. When Louis heard Teacher Sun's question, his eyes turned red. He was standing less than 2 meters in front of Teacher Sun, but Teacher Sun could not see him. It is conceivable how bad Teacher Sun's eyesight was. Even so, Teacher Sun still refuses to retire.
Teacher Sun, I'm Louis, I'm back to see you.
Louis also stepped forward and shook Teacher Sun's hand. Sun Yuren adjusted his glasses, and when he saw Louis, a smile spread across his face.
Don't you have to go to work today? You actually came to the village. The company gave me a holiday, so I came back to take a look. Louis held back his tears, looked at Teacher Sun holding a sickle in his hand, and asked, Teacher Sun, what are you doing? Sun Yuren explained, didn't Pangdun get bitten by a snake in the grass just now?
I asked all the students to go home and gave them a day off, and I mowed the grass around them.
Alas, this is all my fault. If I had mowed the grass earlier, Pangdun wouldn't have. However, fortunately, we have you. You have grown up and even learned medical skills. Sun Yuren patted Louis's arm with a gratified smile on his face. Louis choked up a little. Teacher Sun, you are so old, why do you still have to weed? What about the other teachers? After these words were spoken, Sun Yuren and Li Qiaoer fell silent. Louis was shocked. Is it possible that Sun Yuren is the only teacher in Fenghuang Primary School? Teacher Sun, let me do it.
Louis suppressed his bitterness and took the sickle from Sun Yuren's hand. Louis swore at this moment that he would make Phoenix Primary School look brand new.
Chapter 66. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to show my cards now. Louis picked up the sickle, and with a few swipes, he had cleared all the weeds.
After putting down the sickle, Louis not only didn't feel tired, he didn't even sweat a drop. This should be one aspect of the small success in martial arts.
As Louis was thinking, Sun Yuren also held up his glasses and exclaimed, Louis, I remember you were quite weak before, but now you are so strong?
Louis laughed and said, Teacher Sun, I have been exercising more recently, so I have gained some strength.
You're really good, little brat. Sun Yuren looked at Louis with satisfaction, his face full of relief. He is proud to have a student like Louis in this life. Teacher, I want to go in and take a look, can I? Louis asked respectfully.
Even though he is now a billionaire, he still acts like a student when facing his former teacher.
Of course.
Sun Yuren hunched over and led everyone through the simple school gate and into the school. Now that autumn is approaching, the leaves are beginning to fall, and the yard surrounded by several bungalows is filled with dead branches and leaves. The already dilapidated Phoenix Primary School appeared even more depressed and dilapidated. Looking at the primary school that had taught him for 6 years, and now in its current state, Louis felt sad. Teacher, I want to renovate the school. Louis expressed his inner thoughts. Repair the school? Sun Yuren was surprised at first, then shook his head and smiled. Louis, you are indeed my proudest student. However, it is enough that you have this intention, so don't waste this money repairing the school. Sun Yuren looked at the bungalow classrooms around him, and a layer of mist covered the lenses of his glasses. Teacher, you don't have to worry about the money. It doesn't cost much to renovate the school. I can afford it. Louis comforted. Sun Yuren took off his glasses and wiped the moisture from his eyes. This school can no longer be run. I am an old man and I am afraid that I will not be able to survive until next year, so there is no need to repair it. Louis could sense the teacher's reluctance and grief, and hurriedly said, Teacher, don't worry. I will find a way to solve the problem of school teachers and I will also buy educational equipment. As for your health, I will send you to the hospital for examination and recuperation tomorrow. Sun Yuren looked at Louis and felt a pang of pain in his nose. Louis, the teacher is very happy that you have this heart. Putting on his glasses again, Sun Yuren sighed, but the situation in our village is really not that good. How could any teacher be willing to come? And what educational equipment are there? Too expensive. You have only graduated from college for a few years. Where can you get so much money? Listen to your teacher and save the money for marrying a wife. When you make a lot of money in the future, use the money to help the village. Sun Yuren held Louis's hand tightly and joked, when you make a lot of money in the future, don't forget to buy 2 bottles of wine and come to visit the teacher's grave. Louis's emotions, which had calmed down, suddenly surged again. Teacher, what are you saying? Louis took a deep breath and forced back his tears and sadness. Louis forced a smile and said, Teacher, let's talk about something happy. Louis pointed to the bungalows around him and said, when the construction team arrives, I will have them build these bungalows into 7 or 8-story teaching buildings, and turn the weed-covered areas outside into a large playground. The playground should have a football field, a basketball court, a badminton court, and a table tennis table. As for educational equipment, we must buy new desks and benches, as well as projectors and electronic blackboards.
Yes, a computer room must be built. Children must be exposed to computers from an early age.
I remember when I was in high school, I was a computer idiot and was laughed at by my classmates as a primitive man. The hardships we went through must not be passed on to children.
Louis became more and more excited as he spoke, and his mood also improved a lot. He looked at Sun Yurin and asked, "Teacher, what do you think?"
Sun Yurin was in a trance for a moment.
It would be great if it could really be as Louis said. It's a pity that if you really want to buy the things that Louis mentioned, it would cost at least hundreds of thousands, or even $1 million, or even more.
He has never saved any money in his life.
How many tens of thousands of dollars could Louis have in savings right after graduation to achieve what Louis said? It's nothing short of a fairy tale.
Louis, you haven't eaten yet, come home with the teacher and I'll make lunch for you.
Sun Yurin did not answer Louis's question, but changed the subject. He didn't want to tell the truth for fear of hurting Louis's self-esteem.
Looking at Sun Yurin like this, Louis knew that Teacher Sun felt that he had no money.
So Louis said to Sun Yurin, "Teacher, I have actually made a lot of money. I am now a billionaire." Sun Yurin looked at Louis and frowned.
He raised his dry branch-like hand and touched Louis's forehead. "You don't have a fever, you little brat, you've watched too many movies, right?"
Louis smiled bitterly. "Teacher, I'm not talking nonsense, I'm serious."
"You little brat, you're just telling jokes." Sun Yurin cursed and pulled Louis away. "Let's go home with the teacher." Seeing that Sun Yurin refused to believe it, Louis simply stopped talking. Lu Yuming and Li Lanky were worried about adding burden to Sun Yurin, so they used the excuse of going to a relative's house for lunch, but actually were taken to Lin Xiao's house by Lin Xiao. In the end, only Louis and Su Zian followed Sun Yurin back home. Sun Yurin's home is located in the east of the village, next to a phoenix mountain. The terrain is low-lying, dark, and humid.
There are many mosquitoes in the summer and it is very cold in the winter.
A tile house, even more dilapidated than Fenghuang Primary School. The walls of the house were pitch black and the door panels had been patched several times. It squeaked harshly when it was pushed open. It was the first time that Su Zian saw such a house. If it weren't for Louis's look, she would have almost screamed out loud.
"You are Louis's girlfriend, right? You look like a city dweller, so you might not be used to it."
"I'm really sorry, but as an old man, I don't have the energy to take care of the room."
Over time, it has become like this. Seeing Su Zian's expression change, Sun Yurin explained. No, it's nice here."
As soon as Su Zian said this, she realized she had said something wrong. She wanted to change her words, but Sun Yurin waved his hand.
Afterwards, Sun Yurin brought 2 bowls of water to Louis and Su Zian.
Looking at the black bowl in front of her that was missing a corner and had many cracks, Su Zian felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't speak. She could only lower her head and drink the water silently.
When Sun Yurin was cooking, Louis also went to help. Su Zian contacted the engineering team in the city according to Louis's instructions.
The meal was ready, and Louis brought up the issue of renovating the school again, but Sun Yurin still smiled and said nothing, and just asked Louis to accompany him for a drink.
Louis's throat was sore from drinking the bottle of liquor which cost more than 10 yuan.
It took him more than an hour to finish a glass of wine. When Louis put down his wine glass, he saw a villager running from a distance, shouting,
"Teacher Sun, there is a construction team coming to school." Chapter 67. Louis will sleep at my house tonight.
Upon hearing this, Sun Yurin almost dropped the wine glass in his hand.
"What did you say?"
Sun Yurin stood up with his hands on the table.
"Construction team? Where did the construction team come from? What are they doing here?"
The villager glanced at Louis and said, "The leader of the construction team said that they were called by Louis to repair Fenghuang Primary School."
Sun Yurin was shocked. "Louis, you little brat, I told you not to waste this money, why didn't you listen?"
Sun Yurin slammed his wine glass on the table and said angrily, "You spend this money in vain.
What's the point of it other than making the school look good?"
Louis knew that Sun Yurin was angry because he was worried about him, so he smiled and said, "Teacher Sun, the construction team is here anyway, so it's useless for you to scold me.
Why don't you come with me to the school to take a look? If you still don't believe that I'm a billionaire by then, I promise to listen to you and let the construction team go back." Sun Yurin was angry and helpless. "Billionaire? Brat, I think you are just addicted to movies. It's not that easy to be a billionaire." After that, he pulled Louis up and walked out, hurry up and ask the construction team to go back, otherwise, you will call me teacher from now on.
Looking at Sun Yuren's worried look, Louis felt warm and touched.
Not long after, Louis and Sun Yuren returned to Fenghuang Primary School. Seeing Louis, the construction team leader hurried forward and said, "Mr. Liu, should we start the construction now or in a few days? What do we want the renovation to look like?" Louis was a little surprised. "You know me? How do you know I'm Louis at first glance?"
The construction team leader chuckled and said, "Miss Su told me that you are the chairman of Wancheng International. On the way here, I searched online and saw your photo, so I..." Before he finished speaking, Guzi, who was always noisy in the village, immediately exclaimed,
"Wancheng International? Is it the largest food group in Yidu City? I heard that this company is worth tens of billions. Fuck, Louis has been in the city for 2 or 3 years and he has become the chairman of Wancheng International."
When the other villagers heard this, their eyes widened and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground.
No way, Louis is so promising? 10 billion, how much money is that? Oh my god.
I knew Louis was awesome, but I didn't expect him to be so awesome. This time he's really awesome. A golden phoenix really flew out of our phoenix village this time.
The villagers' flattery of Louis made Sun Yuren feel dizzy. Louis actually didn't lie to him. Louis really became a billionaire. Sun Yuren looked at Louis and his eyes became wet again. He never thought that he would be able to teach a billionaire in his lifetime.
He is also a billionaire who remembers his roots and knows how to give back to his neighbors.
"Teacher, what's wrong with you?"
Louis felt distressed when he saw Sun Yuren crying.
"It's okay, I'm proud of you."
Sun Yuren held Louis' arm, his face full of satisfaction and admiration. "It's worth it for me to have a student like you in my life. Even if I go to hell, I have no regrets." Louis' heart was pulled. "Teacher, what are you talking about? You will live 100 years.
Sun Yuren wiped away her tears and said, "I'm happy today, I shouldn't cry. By the way, Louis, tell the construction team how to repair the school."
This time, Sun Yuren did not stop him. Moreover, there was a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. He was extremely looking forward to the completion of the brand new Phoenix Primary School under Louis' hands.
Louis repeated to the construction team leader what he had said to Sun Yuren before.
The villagers nearby were stunned when they heard this.
"Oh my god, how much will it cost to repair it like this? At least several 100,000, right? More than that, didn't you hear Louis just say that he also wants to buy educational equipment? That will cost a lot of money.
And we also need to bring in teachers, which is also a big expense. Such a huge expense falls entirely on Louis' shoulders.
Can Louis handle it? We have to help Louis too. But we have no money. If you don't have money, then just work hard. People like us don't have anything else, so why are we reluctant to give up our physical strength? How can you be reluctant to say that?"
Then, the villagers said to Louis,
"Louis, we want to help too.
You've given your heart and soul to our village, we can't just sit there and watch. Yes, we promise to listen to the construction team leader and will never cause you any trouble." Looking at the excited villagers, Louis was moved. He knew that even if he refused, the villagers would secretly help him.
"So I just agreed. Okay, thank you for your hard work." Louis thanked him with a smile. "What are you talking about? We should be the ones saying thank you."
"That's right, Louis, you are the great benefactor of our Fenghuang village, Zhuofeng village, and Yufeng village.
Thank you so much, Louis.
We are so proud to have someone like you in Fenghuang village." The villagers, with tears in their eyes, bowed deeply to Louis. Seeing the villagers bending over, Louis was deeply shocked.
He quickly helped the villagers up one by one. "By the way, Louis." Guzi ran to Louis and said,
"Your house has been demolished. You and your parents have nowhere to live when you come back.
Why don't you stay at my house? I still have a room available."
Other villagers also spoke up. "Xiao Lu, don't go to Guzi's house. His house is very dirty and there is chicken manure everywhere.
You should come and live with Auntie Hua.
Auntie Hua will kill a chicken for you to eat."
"Lu Hua, why are you trying to get close to us? Do you think we don't know what you are up to? I'm afraid you have fallen in love with Louis and want him to be your son-in-law. How can you talk like that, widow Ma? I want to bring Louis and my daughter together, so what? Unlike you, I'm afraid you are lonely and want Louis to warm you up. Hey, I just like Xiao Lu, what's wrong with that? Am I not better than that yellow-haired girl in your family?" I have breasts and a butt, what does your girl have? If Xiaolu pats your girl's butt, your girl will probably ask Xiaolu what he is doing. Widow Ma, you are so shameless to say that. There are children here. Louis, don't pay attention to Widow Ma or Lu Tsuehua. You should come to my house. My daughter is in her 3rd year of high school. You can tutor her. You are such a jerk. Your daughter has not been educated for a long time. Can you fool Xiaolu or us? That's right. You're still tutoring your daughter. I'm afraid you're tutoring her in bed, right?
Hearing the arguments among these aunts and uncles, Louis felt as if he was in another world.
They were all so happy just now, why is it like this now? Master, is this place so open? Su Ziyan was also shocked by this scene. Louis smiled awkwardly.
He didn't know if it was like this in other rural areas. Anyway, he had known a lot about that since he was a child. When he was in elementary school, he had quarreled with his male classmates, which was a bit dirty. But the older I get, the less I mention this aspect. Hey, stop arguing. Louis, sleep at my house tonight. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Chapter 68 Love Letter. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Xiaoer. Seeing Lin Xiaoer coming, many mothers-in-law and aunts curled their lips and sighed in their hearts. Lin Xiaoer is not only beautiful and has a good figure, but she and Louis have been friends since childhood and have a deep relationship with each other. Now that Lin Xiaoer is here, Louis will definitely follow Lin Xiaoer. Louis also hurriedly said, "Thank you for your kindness, elders, but my parents have already stayed at Sister Xiaoer's house, so I will stay at Sister Xiaoer's house with my parents for 2 days." After saying that, Louis took Lin Xiaoer and left. Sister Xiaoer, thanks for showing up in time, otherwise I don't know what to do. After getting away from the crowd, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoer snorted, "You are now a big star in the village. Girls from all families are vying to be with you. You are overwhelmed by the choices. Of course, you don't know what to do." Louis laughed, "Sister Xiaoer, what are you talking about? Those aunts are just joking. Are you kidding? The way Widow Ma looked at you just now, it's as if she wanted to eat you alive. How could you be kidding?" Lin Xiaoer turned her face away, and the air was filled with jealousy. Louis scratched his head, "I didn't agree to anything. If I hadn't come, your soul would have been taken away." Lin Xiaoer became angrier and angrier as she spoke, staring at Louis's hand, "Why don't you let go? Who knows what others would say about us if they saw us?" Louis smelled the jealous smell, but he was actually quite happy in his heart. He held on to Lin Xiaoer and refused to let go. "We are childhood sweethearts. Let others say whatever they want." Lin Xiaoer shook off Louis's hand and said angrily, "Who is your childhood sweetheart? You are a wealthy man now, and I am just a farm girl. When you raise your hand, countless beauties flock to you, but what about me? How can I get married in the future if others poke me in the spine?" Louis originally wanted to grab Lin Xiaoer's hand back, but when he heard what Lin Xiaoer said, he withdrew his hand in disappointment. Seeing Louis retract his hand, Lin Xiaoer became even angrier. She raised her hand and twisted Louis's arm, then ran away without waiting for Louis to speak. Louis's face was full of question marks. It was like it was not right for him to hold hands, and it was not right for him not to hold hands? "Ziyan, what do you think I should do so that Sister Xiaoer won't be angry?" Louis asked Su Ziyan puzzledly. But Su Ziyan did not respond. When he turned around, he saw that Su Ziyan also had a cold face and looked very unhappy. "What's wrong with you?" Louis felt a headache. "Nothing." Su Ziyan said calmly, "Master and Miss Lin have been childhood sweethearts. Master doesn't even know why Miss Lin is angry, so how could Ziyan know?" After saying that, Su Ziyan also turned her face away. Louis only felt that the smell of vinegar in the air not only did not dissipate, but became even stronger. "I didn't do anything and I didn't say anything. Why are these two women jealous?" Louis felt helpless. Because Lin Xiaoer's parents and brother went to visit relatives, Lin Xiaoer didn't want to deal with unfamiliar relatives, so she stayed at home, so 2 rooms happened to be vacant in the house. Louis's parents lived in Lin Xiaoer's parents' room, so there was only 1 room left, but besides Louis, there was also Su Ziyan. 1 room is not enough. How about Ziyan and I? No. As soon as Louis opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Lin Xiaoer. Lin Xiaoer glared at Louis angrily and said, "Miss Su and I hit it off right away, so Miss Su and I will sleep in the same room, and you can sleep in my brother's room." Louis's forehead was full of black lines. Suzanne and I have been alone in a room for a long time, but nothing has happened between us. But he didn't dare say these words, otherwise Lin Xiaoer would probably get angry again and twist his arm. In the afternoon, Louis went to Fenghuang Primary School again to help with the repairs, which scared the construction team and villagers. Everyone advised Louis to go back, but Louis refused. Firstly, he wanted to contribute personally, secondly, he wanted to test the impact of his martial arts accomplishments on his body, and thirdly, staying at Lin Xiaoer's house would be like being in a Shura field. It would be better to come to the construction site and work hard for an afternoon, which would be more relaxing. As night fell, the construction team moved into the prefabricated houses. These houses were easy to set up, and with the help of the villagers, they were all built in a short time. The rest of the time was spent on renovating the primary school. Louis had just returned to Lin Xiaoer's house. After dinner, Lin Xiaoer took Suzanne into the room. His parents also went back to their room to sleep due to the bumpy journey. Only Louis was left, feeling awkward, and walked into Lin Dongliang's room alone. After playing with his phone for a while and finding it boring, Louis subconsciously put the phone under his pillow and prepared to go to sleep. When I reached under the pillow, I felt a piece of paper. I took out the paper curiously and took a look at it. Louis's expression suddenly became interesting. This turned out to be a love letter. If I remember correctly, Lin Dongliang is in junior high school now. However, when he was in elementary school, there were thieves in the first grade, thieves in the second grade, and love letters flying everywhere in the third grade. It was normal for Lin Dongliang to receive love letters when he was in junior high school. I folded the love letter again and wanted to put it back under the pillow, but unexpectedly I found 2 lines of words written on the back of the letter. The first line says "I'm sorry." The second row is "poor," with more than a dozen poor people lined up in a row. Lin Dongliang's stubborn little face appeared in Louis's mind. This child has been serious since he was young. When he was in the 5th or 6th grade, he proposed to drop out of school and want to earn money to support his family. After being beaten up, he never said such words again. "Don't worry, you won't be poor anymore." Louis put the love letter back and whispered to himself. He does not encourage premature love, but he also does not want Lin Dongliang's self-esteem and self-confidence to be wiped out by money at such a young age. After lying down, Louis closed his eyes but still couldn't fall asleep. He sweated all over in the afternoon and felt sticky all over, which was really uncomfortable. Louis got out of bed, fetched a bucket of cold water from the water tank, and then took it to the bathroom in Lin Xiaoer's house. Almost no villagers in Fenghuang village have dedicated bathrooms in their homes, and they all take a bath in the toilet. Louis has been there before, so he is very familiar with the process. The toilet in Lin Xiaoer's house was particularly simple. It didn't even have a door. There was a cloth curtain hanging there as a door. Louis pulled open the curtain and began to take off his clothes and take a bath. At the same time, Lin Xiaoer and Suzanne were lying sideways with their backs to each other. The two seemed to be good sisters, but in fact they know each other's thoughts very well. The two of them did this just to piss off Louis. As for hitting it off right away? That's pure bullshit. Lin Xiaoer smelled the faint scent of perfume on Suzanne's body, and her heart was choked with anxiety. She couldn't fall asleep. By chance, she heard the sound of water splashing outside, so she tiptoed out of bed. I walked closer to the toilet where the sound of water was coming from, and was about to ask who was in there. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the curtain hanging at the toilet entrance fluttered up. With the help of moonlight, Lin Xiaoer saw the scene in the toilet. All of a sudden, her whole face was filled with blush. Chapter 69, Talking about Life Ideals Late at Night. Louis's legs are slender and well-proportioned, with obvious muscle lines. The scene above the legs was even more magnificent, making Lin Xiaoer blush, her heart beat faster, and her whole body hot. Louis, who had just finished taking a shower, also saw Lin Xiaoer staring at him. The two looked at each other, and Lin Xiaoer's face became extremely hot. Louis hurriedly held down the curtain to prevent it from flying any further, so as to avoid being seen naked by Lin Xiaoer. As a grown man, he didn't feel at a disadvantage if Lin Xiaoer looked at him, but he was afraid that Lin Xiaoer would feel embarrassed and avoid him from then on. Louis quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Just when he was about to tell Lin Xiaoer a joke to ease the atmosphere, he saw Lin Xiaoer turn around and run away. Louis's eyes twitched a few times and he felt helpless. I returned to the room and was about to lie down to sleep, but I heard another knock on the door. "Are you asleep?" It was Lin Xiaoer's voice. Louis suddenly sat up from the bed. Why did Lin Xiaoer come to my room to find me so late at night? Could it be that
Louis was just daydreaming when he heard Lin Shower say outside the door.
I just saw that you took a shower but didn't change your clothes, so go to the yard and get the clothes my dad washed and hung out to dry.
Try them on and see if they fit you.
It turned out that they were sending me some clothes.
Louis couldn't help laughing.
She got up from the bed, opened the door, and reached out to take the clothes handed to her by Lin Shower. Thank you, Sister Shower. Although it is almost autumn now, Lin Shower still wears thin clothes. Under the dim light, Lin Shower's clothes look more like a layer of gauze, which could not block Louis's sight at all.
Louis inadvertently saw Lin Shower's charm and couldn't help swallowing.
After not seeing each other for a few years, Lin Shower's scenery has become even more magnificent.
What are you looking at?
Lin Shower noticed that Louis's eyes were not right and hurriedly covered her collar. Nothing, Louis laughed hastily. When I looked at Sister Shower from that angle just now, I found her particularly beautiful and couldn't help but take a few more glances.
He's so sweet talking, I wonder how many girls he has harmed. Lin Shower pouted and prepared to leave. Sister Shower, I am very simple.
Louis grabbed Lin Shower. I am still a virgin, just for you.
A casual joke made Lin Shower blush all the way to her ears. You are so frivolous all day long, what are you talking about? I want to go back to sleep. Louis didn't let go. Sister Shower, I see you don't seem to be sleepy either. We haven't seen each other for so long, why don't we chat?
Lin Shower really wanted to hear what Louis had been through in the past few years, but in the middle of the night, a man and a woman were alone in a room, and nothing was happening, just chatting?
Doesn't this sound almost as outrageous as what men often say, I just can't get in?
Sister Shower, this is your home, and my parents' room is right next door.
How dare I do anything bad to you? Seeing Lin Shower hesitating, Louis couldn't help but smile bitterly.
When Lin Shower heard this, she thought it made sense and walked into the room, but when Louis was about to close the door, she resolutely stopped him. Louis really didn't want to do anything to Lin Shower, so when Lin Shower told him not to close the door, he didn't close the door. Lin Shower moved a stool to the window and asked Louis what he had encountered since he came to the city, and how he became the chairman of Wancheng International in just a few years.
By chance, I saved the former chairman of Wancheng International.
The former chairman was already old and had no children, so he adopted me as his adopted son and gave Wancheng International to me. Of course Louis couldn't tell the truth, he could only make up a story.
Lin Shower found it strange, and although she didn't believe it completely, she didn't ask any further questions. As long as Louis didn't do anything illegal, she would feel relieved. By the way, Sister Shower, weren't you working outside before? Why are you back? Louis asked.
It's always inconvenient for me, a woman, to be out there without a man by my side.
So the reason I came back this time is actually for a blind date?
Lin Shower said with a wry smile.
Blind date? Louis's heart tightened. What about the other person? Do you like him?
I grew up with Lin Shower, so it is impossible for me to say that I have no feelings for her. However, the two separated later and didn't see each other for a long time. When he met the passionate Tang Xiaoya at that time, he gradually put his feelings for Lin Shower deep in his heart and let time wash them away. But now, when he heard that Lin Shower was going on a blind date, the excitement he once again felt came over him again.
I haven't gone on a blind date yet.
I have to wait until my parents come back from visiting relatives before they can arrange for me to go on a blind date.
Lin Shower's beautiful eyes turned and she asked, were you very nervous just now?
Louis touched his nose. I'm just worried that you'll meet the wrong person. Seeing that Lin Shower was about to ask more questions, Louis hurriedly changed the subject. Sister Shower, I remember you said before that you wanted to be a teacher.
Do you still want to be a teacher now? Lin Shower's eyes dimmed. I did think about it. When I was working outside, I heard about the adult college entrance examination. I wanted to try it, but I was busy making money and had no time to review. So I simply didn't spend any money to sign up.
Upon hearing this, Louis's eyes lit up. Sister Shower, since you are so willing, then go ahead and sign up.
As for reviewing, I can help you.
Although it has been a few years since I graduated from college, and I have almost returned everything I learned to my teachers, I still remember some of it. In addition, I can hire a tutor for you, or help you sign up for a training class. Lin Shower was deeply moved, but she finally shook her head. Forget it, if I really had this talent, I wouldn't have failed the college entrance examination.
The main reason you failed the college entrance examination is that you helped with housework and didn't have enough time to review. Louis advised, how about this, you come with me to the city tomorrow and stay at my villa. It will be convenient for you to go to the training class. Live at your house? Lin Shower's face turned red again.
For some reason, Louis's long legs suddenly appeared in her mind, and
Bah, what are you thinking, Lin Xiaoer? You are a woman, you should be reserved.
Lin Xiaoer shook her head and threw away all the messy thoughts. Sister Xiaoer, don't worry, I promise I won't do anything to you.
Louis assured and persuaded her again and again.
Finally, Lin Xiaoer finally compromised. When I make money in the future, I will definitely repay you for your kindness. Louis chuckled and said, Sister Xiaoer, the debt of favor is the hardest to repay.
If you want to repay the favor, I'm afraid it will take you a lifetime.
Lin Xiaoer was teased by Louis again and her face turned red. You never say a word of truth, I have to go back to sleep. She ran out of the room with her head down and her face red. Lin Xiaoer also went to the water tank to get some cold water and splashed it on her face. She had to calm down, otherwise when she returned to her room, her mind would be full of Louis and she would not be able to sleep at all. Just as Louis was about to close the door and go to sleep, a pair of white hands grabbed the door.
Chapter 70 Who dares to ask me to worship?
The sudden appearance of these hands scared Louis. It was already late at night, which made Louis think of some dirty things.
If it really is that kind of thing, there is no way to hide from it. Instead of retreating, it is better to take the initiative.
Louis's mind raced, he pulled the door open with one hand and slammed it forward with the other. Outside the door, Su Ziyan saw a palm coming and subconsciously wanted to fight back. But when he saw that person wearing a string of jade boti on his wrist, he realized that the person was Louis and was stunned for a second.
And in just this 1 second, Louis's palm had already pressed over.
The moment Louis opened the door, he also saw Su Ziyan, so he wanted to retract his palm, but the palm he just used was too fierce and it was difficult to retract it suddenly. So in the end, Louis's palm was pressed right on Su Ziyan's chest.
Louis looked at Su Ziyan, and Su Ziyan also looked at Louis. Their eyes met, feeling very awkward. I didn't mean it. Louis explained.
I know, Su Ziyan said with a dark face, but master, can you please move your hand away first? It was just a misunderstanding just now, I'm sorry.
Louis smiled angrily.
After saying that, Louis retracted his hand.
The feeling was simply too good to be true.
And now he realized that Su Ziyan was so big that he couldn't hold her with one hand.
Ahem. Louis cleared his throat to ease the atmosphere.
Why did you suddenly come to my place so late?
Lin Xiaoer can come, but I can't? Although Su Ziyan thought so, she didn't say it.
After all, she is Louis's personal bodyguard and should know her position clearly. As for the fact that she and Lin Xiaoer slept in the same room but she couldn't fall asleep, when she found Lin Xiaoer got up, she followed her quietly, worried that something might happen between Lin Xiaoer and Louis, so Su Ziyan would not say anything about the fact that she was guarding Louis's door. I feel that as my master's bodyguard, I should guard outside the master's door to prevent him from getting into danger.
Su Ziyan also lied casually. Louis smiled and waved his hands. No, what kind of danger could there be in the village?
Besides, even if there is danger, I should be able to handle it myself.
If he encounters danger, can Louis handle it on his own? Could it be that the master feels that autumn has arrived and is afraid that I will catch a cold standing outside the door, so he is saying these words to persuade me? Su Ziyan speculated secretly and felt that this should be the fact.
Otherwise, why didn't Louis say before that he could handle the danger on his own?
It's impossible that Louis's fighting power suddenly increased overnight, right?
Thinking of this, Su Ziyan felt sweet in her heart.
Host. Su Ziyan wanted to talk to Louis for a while, but she saw Louis yawning and had already gone to bed. Good night, master. Su Ziyan had no choice but to close the door, lean against the door, and slept standing up all night. The next day, Louis got up early and prepared to drive into the city. Phoenix Primary School is under renovation and it will take several months at the earliest to complete. The children cannot continue to be absent from classes during these months. So Louis asked his secretary Li Qiaoyue to help contact the school yesterday to see if the children could be allowed to study in the city temporarily to prevent them from falling behind in their studies. Early this morning, Li Qiaoyue replied that she had already contacted the school. Louis wanted to communicate with the school leaders in person to prevent the children from being wronged when they went to school.
In addition, it was a good opportunity to bring Lin Xiaoer to the villa and find a cram school for the adult college entrance examination for Lin Xiaoer.
Miss Lin wants to live with us?
Su Ziyan, who had been waiting for Louis at the door all night, suddenly felt aggrieved when she heard Louis explain the reason for going into the city.
She was guarding Louis at the door. In addition to protecting Louis, she also didn't want anything to happen between Louis and Lin Xiaoer. But unexpectedly, Louis actually wanted to take Lin Xiaoer to the villa. Lin Xiaoer has gone to the villa. Can he still stop Lu Yi and Lin Xiaoer? Su Zian, Su Zian, you are just a female bodyguard, why do you have to stop the master and Lin Xiaoer?
Su Zian questioned her own heart, but in the end she didn't get an answer.
Ziyan, what's wrong with you?
Louis noticed that Su Zian was unhappy and seemed to be worried about something, so he asked.
Thank you for your concern, master. Ziyan is fine. Su Zian forced a smile. Louis said oh and concentrated on driving. It was almost noon when we finally arrived at the lakeside villa.
Lin Xiaoer stood by the lake, looking at the villa in the middle of the lake, her mouth opened into an O shape. Even if she could stuff an egg in there, it would be effortless.
Sister Xiaoer, come in. Lu Yi said to Lin Xiaoer. Lin Xiaoer followed Lu Yi into the lakeside villa with a confused mind. After entering the villa, Lin Xiaoer opened her mouth even wider. Even if she wanted to stuff a light bulb in, it would probably not be a problem. Is this a villa worth $1 billion?
It's so beautiful and luxurious. Looking at the exquisite surroundings, Lin Xiaoer felt as if she had traveled back to ancient times and walked into a royal palace.
Sister Xiaoer, this is your room. Louis brought Lin Xiaoer into a room, opened the closet, and said, there are women's clothes in here. You can take a look and see if you like them and if they fit you. If you don't like them or they don't fit you, I'll take you to buy new ones another day.
Lin Xiaoer looked at the clothes in the closet and her eyes became dazzled.
All the clothes she has from childhood to adulthood are not as many as this wardrobe. Which woman doesn't want to have a luxurious wardrobe and dress herself up beautifully?
Lin Xiaoer also wanted it, but before, she could only think about it in her dreams.
But now, she really has it. And all of this was brought to her by the man in front of her, Louis. Louis, thank you.
Lin Xiaoer bit her lower lip lightly, feeling both grateful and admiring towards Louis.
Sister Xiaoer, you are too polite. Louis smiled at Lin Xiaoer, you can try changing quickly. Also, check if you are missing anything in the room. If you are missing anything, I will ask someone to buy some. No.
Lin Xiaoer shook her head embarrassedly. Louis, don't worry about me, just do your thing.
Didn't you just say that you were going to communicate with the school leaders? Go to school quickly. Why should I go to school? Louis looked strange. I can just wait in the villa. Waiting at the villa?
Lin Xiaoer was a little confused.
Shouldn't you go to the school to visit those leaders? Louis laughed and said, Sister Xiaoer, what are you thinking?
Ask the school leaders if they dare to let me visit them. When I communicate with them, of course they should come to me.
How can I go to them? Lin Xiaoer felt dizzy. She stared at Louis in a daze, feeling a little dazed.
The naughty little kid who used to rob bird nests and catch loaches has grown up to be a big shot who can make people from all sides tremble with fear just by stomping his feet.
Chapter 71 Edu Normal School. Knock knock knock.
Su Zian knocked on the door and said, Master, the principals are already at the door.
Should we invite them in?
Louis nodded calmly, but Lin Xiaoer was surprised again.
Principals? Lin Xiaoer followed Louis downstairs.
While still on the stairs, she could see 7 or 8 middle-aged men with bald heads, wearing suits and ties, standing neatly in the reception room.
Are these people the principals of the city schools?
Lin Xiaoer swallowed her saliva. If all of them were principals, then Louis would be giving too much face. At this time, the 7 or 8 middle-aged men bowed slightly to Louis. Hello, Mr. Liu.
Louis sat on the sofa and asked Su Zian to serve tea, then asked, everyone, can you introduce yourself first?
Of course. A middle-aged man wearing a flowered tie took a half step forward. Mr. Liu, I am the principal of Edu No. 1 Primary School.
My name is Lai Dequan.
Our primary school has excellent teachers, complete teaching equipment, and a special infirmary that can deal with various emergencies. What's a medical room? Said another short and fat middle-aged man. Mr. Liu, I'm the principal of Edu No. 6 Primary School.
Our school is better than the No. 1 primary school in all aspects.
We also have recreational facilities on campus, so children can play and grow happily while learning.
What's the point of you saying all this?
A middle-aged man who was as thin as a bamboo pole said with a pout, in a school, of course, learning comes first. The students in our Changkai Primary School have the best grades. The students who graduate from our Changkai Primary School are also top students in various high schools when they go to middle school. The 7 principals each held an opinion and the argument continued. They all knew Louis's identity, the chairman of Wancheng International, the wealthy man who spent huge sums of money to buy the MSC cruise ship, and a big boss with unknown origins. Although helping Louis is actually very dangerous, if there is even the slightest mistake, there will be no recovery. But at the same time, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. As long as Louis can be satisfied, it is equivalent to riding on Louis's high branch, and the future will be bright. So no one is willing to let go of this delicious piece of cake. The 7 principals, who were always well-mannered and dignified in front of others, were now arguing fiercely. If they didn't have much hair on their heads, they would probably pull each other's hair like women.
This scene left Lin Xiaoer dumbfounded. Is Louis even more awesome than she imagined? 7 principals actually argued to this extent over Louis. Lin Xiaoer looked at Louis with admiration to the extreme. Louis finally chose a school called Yuanda Primary School. This school is very good in all aspects. The most important thing is that the principal arranges school buses to pick up the children from Fenghuang village and ensures that separate classes are opened for the children to prevent them from adapting to the unfamiliar environment or being ridiculed or bullied. All the other principals were sent away by Louis, leaving only the principal of Yuanda Primary School, Yuan Zhongtian. Principal Yuan, I'm keeping you here because, on the one hand, I want to thank you, and on the other hand, I have something I want to consult you about. Louis personally poured a cup of new tea for Yuan Zhongtian. Yuan Zhongtian was flattered and picked up the teacup and asked, Mr. Liu is too polite. As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know. Thank you. Louis smiled and said, you also know the situation of Fenghuang Primary School. The teaching staff cannot be described as backward, so I would like to ask you to recommend a few teachers. Yuan Zhongtian took a sip of tea and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Liu, although I know that you will definitely build Fenghuang Primary School well and provide staff dormitories for teachers, but the teachers in office may still be reluctant to go to Fenghuang Primary School. First, it is too far from home, and second, the teachers are already at their posts. Even if they resign and change jobs, they will go to a better school. As soon as he said this, Yuan Zhongtian was shocked. Mr. Liu, I'm not saying that Fenghuang Primary School is not good, I mean. Louis waved his hand. What Yuan Zhongtian said was true and there was no need to be angry. Principal Yuan, what if I offer a high salary, will it be successful? Louis asked. Yuan Zhongtian replied, if the salary is much higher than their current salary, then of course they will be successful, but if the salary is not much higher, the chances of success are probably very low. After that, Yuan Zhongtian added, but Mr. Liu, don't blame me for being too talkative. I think instead of offering a high salary to poach those teachers, you might as well go to the normal college to have a look. Edu Normal University is a very good normal school. After a while, the senior students will also be looking for internships. If you hire them, not only will it not cost you too much, but the age difference between normal school students and children is not much, so they will get along better. And as long as the normal school students have good grades, you don't have to worry about the teaching level being insufficient. After hearing Yuan Zhongtian's words, Louis's eyes lit up. His previous thinking was indeed old-fashioned. What normal school students lack compared to in-service teachers is experience, but teacher Sun Yuran has been teaching and educating people for decades, so what he has the most is experience. Let teacher Sun pass on his experience to the normal school students. Normal school students with experience can indeed easily get closer to students in terms of age, and may have better results than those middle-aged teachers. Principal Yuan, thank you. Louis added Yuan Zhongtian on WeChat. Getting to know a principal who has been in office for many years will definitely be beneficial to the future of Phoenix Primary School. After seeing Yuan Zhongtian off, Louis said to Lin Xiaoer, Sister Xiaoer, just get familiar with the environment in the villa. If you are tired, take a rest, watch some TV, go fishing, etc. Although Lin Xiaoer really wanted to stay with Louis, she was afraid that she would cause trouble for Louis, so she nodded obediently and followed Louis's arrangements. Ziyan, can you please help Sister Xiaoer contact the adult college entrance examination cram school? Louis looked at Su Ziyan. Master, do you want to go to Edu Normal University alone? Su Ziyan asked. Well, just stay at home and accompany Sister Xiaoer around. Louis said. He was worried that Lin Xiaoer might get into an accident because she was unfamiliar with the place. But Master, I am your bodyguard, how can I leave you? Su Ziyan didn't want to stay with Lin Xiaoer. She didn't know why, but she felt hostile towards Lin Xiaoer as soon as she saw her. It's okay, I can protect myself now. Louis said with a smile. No, I must stay with my master. Su Ziyan was very stubborn.
The night before yesterday, Louis asked her to teach him martial arts, which showed that Louis himself did not know any martial arts.
Since Louis doesn't know martial arts, how can he protect himself? The city is different from the countryside, danger is everywhere. Louis had a headache. If he told Suzian that he had made some progress in martial arts, Suzian probably wouldn't believe it, right? Chapter 72 Muhongli. Just let Miss Su follow you. Lin Xiaoer smiled and said, Miss Su is a martial arts expert.
If you get into trouble, Miss Su can cover it for you.
Hearing this, Louis was not convinced. Sister Xiaoer, what kind of trouble can I get into?
Besides, even if I get into trouble, I can solve it myself.
Lin Xiaoer rolled her eyes. Although you are rich and powerful now, what if you meet someone who is desperate?
It is true that you have been able to jump and jump since you were a child, but after all, you have never practiced.
If you meet someone who uses a knife, can you handle it? So, it is better to let Miss Su follow you. The corners of Louis's mouth twitched twice. Was he treated as a weak scholar by Lin Xiaoer and Su Zian?
He wanted to tell Lin Xiaoer that he was also a martial artist now and had extraordinary skills. But just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Lin Xiaoer. Okay, I know you want to persuade me and you are worried about me. But I am tired from the bumpy ride, so I just want to rest in the villa and won't walk around. So there is no need for Miss Su to accompany me, so don't worry. Master, since Miss Lin is tired, let her go and have a rest.
Su Zian also said at the right time, I'll go and drive the car now. Louis got on Jui Mingfeng and sighed, Ziyan, if I tell you that I also know martial arts, would you believe it? Su Zian smiled and said, I believe that the master must be an almighty genius. Louis's forehead was covered with black lines. He said that he believed it, but the expression on his face clearly showed that he didn't believe it. Not long after, I arrived at Edu Normal University.
The cool Jui Mingfeng stopped at the school gate, immediately attracting many students to watch. When Louis and Su Zian stepped out of the car, they caused exclamations and countless envious glances.
Louis was used to this.
However, what is different from the past is that although there were people who stared at Louis and couldn't take their eyes off him, they just stared at him and very few people would actually take the initiative to approach him. But this time, before Louis even walked into the gate of Edu Normal University, he was surrounded by a group of female students.
Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? Handsome guys, are you going to Edu Normal University? Let us show you the way. Handsome guy, can I meet you? My name is Fan Chichi.
Louis looked at the girls around him and his eyelids twitched. After all, they are young people, so they are open-minded. However, he didn't come here today to pick up girls. Just as Louis was about to refuse, he heard Su Zian shout coldly, get out of the way.
Su Zian always looks cold except when facing Louis and Louis's relatives and friends.
Her cold shout, coupled with her extremely cold temperament, immediately frightened all the little girls. Louis smiled bitterly, don't be so domineering, they are still students in the ivory tower.
Yes. Su Zian immediately returned to her delicate look.
Some boys in the distance stared with their eyes wide open.
Can she be a queen, a loli, or a two-faced girl? Oh my god, this is awesome. I really want to have a girlfriend like this. Don't dream. Do you have a sports car worth 200 million? Do you have such a handsome face and such a mature temperament? Hearing the discussions behind him, Louis couldn't help laughing. If these little boys knew that Su Zian was not only cool and cute, but also a bed warmer and had a great body, wouldn't they be envious to death? Master, where are we going now? Su Zian asked gently. The principal's office.
I just asked Principal Yuan to help me contact the principal of Edu Normal University.
We can just go there directly.
Louis said that although he could also ask the principal of Edu Normal School to come to the Lakeside Villa, this time he was selecting outstanding normal school students, and it was not enough to just have information. He had to meet them in person to finalize the decision.
He couldn't ask the principal of the normal school to bring the normal school students to the Lakeside Villa, right? That villa would be packed.
Therefore, Louis decided to come to Edu Normal University in person. Anyway, I have heard that Edu Normal University has beautiful scenery, but I never had the chance to see it before.
Now is the perfect time to go. Master, look there. Su Zian suddenly let out a cry of surprise.
Louis looked up and saw a long corridor with autumn hibiscus blooming on both sides. It was bright and beautiful at first glance. Edu Normal University has flowers blooming all year round, but the autumn hibiscus is the most beautiful in autumn.
I'm lucky today, as the autumn hibiscus is in full bloom. Louis was admiring the flowers and was in a good mood. But the next second, Louis frowned.
He saw two people pushing and shoving each other in the hibiscus bushes, causing many petals to fall off.
Louis walked in and saw that it was a man who wanted to kiss a girl forcibly. Louis found the man's profile familiar.
Someone nearby also noticed the commotion, but did not dare to step forward to stop it.
Fuck! Hanziyu, this bastard, actually wants to force himself on our school beauty. Don't be impulsive. If you dare to be a hero and save the beauty, your life will be ruined. Are we just going to watch the school beauty being insulted by this bastard?
Hearing the voices of the people around him, Louis finally understood why Hanziyu looked familiar to him. When they went to a cruise ship to attend a charity dinner, Hanziyu wanted to throw him off the cruise ship to feed the fish. But later he slapped him in the face and kicked him off the cruise ship.
Unexpectedly, I met you here again. Moreover, this is still under such circumstances. Su Zian also recognized Hanziyu and felt angry and worried.
She was afraid that Hanziyu would recognize her.
The last time she confronted Hanziyu on the cruise ship, Hanziyu didn't recognize her because she was wearing sunglasses and a little makeup. But today, she didn't wear any big sunglasses or makeup. If Hanziyu recognizes me, it will be the end. But, could I just watch Hanziyu bully that girl? Su Zian couldn't bear it. For a moment, she was in a dilemma.
Suddenly, Su Zian's eyes blurred, and before she could react, she saw Louis rushing towards Hanziyu.
Owner! Su Zian was horrified. There were several strong bodyguards beside Hanziyu. If Louis goes over rashly, he will definitely be beaten to death by those bodyguards. Even if we are discovered, we cannot let the master get hurt. Su Zian gritted her teeth and ran over as fast as she could.
When those students saw Louis actually running towards Hanziyu, their faces changed drastically.
Who is that? Could he be trying to save the school beauty Mu Hongli from young Master Han? With his small body, how can he save Mu Hongli? Master Han's bodyguard, one punch would be enough to make him lie on the ground and unable to get up, right? Hey, let's go call the security guard, otherwise that guy might be beaten to death.
When everyone was panicking, Hanziyu's bodyguards also blocked Louis's way and shouted at him, "If you don't want to die, get out."
Owner! Su Zian's heart was in her throat. She just hoped that Louis would not continue to move forward impulsively. Otherwise, if those bodyguards punched him one by one, Louis would probably lose half his life. Chapter 73 Identity is encrypted. The development of things was exactly the opposite of Su Zian's expectations. Louis saw that Hanziyu had almost torn Mu Hongli's clothes off, and had forced Mu Hongli into a corner with no way to retreat. If he allowed Hanziyu to continue, Mu Hongli would probably have a psychological trauma for the rest of her life. Although Louis and Mu Hongli have never met before, but if he remained calm and indifferent when he saw a female student being raped by a rich second-generation playboy on campus, would he still be a human being? So, in a rage, Louis ignored the 4 bodyguards and directly grabbed Hanziyu's collar and pulled Hanziyu away. "Boy, you are looking for death." Seeing that Louis not only refused to retreat but continued to move forward, the 4 bodyguards snorted coldly, clenched their fists, and smashed towards Louis's head. If the 4 bodyguards punched at the same time and really hit Louis's head, even if Louis didn't die, he would have a severe concussion. "Master, please step back." Su Zian reached out to pull Louis's clothes. As long as Louis took half a step back, she could pull Louis's clothes and then pull Louis into the fist range of the 4 bodyguards. But Louis seemed not to hear her words. Louis leaned to the right and avoided the fists of 4 bodyguards at the critical moment. Then, Louis swept out with a whip kick. With a bang. The 4 fat and strong bodyguards were kicked by Louis and staggered back, eventually losing their balance and falling to the ground. How is that possible? Su Zian was shocked. The 4 bodyguards weighed more than 500 pounds together, but Louis knocked them back with one kick. One can imagine how much power Louis just burst out. How can the master be so powerful? Su Zian was stunned, unable to understand how Louis did it. It was clear that the night before, Louis was still like a martial arts novice, and he was very interested in asking her for advice on martial arts. But now, Louis burst out with a power even more powerful than hers. Could it be that Louis has actually always been a martial arts master, and he was just teasing her the night before last? Su Zian thought about it and felt that this was the only possibility. This would also explain why Louis kept saying that he no longer needed her protection in Phoenix Village and just now in the villa. The master said that he could solve the problem by himself, but I didn't believe him and thought he was joking. Su Zian's face suddenly turned red when she thought of what happened before.
Of course, Su Zian was not the only one blushing. The students who were watching from the sidelines and thought that Louis would be beaten to death with one punch were now blushing. Why is this guy so fierce? He kicked 4 strong men away with one kick. Oh my god, could he be a martial arts master? Just now I thought I could beat 10 of them, but now it seems that even 10 of me are no match for him alone. This is too horrible. Those students just felt their mouths dry and their eyeballs dropped to the ground in shock. Louis didn't have time to slap and mock those students. He took a step forward, grabbed Han Ziyu's collar, and pulled his arm back. Bang! Han Ziyu sat down on the ground with his buttocks broken into several pieces. Young Master Han, we meet again. Louis looked at Han Ziyu coldly. It's you! Han Ziyu looked at Louis, shocked and angry. After being slapped in the face by Louis on the cruise ship last time, he had investigated Louis. The result shocked him. As the eldest son of the Han family, he had no right to know Louis's identity information. He went to ask his uncle Han Tianlei for the information of Miss and who helped Louis by the cruise ship. As a result, Han Tianlei also said that he didn't have the specific information of Misson. The identity information of Louis and the mysterious Misson has been encrypted. This made Han Ziyu very wary of Louis. Therefore, even though he hated Louis very much, he did not dare to cause trouble for Louis. But he didn't expect that when he was picking up girls at Edu Normal University, he would meet Louis again. Louis ruined his good fortune, which made him very angry. It's me. Louis looked into Han Ziyu's eyes. Young Master Han seems very angry? Han Ziyu's teeth were chattering. Not to mention that Louis's identity was mysterious, Louis also had terrifying fighting skills. If he had a conflict with Louis at this time, he would definitely be in trouble. Louis, just wait for me. Han Ziyu uttered another harsh word, then got up and ran away. Louis shrugged, not taking Han Ziyu's harsh words seriously. However, the normal school students who were watching were extremely shocked. Young Master Han, you actually ran away like this? Who is this fierce man named Louis? Even young Master Han doesn't dare to jump in front of him? I've never heard of such a big boss in Edu before. Is there going to be a change in Edu? I don't care if Edu changes or not. I just know that this handsome guy doesn't belong to me anymore. Many girls wailed because they saw Louis pulling Mu Hongli's hand. The moment Louis took Mu Hongli's hand, those girls seemed to hear the sound of their own heartbreaking. Mu Hongli, the campus beauty of Edu Normal University. How could Louis still be interested in them after meeting Mu Hongli? What's more, next to Louis, there is a beautiful woman named Su Zian who can be cool or cute. Hearing the girls wailing, the boys also reacted. Why do we care whether the weather in Edu will change? It has nothing to do with us. What we should care about is that Mu Hongli is going to be snatched away, right? Han Ziyu left, and here comes Louis? Moreover, this Louis is handsome and fierce, and he has the aura of a hero saving a beautiful woman. How can we snatch him away? Doesn't Louis already have a beautiful woman who can be both cool and cute? Why would he want to target our goddess Mu Hongli? Why? Because he's a big shot, and he's qualified to have girls around him. It hurts, damn. Louis pulled Mu Hongli up and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, thank you." Mu Hongli had just witnessed with her own eyes the scene where Louis kicked 4 strong men away with one kick and scared Han Ziyu away with a look. She felt that Louis was a peerless hero wearing armor and stepping on auspicious clouds. At this moment, when she inadvertently looked into Louis's eyes, she immediately felt her heart beating faster and her face getting hot. "For you." Hearing Louis's voice, Mu Hongli looked up, only to see that Louis had actually taken off his coat and handed it to her. "Han Ziyu has torn a lot of your clothes, so put on mine," Louis explained. At this moment, Mu Hongli felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Which woman can resist Louis's tenderness? Ah, are they filming a movie? I'm so jealous. I'm so envious of Mu Hongli. I also want to wear Louis's clothes. Louis is so handsome and gentle, I love him so much. This scene made the girls around excited. Mu Hongli pinched Louis's clothes, and her heart was filled with joy. But at this moment, a man with glasses rushed out from the crowd. The man with glasses actually snatched the clothes belonging to Louis from Mu Hongli's hand. Chapter 74 Sisters. After the man with glasses snatched Louis's clothes from Mu Hongli, he looked at Mu Hongli with a worried look on his face. "Hongli, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I came too late and I failed to protect you." Hearing this, Louis raised his eyebrows slightly.
If he saw it correctly, this man with glasses was standing in the crowd when Han Ziyu bullied Mu Hongli, right? Jiang Wenjie, stop acting here.
Mu Hongli looked at the man with glasses with disgust and said coldly.
You just said you were going to the bathroom, but you never came back. Does it take you so long to go to the bathroom? I think you are simply afraid of Han Ziyu, hiding in the crowd and not daring to come out.
Now that Han Ziyu has been driven away by Mr. Lu, you are pretending to rush over to care about me.
Jiang Wenjie, are you disgusting?
A trace of guilt flashed across Jiang Wenzai's face. He had just gone to the toilet, and when he came back he found Han Ziyu bullying Mu Hongli. Although he was also a rich second generation, he was far inferior to Han Ziyu. How could he dare to offend Han Ziyu? He could only hide in the crowd and pray that the security guards would come and drive Han Ziyu away quickly. Unexpectedly, the security guard didn't come, but Louis came instead. Hongli, listen to my explanation.
I had a stomachache this morning, so I came back late. I'm not the kind of person you think.
Jiang Wenzai stepped forward and tried to hold Mu Hongli's hand to make her believe his lie.
But Mu Hongli took a step back, leaving him without any chance.
Jiang Wenjie, stop making up stories.
I won't believe you.
Mu Hongli said coldly, give Mr. Lu's clothes back to me, and don't bother me again in the future.
A hint of cruelty appeared in the depths of Jiang Wenzai's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Hongli, what are you talking about? I'm your boyfriend. Who said you are my boyfriend?
Mu Hongli's beautiful eyes widened and she said angrily, I have never acknowledged our engagement.
Jiang Wenjie hurriedly said, but our fathers. Mu Hongli interrupted, then you can just go and marry my father. Anyway, I won't marry you. I don't want to see you again in the future.
After saying that, Mu Hongli reached out and snatched back the clothes that Louis gave her. When Jiang Wenzai saw Mu Hongli snatch back the clothes, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he couldn't help gritting his teeth.
He turned around and glanced at Louis, and the cruelty in his eyes reappeared. But in the end, he smiled and said, Mr. Lu, right? Thank you so much for saving my girlfriend. To express my gratitude, please don't refuse this small gift.
As he spoke, he wrote a check for 100,000 yuan and handed it to Louis. This is just a small thank you gift.
Louis glanced at the check, frowned and asked, what do you mean? I save people, not for money. Jiang Wenjie laughed in his heart. It's not for money? That sounds nice, isn't it just because the money is too little?
Thinking of this, Jiang Wenzai signed another check for 500,000 yuan to Louis. Mr. Lu, a total of 600,000 yuan, not a small amount, you can buy a sports car.
I said I'm not doing this for money. Besides, I'm not short of money, let alone a sports car. Louis said lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Wenzai couldn't help laughing. No shortage of money, and no shortage of sports cars? What a big tone.
There are no more than 10 people in Yidu who are qualified to say this. And he had never heard Louis's name among these people. Although Louis was wearing famous brands, he had never heard of them before. He probably came from a small, second-rate family, or was a nouveau riche who became rich overnight. In the eyes of the eldest son of the Jiang family, people like Louis are no different from ants.
At this moment, a girl who admired Louis shouted to Jiang Wenzai. Handsome Mr. Lu drives a limited edition Jui Ming phone worth 200 million yuan. Would he be short of your 600,000 yuan? Stop joking, please.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenzai's glasses almost fell to the ground.
Louis actually has Zhu Yiming style?
Anyone who can afford 200 million to buy a car must have at least several billion at home, and being able to buy a Zhu Yiming phone further proves that person's power and connections. Jiang Wenjie is certain that apart from the 4 major families in Yidu, no one else can buy Zhu Yiming phone.
Could he be a foreigner? Jiang Wenzai swallowed secretly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead.
He suddenly remembered that Louis had scared Han Ziyu away with just a look. At that time, he thought that Han Ziyu ran away because he was afraid of Louis's martial arts. Now that I think about it, Han Ziyu is probably not only afraid of Louis's martial arts skills, but also afraid of Louis's identity and background. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenzai felt his legs go weak. It is conceivable how powerful Louis is, since even Han Ziyu is afraid of him.
Sorry. Jiang Wenzai quickly bowed to Louis and apologized. Louis didn't even bother to look at Jiang Wenzai, he turned around and left. Mr. Lu, wait a moment.
Seeing Louis was about to leave, Mu Hongli quickly chased after him. Jiang Wenzai wanted to hold Mu Hongli back, but when he thought that the person Mu Hongli was chasing was Louis, he was immediately frightened and trembled, and quickly retracted his hand. From now on, I must draw a clear line between myself and Mu Hongli, and never mention the engagement with Mu Hongli again, Jiang Wenjie thought.
Do you have anything else to do? Louis looked at Mu Hongli, who was catching up with him, and asked. I want to thank Mr. Liu.
Mu Hongli was wearing Louis's coat, her face flushed with youthful enthusiasm.
So I would like to treat Mr. Liu to a meal. No need, it's just a piece of cake. Louis shook his head. He still had to go find the principal of Edu Normal University. Mu Hongli also tactfully did not mention the dinner invitation again. She saw Louis looking around as if he was looking for something, so she asked. Mr. Liu, are you going somewhere? Hongli can lead the way. Louis nodded. I'm going to find your principal. Our principal? Mu Hongli's face turned pale.
Although she had never seen the principal, she heard that he was a very old-fashioned and strict old man, and everyone in the school was afraid of him.
However, thinking that Louis had just saved her, Mu Hongli decided to take Louis to the principal's office. May I ask what Mr. Liu wants to see the principal about? Mu Hongli looked curious.
Louis had no ill feelings towards Mu Hongli. Besides, it was no big secret that he came here to find a normal school graduate, so he told Mu Hongli the truth.
After listening to this, Mu Hongli actually said, Mr. Liu, can I recommend myself? You? Louis was surprised. Are you a senior student? Mu Hongli nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I am an English major. There are also Chinese, mathematics and art majors in our dormitory.
They should all be willing to teach the children in Fenghuang Primary School.
Mr. Liu, would you please consider us? Chapter 75 Strange Women. Louis raised his eyebrows.
Chinese, mathematics, English and art, not only are the three main subjects complete, but there is also art, which is not included in the grades but is very meaningful to the physical and mental development of children.
If the 4 students in Mu Hongli's dormitory passed the test, that would naturally be the best. So how are your grades? Louis asked.
The 4 of us have passed the teacher qualification exam with high scores, and our professional knowledge is absolutely solid.
Mr. Liu can rest assured.
Mu Hongli said excitedly, if Mr. Liu is interested, I can go back to the dormitory now and call the 3 of them to Mr. Liu, and Mr. Liu can interview them on the spot.
Louis was indeed somewhat tempted, so he smiled and said, it's not really an interview.
If your 3 roommates have time, you can call them over to chat and have a meal together.
Okay, I'll go now. Mu Hongli was very happy. She jumped and skipped with Louis to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Mr. Liu, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Mu Hongli went upstairs excitedly.
Louis stood downstairs of the girls' dormitory, like a national treasure giant panda, and quickly attracted the girls' attention.
What a handsome little brother. Why haven't I met him before? Is he from our school? I just saw him and he seemed to be with Mu Hongli. Could he be Mu Hongli's boyfriend? Doesn't Mu Hongli have a cowardly man who was betrothed to her since childhood? How could that guy, whose glasses are thicker than bottle caps, ugly and with bad character, be worthy of Mu Hongli? Wow, I really want to steal Mu Hongli's girl. You can poach people just because you can? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror?
I'm not as pretty as Mu Hongli, but I'm more open-minded than Mu Hongli.
Don't men like open-minded women? Don't be silly. Men like beautiful and open-minded women.
Word spread quickly, and soon the entire girls' dormitory building was in an uproar. All the girls were leaning on the windows to look at Louis. For a moment, Louis became the center of everyone's attention and his popularity was even greater than that of big stars. At first, Louis didn't think it was a big deal, after all, he was used to this kind of ceremony. But later on, the girls from several other girls' dormitories actually came out one after another, all looking at him infatuatedly.
Louis suddenly felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. Why hasn't Mu Hongli come down yet? Louis's forehead was covered with black lines. Fortunately, Mu Hongli came downstairs within 2 minutes.
Mu Hongli changed into a loose white shirt, the hem of which just covered her hips in private areas. Her legs were so white and long that people couldn't take their eyes off them.
Louis couldn't help but swallow his saliva. No wonder Mu Hongli was called the school belle.
She was indeed beautiful, especially in this outfit, which made her look even hotter and more sexy. He didn't look carefully just now and thought that Mu Hongli was not wearing pants. As a result, when he looked carefully, he found that Mu Hongli was actually wearing a hip-hugging miniskirt, but it was too short and was covered by the loose white shirt. On the left side of Mu Honli stood a very gentle girl wearing glasses and holding a book in her hands. This girl and Mu Honli have completely different temperaments. If Mu Honli is a ball of fire, then this girl is a ball of water, gentle and clean, making people unconsciously want to take a second look at her and get close to her.
On the right-hand side of Mu Honli is a girl wearing JK clothes.
She is not tall but very cute. The first time Louis saw this girl, he wanted to touch her head and pinch her face. She was so playful, just like the cute heroine in an animation. On the right side of this girl is a girl with a slightly cold look, wearing a printed t-shirt, blue jeans, and a pair of ordinary canvas shoes.
This girl's temperament is different from Mu Honli and the other two. Mu Honli is fire, the gentle girl is water, and this girl is ice. That look was too cold, a bit like the aloof attitude Su Zian displayed when facing outsiders. What a fun dorm! Louis was secretly amazed. There are 4 beauties, one is warm and generous, one is gentle and refined, one is playful and cute, and the other one goes for the cool and domineering style. It was hard for him to imagine how these 4 people could get along so well with each other in the dormitory without any conflicts and become close friends. But girls are such a difficult group to understand. Mr. Liu.
Mu Honli brought 3 other beauties to Lu Yi's side. In the distance, the boys who were attracted by the noise made in the girls' dormitory saw this scene and immediately started howling like ghosts.
2 campus beauties, for beauties, all surrounding that guy. I want to cry.
Those who want to cry, form a group. My goddess has never looked at me straight in the eye, but now she is circling around that guy. That guy is so happy, he is at the peak of his life.
I also want to reach the pinnacle of life. The peak of life?
You should go back and find 2 of your teacher's films to watch, and reach the peak in another way. Hearing the girls' exclamations and the boys' wailing, the playful and cute girl in JK clothes smiled with her hands covering her mouth.
Hello Mr. Liu, I'm Jiang Xiaowei, a senior student majoring in fine arts. Holding a book, the quiet girl smiled and said, Mr. Liu, I'm Zhuang Jianjia, a student majoring in Chinese. The aloof girl said, my name is Xin Zhaodi, and I'm a senior majoring in mathematics. Louis shook hands with the 3 girls one by one, and then said, Honli has already explained the situation to you, right? Since the 3 of you are willing, let's find a place to eat and chat. Mu Honli and the other 3 girls readily agreed.
Louis originally wanted to dine at a restaurant outside the school, but the cold goddess Xin Zhaodi refused and insisted on going to the school cafeteria. Mu Honli and the other 2 said they didn't care, so Louis went to the second cafeteria of Yidu Normal University.
The second canteen has 2 floors.
The first floor serves big pot dishes, and the second floor serves private stir-fried dishes. It is called a private dish, but in fact it is also a big pot dish, but the presentation is more particular and the dishes are served on special exquisite plates.
However, it is true that the second floor is cleaner overall.
Louis arrived at the second cafeteria and ordered a meal using Mu Honli's meal card.
The long-lost feeling reminded Louis of his school days. Mr. Liu, Mr. Liu? Mu Honli gently pushed Louis, bringing him back from his memories. It's okay, sit down.
Louis smiled, put the plate on the table and started eating. The taste is still the same as when I was in college. No matter how delicious the ingredients are, the chef can only cook them to taste very mediocre.
After taking 2 bites of food, Louis looked at the 4 girls. Can I see your transcripts?
The 4 girls took out their phones and said, we need to go to the library to print our transcripts. This happened suddenly, so we don't have any transcripts. But in the academic affairs system, we can see the grades of every subject we took during our 4 years of college.
Chapter 76 Presidential Suite. Louis took the 4 mobile phones and took a look. He found that the grades of the 4 girls were indeed very good. However, just looking at the grades is definitely not enough. To make the final decision on whether to hire these 4 girls, we need to connect with Teacher Sun Yuran via video and let Teacher Sun conduct the assessment. After Louis explained the situation, Mu Honli, Jiang Xiaowei and Zhuang Jianjia all agreed, except Xin Zhaodi who put down her chopsticks and shook her head. Mr. Liu, I have shown you my grades, and I am confident in my teaching ability. So if you want me to have a video interview with another experienced teacher, do you need to tell me the salary before that? If I am not satisfied with the salary, I don't think there is any need to waste time on a video interview, right? Xin Zhaodi spoke in a calm tone and her voice was faint. Zhao Di. Mu Honli pulled at the corner of Xin Zhaodi's clothes, wanting her to stop being so straightforward, fearing that it would cause Lu Yi's dissatisfaction. Xin Zhaodi looked at Mu Honli and frowned, but finally said to Louis. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I just speak my mind. Please forgive me.
Louis, on the other hand, looked indifferent.
Not only was he not angry, he actually admired Xin Zhaodi.
Xin Zhaodi is what a senior graduate should look like when looking for a job.
What is the most important thing when looking for a job? Of course, the salary. If you don't understand the salary and benefits clearly, are you going to listen to the interviewer talk about dreams and the future? So Louis really liked Xin Zhaodi's attitude. Miss Xin, you don't have to apologize. It was indeed my negligence regarding the salary and benefits.
I should have introduced it to you first. Louis smiled and said, 5 insurances and 1 fund are required, and the basic salary is $3,000 a month, and there will be various subsidies, adding up to about $5,000 a month. A salary of $5,000 may not sound high, but in reality, most primary school teachers only earn $2,000 or $3,000.
Not to mention people like Xin Zhaodi, who just graduated and whose alma mater is not a nationally renowned university.
So even though Phoenix Primary School is located in the countryside, a monthly salary of $5,000 is still very attractive. Xin Zhaodi undoubtedly understood that being able to earn a salary of $5,000 right after graduation was already very good.
So a smile gradually appeared on her face. Mr. Liu, where do we live then?
Compared to Xin Zhaodi's emphasis on salary, Zhang Xiaowei is more concerned about life experience.
The staff dormitories are being repaired. I can guarantee that they will be no worse than the faculty dormitories in the city. Louis smiled and said, of course, the area around schools in rural areas may be dirtier than in cities.
But I will ask the villagers to pay attention to hygiene, so you don't have to worry. Besides, the air in rural areas is good, and all kinds of food are natural, which is actually good for the body.
I believe Mr. Liu, I have no other questions.
Zhang Xiaowei grinned, a little heartlessly.
What about you? Do you have any other questions? Louis looked at Mu Hongli and Zhuang Jianjia. No problem.
Mu Hongli and Zhuang Jianjia both shook their heads.
This surprised Louis.
After asking, he found out that Zhang Xiaowei, Mu Hongli and Zhuang Jianjia all came from well-off families, so they were not too concerned about their salary. They had their families to support them, so they could do what they wanted. The 3 of them have always admired and respected rural teachers, so they had already agreed to go to teach after graduation. Unexpectedly, I met Louis by chance and immediately decided to go to Fenghuang Primary School. After the meal, Louis also communicated with teacher Sun Yuran and decided to conduct a video interview as soon as possible. However, video interviews cannot be conducted in the cafeteria. If Louis and the 4 beauties were anywhere in the school, they would attract attention and noise, so it was not possible to do so in school.
How about we go to the hotel?
The hotel is quiet and a good place.
Zhang Xiaowei suggested. Louis's eyelids twitched. This little girl was really stupid. The 4 of them, plus Su Zian, made them 5 beauties. He is a man, and he went into a hotel with 5 beautiful women. What would others think? It doesn't matter if he is a man, but what about Mu Hongli and the others? We still have classes in the afternoon.
If we don't go to a hotel near the school, but go somewhere further away, we might not be able to make it back in time for class.
Zhang Xiaowei explained.
After hearing this, Mu Hongli and Zhuang Jianjia also agreed. A person of integrity has nothing to fear, and they come from good families, so even if others see it, they dare not comment.
You all went, how could I refuse? Xin Zhaodi rolled her eyes at Mu Hongli and the other 2. Louis? Is he out of touch with the times? Are female college students nowadays so casual? However, since the 4 female college students didn't mind, Louis naturally didn't say anything. 5 beauties and a man, Louis, hurried into the royal hotel opposite the school. This immediately broke the hearts of countless boys. My love is gone, my heart is broken, woo woo woo. Louis, I'm going to kill you, my goddess, you've taken all my goddesses away. 5. He actually asked for 5. Is this what group sex is? I'm so envious and jealous.
At the royal hotel, the receptionist was also stunned when she saw Louis coming with 5 girls.
However, when he saw Louis's appearance clearly, he was instantly relieved. Sir, what kind of room would you like to book? The receptionist didn't even ask Louis how many rooms he wanted, and simply assumed that Louis only wanted 1 room. This made Louis very embarrassed. He thought to himself that he didn't have dark circles under his eyes, so why did everyone misunderstand him? An hourly room, Xin Zhaodi said. Although Xin Zhaodi didn't have to pay for it, she thought that it was just a video interview and would not take long, so she could just book a room by the hour. But as soon as she said this, Louis's face turned dark. Hourly room?
He can't clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River.
If it was a standard room, he could still explain it, but everyone knew the purpose of a man taking a woman to an hourly room. No matter how he explains, no one will believe that he is innocent. So Louis hurriedly said to the receptionist, "We don't want hourly rooms, we want a presidential suite that can sleep 5 or 6 people separately." The receptionist was immediately shocked. "Sir, a presidential suite like this costs 20,000 yuan a night." 20,000? Shin Zhaodi gasped. But Louis nodded without thinking. "No problem." Louis took out a card and paid. This made Shin Zhaodi's eyes change when she looked at Louis. When the receptionist handed the bank card back to Louis, she pretended to touch Louis's hand accidentally, and winked at Louis, giving him crazy hints. This made Louis's face darken. "Don't think too much, I brought them to the hotel just for a video interview." The receptionist made an okay gesture to Louis. "Sir, I understand." Louis, you know shit, you know. Chapter 77 Money Ability. Under the meaningful gaze of the receptionist, Louis, with a gloomy face, took Mu Hongli and the others upstairs. Walking into the presidential suite, Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. This was his first time in such a luxurious hotel room. The room decoration is very elegant and noble. There are 4 rooms in total, and the facilities in each room are very complete and expensive. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room are the most eye-catching. When you walk to the window, you can see half of Yidu. Mu Hongli, Jiang Xiaowei, and Zhuang Jianjia looked curious but not too surprised. They thought that they must have stayed in rooms of similar quality when they traveled before. Shin Zhaodi, who came from an ordinary family, didn't have much expression on her face, but she kept looking around, with surprise appearing in her eyes from time to time. "Please sit down." After the 4 of them had seen enough, Louis said with a smile. The suite was equipped with a computer. Louis originally planned to use WeChat, but Mu Hongli said that the picture quality of WeChat was not high, and DingTalk was better. Not only was the call quality clear, but the video could also be saved, which was convenient for the 4 people to use if they had any doubts in the future. So they downloaded DingTalk and then connected with teacher Sun Yuran. Sun Yuran actually doesn't know how to do these things, but fortunately there are young people in the village who can help, so the video interview went smoothly. Sun Yuran is actually a mathematics teacher, but because of the shortage of teachers in Fenghuang Primary School, he later also took on the task of teaching Chinese. Therefore, the first person to face Sun Yuran's assessment was the cold-tempered Shin Zhaodi. Shin Zhaodi sat in front of the computer, looking at the dark and wrinkled face on the screen, her heart trembling. When she heard Louis talk about the old teacher's experience, she felt a deep respect for him. After seeing Sun Yuran, Mu Hongli and the other 2 stopped giggling and greeted him respectfully. "Hello, teacher." This scene moved Sun Yuran and made Louis nod secretly. Teacher ethics is very important. If a teacher has no ethics, how can he teach virtuous students? When Louis was thinking this, Sun Yuran's assessment had already begun. Sun Yuran first took out a thick notebook filled with exercises. Sun Yuran pointed to a page of exercises and asked Shin Zhaodi to treat him as a student and explain the questions to him. Normally, the teacher interview assessment should be to explain the questions to real children, but because the school was under renovation, the children were all at home and it was difficult to gather them at once. Besides, Sun Yuran had taught for decades and was experienced, and he could judge a teacher's level, so it was not a big deal. Shin Zhaodi moved closer to the computer screen. Because the light on Sun Yuran's side was not good and the notebook was old and torn, she could hardly see the exercises on it. After looking through all the exercises, Shin Zhaodi took a breath, then raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a standard smile, and then began to explain the questions. Louis stood nearby and felt that Shin Zhaodi's lecture was profound and easy to understand. Sun Yuran also nodded frequently and was very satisfied with Shin Zhaodi. The little girl is very good. It would be even better if she could speak slower and louder. Sun Yuran's face was full of smiles and he was very satisfied with Shin Zhaodi. "Thank you, Mr. Sunday." Shin Zhaodi let out a breath quietly, then made way for Zhuang Jianjia, who sat in front of the computer. Zhuang Jianjia teaches Chinese, which is not Sun Yuran's strong point, but because he taught Chinese classes in the following years, he still has some say in this area. Zhuang Jianjia tried to teach a first-grade primary school text, The Crow and the Pitcher. Her voice was very gentle and the smile on her face was more sincere than Shin Zhaodi's. When she lectured on the text, people felt like they were bathed in a spring breeze. Sun Yuran also gave a very good evaluation of Zhuang Jianjia, but he also pointed out Zhuang Jianjia's problem. "Little girl, when you are giving a lecture, you have to speak louder, otherwise the students sitting in the back row may not be able to hear you." "Okay, Teacher Sunday."
Zhuang Jianjia actually wanted to say that now there is a small loudspeaker to amplify the sound, so there is no need to worry that the students in the back row will not hear her, but when the words came to her lips, she changed her mouth. Next were Mu Hongli and Jiang Xiaowei, one studying English and the other art.
Sun Yuran knew nothing about these two questions. But in the end, Sun Yuran still let Mu Hongli give a trial lecture. Because he, like those children, had no basic knowledge and knew nothing, he could better judge Mu Hongli's level. Mu Hongli was very graceful and generous, and even her low voice was no longer a problem. Sun Yuran liked her very much. As for the last one, Jiang Xiaowei, Sun Yuran completely handed the decision over to Louis. He was a rough man with no artistic talent and could not judge what was good or bad. The video interview ended successfully. Jiang Xiaowei laughed mischievously. I didn't do anything, but I passed the interview. It's so cool. If you don't teach the children well, you will still be expelled. Zhuang Jianjia tapped Jiang Xiaowei lightly on the forehead. The kids will definitely like me the most. Jiang Xiaowei smiled confidently. Looking at the four girls who were so happy and cheerful, Louis also smiled slightly. After the video interview, the four girls also had to go back to attend public classes, so Louis sent them downstairs. From going upstairs to going downstairs, it took only about half an hour in total. So, when Louis and the four girls went downstairs, the receptionist couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, and she looked at Louis with a very strange look. Louis was frowning. What the hell was that look? Did he think he was incompetent? Check out. Louis slammed the room card on the counter with a dark face. The receptionist looked surprised. Check out. Louis was staying in the presidential suite just now, which cost 20,000 yuan a night. But Louis had only stayed there for less than an hour and he wanted to cancel? Is Louis treating the presidential suite as an hourly room? No wonder he has ordinary abilities but can command 5 beautiful women. It turns out he has a lot of money. The receptionist was secretly shocked. She was about to check out Louis when she heard a noise coming from outside the hotel. Turning around, I saw a middle-aged woman wearing shabby clothes, with her hair wet with sweat and mud on the corners of her clothes and trouser legs, trying to break through the security guard's obstruction. What's going on? The receptionist asked the security guard. I don't know where this crazy woman came from. She insisted on coming into the hotel, saying that her daughter was tricked into the hotel and raped. A security guard explained as he stretched out his hand to stop the middle-aged woman. Hurry up and send him away, there are distinguished guests here. The receptionist frowned. She couldn't afford it if she disturbed a tyrant like Louis. But at this time, the middle-aged woman stared at Louis. You shameless man, I provide you with food and drink, just to make you successful, but you are so shameless that you check into a room with a man, and with this woman. I will beat you to death. Louis was completely confused. Didn't this woman come here to look for her daughter? Why was she scolding him? Chapter 78 Give Face. Could it be that? Louis thought of a possibility and immediately looked back. Sure enough, Mu Hongli, Jiang Xiaowei and Zhuang Jianjia were all looking at Xinjiaodi, and Xinjiaodi's face was already flushed. She is your mother? Louis asked. Xinjiaodi bit her lower lip and nodded. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. I'll go and explain it to her right away. Xinjiaodi rushed out of the hotel and pulled the middle-aged woman away, saying, Mom, stop making trouble. Things are not what you think. It's not what I thought, so what is it? The middle-aged woman pushed Xinjiaodi away and said, I went to your dormitory to look for you, but your classmates said that you went to a hotel with a guy and got a room. I didn't believe it. I thought you were so obedient and well-behaved, how could you do such a shameless thing? The result. The middle-aged woman pointed at Xinjiaodi and Louis and said, I saw you and this man walking out of the hotel with my own eyes. You're still trying to make excuses? Seemingly extremely angry, the middle-aged woman wiped her tears with one hand and raised the other hand high and slapped Xinjiaodi hard in the face. Bang! The loud slapping sound quieted down the excited crowd around. Xinjiaodi covered her burning face, bit her lips tightly, and her eyes were red. Louis hurried forward, pulled Xinjiaodi behind him, and then said to the middle-aged woman, Auntie, things are not what you think. I took Miss Xin to the hotel just to have a video interview with her and her roommates. The middle-aged woman stared at Louis fiercely. How dare you talk like that? If you dare to kidnap my daughter to the hotel, I will kill you. Seeing the middle-aged woman rushing towards Louis with bared fangs and claws, Su Ziyan immediately stepped forward and grabbed the middle-aged woman's hands. Mom! Xinjiaodi's heart was in her throat. Ziyan! Louis shouted, "Let go of Auntie." Suzanne was outside and obeyed Louis's orders absolutely.
She immediately let go of the middle-aged woman, but she kept her eyes on the middle-aged woman to prevent her from taking any extreme actions against Louis.
"You are bullying me. You are bullying me. Is there any law or order? Someone come."
The middle-aged woman sat down on the ground, crying and shouting.
"Mom, don't do this, there are so many people watching us." Shinjati anxiously tried to pull the middle-aged woman up. "What's wrong with so many people watching? You've done something like this, are you still afraid that others will know and lose face?"
The middle-aged woman slapped Shinjati's hand away and continued to sit on the ground shouting.
Louis rubbed his eyebrows and felt a headache.
A hotel room is not any other place and there is no way it could have surveillance cameras installed.
He couldn't explain it clearly at the moment.
Auntie, Jouti, and Mr. Liu are all innocent.
Nothing happened. Yes, Auntie, please stop crying and get up. Auntie, please believe us.
Jouti and I are best friends.
How could we possibly drag her into doing something like this?
Mu Hongli and the other two also stepped forward and explained to the middle-aged woman.
But no matter what they said, the middle-aged woman refused to believe it. When Louis was worrying about what to do, he suddenly remembered something. When Mu Hongli and the others were video chatting with Sun Yuran just now, didn't they save the video through DingTalk? Just pull up the video and it explains it all. So, Louis persuaded the middle-aged woman to go to the presidential suite, turned on the computer, and played the video.
The middle-aged woman stopped crying only after watching the video.
The receptionist also looked embarrassed. It turned out that this handsome guy didn't lie just now.
He and these 5 beauties really came here for a video interview, and not for anything else.
However, spending 20,000 yuan just for a video interview is really generous. The receptionist looked at Louis with increasingly passionate eyes. How could she not love a man like Louis who was tall, rich and handsome, and now it had been proven that Louis was also capable in that aspect. At this time, Louis waved his hand and asked all the hotel staff to leave. The middle-aged woman's face flushed red at this moment, and she said to Shinjati, "Jouti, I'm sorry, Mom misunderstood you just now. Does your face still hurt?" She raised her hand and wanted to touch Shinjati's face, but Shinjati ran away. "Jouti, I'm really sorry. Mom was wrong. Can you forgive me?" The middle-aged woman kept apologizing.
Shinjati said coldly, "The person you should apologize to is not me, but Mr. Liu." The middle-aged woman was stunned, as if she just remembered that Louis existed, and hurriedly grabbed Louis's hand.
"Mr. Liu, you are a great man and you should not bear grudges. Please don't be angry with my Jouti, okay? If you are really angry, just hit me. Please don't expel my Jouti. My Jouti is a good girl. She has good grades and is good in everything. Don't. Aunt." Louis interrupted the middle-aged woman and said with a wry smile, "You don't have to apologize. I understand how you feel. But you really need to stop being impulsive. You didn't give your daughter any face in front of so many people. Your daughter is already an adult. It's really wrong for you to do this."
I understand," the middle-aged woman blushed and stammered, "but in my eyes, Jouti will always be a child."
Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if they are children, they still have to save face.
When he was a child, his father Liu Yuming chased him with a slipper in front of all his classmates at school. He was ridiculed for a long time, but he was shameless at that time and did not have any psychological trauma. However, Shinjati is a girl after all, and this time the girl's reputation is at stake.
"Mr. Liu, I understand. You are right. I will definitely correct it in the future."
The middle-aged woman nodded hurriedly.
Louis did not continue to blame the middle-aged woman.
After all, the rural parents of her generation had some deficiencies in their educational concepts. In the future, you should not only teach students, but also communicate more with their parents.
Louis said to Shinjati and the other 3. "Yes." Shinjati nodded and looked at Louis with a complicated look. "Okay, now that it's been explained clearly, you can go back to class," Louis said with a smile. As the 4 girls were about to leave, the middle-aged woman asked Louis, "Mr. Liu, may I ask where your Fenghuang primary school is?"
"I can bring her lunch when Jouti goes to work." Louis smiled and said, "Auntie, Fenghuang primary school is in Fenghuang village, which is a bit far from the city."
As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged woman's face suddenly darkened.
"Jouti can't teach at Fenghuang primary school," the middle-aged woman said firmly.
"Why?" Louis was confused. How much salary can a primary school teacher in the rural area get? No, absolutely not.
The middle-aged woman grabbed Shinjiao and forced her to refuse Louis.
Chapter 79, Future Son-in-Law.
Shinjiao had just lost face in front of everyone because of the middle-aged woman.
Now, does the middle-aged woman want her to become a joke again in front of her best friends? Shinjiao frowned and brushed the middle-aged woman away.
No, I don't want to reject Mr. Liu.
I want to teach at Phoenix Primary School. I don't want to listen to you. I want to go to Phoenix Primary School. I want it.
Shinjiao roared hysterically, her eyes reddening frighteningly.
The middle-aged woman was frightened by Shinjiao's appearance and asked worriedly, "Jiao, what's wrong with you?" Louis was also puzzled.
Shinjiao could have solved this problem by clarifying the salary and benefits of Fenghuang Primary School with the middle-aged woman.
Why did Shinjiao choose to handle it this way? However, this time Louis did not interfere in the problem between the mother and daughter. He also shook his head slightly at Mu Hongli and the other two, indicating that they should wait and see. Shinjiao's reaction was so wrong.
Perhaps the conflict between her and the middle-aged woman, which had been pent up for a long time, suddenly broke out at this moment.
Louis thought so. The result was just as Louis had expected.
Shinjiao stared at the middle-aged woman with gritted teeth.
"What's wrong with me? You still dare to ask me what's wrong? Since I was a child, I have been following the path you arranged, and I never dare to express my own ideas. I've never worn a nice dress since I was a child, and I've never eaten street snacks. I can understand all of this because my father ran away with another woman, and you have to farm and raise me alone. It's not easy for you. I have always helped you share the farm work. Whenever I have time, I also pick up trash and find ways to make money. No matter how hard life is, I don't blame you, and I am grateful to you. Later I found out what Jiao means. Jiao, to call for a younger brother, doesn't it mean that you still want a boy? My dad ran off with another woman, isn't it because the other woman gave birth to a boy with him? My dad ran off, why should I still be called Jiao? I also want to be called Hongli, Xiaowei, Jinjia, etc. I want to change my name, I want a nice name, and I also want you to start a new life and stop dwelling on the past. But you slapped me. My nose was bleeding. To this day, you have never apologized. Later, when I graduated from high school and was filling out my college application, I didn't want to choose a normal school. I put forward my own ideas for the first time. I said I wanted to study accounting. I said I would work and study on my own so you wouldn't have to pay for tuition and living expenses. But you just didn't agree. You said that teaching is a stable job and that studying at a normal school would give me a stable life. I didn't want to, so you told me how hard it was for you. Seeing your tears, I compromised. Even though you acted like this every time you forced me to make a choice I didn't like over the past decade, I still compromised. In college, I encountered many good opportunities, but you said they were too risky and unsafe, so I lost these opportunities again and again. Now, I am in my senior year and about to graduate according to your plan. I found a job that allows me to be with my best friends, and I passed the interview. Everything seems to be getting better, but you jump out and say no? Mom, I've had enough. I beg you, please stop controlling my life. I'm not your puppet. I'm a human being with my own emotions. Seeing Shinjiao crying inconsolably, Mu Hongli and the other two showed expressions of heartache. They knew that Shinjiao's family was not well off, so they pretended to help Shinjiao casually during the 4 years of college. But they didn't know that Shinjiao had so many grievances buried in her heart. Louis looked at Shinjiao, who was squatting on the ground, holding her face and crying, and fell silent. Although his parents didn't know how to educate their children and always believed that beating their children would make them filial, at least they gave him room for choices in life. Auntie, if possible, please apologize to Miss Shun. Although Louis has only been in contact with Shinjiao for a short time, he can see that she is actually a very proud girl. She probably wouldn't talk about her past and thoughts in front of herself and her roommates. It was only possible that at that moment, the grievances in her heart were really touched, which caused her to burst out all of a sudden. The collapse of adults is always sudden and unexpected. Tears welled up in the middle-aged woman's eyes. She squatted in front of Shinjiao and hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, Jiao, I'm sorry. Mom didn't know you felt so wronged, but Mom really did this for your own good. She wiped her tears and said, but Jiao, you should not change your name, right? Louis opened his mouth but still said nothing. The idea was deeply rooted and difficult to change.
Shinjiao also choked up and said, I haven't wanted to change for a long time. Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that just now.
Shinjiao's reaction made Louis feel somewhat distressed.
A girl, after more than 10 years of grievances, only got 3 or 2 minutes of crying and a word of apology from her mother. Then, she would quickly return to her sensible state and apologize to her mother.
Mr. Liu, I'm sorry.
Shinjiao raised her head again and apologized to Louis. Fortunately, she didn't wear any makeup, otherwise she would have looked like a clown if she cried like that.
Louis shook his head. Stop crying.
Then he tore off a piece of toilet paper and handed it over. Shinjiao was stunned for a moment, a blush appeared on her face, and after wiping her tears with toilet paper, she looked at Mu Hongli embarrassedly. I've always said I wouldn't let you laugh at me, but I didn't expect that today. I'd let you laugh at me twice in a row.
What are you talking about, silly?
Mu Hongli and the other two hugged Shinjiao. We have always felt that there is a door in your heart that you have not opened to us, which is something we often regret.
Now that you have opened this door to us, we are very happy. Today, you did not make a fool of yourself, nor did you let us laugh at you, but instead deepened our friendship. Looking at the 4 girls hugging each other, Louis seemed to finally understand why these 4 girls with seemingly completely different personalities could get along harmoniously and become good sisters. Don't you still have classes to go to? Go quickly. Louis said. Thank you, Mr. Liu.
Shinjiao thanked Louis again, then pulled Mu Hongli and the other 2 out. But at this time, the middle-aged woman asked shyly, Mr. Liu,
I still want to ask.
A monthly salary of 5,000, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund.
Are you satisfied, Auntie? Louis asked with a smile. The middle-aged woman was surprised. A rural primary school has such good treatment? Because the person behind this elementary school is Mr. Liu.
Mu Hongli said before leaving.
The middle-aged woman looked at Louis with a gleam in her eyes. Mr. Liu, can I add you on WeChat?
I don't mean anything else, but Jiaodi will go to work in the future, and I want to ask you about her situation.
No problem. Louis nodded with a smile.
However, when he inadvertently saw the note the middle-aged woman gave him, the smile on his face disappeared. The middle-aged woman's note to him was, Future son-in-law.
Chapter 80, Let You Die Socially.
Black lines appeared on Louis's forehead and the corners of his mouth twitched. Auntie, although I am handsome, rich, humorous and kind, isn't it too hasty for you to designate me as your prospective son-in-law? After all, I have only known your daughter for less than a day, and you for less than an hour. Louis complained madly in his heart and was ready to ask the middle-aged woman to change the remarks. But the middle-aged woman ran away. Zhao Di, wait for me. I almost forgot to give you this month's living expenses.
Wait for Mom.
Louis was helpless, but since it was just a note, it didn't matter much, so he just let it go and didn't pursue it any further. After leaving the Royal Hotel, Louis originally wanted to drive back to the lakeside villa, but when he saw a promotional poster for Digimon Last Evolution in front of a cinema, he suddenly changed his mind. Although he is already in his 20s, the melody of Butterfly still comes to his mind the moment he sees the poster. When I was a child, I would go to my neighbor's house to watch TV. I watched many cartoons intermittently, but I was lucky enough to watch the first Digimon in its entirety. Therefore, my feelings towards this animation are completely different from those towards other animations. Louis didn't pay much attention to the follow-up news of this animation, but he only found out today that there would be a movie version.
What's wrong, Master?
Suzian saw Louis stop the car and looked in the direction of Louis's gaze curiously.
I was surprised to find Louis staring at an animation poster. She didn't expect that Louis actually liked watching animation.
But on second thought, a man stays young until he dies, and it seems normal that Louis still likes watching animation at this age.
Master, let's go.
Suzian quickly took out her mobile phone to buy a ticket, then said to Louis. Louis, who was originally a little hesitant about whether to go to see this animated film, just went with the flow and went into the cinema. When we entered the cinema, not many people sat down, not just because of the showtime but for other reasons. By the time the movie started, less than 1/3 of the seats were occupied.
Louis didn't think about why so few people came and just focused on watching the movie. A movie lasts 90 minutes.
After watching it, Louis felt a little reluctant, a little nostalgic, and a little sad.
Master, are you okay?
Seeing Louis sitting in his seat and refusing to leave, Suzian was a little worried.
It's okay.
After Louis calmed down, he stood up with a smile and left with Suzian. Just as he was about to go downstairs, Suzian asked to go to the bathroom, so Louis went to the bathroom as well. After washing his hands, he found that Su Zian had not come out yet, so he stood at the entrance waiting for Su Zian. He was looking down at his phone when he heard a scream, "You rascal, you pervert, you have no shame." The woman's scream was very close, and Louis suddenly raised his head, wanting to help catch the pervert that the woman was talking about. But when he looked up, he found a short woman staring at him angrily. Moreover, the short woman's fingers were almost poking the tip of his nose. The short woman shouted loudly, "Someone come and take a look, there is a gangster here, he just touched my butt."
Louis was full of questions. Who was this woman?
He didn't even see her just now, so why did she touch her butt?
The key point is that this woman is not pretty and has a bad figure.
Even if she is thrown into a crowd of people, he won't even look at her twice.
Isn't it funny that a woman suddenly said that he touched her butt? Hey, you need evidence to speak, when did I touch your butt?
Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Louis hurriedly asked. Moreover, Louis clarified to the people around him, "I really didn't touch her butt. I didn't even see her just now.
I was looking down at my phone the whole time."
But his voice was like a stone in the sea, which was immediately drowned out without causing any waves.
"You guys, do I have to touch her butt?" Louis was left speechless by these people.
With his looks, a bunch of women would pounce on him when they saw him.
Was there any need for him to be a groper?
But when these words came out, it seemed to hurt the short woman.
The short woman's eyes widened and she shouted, "What do you mean you don't have to touch my butt? Do you think you are handsome, or do you think I am ugly? Man, you are too confident. You don't think you are really handsome, do you? You are disgusting."
Louis's face turned dark.
What's going on with this woman?
At this time, someone among the onlookers said something truthful. "To be honest, this little brother is really handsome, much more handsome than those popular stars."
The short woman got even angrier when she heard this. So what if he's handsome? Does being handsome mean he can molest me?
Besides, the men in our country are disgusting, they just have special fetishes, they just like to be cheap.
Louis. He couldn't help but want to beat this woman now. Why can't you just talk it out nicely? Why do you have to be so sarcastic and target all men? Master, what's going on?
At this time, Su Zian also came over. After understanding the situation, Su Zian immediately frowned and was about to attack the short woman.
Don't. Louis stopped Su Zian.
If he took action now, people would think he was guilty.
Su Zian frowned, thought for a moment, and said to the people around her, "I am Louis's girlfriend. With a girlfriend like me, it seems unnecessary for Louis to touch that woman's butt, right?" The onlookers were all attracted by Su Zian's beauty, and when they thought about Su Zian's words, they suddenly felt that they made sense. But the short woman started to make a scene again. "Your name is Louis, right? You have a girlfriend, right? You have such a beautiful girlfriend, and you actually come to touch my butt. Are you a slut? Are you disgusting?" Louis was speechless. Why did this woman have such a weird train of thought? At this time, the cinema security also ran over. The short woman immediately ordered the security guards, "Catch this man quickly. Find his ID card. I want to expose him. We are now living in a society ruled by law. I cannot chop off his hands, but I can let netizens scold him to death. I can make him socially dead and make him a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to beat." The short woman said this with a smug smile, and started taking pictures of Louis with her phone, preparing to post them on her moments. "This little thing actually touched my butt when I wasn't paying attention. Haha, I'll kill him. I hope that sisters will protect themselves when they go out in the future, and don't be taken advantage of by some stinky men like me." After posting on WeChat moments, the short woman yelled at the security guards again, "What are you doing? I asked you to search for his ID card, why haven't you found it yet? Are you all useless?" Chapter 81. So ordinary and so confident. The cinema security guard frowned, very dissatisfied with the short woman. They are not this woman's slaves, so why should they be ordered around and called trash? However, considering the reputation of the cinema, the security guard still endured it and said to Louis, "Sir, this lady asks you to show your ID card. Please cooperate. Don't worry, after you show your ID card, we will do our best to ensure that your privacy will not be leaked or violated." When Louis heard this, he was full of questions. This woman just said she wanted to take a photo of her ID card and upload it to Weibo and WeChat moments. How can the security guard protect her privacy? However, he also knew the difficulties of security, so he was not prepared to argue with the security, but said,
Until there is solid physical evidence that I actually touched this woman, I have no reason to show my ID card.
The short woman laughed in a shrill voice. Hey, don't act like I'm slandering you, okay? I'm a woman, why should I use my own reputation to slander you? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Are all men nowadays so confident? The short woman mocked Louis in a sarcastic tone. Why are you so ordinary, yet so confident? Is this what modern men are like? It's really funny. Louis was almost unable to contain his anger. What kind of deep hatred does this woman have against the man that would make her attack the man over a single disagreement? I want to see the surveillance video. Louis didn't bother to pay attention to the short woman and said directly to the security guard, as long as we watch the surveillance video, everything will be clear, right? The security guards looked at each other, feeling that this was indeed the most appropriate way to handle the situation, and nodded. Sir, madam, please follow us to the monitoring room. I will have someone retrieve the surveillance video. Louis was about to follow the security guard to the monitoring room, but the short woman suddenly lost her temper for no apparent reason. What surveillance video? You're going to watch the surveillance video because you don't believe what I said, and you think I'm deliberately slandering this man. Ha, all crows are evil, and you men are all the same. You will naturally protect each other. When we get to the monitoring room later, they might say that the surveillance video is destroyed, and then let us go home and wait for further developments. Over time, this matter has been downplayed by everyone. Louis's eyes were filled with big question marks. How weird is this woman's train of thought? The surveillance video was destroyed, so he was the one who suffered, right? So why did he team up with the security guards to destroy the video? Just then, the short girl looked down at her phone and quickly put it back into her bag. Forget it, since you guys want to play tricks, I'll go to the monitoring room with you to see what kind of tricks you can play. The change in the short girl's attitude made Louis keenly smell something strange. Sure enough, when everyone arrived at the monitoring room, the staff member in charge of the surveillance video said that he had just gone to the toilet, and when he came back he found that all the surveillance videos were destroyed. Look, it's just like what I said. The short woman was extremely arrogant and sneered wantonly. I've seen a lot of your little tricks. But, you want to settle things like this? I tell you, no way. As she spoke, the short woman took out her cell phone and pointed it at Louis, taking a lot of photos. He then took a few photos of the destroyed surveillance video. I'm going to post the stinking faces of you men on the internet. The short woman crossed her arms over her chest, looking extremely proud. You are powerful, you can bully a woman like me, but I don't believe that there is no justice in this world. I will expose you on the internet, and netizens will definitely dig out all your wealth and property details, and then cyberbully you to death. Louis stared at the short woman coldly. This woman was so vicious that it was rare in the world. Master, what should we do now? Su Zian asked. She couldn't beat the short woman, and she had no other choice. It was a very difficult situation. Call the police. This was the only solution Louis could think of now. However, the short woman yelled, I don't agree. Calling the police must be a delaying tactic. How could Louis care whether this woman agreed or not? He just took out his cell phone and called Xiao Wanwan. I believe Jing Qi will clear my name. Louis looked at the short woman coldly. You want my ID card, right? When the police come, they should ask us to show our ID cards. Then you will be able to see my ID card. The short woman's eyes flickered, her face turned blue and white, and finally she pushed Louis away and ran away. When she pushed Louis away, Louis had actually reacted and wanted to grab her with his backhand. But when he was about to make a move, someone secretly interfered, allowing the short woman to escape successfully. As for who was interfering secretly, there were too many onlookers and Louis couldn't tell for a while. Call the police? Take a statement? Ha ha. At the entrance of the cinema, the short woman sneered. If the truth comes out, how can I let you be cyberbullied? How can I let you be ruined? As I was laughing, I suddenly saw a group of police officers running into the cinema. The short woman turned around subconsciously, waited for the police to go up to the second floor of the cinema, and then ran out quickly. On the second floor, Xiao Wanwan saw Louis and hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Liu, what's going on? Louis told Xiao Wanwan what happened. I think something is wrong. Xiao Wanwan's many years of experience in the industry also told her that there was something wrong with Louis's situation. Is there any way to repair the videotape? Louis asked. Xiao Wanwan said, we need to determine what kind of damage the videotape has suffered, so it may be reparable, but it may also be But don't worry, Mr. Liu, we will do our best to clear your name. Louis nodded. How long will it take to check and repair the videotape? Xiao Wanwan replied, the earliest we can get the result is tomorrow. Tomorrow. Louis rubbed his brows.
He was not afraid of someone coming to insult him, but he was afraid that his parents would not be able to bear the news.
But there is no other way now, Louis can only thank Xiao Wanwan. Then, Louis asked, Officer Xiao, can you check the surveillance video of the street outside the cinema to find the information of that woman? I want to know everything about this woman.
After hesitating for a while, Xiao Wanwan nodded. After retrieving the surveillance video of the street outside the cinema, Xiao Wanwan was shocked when she saw the short woman.
It's actually her. Louis was shocked and confused. Xiao Wanwan actually knew this shrew? Chapter 82 directly targeting the Han family. Officer Xiao, do you know who she is? Louis asked hurriedly.
Xiao Wanwan explained, her name is Tang Shijing. She is a little famous on Weibo, with tens of thousands of fans. She used to post some sentimental words on Weibo, telling us women to be strong and independent. I liked her very much at the time and thought she was thoughtful and talented. After chatting with her privately, she also knew my identity and took the initiative to ask me out. We had coffee together several times.
What happened next? Louis asked.
Later. Xiao Wanwan's eyes showed a trace of regret. Later, the text she posted on Weibo became more and more extreme and more inflammatory. Although she did this, she gained more and more fans, but I disliked it more and more. I advised her several times to be more neutral and not be so paranoid, but she didn't listen and even deleted me on WeChat. After that, we didn't contact each other anymore. I didn't expect that she would become like this now.
Louis frowned.
He thought Tang Shijing was just doing things for others in exchange for money, but he didn't expect that this woman herself had some problems. Before leaving the police station, Louis also thought about getting more detailed personal information about Tang Shijing from Xiao Wanwan, but after thinking about it, he felt that this seemed against the rules, so he did not speak and put Xiao Wanwan in a difficult position. After returning to the lakeside villa, Louis found Tang Shijing's personal Weibo. I found that Tang Shijing had pinned the Weibo post about his indecent assault in the cinema, and it received many likes, comments and reposts. The related topic almost made it to the hot search list. Louis frowned and looked through Tang Shijing's previous Weibo posts. It was indeed consistent with what Xiao Wanwan said. This woman seemed to have psychological problems and hated men very much. However, when he looked through Tang Shijing's Weibo from a few years ago, he found that at that time, Tang Shijing's Weibo often criticized men.
And at this time, Xiao Wanwan seems to like Tang Shijing?
Recalling that he had joked in the car that he liked women like Xiao Wanwan got furious.
Louis became even more curious about Xiao Wanwan.
After closing Weibo, Louis called his parents and asked if they had heard any rumors in the village. In the end, the parents heard nothing and asked Louis what happened. Louis made up an excuse and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this matter does not affect his parents, he will feel relieved. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It was the company secretary Li Qiuyue who called. Louis immediately guessed what the purpose of Li Qiuyue's call was. Sure enough, after answering the phone, Li Qiuyue told him that the number of people coming to Wancheng International for dining had dropped sharply, and the fast food brand previously launched by Wancheng International, Wancheng Fast Food, was almost unsellable. In addition, many people held banners and blocked the entrance of Wancheng International, demanding that Wancheng International apologize publicly and not shield the gangster Louis.
It's only been a short time since the incident, and the banners have already been made? Louis sneered.
He was now certain that Tang Shijing's frame-up against him was a conspiracy from beginning to end.
Are there any developments from other companies in Edu?
Louis asked in a deep voice. In this situation, the most likely possibility was that a business rival was secretly harming him.
Han's Pharmaceutical Group launched Han's Fast Food this afternoon. Once launched, it became very popular, and the Hans Group's stock price also rose as a result. There was an unconcealable hatred in Li Qiuyue's usually calm voice.
A cold light flashed in Louis's eyes.
Pharmaceutical Group crosses over into fast food business?
And it just so happened that Han's Fast Food was launched today, when he was framed and Wancheng International was implicated.
Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Director Liu, what should we do now? Li Qiuyue asked anxiously. Do you still believe me? Louis asked instead of answering. Of course I believe it.
Li Qiuyue said without hesitation. Everyone in the company believes that you were wronged and is waiting for the day when you will be cleared of all charges. So, Mr. Lu, please do not be affected by the rumors outside.
The company still needs you now. A smile appeared on Lui's lips. It feels really good to be trusted unconditionally.
First, let PR manager Jiang Wenhua do everything in his power to conduct PR and make sure to minimize the impact of the Tang Shijing incident on the company. Hearing this, Li Qiuyue was slightly surprised. Director Lu, the PR department needs to do something to you as well.
Don't waste your energy on clearing my name. Louis smiled and shook his head. If you are upright, you have nothing to fear. There is no need to do public relations for me. Besides, the other party is targeting me.
It will not only be time-consuming and laborious to do public relations for me, but also make me more black if someone finds a loophole by mistake.
So use all your energy to reduce the company's losses.
A touch of emotion flashed across Li Qiuyue's cold and beautiful face.
Is Louis going to protect the entire company under his wings and withstand the storm alone? For a moment, Li Qiuyue's feelings for Louis grew more and more respectful.
Louis didn't know what Li Qiuyue was thinking, so he continued, while the public relations department is taking action, notify Changfeng Food Company and tell them not to conflict with Han's fast food and not to be affected by my matter. I want them to launch a new type of fast food today. There is no need to innovate in fast food types, but the prerequisite is that hygiene must be good, taste must be good, and appearance must be beautiful.
These three musts must be implemented. Li Qiuyue didn't know why Louis did this.
Today, Han's fast food is extremely popular, while Wancheng fast food has been despised. Even if new products are introduced and the quality of the new types is good, they will definitely not become popular due to market reputation issues. Instead of wasting time launching new categories now, it would be better to spend energy studying Han's fast food and thinking about how to trip up Han's fast food.
In business competition, it's a life and death struggle. How can I survive if you don't die?
Although Li Qiuyue thought so in her heart, Lu Yi's tone left no room for denial. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't say what was in her heart.
When Li Qiuyue conveyed Lu Yi's order, all the senior executives of the company frowned. Although Mr. Lu's decision to sacrifice himself to protect the company is touching, isn't it unnecessary to let Wancheng International innovate at this time?
Yes, Mr. Lu is still too young and doesn't understand that the business world is as cruel as a battlefield.
If we launch new fast food now and customers don't buy it, wouldn't our efforts have been in vain? The best way to deal with it now is to trip up the Han family.
Only when the Han family falls will we have a chance to rise again. Hey, Secretary Li, why don't you give Director Lu another call and persuade him to change his mind? The senior executives said to Li Qiuyue one after another, but Li Qiuyue said with a cold face.
Director Lu's decision must be implemented. I believe in Director Lu. Chapter 83 Disgusting Woman.
Usually when Louis is not in the company, Li Qiuyue is responsible for coordinating and managing the company's affairs.
Therefore, although Li Qiuyue's position is just a secretary, her words are still very important. So the top executives looked at each other, sighed, and could only remain silent. I hope Mr. Lu can slap us in the face.
The senior executives thought to themselves, but in fact, they all felt that it was almost impossible for Louis to slap them in the face and prove that they were wrong this time. In the lakeside villa, after Louis finished talking to Li Qiuyue, he called Xiao Qingfeng again.
Mr. Xiao, there is something I need to trouble you with. Mr. Lu, please speak. Mr. Xiao, can you help me find out who is the person in charge of Han's fast food?
This.
I'll try my best. Thank you, Mr. Xiao.
After doing all this, Louis lay down on the chair, closed his eyes and rubbed his eyebrows. At this time, the phone kept vibrating and ringing. When I opened it, they were all messages from my former classmates.
Louis, is the news on the internet true or false? Did you really touch that woman? Hey, Lao Lu, are you upset because of the breakup with your girlfriend? Why would you do something like this?
Oh my goodness, Lao Lu, I thought I was the only one who was so vile, but I didn't expect that a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also be a pervert.
Louis, I used to think you were a nice person, but I never thought you could only look at your face but not your heart. We were classmates, and it really makes me sick. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, I have to delete you. My girlfriend saw you in my WeChat list and insisted that I delete you.
She said that if I don't delete you, I will be led astray by you in the future.
I'm really sorry.
Looking at these text messages, Louis, who had been relatively calm, suddenly felt a blockage in his heart. Afterwards, teachers from middle schools and universities also sent messages asking,
Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you? Talk to the teacher and I'll help you think of a solution. Xiao Lu, how could you do such a thing? You really disappoint the teacher. Louis, how did you become this kind of person? I used to think highly of you.
There were some messages with warm words, but most of them were full of sarcasm and scolding. Louis rubbed his brows and suddenly found that Tang Xijing had updated another Weibo post. A woman must love herself. Even if she has been harassed, as long as she believes that she is innocent and pure, she can still live a beautiful life. Then he added 9 photos of her having a big meal, soaking in a hot spring, and singing at KTV. Seeing these 9 photos, Louis became even angrier.
At this moment, he was being criticized by thousands of people, but Tang Xijing was enjoying luxury as if nothing had happened?
The key point is that the comments under Tang Xijing's Weibo post are all the same.
Hug me, baby.
You've been wrong today, but you have to be happy, because the man who groped you will definitely be condemned by society. Sister Xijing is the best.
Don't think about what happened today anymore.
Forget the unpleasantness and certain stench, and your life will be more brilliant.
Darling Xijing, we will always support you.
Please don't lose faith in life because of what happened today. Believe that there are still many beautiful things in this world.
After glancing at the comments, Louis was extremely angry.
These comments seem to indicate that Tang Xijing has suffered a great injustice.
But in fact, from beginning to end, he was the one who was wronged, okay?
Tang Xijing got a large sum of money from the Han family by framing him, and is now living a happy life, while he is questioned and accused by his friends and teachers, and is in a state of panic. But on the internet, Tang Xijing looked pitiful, as if she had suffered a lot of injustice.
And he, the person who was truly wronged, was cursed and became an unforgivable and stinking hooligan?
Louis was not very angry at first, but now he was so angry that he almost couldn't sleep. The next day, Louis was woken up by a phone call while he was in a daze. Mr. Liu, our staff worked overnight to repair the surveillance video and finally fixed it. Xiao Wanwan's voice came.
Louis was excited and sat up from the bed. Thank you, Officer Xiao, I'll be there right away.
At the police station, after Louis arrived, Xiao Wanwan told him that he could not watch the surveillance video yet and had to wait until Tang Xijing arrived. This was also to ensure that Tang Xijing would not question the fairness.
Louis expressed his understanding, sat on the stool and began to wait. But time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Tang Xijing hasn't come yet.
During the time that Louis was sitting and waiting for Tang Xijing, classmates and teachers kept sending him messages, asking questions, mocking, or accusing him. Mr. Liu, our police officers have urged Tang Xijing many times, but she has not opened the door. She even told our police officers to get out, saying that she wants to continue sleeping.
When Xiao Wanwan informed Louis of the situation, anger also appeared on her face. Even as a bystander, she was very angry with Tang Xijing. If she never comes, do I have to keep waiting and be wronged? Louis tried his best to stay calm, but he couldn't do it. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. If Tang Xijing continues like this, we will apply for compulsory execution. Officer Xiao understood Louis's emotional ups and downs and said with a smile.
Xiao Wanwan is very beautiful, and her smile is like a spring breeze. Louis's mood was also calmed down a little.
It was not until 12 o'clock noon that Tang Xijing finally showed up at the police station.
When Tang Xijing arrived at the police station, she was still yawning. She didn't know if she was pretending or if she had too much fun last night and was really sleepy. But no matter what the reason, Tang Xijing's attitude almost made Louis unable to hold back and slap the woman in the face.
However, Xiao Wanwan kept holding him back, not letting him take action. Mr. Liu, the truth will soon be revealed. If you take action now, all your previous patience will be wasted. Louis took a deep breath and said, let's watch the video.
What's the hurry?
Tang Xijing said, it's noon now, and I'm hungry too.
I'm going to have lunch first, then take a nap, and then watch the video.
Louis frowned, his eyes sharp and cold.
Tang Xijing was deliberately delaying time, wanting him to be wrongly accused for a while longer. If you dare to go to dinner, believe it or not, I will ask all your relatives and friends to attend your funeral. Louis shook off Xiao Wanwan's hand, took a step forward, and stared at Tang Xijing.
Tang Xijing met Louis's gaze and drooled twice.
She felt uneasy and her eyes dodged subconsciously. Officer, this man is threatening me. Xiao Wanwan stepped forward and said, Miss Tang, please cooperate with us, otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Tang Xijing also knew that at this point, she could not delay any longer, so she could only say, then let's take a look at the surveillance video.
Chapter 84 Louis's Outburst. Xiao Wanwan played the surveillance video in front of Louis and Tang Xijing.
Although the surveillance video is not very clear, it can still be seen that Louis kept his head down, holding the phone in both hands. Neither his hands nor other parts of his body touched Tang Shijing from beginning to end.
The surveillance video showed that a black shoulder bag accidentally hit Tang Shijing's thigh.
As a result, Tang Shijing insisted that it was Louis who touched her buttocks, and without any investigation, she uploaded Louis's photos to the internet and exaggerated the facts to discredit Louis.
The truth is out. Xiao Wanwan looked at Tang Shijing, wanting her to apologize.
As a result, after watching the video, Tang Shijing didn't blush or feel nervous.
She just pouted her lips and turned away. He felt no guilt at all, and had no intention of apologizing to Louis.
This scene made Louis stunned.
Louis couldn't imagine that there could be such a shameless person in this world. Xiao Wanwan was also shocked by Tang Shijing's shamelessness.
However, just before Tang Shijing was about to leave the police station, she came to her senses and grabbed Tang Shijing.
"Miss Tang, you can't just leave like this,"
Xiao Wanwan said coldly.
"Then what should I do?"
Tang Shijing frowned and shook off Xiao Wanwan's hand. "Now that the truth has been revealed, that guy didn't touch me, so I won't hold him responsible anymore."
Louis was almost furious. What does it mean to not continue to pursue responsibility? It makes it seem like this woman is being merciful. This woman is really good at confusing right and wrong and confusing the public. "Miss Tang, you should at least apologize to Mr. Lu now, right?"
Xiao Wanwan said in a deep voice that if she wasn't in public office, she would have wanted to scold Tang Shijing.
"Apologize?" Tang Shijing asked in confusion. "Why should I apologize? I didn't make it up. Something really hit my butt, and Louis happened to be standing behind me, so it's reasonable for me to suspect him of molesting me, right? If it's reasonable, why should I apologize?" Xiao Wanwan widened her eyes and began to doubt her life. She couldn't understand why Tang Shijing could say such a thing.
"Miss Tang, although it is reasonable for you to doubt Mr. Lu, your behavior towards Mr. Lu is extremely unreasonable. Without solid evidence, you arbitrarily incited netizens to launch cyber violence against Mr. Lu, causing Mr. Lu to suffer great distress and psychological pressure.
You made such a big mistake, shouldn't you apologize to Mr. Lu?"
Xiao Wanwan took a deep breath and tried her best to control her tone.
Tang Shijing curled her lips. "Then I can just delete my moments in Weibo, right? There's no need to apologize." Xiao Wanwan was stunned. Why did she admire Tang Shijing in the past? "Miss Tang, let me say it again. You must apologize to Mr. Lu. Apologizing is the most basic behavior."
Xiao Wanwan emphasized her tone and said, "You deleted your moments and Weibo posts, but the trouble you caused Mr. Lu still exists. So, whether you delete them or not, you must apologize to Mr. Lu.
Do you understand?
Moreover, you not only need to apologize verbally, but also need to publicly clarify the facts on moments and Weibo, and express your sincere apologies to Mr. Lu in front of the majority of netizens." Tang Shijing opened her mouth, as if she was going to say something shocking. However, at this moment, Xiao Wanwan's eyes were so cold and sharp that they seemed to be able to kill people. Tang Shijing seemed to be frightened, and her lips trembled twice, but she didn't say anything in the end.
She walked up to Louis angrily, looking unwilling. "I was careless about what happened yesterday. However, you should also understand that as a woman, I should be on guard in public. It's just that I was a little too radical yesterday, which led to the situation today." Every word he said was completely unapologetic and an attempt to shirk responsibility. "This is not the end yet." Tang Shijing then said, "Louis, how about this? I will delete my moments and Weibo posts now, and then tell everyone that what happened yesterday was actually a misunderstanding. Then, let's just forget about it. We understand each other and apologize to each other, okay?" Louis? How thick-skinned does this woman have to be to say something like that? Slapping her friends and deleting her Weibo, isn't that what this woman should do? Why did it seem like a gift to him when it came from this woman's mouth? Also, what does it mean to apologize to each other? It was clearly this woman who framed me and made me bear unwarranted blame. Now the truth has been revealed. Obviously, this woman should apologize to me. But this woman actually said something about mutual apology? Does this mean that he, the victim, has to apologize to Tang Shijing, the perpetrator? What kind of logic is this?
Seeing that Louis's eyes were getting colder, Tang Shijing turned her face away, not daring to meet his gaze. But even so, she did not back down. "If you don't want to understand and apologize to each other, then I'm sorry, I won't delete my moments in Weibo, and I won't post any more explanations or clarifications." Of course, I won't continue to smear you, but the bad influence that yesterday's incident brought to you has nothing to do with me, and you need to find a way to eliminate the influence yourself. After saying that, Tang Shijing picked up her bag, turned around and left.
This scene not only made Louis very angry, but also made Xiao Wanwan and other police officers in the police station very angry.
If they were ordinary onlookers, they would have wanted to step forward, slap Tang Shijing twice, and kick her a few times.
This woman is so damn hateful.
Just when Tang Shijing was about to step out of the police station, Louis moved, and in just 3 or 2 steps he blocked Tang Shijing's way.
What are you going to do? Tang Shijing asked vigilantly.
She raised her head and looked at Louis's cold face. Her heart trembled a little, but she still stiffened her neck and shouted.
Why, you want to hit someone?
I'm telling you, if you dare to hit someone, I'll make sure you can't turn over in your life, and you'll never be able to hold your head up in your life.
Yeah? Louis sneered. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can try it.
Tang Shijing was fearless and arrogant. You should have seen my methods.
So, you'd better not let me get the chance.
If you let me get the chance again, not only you will be cyberbullied, but also your family will be cyberbullied. By then, someone will send wreaths to your parents, and someone will pour chicken blood and write the word death on your parents' house.
Louis, you'd better not force me to do this. Louis was filled with rage.
His parents are his Achilles' heel. How dare this woman touch his reverse scale?
Bang!
A slap hit Tang Shijing hard on the face.
Chapter 85 Public Apology.
The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the hall.
Tang Shijing covered her burning face and looked at Louis in shock.
She never expected that Louis would actually dare to take action.
You know, this is the police station. You.
Tang Shijing pointed at Louis, her eyes almost spitting fire.
But she hadn't uttered a complete sentence yet. Bang! Louis slapped him for the second time.
The first slap was not for me, but for your parents. Since your parents failed to discipline you and let you become such a shameless shrew, I will discipline you for them. As Louis spoke, he tore off a piece of paper and wiped his hands, as if the 2 slaps just now had made his hands dirty.
As for the second slap, it was because you falsely accused me yesterday.
After saying that, Louis threw the tissue into the trash can, and then...
Bang!
The third slap fell. The slap made Tang Shijing stagger and fall to the ground. The third slap is for what you just said: forgive each other, apologize to each other.
Forgive each other, yes. But apologize to each other? Ha ha.
Having said that, Louis felt unsatisfied, so he bent over and slapped Tang Shijing in the face, causing her back teeth to fly out.
Apologize to each other? Fuck you. Louis seldom swears unless he can't help it.
After cursing, Louis finally felt relieved. At this moment, Tang Shijing slumped on the ground, as if she had been stunned.
You, how dare you? Tang Shijing stared at Louis with extremely resentful eyes. How dare you look at me like that?
Louis raised his hand and slapped Tang Shijing again, and her face was bruised and bloody.
This slap is because you threatened my parents. Tang Shijing, right? If you dare to touch my parents, I will kill your whole family.
As soon as these words came out, the temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop sharply.
Tang Shijing shivered involuntarily.
The look in Louis's eyes just now made her scared to the core. Although such harsh words sounded a little ridiculous in this era, for some reason, she just felt that Louis would do what he said.
Tang Shijing's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Now, tell me, are you going to delete your moments in Weibo? Louis asked coldly. Delete. I'll delete them all. Tang Shijing nodded dully. Will you publish a statement to clarify the explanation? Louis asked again.
I will explain it clearly.
Tang Shijing broke out in a cold sweat. Will you apologize to me? Louis continued to ask. Apologize. Tang Shijing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Are you apologizing to me, or are we apologizing to each other? Louis asked finally. I apologize to you.
No, we don't apologize to each other.
Tang Shijing answered without thinking. Louis's expression finally eased a little. When Louis wiped his hands and stood up,
Tang Shijing buried her head and kept apologizing.
I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was too radical. I didn't know what was good for me. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Louis had a blank expression on his face and no longer looked at Tang Shijing.
Forgive? How can I forgive you? Officer Xiao. Louis looked at Xiao Wanwan.
From the moment he started to slap Tang Shijing, Louis noticed that Xiao Wanwan squatted down to tie her shoelaces. Even now, Xiao Wanwan is still tying her shoelaces. I don't know how difficult it is to tie these shoelaces. Louis glanced at Xiao Wanwan's feet and found that the shoes Xiao Wanwan was wearing today actually had no laces at all. The other police officers also scratched the back of their heads and looked around. It was unclear what they were looking at, but they were not looking at Tang Shijing. This scene made Louis feel funny and warm.
Officer Xiao.
It was only after Louis called out for the second time that Xiao Wanwan came to her senses, stood up and asked.
What's the matter, Mr. Liu? Louis asked with a smile. I would like to ask, does Tang Shijing's behavior constitute the crime of slander and defamation?
Xiao Wanwan replied, this needs to be judged by the procuratorate. But if you file a lawsuit, Mr. Liu, we can arrest Tang Shijing now and hand her over to the procuratorate.
Okay, thank you for your help, Officer Xiao. Louis thanked him sincerely.
Before leaving the police station, Louis stared at Tang Shijing and posted an apology and clarification on Weibo. I'm sorry for taking up public resources, but there is one thing I must explain clearly.
Yesterday in the cinema, Mr. Louis did not molest me.
This is all my subjective conjecture. Because of my conjecture, Mr. Louis suffered injustice and cyber violence. I am deeply sorry and am willing to bear all legal consequences. When Tang Shijing posted this Weibo, all of her fans fell silent.
Those netizens who had previously attacked and insulted Louis were now blushing.
It turned out to be Tang Shijing's subjective conjecture. I was wondering, how could such a handsome guy touch her butt?
Hey, who knows Louis's Weibo? I want to go and apologize. I also want to apologize. We were too impulsive yesterday.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for that, buddy, this time. After the netizens apologized, Louis's classmates and teachers also sent messages.
Brother Liu, I knew you weren't that kind of person.
Louis, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, but you have to believe me, I never really doubted you.
Xiaolu, I told you that you are the teacher's pride, how could you do such a thing?
Brother Liu, I deleted you from WeChat, but luckily I still have your phone number, so I can text you.
I'm really sorry, Brother Liu, my girlfriend is easily fooled by rumors, and I couldn't do anything about it before. I've applied to be your WeChat friend, can you agree?
Looking at this information, Louis shook his head and smiled. He only replied to the messages from a few teachers.
As for the others, Louis just replied with a unified thank you for your understanding.
At this time, the official Weibo account of the Yidu police station also released a message. Tang Shijing was formally detained for the crime of defamation and spreading rumors, and would be transferred to the procuratorate at a later date. A lawsuit would be filed against Tang Shijing for the crime of defamation and spreading rumors. After seeing this Weibo post, some of Tang Shijing's fans couldn't sit still.
No way. Xiao Tang has already apologized, but Louis wants to sue her? How can this man be like this? He is so narrow-minded. A grown man, must he argue with a little girl?
Now that the matter has been clarified and Xiao Tang has apologized, the matter is over.
Why is that Louis so petty and insists on suing?
If Xiao Tang is really sentenced and commits suicide, then Louis will be an indirect murderer.
That's right, that Louis is almost done. Does he really have to force Xiao Tang to death before he stops? That's right, Louis is really not a man. Chapter 86. So what if I scold you? Seeing these comments, Louis was furious. What did he do that made him not a man? Without hesitation, Louis logged into Weibo and replied to Tang Shijing's fans. When Tang Shijing falsely accused me of cyberbullying me, why didn't you bitches come out and persuade her to be kind?
Now that I'm suing Tang Shijing according to the formal legal procedures, you can't sit still and say I'm not kind and not a man.
You bitches are really good at playing double standards.
He didn't hit Tang Shijing before because he was afraid that the surveillance video could not be restored, and if he did it, he would be swept up by public opinion. But now that the truth has come out, these fans of Tang Shijing still dare to come out and make trouble.
Why should he endure it?
Even a clay figure can have some temper, let alone a living person. He is not a saint, so facing these idiots, he can curse them however he wants. When Tang Shijing's fans saw a Weibo user named Louis420 cursing them, they immediately knew that this was Louis.
In the past, on Weibo, they were the only ones who followed Tang Shijing in scolding others, so how could anyone else scold them?
So, when they saw Louis actually responded to them directly with his big account, all of these fans looked grim, and their fingers quickly tapped the screen or keyboard.
You are Louis, right?
Looking at your Weibo homepage, you have luxury cars and mansions.
You must be quite rich and an important person, right? TSK, they say that great men do not bear grudges against small men. Why do you have to compete with Xiao Tang? Is this the only tolerance you have? Isn't this ridiculous? Excuse me, Louis, where do you work?
I want to know which company would hire someone as uncultured as you.
You openly called us bitches.
Where did your culture go?
Did it get eaten by a dog?
That's right, if you have the guts, post the address of where you work.
Louis looked at these remarks and felt both angry and amused. Provoke? Too childish. Louis did not reply to Tang Shijing's fans.
Instead, he called Li Qiuyue and asked the public relations department to hype up his Weibo post in which he responded to Tang Shijing's fans.
Jiang Wenba, a top student who returned from studying abroad, now works as a public relations manager under Louis.
He is quite capable and quickly completed Louis's instructions.
Many people have seen Louis's Weibo post criticizing Tang Shijing's fans.
We also saw that after Louis finished his rebuttal, he was attacked crazily by Tang Shijing's fans, and then he never showed up again. This made many people indignant, and they started to criticize Tang Shijing's fans.
Louis is a rich man, a big shot, so what? Just because he's a big shot doesn't mean he can't call you bitches?
In my opinion, Louis calling you bitches is too light.
Yes, don't you know whether you are bitches or not? Also, don't use moral kidnapping to say that Louis is not kind and not a man.
Mr. Liu just said 2 truthful words, and you guys chased him and scolded him. In my opinion, you are not only bitches, but also a bunch of mad dogs.
You bite people everywhere, and Mr. Liu is so scared that he dare not log on to Weibo. Also, even if Mr. Liu releases the company's name, what can you do?
I am dying of laughter. You are a bunch of idiots. I don't believe you dare to do anything to Mr. Liu.
Among those who attacked Tang Shijing's fans, there were naturally people from Louis's public relations department.
As the heat grew, Louis's mouth corners gradually lifted. He randomly found a fan of Tang Shijing and replied, I work at Edu Wancheng International.
If you are dissatisfied with me, you can come to me.
As soon as this reply was sent out, it immediately exploded.
Many netizens gave Louis thumbs up. Well done, that's how it should be. That's right. Why should we be so cowardly in front of these bitches? If they are really capable, they can just come and fight offline. Let's see whose fist is harder.
Moreover, under the guidance of Wancheng International's public relations department, the style of the comment area gradually changed.
Edu Wancheng International? I'm in Edu.
I heard that Wancheng International recently launched Wancheng Fast Food.
I might go and support it. Really? I'm not far from Edu either. Is Wancheng Fast Food delicious? I want to try it, too. Delicious and not expensive. You have successfully aroused my curiosity.
I happen to be on a business trip to Edu during this period, so I will go and try it then.
Things continue to ferment and the heat continues to rise. After a while, Louis received a call from Li Qiuyue.
Director Liu, some people have come to Wancheng International to make purchases, and Wancheng Fast Food has also received a lot of orders.
A smile appeared on Louis's face.
Everything was within his expectations.
I have created an opportunity for Wancheng Fast Food to turn the tables.
Whether Wancheng International can turn the tables depends on whether you follow my instructions yesterday. As long as you follow my instructions, even if we don't use conspiracy and don't trip up Han's Fast Food, we, Wancheng Fast Food, can use an open conspiracy to rise up against the trend and deal a heavy blow to Han's Fast Food.
Li Qiuyue turned on the speakerphone in time so that the company's senior executives could hear Louis's voice.
The senior executives of Wancheng International recalled that they had said before that Louis was too young and didn't understand the cruelty of the business world, and they had advised Louis to change his strategy. All of a sudden, these senior executives' faces turned red and they were filled with shame.
At the same time, they also admired Louis very much. The waves behind push the waves ahead, and each wave is stronger than the last.
It seems like Wancheng International really doesn't need us old guys to worry about it anymore.
Times have changed. Now is the era of Mr. Liu.
Yes, Mr. Liu can stir up the storm with just a few words on Weibo.
We can't compare to him.
The senior executives were amazed. Even though they were slapped in the face by Louis, they couldn't help feeling happy. As long as Louis can lead Wancheng International to go higher and further, they will be happy even if their faces are smashed. At this moment, all the fans of Tang Shijing behind the screen had ashen faces.
They didn't expect things to turn out like this.
That Louis Weibo account has no fans at all, so why did his reply gain so much popularity in such a short period of time?
Could it be that Louis activated his money power just now?
Otherwise, the popularity wouldn't have soared so quickly.
This is the only possibility. However, if we can find evidence that Louis spent money to hype up the hype, perhaps we can turn the tables.
Yes, as long as we can prove that Louis spent money to hype the hype, we can then falsely accuse Louis of having money to make the world go round.
When fans like Tang Shijing were taking crazy actions, Zhang Wenba had already called Louis. Director Liu, someone is looking for evidence that we are hyping up the issue. What should we do now? Louis smiled faintly, show them a flaw. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Wenba's pupils shrank slightly, and he smiled and said, I understand. I'll do it right away. Chapter 87, Give him a trick.
Tang Shijing's fans actively used various means to find evidence that Louis paid a large number of internet trolls to hype up the popularity of the video. At first, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any evidence. But as time passed, they gradually discovered some clues. This made Tang Shijing's fans very excited. If we try harder and find evidence, we can frame Louis and make him unable to turn over a new leaf for the rest of his life. Yes, after finding evidence that Louis spent money to hype her up, we can say that the reason Xiao Tang clarified that Louis did not molest her was because Louis spent money and used special means.
In this case, Louis will never have a good life in this life. Louis is rich, right? Ha, being rich is a double-edged sword. If you are rich, people will envy you and get close to you, but it will also make people jealous and hate you. Tang Shijing's fans laughed wildly and continued to dig for clues. Soon, they finally got the evidence. These guys who just spoke up for Louis have admitted under our questioning that they took money from Louis, so they helped Louis to fight against us. Hurry up and send out the screenshots of these guys' confessions. It's just a matter of time before Louis is crushed to death. Tang Shijing's fans were all smiling and sent out all the screenshots. As a result, the direction of public opinion on the internet changed again. Many people began to criticize Louis, and under the guidance of Tang Shijing's fans, these netizens gradually began to doubt whether Tang Shijing's clarification was voluntary, and whether it was because Louis spent money and used special means to force Tang Shijing to clarify that Louis did not actually have any sexual harassment. Tang Shijing's fans all have smiles on their faces, everything is developing in the direction they want. Just as more and more netizens began to suspect whether Louis used his money power to force Tang Shijing to clarify, an accident happened suddenly. The netizens who just admitted that they had received money from Louis and were therefore speaking up for Louis, posted a few screenshots using their secondary accounts. The screenshots show Tang Shijing's fans threatening them that if they don't say they received money from Louis, they will be cyberbullied. Out of desperation, these people lied and said they had received money from Louis. These people used secondary accounts to post these screenshots because they didn't want to be discovered by Tang Shijing's fans. But I didn't expect that this matter was so popular now, and these small accounts were quickly exposed. Then everyone knew that it was not Louis who used his money power to force Tang Shijing to lie, but Tang Shijing's fans who used online violence as a threat to force innocent netizens to frame Louis. The direction of public opinion keeps changing. What kind of person is what kind of fans he has? Tang Shijing falsely accused Louis, and Tang Shijing's fans even threatened innocent netizens with online violence in an attempt to frame him. This behavior is outrageous. Aren't fans like Tang Shijing threatening others with online violence? Why don't we show them what online violence is? After seeing these comments, Tang Shijing's fans' faces turned pale. How so? Tang Shijing's fans were trembling all over, unable to figure out what went wrong. At this time, they received countless WeChat friend requests, QQ friend requests, and even Zifubo friend requests and Taobao friend requests. They have actually cyberbullied others before, so they all know that those who apply to add them as friends are netizens who are prepared to scold them. In addition to friend requests from major platforms, countless text messages flooded into their phones, as well as one phone call after another. Their phones were bombarded with calls. They also dare not turn off their phones because they are afraid that if they do, netizens will have no outlet for their emotions and will come to their door to make ridiculous comments and write death threats. At this moment, Tang Shijing's fans are regretting their decision. They finally understood what it meant to forgive others when possible and what it meant to have good deeds and evil deeds be rewarded in the end. Louis looked at the change in the direction of public opinion online with a bright smile on his face. He did let Zhang Wenba hype up the incident, but Zhang Wenba is a professional, so how could he leave any evidence for Tang Shijing's fans to find? The evidences found by Tang Shijing's fans were just flaws that Lu Yi instructed Jiang Wenba to deliberately reveal. Everything was just a little trick that Lu Yi came up with on a whim.
However, it is enough to make those fans of Tang Shijing who think that the internet is a lawless place where they can do whatever they want, suffer a fate worse than death. However, seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly serious, Lu Yi still instructed Jiang Wenba to pay attention to controlling the impact, just curse a few words online, and not let it really happen in real life. Later, Lu Yi logged on to Weibo and posted a message: people can be kind, but kindness must have a sharp edge.
This is his truest feeling. It is right for people to be kind in their hearts when they live in this world, but if you are always kind, there will be people who will think you are easy to bully and will shit and piss on you. Just as I was about to put away my phone, Xiao Qing phone called. Mr. Xiao. Lu Yi answered the phone respectfully.
Mr. Lu, the thing you asked me to inquire about has already had a result.
Xiao Qingfeng said. Really? That's great. Lu Yi was delighted. I also helped Mr. Lu to make an appointment with that person.
The location is Qingfeng Tea House.
Xiao Qingfeng added. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Lu Yi hurriedly thanked him.
Qingfeng Tea House, as the name suggests, this is the tea house opened by Xiao Qingfeng himself. When Xiao Qingfeng got older, he handed over the management of the company to his younger generations. In addition to managing the Yidu Chamber of Commerce from time to time, Xiao Qingfeng often went to the Qingfeng Tea House to drink tea, chat, and play mahjong with a few good friends, and the day passed like this.
Lu Yi walked into Qingfeng Tea House without attracting much attention.
Because all the people in the tea house are local bigwigs and are old. Even if there are old ladies who are attracted by Lu Yi's handsomeness, it is impossible for them to scream and shout like young girls.
Just looking at Lu Yi a few more times is already the limit. However, when Xiao Qingfeng walked towards Lu Yi and called Lu Yi Mr. Lu, the big guys in the tea house couldn't sit still anymore. They knew Xiao Qingfeng's qualifications best.
In the entire tea house, there were no more than 10 people who were qualified for Xiao Qingfeng to address them as Mr. This young man is so young, but he can be honored by Mr. Xiao.
It's not easy. It's not just not simple, it's simply too extraordinary. When we were young, could we be even 1/10 as good as him?
Anyway, I'm not even 1/10 as good as this guy. He's still so young and has a bright future ahead of him. Those big guys were all amazed. When they saw Lu Yi coming, they who had been sitting still just now immediately stood up and nodded slightly to Lu Yi. Lu Yi also returned the greetings one by one, and then, under the guidance of Xiao Qingfeng, walked into a private room.
After seeing who was sitting in the private room, Lu Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 88 He gave too much.
Sitting in the private room was a woman wearing a professional OL outfit and a pair of red high heels, which fully demonstrated her royal temperament.
It's actually a woman, and such a beautiful woman. Lu Yi was surprised.
He thought that the leader of Han's fast food would be a middle-aged man with extensive business experience.
You're the one looking for me?
When the woman saw Lu Yi, her eyebrows slightly frowned and she whispered to herself, when Mr. Xiao asked me to come, he said that the person who was going to see me was one of the most powerful men in Yidu. I didn't expect that Mr. Xiao would lie. Since he had made some progress in martial arts, Lu Yi had become more alert and able to hear clearly the woman's complaints even though they were several meters apart. With a slight smile on his lips, Lu Yi came to sit next to the woman and said, "Formally introduce myself.
My name is Lu Yi, the current chairman of Wancheng International."
The woman's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, as if she was greatly shocked, and her mouth opened into an O shape.
You are the chairman of Wancheng International? How is that possible?
The woman looked incredulous. The chairman of Wancheng International is so young.
Lu Yi handed over the business card with a smile. On the business card, the Wancheng International logo doesn't lie.
The woman's heart was filled with shock. She never expected that the man in front of her was so young, yet had achieved such exaggerated achievements.
No wonder Elder Xiao came forward.
The woman stared at Lu Yi, and couldn't help blushing when she thought of what she had just whispered. At this time, the woman saw Lu Yi also looking up, and quickly adjusted her mood, stretched out her hand and shook hands with Lu Yi, Bai Chushua, the current person in charge of Han's fast food of the Han family. Although Bai Chushua's hands were very soft and felt cold to the touch, Lu Yi still did not linger and let go after holding them for a moment.
Miss Bai has become the head of Han's fast food at such a young age.
She is truly a young and promising person.
Lu Yi didn't know the other party's background, so he could only be polite at first.
However, the more Bai Chushue heard these words, the more uncomfortable she felt.
She used to think she was young and promising, But when she met Louis, she suddenly felt like a joke.
Louis is about the same age as her, but he has already taken the top seat in Wancheng International and is ranked among the top bosses in Edu.
Compared with Louis, what's the point of talking about being young and promising? It's embarrassing to think about it. Mr. Liu, just say what you want to say.
Bai Chushue said with a wry smile. If there were people who knew Bai Chushue here, they would definitely be surprised at this moment, because Bai Chushue was a very proud person and had never been so humble as she was now. In fact, it's not that Bai Chushue doesn't want to be arrogant, but in front of Louis, she has no right to be arrogant and can't be arrogant. Louis knew that Bai Chushue was a straightforward person, so he didn't beat around the bush. Miss Bai, you are an excellent talent. This can be seen not only from the fact that you were the head of Han's Fast Food at such a young age, but also from the fact that you made Han's Fast Food popular in Edu in just one day. Bai Chushue was a little proud inside, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly.
Despite this, she still said, Mr. Liu, you are too kind. The reason why Han's Fast Food became so popular so quickly is only because Wancheng Fast Food fell into decline due to public opinion. Louis smiled and said, Miss Bai is too modest.
Before Han's Fast Food was launched, although Wancheng Fast Food was quite popular, there was no one dominant player in the Edu fast food market.
Foreign fast food brands have too much influence.
Although Wancheng Fast Food has the brand of Wancheng International, it cannot squeeze out the two foreign fast food brands from the market in just a few days. But Miss Bai was able to lead Han's Fast Food and overshadow those two foreign fast food brands within a day. It is foreseeable that if Miss Bai is given another half a month, or even a few days, she will be able to let Han's Fast Food have the exclusive cake of the Edu fast food market. Louis looked at Bai Chushue and admired this woman from the bottom of his heart. If we can recruit this woman to Wancheng Fast Food, it will be a great help to Wancheng Fast Food.
Feeling Louis's burning gaze, Bai Chushue also understood Louis's purpose. Mr. Liu, the Han family has been a great mentor to me. Bai Chushue said.
A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in.
Louis poured a cup of tea for Bai Chushue and placed it in front of her. Miss Bai, you should know better than me what kind of people the Han family is. Bai Chushue looked at the tea leaves rolling in the cup and remained silent.
Before Han's Fast Food was launched, she worked for the Han family and had a lot of contact with the Han family. She knew very well how despicable the Han family, especially the younger generations, were. But after all, the Han family was her first company to work for, and the treatment in the Han family was also very good. How much salary does the Han family pay Miss Bai? Louis asked directly without beating around the bush. Bai Chushue was equally straightforward. The annual salary is 1 million, plus the year-end bonus and performance bonus. After tax it's estimated to be 1.5 million.
Louis smiled and said, I'll give you an annual salary of 1.5 million, after tax. Bai Chushue was stunned for a moment. After tax, annual salary, 1.5 million? This is a salary she had never dared to imagine before. You will also get a year-end bonus and performance bonus. Also, I will give you a car that is worth no less than 1 million. Louis's words made Bai Chushue, who had not yet recovered from her shock, even more unbelievable. Oh my God, what on earth did she hear? When she returned from studying abroad, she thought the Han family was wealthy enough. I didn't expect that Louis was even more generous than the Han family. In front of Louis, the conditions offered by the Han family could only be described as shabby. Miss Bai, how is it? Louis took a sip of tea and said with a smile, in today's society, job hopping is very common, right?
Especially in your old employer, except for the higher salary, you are not very good to me. I can not only guarantee that you will have a better work experience, but also a better salary than the Han family.
You should have no reason to refuse me, right? Bai Chushue pursed her lips.
After about half a minute, she took the initiative to reach out to Louis, Director Liu. The change of address from Mr. Liu to Mr. Liu has already revealed Bai Chushue's attitude.
Wancheng International welcomes you. Louis shook hands with Bai Chushue again.
He had to say that Bai Chushue's hands were really tender and very comfortable to touch. Bai Chushue then called the Han family.
The call was connected, and a lazy voice came from the other end. Hello, who is this?
Bai Chushue's expression changed slightly, and she guessed that this dandy young man probably hadn't woken up yet.
Mr. Han, I'm Bai Chushue. I'm calling to inform you that I'm resigning. Oh, whatever you like.
Han Ziyu was sleeping soundly and threw his phone aside. Suddenly, he sat up from the bed with a start.
The person who just resigned is Bai Chushue, the person in charge of our Han's Fast Food? Han Ziyu glanced at the call records, secretly exclaimed that something was wrong, and quickly called Bai Chushue back. Chapter 89 Han Ziyu goes crazy. Director Lu? Bai Chushue glanced at her phone and then at Louis. Take it. Louis smiled and said that he wanted to hear what Han Ziyu, the playboy, had to say. Hello, Master Han. Bai Chushue crossed her legs, her black stockings outlining her legs perfectly, her feet in high heels swayed slightly, showing off her charming demeanor. Although she didn't have seductive eyes and was just sitting there talking on the phone, she was more attractive than some women who specialize in seduction. Louis just glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and was slightly dazed. Fortunately, he drank some tea and calmed down. Hatsuyuki, you just said you want to resign? Why? Han Ziyu's voice came through the speakerphone. Bai Chushue's expression remained unchanged, and she said coldly and bluntly, someone is trying to poach me. Who? Han Ziyu was immediately furious. Inidu, how could someone dare to poach people from his Han family? No comment. Bai Chushue said coldly. Han Ziyu's face turned pale and blue. Is it Louis? If there is anyone in Inidu who dares not to give face to the Han family, it is only Louis. Bai Chushue's lack of response meant she agreed. Han Ziyu's face was extremely ugly. Isn't the salary my Han family gives you high enough? Han Ziyu asked fiercely. It's high enough, but... Bai Chushue smiled, Mr. Liu gave too much. How much did he give? Han Ziyu clenched his fists. It's a price I can't refuse, and it's also a price the Han family would never offer me. Bai Chushue repeated to Han Ziyu the salary package that Louis offered. Louis, you lunatic, you just graduated not long ago, how can you get such a salary? Han Ziyu punched the bedside table. Master Han. Bai Chushue's eyes flashed with anger. Whether I deserve such a salary is not up to you. Your Han family is too stingy, so don't think that Mr. Liu can't pay, okay? Han Ziyu was so angry that the flesh on his face was trembling. The Han family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Edo, is famous for its wealth and power. But now, Bai Chushue actually criticized the Han family for being stingy? This TM is going to piss him off to death as the eldest son of the Han family. Han Ziyu's heart was burning with rage, but at the moment, he could do nothing. The only thing he could do was to curse Bai Chushue to vent his anger. Bai Chushue, you stinky bitch. Before I could finish my curse, I heard the phone being hung up. Han Ziyu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Bai Chushue, Louis, just wait for me. Han Ziyu got out of bed, put on his coat and walked to the window, lit a cigarette, and dialed a phone number. Uncle Zhang, Bai Chushue was poached by Wancheng International. Yes, I want to fight back. How to fight back? Of course, we have to poach people from Wancheng International. Louis poached my Han's fast food people, right? I will poach his Wancheng fast food manager. I don't care. I want to meet the person in charge of Wancheng fast food today. Han Ziyu roared and threw the phone back on the bed, but the phone bounced and fell to the floor with a bang, breaking. This is his new limited edition iPhone. Depend on. Han Ziyu was so angry that he threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground, but the cigarette butt happened to fall on his toes. Because she was wearing flip-flops, Han Ziyu was so burned that she held her toes and screamed, looking as funny as a monkey. Wancheng International, conference room. The senior executives have taken their seats one by one. Director Liu said he was going to announce something during this meeting, but I don't know what it is. We questioned Director Liu's decision last time. Director Liu will not settle accounts with us later, will he? It's possible. Didn't we see Director Liu's skills on his first day in office? The senior executives were discussing the matter, and the meeting room was in a state of panic. Quiet. Li Qiuyue shouted with a cold face, then heard footsteps, a smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she quickly opened the door. As a result, when he looked up, he saw a woman with a beautiful face and a hot body standing next to Louis. The smile on Li Qiuyue's face suddenly faded. Louis Mei noticed the change in Li Qiuyue's expression and took Bai Chushue into the meeting room. I asked everyone to come here today because I want to introduce Miss Bai Chushue to everyone. Louis asked Bai Chushue to step forward half a step and said, Ms. Bai Chushue used to be the person in charge of Han's fast food, but now, she is already a member of our Wancheng International. She will be in charge of Wancheng fast food together with Liu Jipeng. Everyone, please welcome her with applause. The senior executives had all witnessed how powerful Bai Chushue was, so they had no dissatisfaction with Louis for being able to recruit Bai Chushue so quickly.
Instead, they were full of admiration and the applause was very enthusiastic. Only one person looked unnatural.
It was Lu Jipeng. Lu Jipeng is from Chongfeng Food Company.
When Louis was still in Chongfeng, Lu Jipeng was Louis's right-hand man. Later, Louis led Wancheng International to acquire Chongfeng. Lu Jipeng became the general manager of Chongfeng and was appointed in charge of Wancheng Fast Food. He considers himself to be diligent and capable.
Unexpectedly, Louis is still invited by Chu Xue.
Louis said that Bai Chu Xue and he were jointly responsible for Wancheng Fast Food, but in reality, Bai Chu Xue was definitely the one holding all the power, and he was reduced to being his deputy. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Jipeng noticed that his cell phone was lighting up. At this time, Bai Chu Xue was giving a speech.
Lu Jipeng had no intention of listening, so he opened his phone.
Only then did I realize that I had received several text messages. The text message was from the Han family, inviting him to meet in the evening. The Han family sent a text message at this time, and the purpose was obvious.
Lu Jipeng lowered his head, his eyes changing. At night, cafe. Han Ziyu blew out smoke rings, looking impatient. Why haven't you come yet?
Young master, there are still 10 minutes left until the time we agreed with him, said a white-haired old man. Han Ziyu cursed under his breath and flicked the cigarette butt away, which landed in the coffee of the person sitting next to him.
People around him had long been dissatisfied with Han Ziyu's smoking behavior, but they did not dare to get angry.
Even if Han Ziyu's cigarette butt fell into the coffee cup, the victim could only shake his head and leave, not daring to say a word.
Just then, a man walked into the cafe and sat down opposite Han Ziyu. Master Han, sorry for the long wait.
I was late because of the traffic jam.
Lu Jipeng took off his hat and apologized.
Han Ziyu stared at Lu Jipeng and was about to get angry, but the gray-haired old man next to him held Han Ziyu down and said with a smile,
"It's okay, we just got here." Han Ziyu snorted coldly and said, "Name your price."
"What?"
Lu Jipeng looked confused. "Don't pretend to be ignorant," Han Ziyu said with a fierce look. "Since you are here, didn't you agree to leave Wancheng International and come to my Han family?" Lu Jipeng touched his nose and smiled meaningfully. Chapter 90 Declaration of War. Master Han, how about you tell me a number?
Lu Jipeng said with a smile.
I let you name a price. Han Ziyu was in a very bad mood today, so Lu Jipeng's small disobedience made him furious. Lu Jipeng seemed to be frightened.
He shrank his neck, pursed his lips and dared not speak. Uncle Zhang, who had gray hair, quickly tried to smooth things over. "Xiao Lu, we found out that your annual salary at Wancheng International is 800,000 yuan.
With all the benefits and allowances, it's only 1.2 million yuan a year, and that's before tax." Uncle Zhang glared at Lu Jipeng and said, "How about this?
We'll add up your annual salary and year-end performance bonus, and you'll get 1.5 million after tax.
What do you think?" At this time, the waiter came over and asked Lu Jipeng what he wanted to drink. "A cup of latte, thank you." Lu Jipeng smiled, waited for the waiter to leave, glanced behind him, and did not respond to Uncle Zhang immediately. When the waiter brought the latte, Lu Jipeng took a sip and said, "Bai Chu Xue is now working for Wancheng International.
She should make 2 million a year, and Wancheng International also gave her a car that cost no less than 1 million. Uncle Zhang opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Han Ziyu slapped the table, causing the coffee to slosh and spill all over the table.
"Mr. Lu, who do you think you are?
1.5 million is already much better than what you have at Wancheng International.
And you are still greedy and want to compete with Bai Chu Xue?" Han Ziyu pointed at Lu Jipeng's nose and cursed, "I tell you, I will destroy Wancheng International sooner or later.
If you don't come to the Han family now, then wait for Wancheng International to go bankrupt. At that time, don't even think about being invited to the Han family by me for 1.5 million. Even if you don't want a penny and cry and beg to come to work in my Han family, I won't even look at you."
Lu Jipeng pushed Han Ziyu's fingers aside and said, "Master Han, don't be so excited."
Lu Jipeng slowly wiped the coffee from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Without Bai Chu Xue, Han's fast food will be a mess."
The Han family started out as a medicinal material business, so there should be very few people who know how to run a fast food business, right? Coincidentally, I used to work at Chongfeng Food and also ran Wancheng Fast Food. Now, only I can save Han's fast food. Han Ziyu opened her mouth as if to say something, but Lu Jipeng interrupted her and said, "I know that Han's fast food is not the Han family's favorite, and even if it is sold off, it will not cause the Han family to suffer a great loss, right? The most important thing is that Han's fast food was launched to compete with Wancheng Fast Food, right?
If Wancheng fast food is booming, but Han's fast food is languishing, then it would be embarrassing for your Han family.
Han Ziyu gritted his teeth.
Lu Jipeng's words really touched his heart. What he couldn't accept the most was being embarrassed in front of Louis. Okay, I'll give you the same treatment as Bai Chushue received at Wancheng International.
Han Ziyu's words made Uncle Zhang's face change drastically. Master, the budget we gave to Han's fast food is not that much. Leave me alone.
Han Ziyu glared at Uncle Zhang, then looked at Lu Jipeng fiercely. But I have a condition.
What conditions? Lu Jipeng asked. I want you to steal Wancheng International's information. Han Ziyu said in a deep voice.
This. Young Master Han, Louis is my old friend. Lu Jipeng said with a smile.
You don't want to? Han Ziyu asked. Lu Jipeng leaned back in his chair and said, It'll cost more. Han Ziyu's lips curled up into a cruel smile. How much do you want? Lu Jipeng raised a finger. 1 million, for the Han family, it's not a lot, right? Okay, deal. Han Ziyu stood up and stretched out his hand to high-five Lu Jipeng.
However, Lu Jipeng leaned back in his chair, drinking his coffee slowly, and had no intention of high-fiving Han Ziyu.
What the hell do you mean? Han Ziyu asked angrily. Lu Jipeng put down his coffee cup and said, Master Han, I have changed my mind. Don't go too far, I've given you a lot. Han Ziyu's eyes were almost spitting fire. It's a lot. Lu Jipeng smiled, but, if I change my mind, I have to pay more. Then what do you want to do? Han Ziyu's patience was almost worn out.
When I said I changed my mind, I meant. I am not going to switch jobs to the Han family, and I am certainly not going to steal Wancheng International's secrets for you.
Lu Jipeng grinned.
Han Ziyu tightly grasped the coffee cup, his eyes seemed to be able to kill.
Mr. Lu, are you kidding me? Lu Jipeng shrugged. Master Han, you are too serious. I was just joking. I was just kidding you. Han Ziyu grabbed the coffee cup and smashed it on Lu Jipeng's face. Bang!
A hand grabbed the coffee cup.
It wasn't Lu Jipeng's hand, but Louis. Han Ziyu looked at Louis, who suddenly appeared, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. Why are you here? Louis put the coffee cup on the table and wiped his hands with a piece of paper.
When Jipeng asked the waiter for a latte just now, I sat behind Jipeng.
Oh, it's not just me, she's there too. After the words fell, Bai Chushue also stood up, turned around, and looked at Han Ziyu. Good evening, Master Han.
The veins on Han Ziyu's forehead were exposed.
Bai Chushue stood on Louis's left, and Lu Jipeng stood on Louis's right.
In the past, Han Ziyu could get whatever he wanted, and countless people scrambled to serve him tea and water.
But now, the two people he wanted were standing by Louis's side. Han Ziyu was so angry that he was about to explode. However, having witnessed Louis's martial arts prowess at Edu Normal University, Han Ziyu did not dare to act recklessly. Han Ziyu stared at Lu Jipeng, his face full of confusion. Why, I gave you so much money, why did you still reject me? Lu Jipeng smiled and said, Master Han, some things cannot be bought with money.
Not to mention that Brother Lu is much better than you in character and ability. The appreciation potential of Wancheng International and the Han family is definitely greater for Wancheng International.
Also, you said you want to destroy Wancheng International? If it was the old Wancheng International, you might be able to do it. But now Wancheng International is led by Brother Lu. If you really want to go to war with Wancheng International, it's not certain who will be the winner.
Han Ziyu's heart, liver, and lungs ached from anger. When trying to snatch Bai Chushue, Louis used money to win him over.
In the fight for Lu Jipeng, Louis defeated him again by using his good character? So he is nothing in front of Louis? Han Ziyu became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and he was almost going crazy. Louis, just wait, I won't let you go. Han Ziyu roared with gritted teeth. Even if you will let me go, I will not let you go. Louis said coldly, Tang Shijing's matter is not over yet. Chapter 91, Plan to defeat the Han family.
When Han Ziyu heard Louis mention Tang Shijing, his expression changed slightly. It was indeed he who contacted Tang Shijing on a whim, but before he asked Tang Shijing to frame Louis, he repeatedly warned Tang Shijing not to give him away if the accusation failed. The reason why he asked Tang Shijing to frame Louis was because Louis had ruined his good deeds at Edu Normal University. He certainly couldn't bear it after being caught by Louis twice. However, he still had some concerns about Louis's identity. After all, Louis's identity information was encrypted. And those whose identities were encrypted were usually the big guys.
So he asked Tang Shijing to try and see how capable Louis was.
If Louis cannot deal with Tang Shijing quickly, then Han's Fast Food can also take advantage of the opportunity to launch.
In fact, Han's Fast Food was already in preparation before Wancheng Fast Food was launched, but the preparation work took too long, so Wancheng Fast Food took the lead in entering the market.
After Wancheng Fast Food entered the market, the launch of Han's Fast Food was shelved again.
If Tang Shijing could splash Louis with dirty water, Han's Fast Food would be able to replace Wancheng Fast Food. And the development of things was not much different from what Han Ziyu had expected. Louis did not use thundering means to deal with Tang Shijing, and Han's Fast Food also successfully took over. Han Ziyu and the Han family were not so wary of Louis.
They felt that the reason why Louis's identity was encrypted might not be because of his high status, but for some other reason.
However, when Han Ziyu suddenly heard Louis expose his little conspiracy, he still couldn't keep a straight face. But soon, Han Ziyu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Louis, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Who is Tang Shijing? Why don't I know her?"
After that, Han Ziyu showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Oh, you touched a woman's butt in the cinema.
The woman seemed to be called Tang Shijing, right?"
The truth about Louis molesting Tang Shijing has come to light, but Han Ziyu still said this, obviously trying to disgust Louis on purpose. Louis's eyebrows were raised, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Tang Shijing will be convicted of slander and defamation soon.
And you will be prosecuted for incitement. Incitement? Oh, I'm so scared. Han Ziyu sneered. Based on the Han family's status in Edu, he didn't believe that Louis could touch him. "Louis, I want to see, will you send me to jail first, or will I destroy your Wancheng International first?" Han Ziyu snorted coldly, took a step forward, and bumped his shoulder towards Louis, trying to knock him off balance.
As a result, Louis stood there, motionless, while he stepped backwards and finally fell upside down like a turtle.
"Master Han, you acted well as a cuckold." Louis chuckled, and Bai Chuxue, Lu Jipeng, and other guests in the cafe couldn't help but burst into laughter. You guys." Han Ziyu was helped to stand up by Uncle Zhang. He pointed at Louis and others, his face as red as a monkey's butt. He knew that Louis was a good fighter, but he didn't expect that his unsportsmanlike sneak attack would be countered by Louis. In the end, not only did he fail to embarrass Louis, but he ended up losing face himself. Looking at the guests around him who were laughing, Han Ziyu was furious and left in embarrassment with gritted teeth. Louis, Bai Chuxue, and Lu Jipeng drove to the company. In the car, Louis said to Lu Jipeng, "Jipeng, thank you for choosing to tell me about Han Ziyu's text message to you, and for listening to me and deliberately agreeing to meet Han Ziyu at the cafe to discuss Han Ziyu and vent my anger." Lu Jipeng laughed. "Brother Lu, oh no, Mr. Lu. There is no way I will go to the Han family. The Han family is now controlled by the middle-aged and young generations, and the middle-aged and young generations of the Han family are a bunch of good-for-nothings. Wouldn't it be a waste of time for me to go to the Han family? I will stay in Wancheng International and follow you, Mr. Lu. Whether it is the future or the money, it will definitely be limitless." Louis knew that although Lu Jipeng said this, he must still be dissatisfied in his heart. After all, he had been with him for so long, but his salary was not as good as Bai Chuxue who had just arrived. Louis also felt sorry for Lu Jipeng and wanted to give him a raise, but Wancheng Fast Food had just experienced a turmoil. Although this turmoil had nothing to do with Lu Jipeng, as the person in charge of Wancheng Fast Food, Lu Jipeng must be watched by many eyes. If at this time, he not only did not punish Lu Jipeng but instead gave him a raise, it would definitely cause controversy. Therefore, Louis planned to wait for a suitable opportunity, let Lu Jipeng perform well, and then give Lu Jipeng a raise. After returning to Wancheng International, Louis continued the meeting that had just been interrupted. And now, the topic of the meeting has become, how to defeat the Han family. After hearing this topic, the senior executives of Wancheng International were shocked. Does Vantown International have a big influence in Edu? Yes. But is it bigger than the Han family, one of the four great families? I'm afraid not. Director Lu, the only way we can defeat the Han family is to use our strengths to attack their weaknesses. But we run a restaurant business, and the Han family specializes in medicine. The two have no intersection, so we can't put pressure on the Han family. A senior executive frowned. Although he understood Louis's desire for revenge after being framed by the Han family, he really couldn't imagine how Wancheng International could defeat the Han family when the strength gap between them was not that big. Louis laughed at this time. Who said that we have no intersection with the Han family?
When these words were spoken, the top executives were stunned.
What is the intersection between catering and medicine?
Suddenly, Bai Chushui and Lu Jipang's eyes lit up at the same time.
However, Lu Jipang was a beat slower, and Bai Chushui spoke first. Mr. Lu means medicinal diet? Louis cast an admiring look at Bai Chushui. Yes, it's a medicinal diet.
Lu Jipang pursed his lips, his face looking a little gloomy.
But the conference room was already noisy. Medicinal food? I understand.
Integrating medicinal materials into food and launching medicinal food can not only broaden the variety of dishes of Wancheng International, but also take advantage of the opportunity to enter the field of medicinal materials.
Director Lu is truly a genius. He even thought of this method. Let's contact the chef who can make medicinal food now. The senior executives were all excited.
If this plan succeeded, it would not only help Louis take revenge on the Han family, but also allow Wancheng International to move to a higher level. Bai Chushui smiled and said, "Everyone, there is no need to contact the chef who makes medicinal food.
My father is a chef who specializes in medicinal food." Really? Not only were the top executives surprised, even Louis didn't expect this. Bai Chushui nodded and said, "Director Lu, my father is best at making medicinal chicken.
But the essence of this medicinal chicken is that the chicken used in the dish must be a white phoenix chicken.
This Baifeng chicken is raised by the local people of Baifeng Mountain.
There are not too many of them, and if they are not used for medicinal food, the taste is not very unique, so it is not very famous. But once it falls into my father's hands and is combined with medicinal materials, it will turn decay into magic." Bai Chushui said this with a hint of pride on her face. "Okay, the first medicinal dish we will launch is Uncle Bai's medicinal chicken."
Louis decided immediately. "But Mr. Lu, there are too few white phoenix chickens to meet our needs," Bai Chushui reminded. Louis thought for a moment and said, "Chushui, come with me to Baifeng Mountain tomorrow.
I want to see why the Baifeng chicken is so special, and think of a way to increase the number of Baifeng chickens."
Bai Chushui was surprised. "Just the two of us?" Chapter 92 Conquest. "Yes." Louis nodded. "The others have work to do, and you happen to be familiar with Baifeng Mountain, so let's go." Seeing Bai Chushui's unnatural expression, Louis asked, "Why, are you inconvenient?" "No." Bai Chushui shook her head. Louis looked at Bai Chushui doubtfully, wondering what this woman was thinking.
But women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea, and he was too lazy to think too much about it.
It was getting late, so Louis ended the meeting.
Before leaving, Louis patted Lu Jipang on the shoulder and said, "Come on." Just now, when Bai Chushui brought up the medicinal diet, he noticed that Lu Jipang also opened his mouth, but by accident, he was one step slower than Bai Chushui.
So he wanted to give Lu Jipang more time and let Lu Jipang be responsible for the preparation of the medicinal food alone.
If this work is done well, it can lay the foundation for Lu Jipang's salary increase in the future.
That's why he insisted on taking Bai Chushui to Baifeng Mountain.
Although Louis would not employ people based on personal connections, he was not a saint after all, and he still had selfish motives. He wanted to take better care of Lu Jipang, his former colleague who had worked with him in Changfeng.
"I will."
Although Lu Jipang nodded, his smile was a little bitter. The next day, Louis drove out of the lakeside villa and went to the company to pick up Bai Chushui. Originally, Su Zian was going to follow Louis, but because Lin Xiaoer signed up for an adult college entrance examination training class, Louis was worried about Lin Xiaoer, so he ordered Su Zian to protect Lin Xiaoer's safety. Besides, Louis has made some progress in martial arts now, and his fighting power is only higher than Su Zian's. If he encounters trouble that he can't solve, there is no point in bringing Su Zian along.
"Get in the car." Louis greeted Bai Chushui. Bai Chushui looked at Zhu Yimingfang, who was parked on the side of the road, a little dazed. Although she doesn't like cars, she also knows Zhu Yimingfang, because it is a luxury car among luxury cars and is very famous. "I heard from a friend that there is not even one of this thing in the entire Jiangsu province. I didn't expect to see it in Yidu, and today, I can even sit on it myself." "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Louis was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and urged him. Bai Chushui finally came to her senses and quickly sat in the passenger seat. As Louis stepped on the accelerator, Bai Chushui instantly understood what true speed and passion were. And when she turned her head inadvertently and looked at Louis, who was concentrating on driving the Zhu Yimingfang, she knew what being handsome meant. "When I was in school, my classmates were star chasing.
They would scream and rave about the posters, photos, and videos of young handsome guys, and their hearts would almost jump out of their throats no matter what they said. At that time, Bai Chushue was dismissive because she never thought those male stars were handsome. In fact, from childhood to adulthood, she has never thought that any man is handsome except her father. Even at Xingfeng Tea House that day, she only thought Louis was slightly good-looking. But now, she suddenly understood how those idol-chasing female classmates felt when she was in school. So this is what it feels like to have a quickened heartbeat. Bai Chushue was in a trance. But soon, Bai Chushue adjusted her mood and put away her unnecessary thoughts. Baifeng Mountain is located in the suburbs of Yidu, with more than a dozen households scattered at the foot of the mountain. Local residents raise their chickens in the mountains during the day. These chickens are very smart and will come down the mountain and return to the cages at night without being called. Bai Chushue introduced, my father was also curious about why the Baifeng chicken was so special, so he interviewed local residents, but they couldn't explain it. My father wanted to go up the mountain to find out, but the road up the mountain was too difficult to walk, and it was dark at the time, so he didn't go up the mountain. Later, I heard that a cement road was built up the mountain, but my father was unable to come here again due to various reasons. Louis looked towards Baifeng Mountain and saw a cement road winding up the mountain, but the road surface was already damaged. Hold on tight. Louis called out and drove up the mountain. However, even though Bai Chushue was reminded, she still screamed in fright when the car really drove onto the concrete road and started to shake. Are you okay? Louis subconsciously turned his head to look at Bai Chushue, but saw that Bai Chushue's chest was heaving, shaking so violently that it almost made him lose his concentration. It's okay. Bai Chushue covered her chest with one hand and held the seatbelt with the other, still a little frightened. That's good. Louis also retracted his gaze, not daring to look any further. The mountain road was bad and steep, and even if he had good driving skills, he still needed to be extremely careful. Not long after, Louis discovered that the cement road had come to an end, and ahead was a bumpy and uneven dirt road. It is undoubtedly difficult for Jui Mingfeng to drive on this kind of road. Looks like we have to get off the bus. Louis smiled bitterly, can you? It's okay. Bai Chushue didn't seem afraid at all, which made Louis look at her with admiration. Bai Chushue had never been to Baifeng Mountain before, but she had heard from local residents that Baifeng chickens usually ran to the middle of the mountain to look for food. And now they were still some distance away from the middle of the mountain. Because Bai Chushue didn't know in advance that only a short section of the cement road had been built, she still wore high heels, so the progress of their climbing was much slower. Suddenly, Bai Chushue shouted, Director Liu, look, that's the white phoenix chicken. Louis looked up and saw a group of snow-white chickens pecking at food in the jungle. Let's go and take a look. Louis guessed that the reason why the white phoenix chicken was special was because the food it ate was unusual. However, when Louis ran over, he found that these white chickens were eating grass seeds that fell from wild grasses and ripe fruits that fell, which was not much different from what the free-range chickens in the countryside ate. What is the special feature of Baifeng chicken? Louis was thinking when he suddenly heard a thunder. Immediately afterwards, heavy rain began to fall. It's not midsummer yet, how could there be such a sudden heavy rain? Louis thought it was strange and suddenly remembered that Bai Chushue was by his side. At this moment, Bai Chushue was almost soaked by the rain, but she pursed her lips tightly and didn't say a word. Her clothes were soaked, and Bai Chushue's already proud figure was perfectly outlined. Coupled with her stubborn little expression, it almost aroused Louis's desire to conquer her. Let's go down the mountain. Louis took off his coat and put it on Bai Chushue. Although the coat was also wet, at least it could prevent Bai Chushue from exposing herself. No. But Bai Chushue shook her head. The mountain road is already broken and steep. It's easy to go up the mountain but difficult to go down. Now it's raining heavily. It's too dangerous to drive down the mountain. What should we do then? Louis frowned. He couldn't just stand there in the rain until it stopped. As soon as he finished speaking, Louis suddenly glanced at the forest in front of him. Under the hazy rain, there seemed to be a two-story building? How could there be a two-story building in this place? A chill rose in Louis's heart. Chapter 93 Intimacy. Louis doesn't like watching serious movies very much, but when he was in college, one of his roommates loved horror movies, so he watched some of them too. At this moment, looking at the two-story building in the rain, memories of horror movies came to my mind all at once. But it's raining heavily now. If he doesn't go to the second-floor building to take shelter, he'll be fine, but Bai Chushue may not be able to hold on. At this time, Bai Chuxue also discovered the two-story building and exclaimed in surprise, "Director Lu, there is actually a house here.
Let's go there to take shelter from the rain."
Since Bai Chuxue said so, Louis naturally felt embarrassed to refuse.
Boom boom boom.
Bai Chuxue seemed to have never seen a horror movie, and didn't think about it that way. She knocked on the door without hesitation.
Anyone there?
Bai Chuxue shouted towards inside. I shouted twice, but no one answered.
It seems no one. Bai Chuxue was somewhat disappointed.
The courtyard wall was so high that even if she wanted to climb over it, she couldn't do it.
We can only take shelter under the eaves.
Louis was just about to comfort her when suddenly a cold wind blew past. Squeak! The gate suddenly opened. Louis and Bai Chuxue only felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at them from behind. The two men turned around suddenly and saw an old man with a hunched back, bony body and sunken eyes, looking at them dimly with a strange smile on his face. At this moment, Bai Chuxue, who hadn't thought about it that way just now, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Louis took a step forward, protecting Bai Chuxue behind him, and stared at the old man who made him shudder. "Young man, young lady, it's raining so hard outside, come in and take shelter." The old man showed no hostility, but waved and turned into the yard.
Bai Chuxue looked at Louis and hesitated.
Louis was a little hesitant at first, but when he saw Bai Chuxue shivering from the cold, he said, "Let's go." After saying that, he pulled Bai Chuxue into the yard. Bai Chuxue was suddenly grabbed by Louis's hand and blushed a little, but fortunately she walked into the house quickly. However, Louis seemed unaware of it and still held her hand tightly.
"Mr. Lu." Bai Chuxue could only remind him in a low voice. "Sorry." Louis came back to his senses.
He had been on guard just now, so he forgot that he was still holding Bai Chuxue's hand. But now that he came to his senses, he remembered the touch of Bai Chuxue's little hand, which was really very comfortable. Suddenly, the old man reappeared with 2 towels in his hands. "I have prepared hot water for you, go take a hot bath.
I've made ginger soup for you in the kitchen. Go and get some after you take a shower.
I'm old, and my joints hurt when it rains, so you have to do it yourselves." The old man smiled and handed over the towel. The old man's last words touched Bai Chuxue a little. She thought of her own father who also had rheumatic cold legs and couldn't sleep because of the pain when it rained.
"Thank you, Grandpa."
Bai Chuxue was no longer so wary of the old man. She took the towel and walked towards the bathroom in the direction the old man pointed.
"Wait a moment." Louis held Bai Chuxue back. "Let me go in and take a look first."
It's not that Louis wants to judge others by his own standards, he is really in an unfamiliar place and has to be on guard against others.
The old man smiled at Louis's reaction, didn't say anything, but turned and went upstairs.
After Louis walked into the bathroom, he checked the bathtub and then carefully checked every corner to make sure there were no cameras or other dangers before letting Bai Chuxue in. At this time, the old man came downstairs with 2 sets of clothes. "I am old and my memory is not good. I actually forgot to bring you some clean clothes just now." Placing the clothes on the corner of the table, the old man said, "The men's ones are mine, and the women's ones are my wife's." At this point, the old man sighed. Louis guessed that the old man's spouse might have passed away, so he didn't ask any more questions, but just smiled and thanked him. In less than 2 minutes, Bai Chuxue came out of the bathroom, which made Louis a little strange.
"Don't women usually take longer to bathe? Director Lu, please go in and take a shower. Don't catch a cold."
Bai Chuxue urged. She also wanted to take a good hot bath, but when she thought of Louis still waiting outside in wet clothes, she hurried out. Similarly, Louis was worried that Bai Chuxue was alone outside, so he quickly changed his clothes and walked out of the bathroom.
However, from beginning to end, the old man did not show any abnormal behavior, which made Louis wonder if he was being too suspicious.
After going to the kitchen and getting 2 bowls of ginger soup, Louis and Bai Chuxue sat at the table and drank it in small sips. The old man stood at the door, looking at the gloomy sky, and said, "I'm afraid the rain won't stop for a while, so you can stay here tonight. There's a vacant room upstairs."
"One room?" Bai Chuxue looked embarrassed. "Grandpa, are there any other rooms? A utility room will do. No more."
The old man shook his head.
"There is only one room left. Go upstairs and turn left. Go and clean it up yourselves." "Thank you, Grandpa." Bai Chuxue smiled bitterly, hoping that the rain would stop soon so that she wouldn't have to stay here overnight.
But contrary to our expectations, the heavy rain continued until the evening and there was no sign of stopping. Bai Chushue glanced at Louis beside her and her face felt a little hot. She had only known Louis for 2 days, and they were going to spend the night together. Although the two of them are in a superior-subordinate relationship and nothing is likely to happen, it still feels dreamy when you think about it. Let's go clean up the room. Louis pulled Bai Chushue upstairs and walked into the room the old man mentioned. Louis originally wanted to tell Bai Chushue about some of the doubts he had discovered, but when he found the old man standing at the door, he didn't say anything.
I was worried that you wouldn't be able to clean up, so I came to take a look.
I didn't expect you to clean up so neatly. The old man explained and left. Louis closed the door and said to Bai Chushue, I just realized that there are other rooms in this small building.
Come to think of it, how could a 2-story building have only 2 rooms? However, Bai Chushue did not respond. Louis looked up and saw that Bai Chushue had fallen asleep on the bed. Are you too tired?
Louis sighed, covered Bai Chushue with a quilt, and did not go to bed. He always felt that something was wrong with this place and couldn't fall asleep even if he wanted to. In the second half of the night, Louis, who was taking a nap, suddenly found something wrapped around his waist. Louis was startled and quickly opened his eyes. When he looked down, he found that it was Bai Chushue's 2 legs. The lights were never turned off, and Bai Chushue's 2 long, white legs were shining with a strange luster under the light. Bai Chushue wrapped her legs tightly around Louis's waist, her face slightly red, like a ripe peach, and she was making whimpering sounds. For a moment, Louis felt dry mouth. Such a beautiful woman, lying on the bed in this posture, how could a normal man like him not be moved?
Chapter 94 Full Body Massage. Looking at Bai Chushue lying on the bed, Louis swallowed instinctively.
But soon, Louis regained his senses, because Bai Chushue didn't seem like a fairy who would actively seduce people. Now she was acting so abnormally, there must be something wrong.
Louis suppressed the heat in his heart and touched Bai Chushue's smooth forehead. So hot. Louis secretly said, oh no. Bai Chushue has a fever.
Although she took a hot bath and drank ginger soup in time, her body was too weak and the cold still invaded her body.
Louis frowned.
If he waited until dawn when the rain stopped before taking Bai Chushue to the hospital, he was afraid that Bai Chushue's condition would be very bad.
He searched the house but couldn't find any antipyretic medicine.
If there were silver needles for acupuncture here, he could use acupuncture to release the coldness in Bai Chushue's body, but unfortunately there were no silver needles. The only remaining method is massage. This method is less effective than acupuncture, and it will also involve physical contact with Bai Chushue, who might mistakenly think he is a lecher.
It's so cold. So cold. At this time, Bai Chushue whispered in a dreamy voice, and her seductive long legs clamped Louis's waist tighter. Not only that, Bai Chushue's upper body tightly hugged Louis. At this moment, Bai Chushue was like a stove, constantly igniting Louis's inner desire. Louis just felt that if he continued like this, he would lose his sanity. I'm sorry, I really did this for your own good. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Louis didn't care whether Bai Chushue could hear him or not. After he finished speaking, he held Bai Chushue's legs. Although he repeatedly told himself to stay calm, Louis's heart was still shaken when he touched Bai Chushue's legs. But when he heard Bai Chushue's uncomfortable moans, Louis quickly took a deep breath, pulled Bai Chushue off him, and made her lie flat on the bed. Then, he put all his strength into his palms. From the soles of Bai Chushue's feet, to her soles, ankles, and calves. Following Bai Chushue's body all the way up. Fortunately, Bai Chushue was wearing the old man's pajamas at the moment. If she was still wearing her own thin clothes, it would be almost useless under Louis's hands. Louis's massage was no different from touching Bai Chushue's skin directly. However, even though Bai Chushue was wearing thicker pajamas, Louis almost lost his concentration several times during the massage. There was nothing that could be done about it. Bai Chushue was not only beautiful, but also had a fever at the moment. She was really restless. Not only was her legs swinging randomly, but she also made sounds from time to time that made people think of different things. When Louis forced the cold air in Bai Chushue's body from the soles of her feet all the way up to her head, it was then discharged through the 7 orifices. Bai Chushue's face was finally not so red, and she no longer made those seductive sounds. She lay quietly on the bed and fell asleep. Call. Louis let out a long sigh and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. When he was giving Bai Chushue a massage just now, he accidentally discovered that Bai Chushue's blood circulation was not smooth. It was probably because of the relatives coming, so she was so weak that she was invaded by the cold and had a high fever.
This girl, she didn't even tell me that relatives were coming.
Louis smiled bitterly.
If he had known that Bai Chuxue was in poor health, even if he had selfish motives towards Lu Jipeng, he would never have let Bai Chuxue come to Baifeng Mountain to suffer. But fortunately, this girl didn't wake up suddenly when I was massaging her just now, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to explain it clearly.
Louis murmured, feeling fortunate.
What he didn't notice was that Bai Chuxue's cheeks were a little redder than before.
Suddenly, Louis heard a sobbing sound. I looked down at my phone. It was 4:30 in the morning.
The crying at this time immediately made him feel uneasy.
Mr. Lu, what's that sound? Bai Chuxue seemed to be awakened as well and asked in panic.
Louis's face looked unnatural, and his sobbing continued, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, which was creepy. Rather than suffer here, he would like to muster up the courage to find out what's going on. But I can't leave Bai Chuxue alone in the room, and it doesn't seem to be a good idea to take Bai Chuxue with me.
Just when Louis was struggling. Da-day-day.
A slow sound of footsteps was heard.
As it gets closer, it becomes clearer. Then, Louis saw a pair of shoe soles through the crack in the door. Boom, boom, boom.
There was a knock on the door. At this moment, Louis and Bai Chuxue's heart skipped a beat.
Who is outside the door?
Louis's whole body was tense, and he gathered all his strength, ready to attack at any time.
Young man, are you asleep? Why don't you turn off the lights?
The voice coming from outside the door was that of a hunchbacked old man.
Louis and Bai Chuxue looked at each other, neither of them letting down their guard. Sorry, Grandpa, we were a little scared and didn't turn off the lights. We will turn them off now. Bai Chuxue mustered up the courage to respond. The hunchbacked old man said, No, if you are afraid, just turn on the light, it won't be a problem. By the way, I was crying just now, didn't I scare you guys? The hunchbacked old man smiled bitterly and said, I'm old now. I always go to bed early and wake up early. When I wake up, I often think of my old wife. Then, I can't stop crying when I look at her photo. Young man, young woman, I'm so sorry for scaring you. Louis and Bai Chuxue looked at each other. It turned out that the old man was mourning his wife. Was that why he was crying? Motioning to Bai Chuxue to wrap herself in the quilt, Louis stood up and opened the door. He saw that the old man's eyes were still red, as if he had just cried. Grandpa, we can't sleep now. Come in and sit for a while. Louis said with a smile. A stool was moved for the old man, and Louis sat on the edge of the bed, very close to Bai Chuxue. They really looked like a couple. I really envy you two young couple. It reminds me of when I were young. We were just like you. When we had nothing to do, we would go traveling. It was a nostalgic time. Hearing this, Bai Chuxue couldn't help but blush. Grandpa, Director Lu is my boss. We are not a couple, and we didn't come to Baifeng Mountain to have fun, but to investigate why Baifeng chicken has nothing special when cooked in other ways, but is so delicious when used as a medicinal dish. When she first came here, Bai Chuxue was similar to Louis. She was wary and suspicious of the old man, so she didn't dare to chat with him, let alone confide in him. It was not until just now, when Bai Chuxue heard the old man mention his deceased wife, that she was touched and let down her guard. What Louis and Bai Chuxue didn't expect was that after hearing this, the hunchbacked old man actually said, Why didn't you tell me earlier? I know the special features of this white phoenix chicken very well. Hearing this, Bai Chuxue was overjoyed. Grandpa, can you tell us what the reason is? Chapter 95, Slow in the Past. The old man nodded readily and said, White phoenix chickens usually eat grass seeds, fruits, and insects in the mountains, but most importantly, they also eat herbs. Herbs? Louis and Bai Chuxue were both surprised. The old man smiled and said, Yes, it is a herb called Yulan flower. Yulan is my wife's name, and Yulan flower was also her favorite flower when she was alive. So after she died, I planted Yulan flowers all over the mountain. Hearing this, Louis and Bai Chuxue were silent for a while. The old man was very calm and continued, You went up the mountain at an unfortunate time, just when the blue flowers were withering. So, you probably didn't see the white phoenix chicken eating the blue flower leaves, and therefore didn't discover the peculiarity of the white phoenix chicken. The white phoenix chicken eats the leaves of the blue flower, so if it is used in medicinal food and paired with specific herbs, it can stimulate the aroma of the blue flower. The medicinal chicken will naturally be delicious and can also strengthen the body. So that's how it is. Louis and Bai Chuxue both showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. However, Louis discovered another problem.
The old man said that his wife loved the blue flower the most, so how could he allow the white chicken to peck at the leaves of the blue flower? Normally, when an old man sees the white chicken pecking at the leaves of the blue flower, shouldn't he angrily chase it away? Bai Chushui also noticed this logical flaw, but, remembering that the old man had just mentioned his deceased wife, now did not seem to be the time to question it. But the old man had lived for so many years, and his eyelashes were still empty. As soon as he saw the change in Bai Chushui's expression, he guessed what Bai Chushui was thinking.
Baifeng Mountain is where my wife was born. The village at the foot of Baifeng Mountain is her hometown.
So, after she passed away, I came to the mountain to live in seclusion. That's why I didn't get angry when the white phoenix chickens raised by the residents of Baifeng Mountain came to the mountain to peck at the leaves of the blue flowers. The old man smiled and explained, in the beginning, I also tried to drive them away. But every time I turned around, the white chickens would come back to peck at the leaves. My energy is limited, and I couldn't prevent them from pecked away many leaves. As time went by, I simply planted a patch of blue flowers for these white chickens.
As long as they didn't peck at the graves, I would just ignore them.
But, the old man suddenly revealed a sly smile, I can't let them peck at the blue flowers in vain, so every year on my wife's death anniversary, I will catch 2 white phoenix chickens to cook.
Hearing this, Lu Yi and Bai Chushui couldn't help but smile. Looking at this hunchbacked old man now, he doesn't seem so weird or scary anymore.
Grandpa, I have another question. Bai Chushui completely let down her guard against the old man. I noticed that your small building has more than 2 rooms. Why do you insist that there are only 2 rooms?
The old man laughed and gave Louis a mischievous look. If I hadn't told you there were only 2 rooms, could you have slept in one? I was young too.
You young people are shy and you think things in your heart but dare not say them out loud.
I understand, so I just go with the flow.
The old man's face was full of smiles.
Bai Chushui's face turned slightly red, while Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
So that's what it is.
Suddenly, the old man stared at Bai Chushui without blinking.
Grandpa, what's wrong?
Bai Chushui asked puzzledly.
The old man asked, do you have a fever?
This surprised Louis.
After he gave Bai Chushui a massage, Bai Chushui's fever symptoms had become minimal. Even Bai Chushui herself, apart from feeling a little cold, had no other discomfort.
How did the old man know that Bai Chushui had a fever?
Grandpa, I seem to have a little fever just now, but I'm much better now.
Bai Chushui glanced at Louis and said with a smile.
The old man looked at Bai Chushui in doubt and said, stretch out your hand, I'll take your pulse.
Grandpa, are you a Chinese medicine practitioner?
Bai Chushui was surprised.
I used to be a miracle doctor.
The old man said as he felt Bai Chushui's pulse and examined her. Strange, you were indeed invaded by cold air and had a high fever, but how come the cold air was expelled from your body? The old man finished taking your pulse and frowned.
Maybe I'm just lucky.
Bai Chushui blushed and glanced at Louis, saying casually. Of course the old man would not believe Bai Chushui's words, but he also could not imagine that Louis was a master of traditional Chinese medicine, so he was puzzled.
Bai Chushui started chatting. Grandpa, you said you were a miracle doctor? Can you tell us about your past?
The old man did not refuse and said calmly, I used to be a disciple of the same master as my senior brother in Yulon. I mainly studied medicine with the master and did not learn much martial arts, while my senior brother mainly studied martial arts and was not proficient in medicine. As for Yulon, she was very playful and learned medicine, martial arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Therefore, she was knowledgeable but not specialized, and she was the most troublesome for the master. At this point, the old man smiled comfortably. Master often punishes Yulon, so my brother and I often share the responsibility for Yulon. At first, I thought that my brother and I cared about Yulon because she was his junior sister.
Later, we found that we fell in love with Yulon.
After Master traveled around the world, my brother and I started to fight for Yulon. My senior brother is taller than me, more handsome than me, and more eloquent than me. But love is always a strange thing.
Yulon chose me in the end.
My senior brother got angry and separated from us. After that, Yulon and I traveled around, and my senior brother, it is said, accepted 2 female disciples, one of whom looks a lot like Yulon. After hearing the old man's narration, Louis and Bai Chushui both felt a sense of mystery, as if they were listening to a martial arts novel.
I really envy Grandpa. He lives a free and comfortable life. Bai Chushui couldn't help but say.
Life was very slow in the past. People like us who have some skills but no ambitions can live a relaxed and casual life. The old man was smiling, and suddenly found Bai Chushue biting her lip. Little girl, what's wrong with you? Bai Chushue was a little embarrassed and shook her head saying it was nothing, but Louis knew that Bai Chushue was probably suffering from dysmenorrhea.
Grandpa, do you have a hot water bottle or something like that? Louis asked. Yes, the old man stood up. Wait, I'll get it.
Not long after the old man left, Louis heard a chaotic noise, as if something was knocked over. Louis hurried over and found all kinds of debris scattered on the floor of the old man's room.
I'm old and useless.
The old man smiled bitterly. Young man, please help me.
The hot water bottle is on top of the cabinet. Louis walked into the room and prepared to get the hot water bottle.
He caught a glimpse of a photo out of the corner of his eye and his mind suddenly buzzed. It was a black and white photo, probably a posthumous photo of the old man's spouse.
But that photo, unexpectedly. Chapter 96: Su Xian's Identity.
Louis was afraid that he had seen it wrong, so he took another careful look. It turned out that the woman in the portrait was very similar to Su Xian. Louis still remembered what the old man had just said, that the old man's senior brother had accepted 2 female disciples, one of whom looked very similar to Yulan.
Could it be that one of the female disciples accepted by the old senior brother is Su Xian? If that's the case, it's such a coincidence. Xiaolu, what's wrong?
The old man asked with an unhappy look on his face when he saw Louis staring at Yolan's portrait. No, Louis said, this is Grandma when she was young. She was really pretty, and she and Grandpa were a perfect match.
The old man smiled and said, just say whatever you want to say. As expected, the older you get, the wiser you become.
Louis thought his acting skills were good enough, but the old man still saw through him. Touching his nose awkwardly, Louis told the truth. Grandpa, I have a female bodyguard who looks a lot like Grandma.
Moreover, my female bodyguard is not only good at martial arts, but also has medical skills. So I guess she might be your senior brother's female apprentice. How could such a coincidence happen?
The old man was also surprised.
What's the name of your female bodyguard? Do you have a photo of her? Her name is Su Xian.
Louis said, and took out the photo of him and Su Xian from his phone.
The old man looked at Su Xian's photo and was very surprised. She really looks like Yulan.
Returning the phone to Louis, the old man said, I seem to have heard before that senior brother accepted 2 female disciples, one surnamed Su and the other surnamed Xiao.
Now it seems that this Su Xian is most likely one of them. The old man looked at Louis and asked, Xiaolu, can you take me to see this Su Xian?
I want to ask her how my senior brother is doing now. Hearing this, Louis's face looked a little unnatural, because Su Xian once said that her mentor had passed away.
My senior brother passed away?
The old man was stunned for a long time before he sighed. Of the original 3, I am the only one left. Louis tried to comfort the old man with a few words, but the effect was not very good, so he simply stopped talking, yelled at the old man, and went back to the room with the hot water bottle.
For the next few hours, Louis didn't see the old man.
Only once when he got up at night, he heard a long groan coming from the old man's room.
All old friends have passed away.
This feeling is not something Louis can understand now, but just thinking about it, he knows that it is extremely uncomfortable. At dawn, the rain gradually stopped.
Louis and Bai Chushue were ready to leave, but the old man insisted that they stay for breakfast. While eating, the old man said to Louis, Xiaolu, can I go down the mountain with you? I want to see Su Xian and ask where my brother's grave is.
After all, we are brothers, and I want to go to his grave to pay my respects.
Okay. Louis agreed immediately.
Zhu Mingfeng could only see 2 people, so Louis called Li Choyue and asked her to send another car to pick up the old man. After helping the old man get in the car, Louis said to the driver, go to the lakeside villa.
Bai Chushue was puzzled. Director Liu, aren't you going back to the company? No. Louis shook his head.
Lu Jipeng has already contacted the residents at the foot of Baifeng Mountain and bought all the Baifeng chickens that can be used. Lu Jipeng has also bought the medicinal materials needed for the medicinal chicken you mentioned. Now, you just need to contact your uncle to come to Wancheng International to make the medicinal chicken. Then our first step to defeat the Han family will be halfway done. Bai Chushue asked, but Mr. Liu, once the medicinal chicken becomes popular, the demand for Baifeng chicken will increase.
And the existing Baifeng chicken will definitely not be able to meet the demand. What should we do with the supply of Baifeng chicken?
I will solve this problem, don't worry. Louis showed a mysterious smile and sat in the driver's seat. Get in the car.
Louis helped the old man walk into the lakeside villa.
At this time, Su Xian accompanied Lin Xiaoer to the cram school, so the two were not at home.
They did not come back until the evening. Master. Su Zian smiled immediately when she saw Louis. Louis. Lin Xiaoer was the same.
Her originally cold face turned into a smile the moment she saw Louis.
Seeing this scene, Louis couldn't help but hold his forehead and felt a headache.
You don't need to ask to know that these two women don't get along well.
Who is this? Lin Xiaoer looked at the old man beside Louis in confusion. Grandpa is here to look for Ziyan. Louis said.
Lin Xiaoer said, "Oh," and left tactfully. Su Ziyan looked at the old man in confusion, wondering why this old man, whom she had never met before, came to look for her by name.
Ziyan, is your master's name Chen Haiwa? The old man asked directly. Hearing this question, Su Ziyan was even more surprised. How do you know? You are indeed my nephew.
The old man stepped forward excitedly and wanted to shake Su Ziyan's hand, but Su Ziyan reacted quickly and took a step back. The old man also realized that his move seemed inappropriate, so he retracted his hand.
You call me nephew? Su Ziyan looked at the old man in surprise. Are you my uncle, Du Buoluan?
The old man's eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. Yes, I am Du Buren. Since Yulan died, no one has called my name for many years. But later, before he died, Master kept talking about wanting to see you.
He asked us to go find you and told us not to hate you.
The day before he passed away, Master gave me a letter.
What letter? Dubron asked. A letter that has nothing to do with you. Su Ziyan said calmly, originally, I thought that the letter from my master would ask me to let go of my hatred for you and find your whereabouts.
But after the mourning period for my master was over, I opened the letter and found that my master wanted me to go down the mountain to find my master, and to serve as my master's personal bodyguard and obey my master's orders. Hearing this, Du Buoluan smiled bitterly. It seems that senior brother still has some hatred towards me.
Louis was listening from the side with a strange expression on his face. Why does he feel so strange? He had never seen Su Ziyan's master Chen Haiwa, and had never even heard of this name. Why did Chen Haiwa let Su Ziyan be his bodyguard and let Su Ziyan obey his orders? Thinking back to the reason why he and Su Ziyan met, Louis couldn't help wondering, could it be that the system secretly changed the content of the letter? The content of the letter was originally for Su Ziyan to let go of her hatred and go find Du Buoluan, but in order to give her the S reward, the system changed the content of the letter to let Su Ziyan be her bodyguard? System, is this the case? Louis asked in his heart. Chapter 97 Master, I'm ready. Yes. The mechanical sound of the system startled Louis. Because before, Louis had tried to ask the system some questions, but the system did not respond. However, Louis's current focus is not on this. What Louis really cares about is why the system does this. The rewards issued by the system will all be socially rationalized. Louis remembered that the system seemed to have said something like this, but it sounded a bit strange that the way of social rationalization was to tamper with other people's letters. The content of Master Ziyan's letter is to let Ziyan let go of her hatred for her uncle, but it's not very humane for you to ask her to be my bodyguard. What Louis was worried about was whether the other rewards given to him by the system, and the way of social rationalization, were also so unreasonable. Suddenly, the contents of a letter emerged in Louis's mind. The content of the letter was to ask Su Ziyan to marry Han Ziyu, and the letter was signed by Chen Haiwa. It turns out that the content of the last letter left by Master Su Ziyan was like this. In this case, the system rewrites the content of the letter correctly. Host, please rest assured that the system will never adopt illegal and inhumane social rationalization methods. The system's voice made Louis blush. I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. Louis apologized awkwardly. The system did not respond again, because the system was just a virtual program. The reason why it responded to Louis just now was probably because Louis's question triggered certain codes. After Louis learned that there was no problem with the system, he stopped worrying about it. Coming back to his senses and looking at Du Buoluan, Louis felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that it was just as the old man said. Chen Haiwa never truly forgave him until his death. However, this also seems to explain why Chen Haiwa wrote a letter before his death, asking Su Ziyan to marry a playboy like Han Ziyu. Thinking of this, Louis finally understood why Su Ziyan reacted strangely when she met Han Ziyu on the cruise ship and at Edu Normal University. It turned out that it was because Su Ziyan's master had arranged a marriage for her and Han Ziyu. Although he understood all this, Louis still didn't say a word and didn't intend to get involved between Su Ziyan and Du Buoluan. After all, this is someone else's internal matter, and it's not a big deal, so there's no need to worry about it.
After dinner, Louis arranged accommodation for old man Du Bois and returned to his room. Louis first called his parents to ask when they would be back so that he could drive back to the village to pick them up. As a result, the two elders said that they were living very comfortably in Phong Huang village and did not want to come back for the time being. Louis smiled helplessly. As long as the two elders were happy, he naturally wouldn't say much. By the way, Mom and Dad, I will call another construction team to Phong Huang village tomorrow. Please notify the village chief and ask him to help arrange it. Li Lenqi agreed immediately, but Lu Yuming asked in confusion, Xiaoyi, why did you call another construction team? Phong Huang Primary School only has such a large piece of land. The current construction team and villagers are enough. If you call another construction team, it will only cause more trouble. Louis smiled and said, Dad, you misunderstood. The construction team coming tomorrow is not here to help repair the school, but to build a chicken farm at the foot of the mountain behind our village. Chicken farm? Lu Yuming was puzzled. Xiaoyi, are you going to open a chicken farm? Louis nodded, yes. I opened a chicken farm and invited the villagers to work in the chicken farm. The last time I went back to the village, I learned that the villagers could not make much money from growing crops in a year, and they were exhausted. I invited them to work in the chicken farm. The work in the chicken farm is not tiring. They can work in shifts and continue to farm, and the land in the village will not be left barren. At the same time, it can also increase their income. In the future, when they make money, the chicken farm will be transferred to the villagers. This can also be regarded as a way for the villagers to get rich. In Baifeng Mountain, Louis asked Du Bois, it is not difficult to buy the indigo flower in the market, so one only needs to purchase the indigo flower at wholesale price and then feed the indigo flower to chickens to get the ingredients needed for medicinal diet. Chickens need to be fed with blue flowers, so you can't buy chickens directly on the market, so you need to contract a chicken farm. But instead of doing this, it is better to build 2 chicken farms in the village. In this way, a relatively complete industrial chain is formed. You don't have to worry about being tripped up by others when contracting chicken farms, and you can also help the villagers. After listening to Louis's explanation, Lu Yuming also smiled happily. Okay, I will go to the village chief now. He will be very happy to hear it and will definitely praise you for being promising and having a conscience. Louis shook his head and smiled. He certainly did not do this to get praise from others. However, if the praise from the village chief and villagers could make his parents happy, he would naturally be happy about it. The next day, Louis contacted the construction team and called the village chief, instructing them on matters related to the chicken farm, and then went out. Unexpectedly, Su Zian and Du Bois seemed to have reconciled. Du Bois was going back to Baifeng Mountain, and Su Zian offered to send him off, but was rejected by Du Bois. Goodbye, Grandpa. After seeing Du Bois off, Louis was about to drive to the company, but Su Zian wanted to follow him. Didn't I ask you to accompany Sister Xiaoer? Louis asked with a headache. Ms. Lin doesn't have class today. Su Zian said aggrievedly. Xiaoyi, I don't have classes today, so just let Ziyan follow you. I'm not used to having Ziyan accompany me anyway. Lin Xiaoer's words also confirmed Louis's guess yesterday. If these two women were together, they would probably not be happy with each other. Okay then. Louis threw the car keys to Su Zian. Su Zian was very happy that she finally had the opportunity to be alone with Louis. At first, she obeyed Louis's words because of her mentor's suicide note, but now, she was sincerely moved by Louis. What are you doing? Louis stopped Su Zian immediately when he saw her preparing to wear sunglasses and get a tattoo sticker. Su Zian subconsciously made an excuse. You don't have to worry about being discovered by Han Ziyu. Louis said firmly, you are mine. As long as you don't want to marry Han Ziyu, then Han Ziyu can't force you. Su Zian was horrified. Master, why are you? You don't need to worry about how I know this. You just need to remember that you don't have to hide any do from now on. No matter where you go, you can be upright and you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Louis's words were sonorous, firm and powerful. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. What are you afraid of? Su Zian looked at Louis, distracted for a moment, and Louis's words echoed in her ears for a long time. Especially the sentence you are mine, which made Su Zian blush for a long time. Thank you, Master. Su Zian hugged Louis tightly, and then whispered in Louis's ear, Master, I am ready now. Chapter 98 The Ghost. Louis was stunned for 2 seconds before he remembered that when Su Zian warmed his bed for the first time, he had some special thoughts, but Su Zian said she was not ready, so he gave up. Now, Su Zian said she was ready, which meant
It would be a lie to say that he was not moved at this moment. For a moment, Louis didn't even want to go to the company, and directly carried Su Ziyan back to the villa. But he finally held back. Not to mention that Wancheng International was about to launch herbal chicken and needed him to take charge of the situation, but now Lin Xiaoer was in the lakeside villa. If he carried Su Ziyan into the room, the consequences would be disastrous. Just then, a needle sounded. Louis quickly let go of Su Ziyan and answered the call from Lu Jipeng. "Mr. Lu, it's bad. The Han family, the Han family. What happened to the Han family?" Louis frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. Lu Jipeng said anxiously, "Han's fast food of the Han family launched the medicinal chicken this morning. And with the limited free tasting of the new product, it attracted a group of people to taste it. After tasting it, those people said that the medicinal chicken of Han's fast food tasted very good, and after eating it, they felt warm all over, especially after sweating, they felt much healthier." Han's fast food spared no effort to promote these people's post-meal evaluations. In just 2 hours, many people came to taste Han's medicinal chicken. Louis's face was solemn. They had just proposed the idea of medicinal chicken the night before, and it had not yet been officially promoted. Except for the senior management, ordinary employees didn't know about it. However, the Han family took the lead in launching the medicinal chicken, and it sounds like it is an extremely sophisticated medicinal chicken, which shows that the Han family put in a lot of effort and hired a professional medicinal chef to make this dish. This is definitely not something that can be achieved in 3 to 5 hours. If it weren't for the Han family, there were still outstanding talents like Bai Chushua, then there would only be one possibility. There is a traitor in Wancheng International. Thinking of this, Louis completely gave up the idea of carrying Su Ziyan back to the villa, and immediately ordered Su Ziyan. "Go to the company. Wancheng International, conference room." Every time Louis's gaze swept over a senior executive, that senior executive felt suffocated. At this moment, all the senior executives were shocked. Louis's aura was much stronger than when they first met. Even some veteran figures who had experienced many ups and downs were frightened by Louis's gaze. They trembled with fear and dared not breathe. On the way to the company, I have already investigated. The person who proposed the medicinal chicken in the Han family this time is a top student who has been working for the company for 2 years. However, unlike Bai Chushua, this top student has never been involved in the food industry before. So I think this top student is just a cover-up for the Han family. In fact, the reason why the Han family was able to launch the medicinal chicken is entirely because there was a traitor in our company who leaked the secret to the Han family. Louis's eyes became more and more fierce. The only ones who know about the medicinal chicken are those present here. So the traitor is among you. You are all the foundation of Wancheng International and have made contributions to it. So, I hope that no matter who the traitor is, you can take the initiative to stand up. As long as you take the initiative to stand up, I cannot pursue your criminal responsibility. But if you don't take the initiative to admit it, and I find you out, then I'm sorry, you will bear the consequences yourself. No senior executive spoke. This was actually within Louis's expectations. After all, what he just said was exactly the same as what teachers used to ask students to confess voluntarily in school. It was basically impossible for these senior executives to be fooled. "Director Lu, I propose to check your communication records," Li Qiaoyue suddenly said, and took the initiative to unlock the phone screen and placed it in front of Louis. Louis smiled bitterly and shook his head. Anyone who could be a mole would probably not forget to delete the records in his phone. "Director Lu, I think the most urgent thing is to think about how to deal with the Han family." Bai Chushua said, "The Han family was the first to launch the medicinal chicken. Perhaps their strategy is the same as ours. They want to use the medicinal chicken to enter the catering industry and thus hit Wancheng International. If we can't respond in time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist the Han family's offensive in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jipeng sneered, "Manager Bai, you must first stabilize the country before fighting against foreign enemies. You must know this, right? Now that the traitor has not been found, what's the point of considering countermeasures? We should come up with countermeasures, and then the traitor will tell the Han family, and then the Han family will continue to strike back?" "Manager Bai, your suggestion just now is really intriguing." Lu Jipeng glanced at Bai Chushue meaningfully. "Manager Lu means that I am the traitor?" Bai Chushue asked coldly. "I didn't say that," Lu Jipeng said, "but Director Bai is indeed the most suspicious. Although we have no doubt about Director Lu's ability, Director Lu and Director Bai talked for only half an hour before he switched to Wancheng International.
It's inevitable that people will wonder if Director Bai is a spy planted by the Han family.
Manager Lu, Bai Chushue said, looking annoyed but still calm. If you say that, then I think you are a big suspect.
After all, you have always been dissatisfied with Director Lu for poaching me, and you think that the salary that Wancheng International pays you is too low, so it is normal for you to collude with the Han family, right?
Lu Jipeng's expression remained unchanged. Manager Bai, if I wanted to collude with the Han family, why did I take the initiative to tell Director Lu that the Han family contacted me? Manager Bai, don't be desperate and bite me. Lu.
Bai Chushue wanted to argue with Lu Jipeng, but was stopped by Lu Yi's eyes.
That's enough.
Louis shouted in a low voice, and the meeting room suddenly became quiet.
Everyone, get out.
Louis rubbed his eyebrows, as if he had a headache.
Don't worry too much, Mr. Lu.
You should take care of yourself. Only after a senior executive advised him did he leave the meeting room.
Jipeng, please stay. I have something to discuss with you. When Bai Chushue and Lu Jipeng were about to leave, Louis suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Bai Chushue was surprised. At this time, Louis left Lu Jipeng to discuss something. How should she, who had just had a quarrel with Lu Jipeng, deal with the situation? Isn't this equivalent to Louis saying openly that he suspects she is a mole?
Manager Bai, take care.
Lu Jipeng smiled proudly at Bai Chushue, then closed the door of the conference room. Director Lu. Lu Jipeng came in front of Louis and bent down slightly. It's just the two of us. You don't have to call me Director Lu.
Louis tugged at his tie, rubbed his temple and sighed.
Brother Lu, don't worry too much. Even if the Han family launches the medicinal chicken first, we can slowly find a way to deal with it. The key is that you take care of yourself. Lu Jipeng unscrewed the bottle cap and handed over a bottle of water. I want you to help me investigate Bai Chushue.
Louis took the water and took a sip, then said seriously, what you said just now is very right.
Bai Chushue is a big suspect. Hearing this, Lu Jipeng's mouth corners immediately rose. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for trusting me.
You followed me from Changfeng to Wancheng.
If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Louis put the water on the table and patted Lu Jipeng on the shoulder. Chapter 99 Mysterious USB Drive. After Louis walked out of the meeting room, Bai Chushue immediately came over. Director Lu, I have something to say. If you have anything to say, let's talk tomorrow. I'm tired now and want to rest for a while. Louis smiled faintly, ignored Bai Chushue, and left. Seeing this scene, Lu Jipeng's face was filled with smiles.
As time goes by, Han's medicinal chicken becomes more and more popular, and many wealthy people who are used to dining at Wancheng International can't help but come here to eat. Wancheng International focuses on high-end series, and the number of people who come to dine every day is much less than that of other restaurants. Now that some regular customers have been attracted away by Han's medicinal chicken, Wancheng International seems even more empty and unpopular. When Han Ziyu saw the photos of Wancheng International, which was deserted, sent by his subordinates, the corners of his mouth curled up wildly.
Louis, you want to fight me? I'll kill you.
Han Ziyu blew out a smoke ring, then lay on the chair with his legs crossed, looking extremely leisurely. At this moment, a text message was sent to his mobile phone.
After reading the text message, Han Ziyu smiled even more viciously. Someone, prepare the car. Han Ziyu threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray with a big smile on his face. At night, Red Maple Cafe. An Audi was parked on the side of the road. Sitting in the car were Louis and Lu Jipeng. Is the information accurate? Louis asked in a deep voice. Accurate. Lu Jipeng assured, I heard it with my own ears. Bai Chushue and Han Ziyu called and arranged to meet here.
As he spoke, Lu Jipeng raised his hand and looked at his watch. They agreed to meet at 7 o'clock.
Now there are still 15 minutes left. They should be here soon. Mr. Lu, would you like something to drink? I'll go buy it for you, Lu Jipeng asked. No need.
Louis shook his head, but he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure from the corner of his eye. She is really here.
Louis stared at the beautiful figure. It was Bai Chushue. She is indeed the traitor. Lu Jipeng said angrily. It's really her. Louis punched the car window with an angry look. Mr. Lu, don't be too angry. Lu Jipeng advised, it's not worth getting angry over a woman like this.
As he was speaking, he saw a sports car coming down the street and stopping outside the cafe. The car door opened, Han Ziyu got out, entered the cafe, and sat down directly opposite Bai Chuxue.
Louis looked through the two windows.
At a distance of more than 10 meters, even if his five senses were sharp, he could not hear clearly the content of the conversation between Han Ziyu and Bai Chuxue.
However, the actions of Han Ziyu and Bai Chuxue were clearly visible. Louis clearly saw Han Ziyu put a bank card next to Bai Chuxue. Director Liu, the truth is out. It is confirmed that Bai Chuxue is the traitor. Lu Jipeng shouted excitedly. Let's go back to the company.
There's no need to look at it anymore.
Louis whispered exhaustedly.
In the conference room, the senior executives looked at Louis with a gloomy face and kept their heads down and remained silent, for fear of being the first to be criticized. However, everyone couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and send messages in private groups.
Look at Director Liu's expression. Could it be that he has found a traitor? I heard some rumors that the traitor is really Bai Chuxue. No way, this is a huge blow to Director Liu.
Yes, Bai Chuxue was recruited by Director Liu himself, but she turned out to be the Han family's spy.
How could Director Liu not be angry? Brothers, please watch your mouths and don't say anything bad about Director Liu. Do you need to tell me that? The senior executives were chatting animatedly when a figure, smelling a fragrant scent, walked into the meeting room. White first snow. The senior executives immediately put down their phones, sat upright, and waited to see Louis vent his anger at Bai Chuxue. Coming? However, Louis just looked up at Bai Chuxue, pointed at Bai Chuxue's seat, motioned Bai Chuxue to sit down, and then there was no movement. This made the top management feel strange. What does it mean? The calm before the storm? Lu Jipeng was also confused and wanted to open his mouth several times to remind Louis whether he should announce the expulsion of Bai Chuxue. But looking at Louis's gloomy face, he didn't dare to speak after all. As time passed, the atmosphere in the conference room became lower and lower. Some younger senior executives even began to sweat. Half an hour passed like this. After taking a sip of water, Lu Jipeng finally couldn't help but say, Director Liu, how about we announce the matter? Anyway, the traitor has been caught. After expelling the traitor, we can discuss how to deal with the Han family. Now that Han's medicinal chicken is gaining momentum, we must hurry up and think of countermeasures. Louis said calmly, wait a little longer. Lu Jipeng frowned. What was Louis waiting for? Could it be that Louis has fallen in love with Bai Chuxue and can't bear to fire Bai Chuxue, so he is thinking of how to keep Bai Chuxue? The more Lu Jipeng thought about it, the more anxious he became, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Li Chouyue opened the door, only to see two policemen standing at the door. When they saw the police, the senior executives were stunned at first, and then they suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that Louis was waiting for the police. Boss Liu wants to fire the traitor first and then send him directly to jail. It seems that Director Liu is really angry this time and is serious about it. If it were me, I would be angry too. I think Mr. Liu did nothing wrong. With the arrival of the police, the temperature in the conference room seemed to rise a lot. The senior executives were no longer so nervous and dared to discuss in a low voice. Mr. Liu. The police saluted Louis. You said that someone in your company sold company secrets and you wanted to sue the person responsible for selling trade secrets. Who are you talking about? Louis stood up and sighed deeply. Lu Jipeng. Mr. Liu, what's the matter? Lu Jipeng asked puzzledly, thinking that Louis had something to tell him. But after meeting Louis's cold eyes, Lu Jipeng found that it was not what he thought. The reason why Louis called his name was not to call him, but to answer the police's questions. The person Louis wanted to fire and sue was not Bai Chuxue, but him. Mr. Liu, what do you mean? Lu Jipeng was shocked. Other senior executives were also confused. Lu Jipeng followed Lu Yi from Changfeng to Wancheng and was considered Lu Yi's most trusted and important minister. The day before yesterday, Han Ziyu wanted to poach Lu Jipeng, but Lu Jipeng was still loyal. How could he be a traitor now? Jipeng, at this point, do you still want to lie to me? Louis asked disappointedly. Boss Liu, what did I lie to you about? Lu Jipeng's face was full of question marks, and he was very confused. Isn't Bai Chuxue the traitor? We went to the Red Maple Cafe together, and we saw with our own eyes that Han Ziyu handed the bank card to Bai Chuxue. All this is enough to prove that Bai Chuxue is the traitor. And me. Lu Jipeng pointed at his chest. I am loyal to you, how could I be a traitor? Louis shook his head and smiled bitterly.
you really won't cry until you see the coffin. After that, Louis took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and said, "Shoyue, play the recording in the USB flash drive for everyone to listen to."
Chapter 100 Lard blinded the heart. Li Shoyue inserted the USB drive into the computer and found an audio file. The first voice that came out was by Chushue's, "Hanziyu, what do you want me to do?" Hanziyu's voice followed, "Shushue, you know I have always liked you, so?" "Hanziyu, when you called me and asked me to come, you said that if I came, you would tell me about the trader in Wancheng International, so I came. But when I got here, all you told me was these old-fashioned words?" Bai Chushue said in a bad tone, full of anger. Hanziyu laughed, "Chushue, as long as you accompany me tonight, I will tell you who the trader in Wancheng International is. Not only that, this is also yours." "Bank card?" Bai Chushue asked. "Hanziyu, what do you mean?" "It's nothing, just a token of my appreciation," Hanziyu said with a smile. "Hanziyu, you are teasing me, right? In that case, goodbye." After Bai Chushue said this, the audio file ended. Louis looked at Lu Jipeng and asked coldly, "After listening to this recording, what do you want to say?" Lu Jipeng clenched his fists tightly and said, "This only proves that Bai Chushue is not the traitor." "How can it prove that I am the traitor?" Louis said angrily. "Lu Jipeng, at this time, you still refuse to admit it? Why did you bring me to the Red Maple Cafe? Was it really because you heard the conversation between Chushue and Hanziyu? Who would turn on speakerphone when making a call so that you could easily hear it? Moreover, if Chushue is really an insider, this call is top secret. If you were eavesdropping, how could she not know? So, the reason why you knew that Chushue would meet Hanziyu at the Red Maple Cafe was because Hanziyu told you. As for the purpose, it was to make you take me to the Red Maple Cafe and see Hanziyu handing the bank card to Chushue, so that I would mistakenly believe that Chushue was a traitor. If I really believed that, then extreme anger would drive me to fire Chushue immediately. In this way, you, the real traitor, can continue to hide in the company." Lu Jipeng, "What I said is correct." Louis looked at Lu Jipeng with anger and disappointment, whose face finally turned pale. "You suspected me from the beginning, right? You said you wanted me to investigate Bai Chushue, but in fact, you were the one who suspected me the whole time." Lu Jipeng gritted his teeth and roared loudly. Louis said coldly, "Anyone could be a traitor, except Chushue. The reason is very simple, because Chushue's father is the founder of the medicinal chicken. If Chushue really wanted to help the Han family, why didn't she offer the medicinal chicken to the Han family long ago? So, I really didn't doubt Chushue from beginning to end. It's you instead." Louis stared at Lu Jipeng. "I asked you to be responsible for the preliminary preparations for the medicinal chicken, which includes purchasing all the Baifeng chickens. Since the Baifeng chickens have been purchased by us, where did the Han family get the Baifeng chickens to make medicinal chickens? Obviously, the Han family's Baifeng chickens came from us. Lu Jipeng, tell me, who should I suspect if I don't suspect you?" "No." Lu Jipeng asked, "How do you know that the Han family's medicinal chicken is made from Baifeng chicken?" Louis said, "Why do you think Chushue and I came to the company so late in the morning? It's because Chushue and I secretly went to taste the Han family's medicinal chicken. The medicinal chicken is the masterpiece of Chushue's father, and Chushue can taste the flavor with just one bite." At this point, Lu Jipeng finally collapsed on the chair powerlessly. He never expected that Louis would be so meticulous. "Lu Jipeng, actually when I found out there was something wrong with Baifeng chicken, I was just a little suspicious of you because I didn't want to believe you were the traitor." Louis said bitterly, "I never thought that when I tested you and asked you to investigate Bai Chushue, you would really fall for it." Lu Jipeng held his head with both hands, looking painful, unable to utter a word. Upon seeing this, the senior executives of Wancheng International also realized that the traitor was Lu Jipeng. At this moment, the senior executives looked at Louis with eyes full of admiration and amazement. It took less than a day from the time Louis heard that the Han family launched the medicinal chicken to the time he caught the traitor. It's hard to imagine that Louis' ability is so strong. "I thought I had thought highly of Mr. Liu, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated him." Who says it's not true? Director Liu is really like the wave behind pushing the wave in front. He wants to beat us, the wave in front, to death on the beach. It is a great fortune for Wancheng International to welcome a new owner like Mr. Liu. The senior executives secretly admired him and became more and more convinced of Louis. At this moment, Louis was not in the mood to be happy about the admiring looks from the senior executives. Louis looked at Lu Jipeng and felt only sadness. Why? You clearly rejected Han Ziyu last time, why do you want to be Han Ziyu's traitor again? Lu Jipeng slumped in his chair and laughed sarcastically, because of money.
The reason why I told you about Han Ziyu's date last time was because I didn't expect that Han Ziyu, who was really stupid and rich, would agree to give me so much. But at that time, you were listening behind me, and even though I was tempted, I could only refuse. After rejecting Han Ziyu, I originally thought that if you gave me a raise, I wouldn't even ask you to raise it to the same level as Bai Chushue's.
I just asked you to raise my salary a little bit so that I would have some hope. Then, I wouldn't contact Han Ziyu. But you didn't.
You didn't even mention a word about raising my salary.
Lu Jipeng stared at Louis with resentment. I have been with you for so many years.
I have worked hard even if I have not made any contributions, but in the end, I am not as good as a woman you just met.
Louis, you can do it, you are really good. In this case, why don't I take a gamble? Han Ziyu later promised to give me 5 million.
5 million, Louis, I have to work for you for several years to earn 5 million.
Louis was burning with rage.
He rushed forward to Lu Jipeng, grabbed him by the collar and walked out of the meeting room.
With a bang, Louis closed the door of the conference room and threw Lu Jipeng into the corner. Why do you think I took Bai Chushue to Baifeng Mountain? I just wanted to give you a chance to show your abilities.
As long as you do a good job of preparing the medicinal chicken, I will have a reason to raise your salary.
Lu Jipeng, do you know that I took Bai Chushue to the mountain to get wet in the rain for the sake of an old friend like you? Bai Chushue had a high fever because of this. In the end, you thought I was taking Bai Chushue to travel and leave all the dirty work to you?
Lu Jipeng, you still have the nerve to say that you have followed me for so many years. You have been with me for so many years, but you still don't know who I am, right?
Lu Jipeng leaned against the corner, staring at Louis blankly. All I feel in my heart is regret.
This time, he was really blinded by greed and money.
Chapter 101 Amateur Challenges Professional. Lu Jipeng was eventually taken away by the police.
No matter who it is, if they do something wrong, they must accept the punishment.
Louis returned to the conference room and looked at the nervous people.
He said, if any of you want to leave in the future, I will never make things difficult for you and will even bless you. But if you dare to be a traitor to other companies like Lu Jipeng, I believe you know the consequences.
The senior executives hurriedly said, Boss Lu, you are joking. As long as you are still in Wancheng International, we will never leave. Yes, Mr. Lu, following you is the best future, why would we leave? Boss Lu, don't worry. Even if you chase us away, we won't let you go. Hearing this, Louis couldn't help but smile.
It was not easy for him to have such a high prestige in the leadership team less than half a month after taking over Wancheng International.
Now that he has done it, he can't help but feel happy. Stop flattering me. Louis rolled his eyes and cursed with a smile. As a result, the senior executives became anxious. Director Lu, we are speaking from our hearts, not flattering you.
Seeing these high-level executives anxious and panicked, Louis couldn't stop smiling. Okay, I know you are loyal. But now that the traitor has been eliminated, it's time to discuss how to deal with the Han family.
The senior executives thought for a while and offered their opinions one after another. Director Lu, although we don't know which chef was invited to make Han's medicinal chicken, since Director Bai said that her father was the founder of medicinal chicken, then as long as Director Bai's father is invited to make the medicinal chicken, the taste of the medicinal chicken will definitely surpass Han's medicinal chicken. Bai Chushue shook her head.
When my father was a chef, he took in an apprentice and taught him everything he knew. I think the one the Han family invited was my father's apprentice. So, even if my father comes out, he can only guarantee that the medicinal chicken tastes no worse than the Han family's, but it is impossible to surpass it.
Another senior executive said, Manager Bai, could you please improve the medicinal diet?
Bai Chushue smiled bitterly, if it could be improved, my father would have improved it long ago.
The senior executive said, Manager Bai, what I mean is that one person's power is limited.
If we invite Uncle to Wancheng International and discuss with the famous chefs of Wancheng International, perhaps we can make the medicinal chicken taste even better.
Other senior executives also nodded, yes, our Wancheng International is the leader in Idu's food industry. We have gathered famous chefs from all over the world.
We can definitely improve the medicinal chicken.
Louis thought this was a good suggestion, so he said to Bai Chushue, how about we try this first? Since Louis had spoken, Bai Chushue could only nod.
The next morning, in the kitchen on the first floor of Wancheng International,
Louis and other senior executives came here early to wait.
Bai Chushue also came in at the agreed time, accompanied by a man in his 50s.
Hello, Uncle Bai. Louis stepped forward and greeted him.
Bai Longyu glanced at Louis and muttered in a low voice, "So young, it's really as amazing as Chushue said."
Louis was slightly embarrassed, and Bai Chushue quickly glared at her father. What are you talking about?
Seeing that Bai Chushue seemed angry, Bai Longyu hurriedly laughed, shook hands with Louis, and began to prepare medicinal chicken in front of all the famous chefs. Bai Longyu was very familiar with the preparation of medicinal chicken and completed it smoothly.
Try it.
Bai Longyu brought a pot of medicinal chicken to everyone. All the famous chefs came forward, some picked up the meat, some drank the soup. Then, a gleam of light flashed in their eyes.
It's delicious. Many famous chefs have praised the medicinal chicken.
But the more this happened, the heavier the mood among the top management became.
Because Han's medicinal chicken tastes just as delicious.
Han's medicinal chicken was launched earlier and has captured the hearts of a large number of gourmets and has also become a famous brand. If Wancheng International launches again at this time, it will basically have no chance of competing against the Han family.
Is there any way to improve it? The top executives nervously asked the famous chefs.
Under the premise that there is no better medicinal food other than medicinal chicken, launching more delicious medicinal chicken is the only way to rise against the trend today. However, without exception, all the celebrity chefs shook their heads. Mr. Bai's cooking method is perfect and his choice of ingredients is extremely sophisticated.
There is no room for improvement. The hearts of the top executives fell to the bottom.
Bai Longyu spread his hands towards Bai Chushue and said, "I've already told you that I've been researching medicinal chicken for so many years, and I know best whether it can be improved."
But you just don't believe me. Now you know that your dad didn't lie to you, right? Bai Chushue glared at Bai Longyu. Is this the time to talk about this?
After saying that, he pulled Bai Longyu out.
Uncle Bai, please stay. Suddenly, Louis, who had been silent, spoke. Bai Chushue's face changed slightly, thinking that Louis would not be angry and would make things difficult for his father.
Bai Longyu was very calm. Even though Louis had a strong aura, he had lived for many years and was not afraid at all.
Louis said, I would like to ask Uncle Bai to make the medicinal chicken again. Bai Longyu frowned. Director Liu, even if I make it 10,000 times, your chef won't be able to think of a way to improve it.
Louis shook his head. Uncle Bai, I want you to make the medicinal chicken again according to my way.
What? Bai Longyu seemed to have heard a great joke. In your way? Other senior executives also widened their eyes. Director Liu can cook? No way. Even if you can cook, you're only an amateur, right? Our professional chefs haven't figured out how to improve it. Can an amateur like Mr. Liu do it? That's definitely not possible, but since Director Liu has spoken, we dare not say anything.
The chefs of Wancheng International also curled their lips and thought to themselves.
Director Liu is a great man, but everyone has their own expertise. We professional chefs haven't been able to think of ways to improve the food. Director Liu is at most an amateur chef, so how could he possibly come up with an improvement? Mr. Liu. Bai Chushue was also confused and didn't understand Louis' thoughts. Uncle Bai, please believe me. Louis said sincerely.
Bai Longyu smiled and shook his head. I don't know how many years it has been since I last met someone who dares to challenge my professional level with his amateur level. Since you have the courage and you are Chushue's boss, I will satisfy your playfulness. The word playful shows Bai Longyu's inner disdain for Louis. In Bai Longyu's eyes, Louis is just a child.
If he wasn't worried that Louis would make things difficult for Bai Chushue in the future, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to Louis. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, my dad. Bai Chushue apologized to Louis awkwardly. It's okay. Louis waved his hand to show his understanding.
At this time, Bai Longyu picked up the kitchen utensils again and said with a somewhat sarcastic smile, Director Liu, please give me some advice.
Chapter 102 I'm really an amateur. Amid Bai Longyu's mocking gaze, and the questioning looks of many senior executives and famous chefs, Louis spoke. It's not really about giving me advice.
I just want Uncle Bai to make the medicinal chicken again according to the method just now.
However, when Uncle Bai stuffs the herbs into the chicken's stomach, just remember to replace the cinnamon with Prunella vulgaris.
Hearing this, the senior executives were stunned.
Is this Louis' improvement method? Can I just change the herbs? Is it really that simple?
The senior executives looked at Bai Longyu and the famous chefs in confusion, only to see a smile on Bai Longyu and the chefs' faces. This smile was a mockery of Louis. At this point, the top management understood that Louis' improvement method was probably not only ineffective, but also ridiculous. Cinnamon is a spice that removes the fishy smell of chicken and stimulates the aroma of chicken.
It's ridiculous that Mr. Liu directly replaced the cinnamon. A chef couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Yes, it seems that we have overestimated Director Liu. Director Liu is not even an amateur chef. Director Liu is simply a kitchen novice and knows nothing about cooking. Alas, without cinnamon, the taste of this medicinal chicken will definitely be worse. Of course. Without cinnamon to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor, the herbal chicken would definitely be worse. The chefs kept shaking their heads, thinking that Bai Longyu's work was in vain again. Bai Longyu made another medicinal chicken dish according to Lu Yi's instructions. Everyone, try it again and see if your chairman's improved method is useful. Bai Longyu laughed and didn't even bother to lift the lid, because he felt that without cinnamon, the medicinal chicken would be ruined. He didn't even want to take another look at it. A chef came forward awkwardly and lifted the lid. Suddenly, a rich fragrance filled his nostrils. It smells so good. The chef was shocked and instinctively picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth. The chicken was still hot, but the chef started chewing it regardless, with an amazed expression. It's delicious, so delicious. It's more than 10 times better than before. Looking at the chef's expression, the other chef's eyelids twitched. They had agreed before that when they tasted the food later, they must pretend that it was delicious. After all, Louis was the boss of the company, and they could not lose face for Louis. But now, isn't the chef brother who was the first to taste the food acting too exaggerated? Even the top executives couldn't stand it anymore. They could tell at a glance that the chef was acting. Bai Longyu sneered, "What a terrible acting. Without the cinnamon, it's good enough that this medicinal chicken is still edible. And you're still saying that it tastes 10 times better than before? Only a fool would believe that." As soon as he finished speaking, other chefs also went to try the food. Unexpectedly, after these chefs tasted Lu Yi's improved version of medicinal chicken. What the hell, what's going on? How can it be so delicious? Isn't the chicken so fragrant and tender? This chicken soup is so delicious. It is the freshest and most delicious soup I have ever tasted in my life, bar none. This medicinal chicken is not only 10 times better than the previous one, it's 100 times better. The chefs who just said that the first chef to taste the food had exaggerated acting skills, now had expressions that were 10 or 100 times more exaggerated than those of the first chef to taste the food. This scene simply stunned the top management and Bai Chuxue. For a person to say this, it can be said that his acting is exaggerated. But now all chefs are like this, and it would be too much to say that it is exaggerated acting. The senior executives who originally didn't want to taste the food also gathered around and started to try it. As a result, the senior executives all closed their eyes and showed expressions of enjoyment. This taste is absolutely amazing, it doesn't even seem like the taste of this world. I also think that this is a delicacy that only the immortals in heaven can eat. Don't fight over it, let me have another piece of meat. Hey, let me have a sip of soup, too. Bai Chuxue blinked her big eyes, confused. It's okay that the chef's acting is exaggerated, but among these senior executives, there are many old foxes with empty eyelashes. It's impossible for their acting skills to be so bad. Could it be that? Bai Chuxue squeezed into the crowd and took a sip of the soup. In an instant, Bai Chuxue felt that all the pores on her body were dilated. This feeling was so comfortable. Dad, this tastes really good. Bai Chuxue waved to Bai Longyu and said. Bai Longyu was full of questions. His daughter knew the taste of medicinal chicken best, and even she said so. Bai Longyu also picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks. Click! The chopsticks suddenly fell to the ground. Bai Longyu's whole body was shaking, his eyes were as big as bells, and his face was full of disbelief. How could it be? Bai Longyu looked at Lu Yi in shock. The medicinal chicken made using Lu Yi's improved method is really 100 times more delicious than the original one. The original medicinal chicken was indeed delicious enough, but there was something wrong with it. Louis smiled at Bai Longyu and said, "Cinnamon is indeed a spice that removes fishy smells and enhances fragrance, but at the same time, cinnamon is also a hot Chinese medicine. The other medicinal herbs in the medicinal chicken are also all hot. Chicken is warm in nature. Under the effect of many hot medicinal herbs, the aroma of the blue flowers and leaves in the white phoenix chicken is stimulated, but the deliciousness of the chicken itself is suppressed.
Therefore, I chose to remove the cinnamon and replace it with the cool medicinal herb Prunella vulgaris to neutralize the other hot medicinal herbs.
As soon as Louis finished speaking, Bai Longyu asked embarrassedly, Mr. Liu, why don't you replace other hot herbs, but only cinnamon? Wouldn't it be better if you keep cinnamon, which can remove the fishy smell and increase the fragrance?
Hearing this, Louis shook his head. Under the effects of many medicinal herbs and a few seasonings, the fishy smell of the chicken itself has been well suppressed. The white phoenix chicken pecked on the leaves of the blue flower when it was alive, and its own fragrance is very unique. If cinnamon is used to enhance the fragrance at this time, it will destroy the unique fragrance of the white phoenix chicken itself. In this way, the characteristics of the white phoenix chicken cannot be stimulated to the greatest extent.
After listening to Louis's explanation, Bai Longyu's old face turned red.
Mr. Liu, no, sorry, it turns out that you are a real professional chef, and you are also proficient in medicine.
I just called you an amateur and laughed at you in my heart.
At this moment, Bai Longyu felt ashamed and embarrassed. As for the other senior executives, as well as those famous chefs, their faces were as red as monkey butts.
Mr. Liu, we shouldn't have questioned you just now. In front of a professional chef like Mr. Liu, we are the real amateurs.
Looking at the blushing people, Louis smiled faintly. Don't say that, I was just lucky and had a flash of inspiration. Also, I am really an amateur at cooking. What you said just now is also true.
Senior Management. Dear Chefs. Bai Longyu. Chapter 103, Not Short of Money. A sudden inspiration? Can you explain a sudden inspiration clearly? Amateur? An amateur can watch Bai Longyu's production once and come up with an improvement plan on his own?
When the chefs of Wancheng International heard Louis's words, they were so shocked that they wanted to kill themselves with a piece of tofu. As for the senior executives, they looked at Louis with great admiration. If a reporter asked them what their dreams were, they would answer without hesitation, my dream is to act cool like Louis. At this moment, Bai Longyu was smiling bitterly. He felt that Louis said this actually as a mockery of him. But now that things have come to this, he can only lie down and let people laugh at him. Who made Louis so awesome? Okay, now that the medicinal chicken has been improved, let's go to the meeting room and discuss what to do next. At Louis's command, the senior executives hurried towards the meeting room.
Louis looked at Bai Longyu and pleaded, Uncle Bai, can you please teach our chef how to make medicinal chicken?
Although they just watched it once, there are many details that they must not have seen clearly.
Okay.
Bai Longyu nodded in agreement, looking at Louis with admiration in his eyes. Before coming to Wancheng International, he had promised Bai Chushue that he would teach Wancheng International chefs how to make medicinal chicken. Louis must have known this, but Louis still made the request to him, which was to give him a way out and ease his embarrassment just now. After Louis left, Bai Longyu said to Bai Chushue, your boss is not only handsome and rich, but also capable and has good character.
I think he would be a great son-in-law. Hearing this, Bai Chushue's pretty face turned red. Dad, what are you talking about? I have to go to a meeting. Meeting room. Louis said to the senior executives, although the medicinal chicken has been improved, Han's medicinal chicken has already made a name for itself. If we want to make our own medicinal chicken famous first and then overshadow Han's medicinal chicken, it will probably take more than half a month. But I can't wait for half a month. Because in the days to come, Han Ziyu will definitely mock me in Wancheng International. I don't know if you can bear it, but I can't bear it. So, I need you to figure out how to overshadow Han's medicinal chicken as soon as possible.
Upon hearing this, the senior executives of Wancheng International began to think.
Director Liu, how about we hire someone to discredit Han's medicinal chicken, saying that Han's medicinal chicken is unhealthy and will cause diarrhea if eaten?
Several senior executives quickly made suggestions.
Louis's eyes suddenly turned cold. Have you forgotten what I said when I turned the tables on Han's fast food last time?
Tripping up the enemy is not a decent method.
Even if it can benefit you temporarily, it will inevitably harm others and yourself in the long run.
If anyone proposes this method again in the future, their year-end bonus will be cut in half.
Then, Louis looked at the public relations manager Jiang Wenbo. Don't you have any ideas? Jiang Wenbo thought for a moment and said, Mr. Liu, how about we hire someone to promote our medicinal chicken?
As long as the promotion is good, we can attract a large number of customers in a short period of time. After customers have tasted our medicinal chicken, they will naturally spread word of mouth for us. With word of mouth, more customers will come, forming a virtuous circle.
Louis nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is the most correct way.
Wenba, go contact the newspapers in Edu, the owners of the major public accounts, and several famous food critics, and ask them to promote it.
Hearing this, Jiang Wenba looked at Louis with even more respect.
It turned out that Louis had already thought of a solution, but he didn't tell them because he wanted to test them.
Mr. Liu is so outstanding. Jiang Wenba sighed.
In front of Louis, he, a top student in the eyes of outsiders, often felt ashamed of himself.
Wenba, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Louis asked in a deep voice. I heard it. Jiang Wenba nodded. But at this time, Bai Chushue spoke up, Director Liu, although this publicity plan is very good, the funds invested in publicity are not too large? Is it big? Louis looked at Jiang Wenba. If you do the promotion as I said, how much do you expect it to cost?
Jiang Wenba estimated in his mind and replied, conservatively speaking, it's about 10 million. This is mainly because those food critics are relatively famous, so the fees will be relatively high, and we can't rule out the possibility that they will raise the price.
Only 1 million? Louis couldn't help laughing. Chushue, is a 1 million investment considered big?
The corner of Bai Chushue's mouth twitched slightly. Their annual salary was only over 1 million, so the investment was indeed not small.
Wenba, just do as I said.
Louis thought for a moment and said, by the way, let's see if we can invite a celebrity to have long-term cooperation with us.
Wancheng International will have many more places to promote in the future. Bai Chushue's face was full of question marks. Sign a star just for medicinal chicken? Oh my god, does Louis not treat money as money? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? It's just a few $1,000,000. I can earn it back in a few hours.
Louis said indifferently that he had collected rent from a group of tenants on Rhine Street last time.
In a few days, another group of tenants would also be due to pay rent.
When he went to collect rent then, he could collect tens of millions in a day. A mere million is naturally nothing. But these words sounded like thunder to Bai Chushue's ears. When she was at the Han family, she thought that Han Ziyu and his playboys were wealthy enough.
I never expected that Louis is even more generous than Han Ziyu.
The other senior executives also felt dizzy when looking at Louis. They have always been curious about Louis's identity and who could spend 5 billion to acquire most of Wancheng International's shares overnight. Now that they heard Louis say that he could earn tens of millions in just a few hours, they suddenly didn't want to know Louis's identity anymore. They were afraid that they would be devastated and ashamed after knowing Louis's identity.
That? Jiang Wenba asked tentatively. Director Liu, you just said you wanted to sign a celebrity. I wonder if Chen Jiawei is willing to do it. Chen Jiawei? Louis was puzzled. He didn't pay attention to current celebrities, so he didn't know the whole person. Jiang Wenba nodded and said, Chen Jiawei is a member of the U7 idol group who just debuted through a talent show. He is very popular now. He is a native of Edu. I heard that he will return to Edu in the next 2 days to hold a fan meeting. If we can sign a contract with Chen Jiawei and let Chen Jiawei help promote the medicinal chicken, then our medicinal chicken should soon be able to overshadow Han's medicinal chicken. Sure, just contact them. Louis said with a smile. As for the signing fee? Jiang Wenba asked. It doesn't matter. I'm not short of money anyway. Louis's words made Jiang Wenba dizzy. Chapter 104, A Battle of Money Power? At the Han family villa, Han Ziyu had just received a phone call and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Master, what's wrong?
Uncle Zhang asked when he saw that Han Ziyu was in a good mood. Han Ziyu waved his hand, and Uncle Zhang immediately handed him a cigarette and lit it.
My dad called just now. Han Ziyu squinted his eyes and smiled. Do you know what my dad said? I don't know.
Uncle Zhang shook his head. Han Ziyu shook off the cigarette ash and smiled even more brightly. My dad praised me. He said that one of his business partners likes medicinal chicken very much. That business partner might choose to cooperate with our Han family in medicinal materials because of medicinal chicken. My dad said that if this deal is negotiated, he will reward me 10 million and let me become the president of the company.
Uncle Zhang smiled and said, Young master is amazing. When you become the CEO, you will definitely run the Han family better.
Under the leadership of young master, the Han family may be able to swallow up the other 3 families and become the leader of Edu.
Han Ziyu laughed, of course.
Although that loser Lu Jipeng can no longer be our insider, he at least gave us information about medicinal chicken. He also told me that Bai Chushue's father was the founder of medicinal chicken, so we followed the clues and found the apprentice of Bai Chushue's father.
That's why medicinal chicken is so popular now. At this point, Han Ziyu's eyes were full of pride. Louis, that idiot, thought Lu Jipeng was loyal to him, and he laughed at me and declared war on my Han family? How ignorant! That's right, master.
Once the influence of medicinal chicken grows a little more, we can take advantage of the opportunity to enter the catering industry.
By then, master will definitely make Louis regret his decision. Uncle Zhang smiled flatteringly. Han Ziyu blew out a smoke ring. Louis, he's just a piece of trash, I can easily kill him. As he was speaking, Han Ziyu's newly bought cell phone started to ring.
It was the company secretary calling.
Hello, Xiao Zhang, what's wrong? Han Ziyu asked. Master, it's bad. Wancheng International has also launched medicinal chicken.
Xiao Zhang said hurriedly.
Han Ziyu smiled calmly. Isn't this expected? Why are you panicking?
Xiao Zhang said nervously, Master, Wancheng International invited food critics, newspapers, and several well-known public accounts in Yidu to help promote it, which led to many people trying Wancheng medicinal chicken. As a result, the response to Wancheng medicinal chicken was very good. Among them, people who have eaten both Han's medicinal chicken and Wancheng medicinal chicken said in an interview that the taste of Wancheng medicinal chicken is 100 times better than our Han's medicinal chicken.
The smile on Han Ziyu's face froze immediately. Louis, this guy, actually paid money to hire a group of trolls to criticize one and praise another?
Xiao Zhang, immediately find someone to collect evidence that Louis hired trolls.
Xiao Zhang was silent for 2 seconds.
Then he said, Master, we have investigated and found that those who say Wancheng medicinal chicken tastes better have not received money from Louis. They are all real diners, not trolls.
Moreover, we sent people to taste Wancheng medicinal chicken, and the result is.
Having said this, Xiao Zhang didn't dare to continue.
What's the result? Wancheng medicinal chicken really tastes 100 times better than ours? Han Ziyu asked with a grim look on his face.
Xiao Zhang hummed weakly, and Han Ziyu immediately exploded. Fuck, didn't that Chao guy say that he inherited the true teachings of Bai Chushua's father and that the medicinal chicken he made would definitely taste no worse than Bai Chushua's father's?
What's going on now?
Xiao Zhang replied in a trembling voice, Master, it is said that Louis improved the recipe of medicinal chicken, so the taste of medicinal chicken has become much better.
What did you say? Han Ziyu's eyes almost popped out. Improved formula, Louis? How is that possible? Han Ziyu tightly grasped the phone, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He is a boss, but he can cook, and he is so good at it that he can improve the recipe? Well, it seems so.
Xiao Zhang also found it incredible.
Han Ziyu cursed, why is he so awesome in everything?
Xiao Zhang trembled and dared not speak anymore.
Are you mute? Han Ziyu cursed, I'm asking you, what should we do now?
If my dad's business partners knew that there is a restaurant in Yidu that serves even better medicinal chicken, they might not cooperate with the Han family. In this case, my dad might not only not reward me, but also scold me. Therefore, we must now make the reputation of Han's medicinal chicken surpass that of Wancheng. Xiao Zhang thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, Master, I also heard that Wancheng International seems to want to invite Zhang Jiawei to shoot a promotional advertisement for their medicinal chicken.
Zhang Jiawei, is he from that idol group? Han Ziyu asked.
He once saw a young handsome man as the wallpaper on the woman's phone when he checked into a hotel with a woman. He asked casually at that time and that s when he heard the name Zhang Jiawei. Xiao Zhang said hurriedly, yes, Zhang Jiawei is a member of the U7 idol group and has many fans. He came back to Yidu this time to hold a fan meeting. If we can snatch Zhang Jiawei from Wancheng International, we can use Zhang Jiawei's fans to make Han's medicinal chicken famous, and it will be difficult for Wancheng medicinal chicken to surpass us.
Okay.
Han Ziyu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Contact Zhang Jiawei immediately. After a while, Xiao Zhang called again, Master, Zhang Jiawei has been invited to the private room of Wancheng International for dinner.
Han Ziyu cursed, then asked, which private room? I'll go over now. Wancheng International, Royal Room. Zhang Wenba, Zhang Jiawei and Zhang Jiawei's agent took their seats. Mr. Zhang, Zhang Wenba said, do you think the dishes on this table are satisfactory? If you think they are not enough, I will order more for you. No need.
Zhang Jiawei looked down at his phone, from which the roar of racing cars could be heard.
If you have anything to say, just talk to my agent. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Zhao Yiman. The chubby female agent greeted Zhang Wenba and said straight to the point, we both know what the other needs, so I won't beat around the bush.
Wancheng International wants to hire Jiawei to shoot an advertisement, and it will cost at least 2 million.
The corner of Jiang Wenba's mouth twitched.
Although Louis said that he was not short of money, as a subordinate, he still had to save money for Louis as much as possible. Besides, although Zhang Jiawei is very popular now, he is not yet a first-tier star.
Asking 2 million for just an advertisement is really an exorbitant price.
Just when Jiang Wenba was about to bargain, a noise was heard outside the private room.
Chapter 105, I have money but can't spend it.
Jiang Wenba frowned, said sorry, and got up to check the situation.
As a result, as soon as the door was opened, an employee of Wancheng International was knocked to the ground.
Jiang Wenba helped the employee up and looked up, only to see Han Ziyu and Uncle Zheng standing at the door.
Master Han, what do you mean by this? Jiang Wenba said angrily, this is Wancheng International, not the Han family. Who are you? How dare you talk to me in that tone? Han Ziyu pushed Jiang Wenba away and walked straight into the private room.
At this moment, Zhang Jiawei, who had been playing with his mobile phone, also raised his head and frowned when he saw Han Ziyu.
Who is he? Asked Agent Zhao Yiman. The eldest son of the Han family, one of the 4 major families in Yidu. Zhang Jiawei was from Yidu, so he naturally knew Han Ziyu. After listening to Zhang Jiawei's introduction of Han Ziyu, Zhao Yiman was not afraid, but her eyes lit up. Jiawei, the person delivering money is here. Zhao Yiman laughed softly. Sending money? Zhang Jiawei wondered.
Zhao Yiman said, this kind of dandy boy never comes to the temple for no reason. Since he came to this private room in this manner, it is obvious that he came for you.
Since he came for you, you can naturally make money from him.
Money from this kind of guy is the easiest to make.
Just then, Han Ziyu came over and said straight to the point, Zhang Jiawei, right? I want you to shoot a promotional video for Han's Herbal Chicken.
You decide the price.
Han Ziyu's attitude made Zhang Jiawei very unhappy.
After all, he is no longer an 18th-tier artist, but one of the most popular stars. But before Zhang Jiawei could lose his temper, Zhao Yiman held him down. Making money is the most important thing. I have worked so hard to make you famous, but you are still as willful as before.
Are you worthy of me?
Hearing this, Zhang Jiawei frowned and became conflicted. Zhao Yiman said to Han Ziyu at the right time, Master Han, Manager Jiang of Wancheng International also asked our Jiawei to shoot a promotional video, and offered 2 million.
What do you think? How much do you want? Han Ziyu didn't bother to talk nonsense and asked directly.
Zhao Yiman couldn't stop smiling. He was indeed a foolish and rich dandy boy.
Master Han is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Since Master Han is bidding against Wancheng International, the price must not be less than 2 million. But we also want to make friends with Master Han, so 2,800,000. What do you think, Master Han?
This number is auspicious, and it's a piece of cake for Master Han.
Han Ziyu agreed without even thinking, okay. As long as Han's medicinal chicken can continue its previous momentum, what does 2,800,000 mean? Zhao Yiman was overjoyed, but she did not sign the contract with Han Ziyu right away. Instead, she looked at Jiang Wenba at the door. Manager Jiang, this way. Jiang Wenba's lips twitched.
Just to shoot a promotional video, he actually asked for 2.8 million.
Isn't this just cheating people like fools?
Thinking of this, Jiang Wenba subconsciously wanted Zhao Yiman to get out.
But he suddenly remembered that Louis told him to take down Zhang Jiawei. If he just gave up the bidding, how would he explain to Louis? How about sending a message to Director Liu and letting him make the decision himself?
Jiang Wenba immediately sent a message to Louis. Although Louis told him that he had plenty of money, he still didn't dare to make any further offers. After all, a promotional video costing more than 2.8 million is really too exaggerated.
Ms. Zhao, Mr. Zhang, why don't you sit for a while and wait for our boss to come? Louis hadn't arrived yet, so Jiang Wenba could only keep Zhao Yiman calm. Okay.
Of course Zhao Yiman was happy about it. After all, when the snipe and the clam fight, it is only the fisherman that benefits. Han Ziyu did not refuse, because he didn't think that Louis would dare to raise the price above 2.8 million.
So when Louis came, he became his foil, which of course he was happy to see. Not long after, Louis arrived at the private room. The moment Louis walked into the private room, Zhang Jiawei suddenly felt that he seemed to have seen this person somewhere before. But where have you seen it? While Zhang Jiawei was constantly recalling the incident in his mind, Louis also asked Jiang Wenba about what had happened. At this time, Zhao Yiman looked at Louis and was surprised.
She didn't expect that the boss of Wancheng International was so young.
Zhao Yiman subconsciously thought that Louis was a playboy like Han Ziyu.
She felt that Louis was just like Han Ziyu and could be manipulated at will, so she said indifferently.
Director Liu, young Master Han just offered 2.8 million,
so if you still want to cooperate with Jiawei, you have to pay at least 3 million, not a cent less. Louis stared at Zhao Yiman with a frown on his face. Although 3 million for a promotional video is expensive, it is nothing to him.
The key lies in Zhao Yiman's attitude. Now both parties are discussing cooperation. Even if Zhao Yiman is the advantageous party, her attitude cannot be so arrogant, right?
What's more, Zhao Yiman's look was not even arrogant, but rather contempt and disdain.
How could Louis tolerate this?
Although Zhang Jiawei is very popular now, it is not necessary for him to shoot the promotional video for medicated chicken. He doesn't care how much money it costs, what he cares about is the effect and the other party's attitude. At worst, he can just pay more money to hire a bigger star. However, just when Louis was about to turn around and leave, Han Ziyu was sure of victory. Zhang Jiawei suddenly stood up and said, "Director Liu, I don't want 3 million.
I'll shoot the promotional video for you for free." Louis? Han Ziyu? Zhao Yiman? Everyone in the private room except Zhang Jiawei was stunned. What's going on? This is too sudden. Jiawei, what are you doing? Zhao Yiman grabbed Zhang Jiawei and spoke in surprise. Zhang Jiawei, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? Han Ziyu was even more furious.
This situation had happened once before in the coffee shop when he and Louis were fighting over Lu Jipeng.
If the situation happens again now that Zhang Jiawei would rather help Louis for free than take his 2.8 million, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood.
Zhang Jiawei glared at Han Ziyu and snorted, "Han Ziyu, I never said I wanted to cooperate with you. Moreover, although Sister Zhao and you verbally agreed just now, there is no contract after all, so there is no agreement between us, and it is not a question of who is playing who." Afterwards, Zhang Jiawei shook off Zhao Yiman and said, "I didn't want to cooperate with Han Ziyu in the first place.
Now that I've met Director Liu, I don't want to cooperate with Han Ziyu even more." Zhao Yiman was completely confused. "Zhang Jiawei, why are you doing this? Even if you are willful, you can't be so willful." Zhang Jiawei had already run to Louis' side and said, "Director Liu, I finally found you." Louis was very confused. What did he mean by finally found me? Could this guy's next sentence be that he was actually his biological brother who had been lost for many years? Zhang Jiawei took out his phone and pulled out a video. "Mr. Liu, the person in the video is you, right?" Chapter 106 Old Driver. Louis looked at Zhang Jiawei's cell phone.
The video that Zhang Jiawei was playing on his phone was a Zhu Mingfeng driving very smoothly in the dense traffic at a very fast speed. The Zhu Mingfeng was as agile as the wind under the control of the owner. The owner of the Zhu Mingfeng seemed to have achieved the state of unity between man and car. His driving skills were both frightening and exciting to watch. Most people who see this video will definitely wonder whether the owner of this Zhu Mingfeng is a professional racing driver, otherwise how could he have such superb driving skills? But after watching the video, Louis had a strange expression on his face. Because the Zhu Mingfeng in the video is his car. And the driver in the video is him. This should be when I just acquired the basic driving skills and sent Guo Xiaowen home. But how come it was filmed, and it ended up in the hands of Zhang Jiawei? Louis asked Zhang Jiawei puzzledly. When Zhang Jiawei heard Louis's words, he trembled with excitement.
"Mr. Liu, the great man in the video is really you. I knew I didn't recognize the wrong person."
Zhang Jiawei excitedly grabbed Louis's arm and almost jumped up. "Mr. Liu, master, you don't know that this video has spread all over the racing circle. I and many friends who like racing, as well as some professional racing drivers, have been looking for you. But the strange thing is that no matter how hard we search, we can't find your information. Of course, none of this matters. What matters is that I've found you now." Zhang Jiawei looked at Louis with admiration like a fan. "Master, can you accept me as your apprentice and teach me how to drive? As long as you agree to teach me how to drive, I will not only shoot promotional videos for you for free, but I will also take care of all the promotional videos for your company in the future." Louis touched his nose. He had always felt that this basic driving skill seemed to be of little use except for picking up girls. Unexpectedly, this basic driving skill actually saved him millions, or even tens of millions. At this moment, Zhao Yiman was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Jiawei is an avid racing enthusiast who often misses training for racing. Once, he almost missed a commercial event. The willful Zhang Jiawei has become even more unscrupulous after becoming famous. It is not so difficult to understand why he gave up 2.8 million for the sake of racing and agreed to shoot a promotional video for Louis for free. Master, please accept me as your apprentice.
I promise to make a good promotional video for you. I also promise that I will be a good student and will never give you a headache or let you down. Zhang Jiawei continued to beg Louis.
But Louis really doesn't know how to teach Zhang Jiawei. We can't let the system give Zhang Jiawei a reward for his driving skills as well.
At this moment, Han Ziyu was watching Zhang Jiawei begging to shoot a promotional video for Louis, but Louis was still refusing. Han Ziyu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode.
Even though he was willing to be ridiculed for being stupid and rich, he still spent 2.8 million to invite Zhang Jiawei to shoot a promotional video. But in the end, he still lost to Louis.
Lost to Louis, who didn't spend a penny. In the competition for Bai Chushue, I lost to Louis's money. In the competition for Lu Jipeng, I lost to Louis's character. Now in the competition for Zhang Jiawei, I actually lost to Louis's driving skills?
The more Han Ziyu thought about it, the angrier he became, and in the end he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Han Ziyu really wanted to curse God. How unfair!
How could there be a monster like Louis who was capable of everything in this world?
When Louis saw Han Ziyu vomiting blood out of anger, he was shocked at first, and then he laughed wildly.
Master Han, why are you so angry? You should be happy that you have money but can't spend it. After all, I saved you 2.8 million. Hearing Louis's laughter, Han Ziyu vomited blood even more violently. Is this about 2,800,000? This is a matter of face. Moreover, if he can sign Zhang Jiawei, it will keep Han's medicinal chicken popular, and his father will give him a generous reward.
With the generous reward from his dad, let alone 2.8 million, even if he offered 3.8 million or even more, it would be a huge profit. But in the current situation, Zhang Jiawei would rather not take the money than help him shoot the promotional video.
What else can he say? He can only vomit blood. Master, I'll take you to the hospital. Uncle Zhang saw Han Ziyu vomiting blood and his face turned pale.
He was afraid that Han Ziyu would die here, so he hurriedly helped Han Ziyu leave.
Master Han, take care. Come visit us often when you have time. As he passed the door, Zhang Wenbo said this with a smile. This made Han Ziyu spit out a large mouthful of blood again. Come and play often? What the hell? After Han Ziyu left, the way Zhang Wenbo looked at Louis could no longer be described as admiration, it was simply fanaticism.
In Zhang Wenbo's heart, Louis's knowledge is like a god. He is tall and handsome, stylish, and has good temperament. He can be a chairman, can cook, and is also a veteran driver.
Isn't this kind of omnipotent person just like God? Zhao Yiman finally pulled Zhang Jiawei away from Louis. Mr. Liu.
After seeing how powerful Louis was, Zhao Yiman no longer dared to look down on him. Zhao Yiman was no longer contemptuous as before, but humbly requested, Director Liu, Jiawei is ignorant, don't take it to heart.
The cost of shooting the promotional video. Louis said calmly, don't worry, I won't really let Jiawei help me for free. How about this, 800,000 is a reasonable price.
Zhao Yiman's mouth opened and closed like a fish thrown onto the beach. Seeing that Zhang Jiawei was about to mention the free thing again, Zhao Yiman nodded quickly, okay, 800,000 is 800,000, let's sign the contract now. After signing the contract, Louis handed it to Zhang Wenbo, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I will ensure that the task is completed. Zhang Wenbo looked at the contract, feeling excited. As expected of Mr. Liu, he lowered the price from 2.8 million to 800,000. This is too powerful. Just as Louis was about to leave the room, Zhang Jiawei pestered him again, Director Liu, please, just teach me. Louis had a headache and was about to refuse when the system's voice sounded. Ding, the host has triggered a random task, Zhang Jiawei's request. The following options are now enabled. 1. Agree to teach Zhang Jiawei driving skills. Reward, primary teacher ability. 2. Reject Zhang Jiawei. Reward, none. Louis's face turned dark. He didn't know how to teach people now, but he would have to teach Zhang Jiawei before he could acquire the ability to teach others. Is the system really not meant to be a joke? However, the system only asked me to agree to teach Zhang Jiawei, but did not say that I must teach Zhang Jiawei. Chapter 107, Dog Relying on the Power of Others. Louis felt that he had discovered a loophole in the system. If I first agree to teach Zhang Jiawei, then obtain the junior teacher ability as a reward from the system, and then use the junior teacher ability to teach Zhang Jiawei, wouldn't that be great?
Thinking of this, Louis cleared his throat and said, "Do you really want to be my apprentice?"
Zhang Jiawei had wanted to give up, but when he heard this, he nodded frantically. I want to dream about it.
Louis said, "Okay, then I will accept you as my apprentice.
But the master can only lead you into the door, but the practice is up to you.
You have to be mentally prepared."
Of course, master, don't worry, I won't let you worry." Zhang Jiawei's face was full of excitement.
"Master, can you teach me now?" A frown fell on Louis's forehead. This guy is too impatient. Come to think of it, isn't he going to hold a fan meeting?
He has also signed a contract with me, so he should at least shoot a promotional video first.
How can I teach him driving skills now?
Louis was about to say something when Zhao Yiman spoke first. Jiawei, you have a fan meeting later.
Besides, we are going to shoot the promotional video tonight.
You should wait until the promotional video is finished before letting Director Liu teach you how to race. Zhang Jiawei sighed helplessly. Mr. Liu, I'll go to the fan meeting first. Mr. Liu, don't worry, I will help you promote the herbal chicken at the fan meeting.
Zhao Yiman's face darkened when she heard this.
She was also going to ask Louis if he wanted Zhang Jiawei to promote the medicinal chicken at the fan meeting. If Louis said yes, she could take advantage of the situation and raise the price. I didn't expect that Zhang Jiawei would be so stupid as to take the initiative to help Louis.
This really treats Louis as a master. Thank you.
Of course Louis wanted it more than anything else and smiled happily. In the afternoon, Louis was having afternoon tea at Wancheng International when he saw Bai Chushui and a group of senior executives running over excitedly. Mr. Liu, our medicinal chicken.
Louis was shocked. Was there something wrong with the medicinal chicken? Our herbal chicken is a big hit. Bai Chushui said happily. Louis, when did this girl start to have the problem of panting heavily when talking? Isn't it normal to be famous? Louis said calmly.
Bai Chushui and the senior executives looked at each other and were all impressed by Louis.
No wonder Louis is so powerful.
Just this mentality of not being pleased by material things is something that many people will never be able to possess in their entire lives. Just then, a noise came from the distance.
What's going on? Louis asked with a frown.
An employee came running over and replied, Boss Liu, the herbal chicken is so popular that there's a long line at the door. A guy tried to cut in line, but he got scolded. Then he started making a scene, saying he was Li Jianzi's subordinate.
Upon hearing this, Bai Chushui and other senior executives were all shocked. Li Jianzi, isn't that the boss of Jindu? This boss's subordinates must be treated well. That's right.
Li Jianzi is a medicinal material merchant in Jindu.
If we really want to enter the medicinal material industry, we have to rely on him more. After hearing these discussions, Louis roughly got the information about Li Jianzi. Go and have a look.
As Louis spoke, he took the lead and walked towards the gate of Wancheng International, and the others hurried to follow. At this moment, there is a huge flow of people at the door, almost all of whom come here to taste the medicinal chicken. One of them was a burly man in a black suit and sunglasses.
He was looking angry. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, I'm Boss Li's bodyguard. I'm here to buy medicinal chicken on Boss Li's orders. Boss Li is shopping nearby.
I must buy the medicinal chicken before Boss Li finishes shopping. Otherwise, not only will I be punished, but you guys will also be held responsible.
But the people in the queue didn't buy it at all. Li Jianzi is your boss, not our boss. Why should we give up our seats? Yes, the big boss is great. But the big boss can cut in line? I am speechless. It's wrong for you to cut in line.
I don't care who your boss is. Hearing this, the burly man became even more angry. You idiots, do you believe that when the boss of Wancheng International comes, he will respectfully invite me in and then ask you to get out? As soon as he finished speaking, Louis arrived.
I really don't believe it. The burly man glanced at Louis and sneered, Who the hell are you? Are you looking for a fight? Louis said calmly, Say it again, who wants to be beaten?
The burly man had been holding back his anger for a long time, and now he could no longer control himself, so he raised his hand and slapped Louis. Seeing this, many people screamed, because the burly man's body shape was not at the same level as Louis. With this slap, Louis might have his teeth knocked out.
But the next moment, all the screams stopped. Because people saw that Louis casually grasped the burly man's wrist, and then
He slapped her backhand.
Bang!
The burly man weighing more than 100 pounds was actually knocked 3 or 4 meters away by Louis.
This handsome guy is so strong? Fuck, this handsome guy is an expert. I can't tell, this handsome guy is quite fierce. Is this a bit fierce? This is really too fierce. People were amazed and happy, and applauded Louis. Louis took a step forward and looked down at the burly man coldly. Let me ask you, who do you think is asking for a beating? The burly man wanted to remain stubborn, but when he saw Louis raising his hand again, he immediately shut his mouth and dared not speak. After all, the left half of his face was still painful from the slap Louis had just given him. At this time, Bai Chushue and others also ran out. Seeing that Louis actually knocked the burly man to the ground, they were shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to grab Louis. Mr. Liu, don't be impulsive. If he is really Mr. Li's bodyguard, then we will be in trouble. Hearing this, the burly man looked at Louis in surprise. Are you the chairman of Wancheng International? Is there a problem? Louis asked coldly.
He couldn't stand this kind of dog slave who took advantage of his power to bully others.
Ah, good, very good.
The burly man sneered, when Bosley comes later, I'll see if you can still be so tough. Just as he finished speaking, a Lincoln leader came speeding over, the door opened, and a beautiful woman in her 20s, holding the arm of a man in his 50s, walked over here.
Seeing the old man, the burly man was overjoyed. Bosley. Bai Chushue and the others were horrified. It's really Bosley Jianzi. A senior executive of Wancheng International said to Louis, Mr. Liu, how about we bow our heads and apologize? What did you say? You want me to apologize? Louis was furious. The senior executive whispered, Director Liu, aren't we going to develop into the medicinal materials industry? We need the help of Bosley. If we offend Bosley, let alone enter the medicinal materials industry, we may not even be able to buy the medicinal materials for making medicinal chicken in the future. Chapter 108, Louis cheating.
Even though the senior executives advised him earnestly, Louis did not change his mind at all. Li Jianzi's subordinates were wrong, and if Li Jianzi chose to attack him in order to protect his subordinates,
then Li Jianzi, it's better not to cooperate. Stop talking, I have my principles. Louis glanced coldly at the senior management and said in a deep voice. Seeing that Louis was determined, the senior executives of Wancheng International sighed and began to think about how to deal with Li Jianzi's wrath. You're dead. The burly man glared at Louis fiercely, turned around, and ran towards Li Jianzi. What's going on? Li Jianzi asked unhappily, looking at the finger marks on the burly man's face. Bosley, that little bastard from Wancheng International knew that I was your man, yet he beat me in public. This is a complete disrespect to you. The burly man pointed at Louis and cried. Hearing this, Li Jianzi showed anger on his face and came to Louis, You hit my people? The senior executives of Wancheng International all wanted to apologize, but Louis said first, he didn't follow the rules, shouldn't he be beaten? At this point, the top executives of Wancheng International were completely desperate. Louis beat Li Jianzi's men and spoke to Li Jianzi with such an attitude. Li Jianzi must be angry. Rules? What rules? Li Jianzi asked coldly. Louis said, he cut in line, cursed, and even wanted to hit me. This kind of unruly and bullying slave deserves to be beaten. The burly man's face turned pale. Bosley, you heard it, right? This guy is too presumptuous. He dares to be so arrogant in front of you. Bosley, you must teach him a lesson. Li Jianzi glanced at the burly man, who immediately shut his mouth and dared not speak anymore. He is my subordinate. He cut in line and scolded someone. Do you think it is a problem? Li Jianzi looked at Louis with interest. Young man, do you know who I am? Louis snorted coldly, Don't say he is your subordinate. Even if he is the king of heaven, he has to line up and abide by the rules in front of me. The top executives of Wancheng International had mixed feelings. Although it was a good thing that Louis had principles and they admired him, in this society, principles were often useless and being tactful was more useful. The burly man smiled brightly, thinking that Louis really didn't know what was good for him, daring to talk big at this time. You little bastard, just wait to be punished. Bosley is not someone you can easily bully. The burly man had a sinister look in his eyes, waiting for Li Jianzi to get angry. However, Li Jianzi, who had a gloomy face just now, suddenly smiled. Li Jianzi looked at Louis with admiration. Young man, you are the boss of Wancheng International, right? Good, principled, courageous, and a real man. No wonder you can hold this position at such a young age.
Li Jiangzi said to Louis, young man, my subordinate was indeed wrong in what happened just now.
I apologize to you on his behalf. I hope you won't be angry and can be friends with me.
When these words were spoken, the senior executives of Wancheng International were stunned.
Is this even possible? Mr. Lu's life must be a cheat.
And the burly man was even more dumbfounded.
Not only did Li Jiangzi not lose his temper, he also apologized to Louis and took the initiative to make friends with Louis.
Boss Li, he just beat me in public and also confronted you in public.
Don't you have any dignity? The burly man asked in confusion.
Li Jiangzi slapped the burly man in the face and said, shut up. You are a bully who takes advantage of your power.
You are not worthy of being my subordinate. Get out of here.
You are fired.
The burly man's face turned green. This doesn't make sense. In a normal script, shouldn't Li Jiangzi stand up for him and slap Louis in the face just to save his face? How could I be beaten and fired?
Boss Li, I was wrong, please don't fire me. The burly man pulled at the corner of Li Jiangzi's clothes, but Li Jiangzi didn't even look at him.
He could only run to Louis again and kept bowing to Louis to apologize.
Boss, please forgive me, I just bumped into you because I didn't recognize you.
Security.
Louis gave an order, and the security guards rushed over and threw the burly man out of the crowd. Li Jiangzi did not feel unhappy about this, but instead had a smiling face.
Young man, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, can I eat the medicinal chicken now?
Of course, I'll queue up.
Louis smiled and nodded, of course.
However, seeing that Li Jiangzi is old and seems to be in poor health, it doesn't seem good for him to stand in line here.
Boss Li, why don't you go in and take a rest, so that you're...
Louis looked at the young girl holding Li Jiangzi's arm, hesitating and not knowing how to start.
Oh, this is my daughter, Li Luoshui.
Li Jiangzi knew that Louis had misunderstood as soon as he saw the look in Louis's eyes, and hurriedly explained.
Li Luoshui glared at Louis coldly.
Just now I thought you were a good person, but now it seems that you are also a filthy-minded hooligan.
2 black lines fell on Louis's forehead. He was not the only one who misunderstood. Why did they target him specifically? Dad, you go in and take a rest first. I'll help you line up.
Li Luoshui smiled at Li Jiangzi.
Li Jiangzi laughed. Young man, let's go in then. Louis accompanied Li Jiangzi into Wancheng International.
They chatted for a while before Li Luoshui came over with the medicinal chicken.
Li Jiangzi checked the time and said, I've waited so long. Mr. Lu, your medicinal chicken is really popular. This is still in its infancy. Once a complete industry chain is formed, you will make a lot of money. Louis smiled faintly. Boss Li, please taste it.
It won't taste good if it's cold. Li Jiangzi sniffed the aroma and his appetite was aroused. He quickly picked up the chopsticks and spoon and started eating. Delicious, delicious, so delicious. Li Jiangzi put down his cutlery and immediately gave a thumbs up. Director Lu, your medicinal chicken is absolutely amazing. I love chicken soup the most in my life, but I swear, I have never tasted such delicious chicken soup.
As long as Boss Li likes it.
Louis smiled, but he was thinking in his heart how to invite Li Jiangzi to cooperate. At this moment, Li Jiangzi wiped his mouth and said, Mr. Lu, we were just chatting.
You said that the reason you launched the medicinal chicken was because you wanted to enter the medicinal materials industry? Coincidentally, I am somewhat famous in the medicinal materials industry. How about we cooperate?
Upon hearing this, the senior executives of Wancheng International all widened their eyes. Oh my god, big names in the medicinal materials industry like Li Jiangzi are always begged for cooperation.
Li Jiangzi actually took the initiative to propose cooperation to Director Lu. Mr. Lu's life is really amazing, right? It's amazing. The senior executives both admire and envy Louis. Of course, Louis couldn't help but be delighted, and asked with a smile, how does Boss Li want to cooperate? Chapter 109, Stealing the Han family's business? Li Jiangzi said, I think Mr. Lu is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Let me be frank.
I like Mr. Lu's herbal chicken business, so I want to invest in it. Of course, I am not investing in Wancheng International, but only in the herbal chicken project.
The reason is simple. First, herbal chicken has great potential, and second, I like the taste of herbal chicken too much. Louis had a smile on his face, but he didn't say a word. Medicinal chicken is a good project, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that.
However, he is not short of money now, so why should he let Li Jiangzi invest and take away the profits of medicinal chicken for no reason? Li Jiangzi is a smart man and should be able to make an exchange of interests.
Louis is waiting for Li Jiangzi to take the initiative to speak out. Li Jiangzi saw that Louis was smiling but didn't say anything, and he knew what Louis was waiting for. Mr. Liu, I certainly won't eat your meat for free.
So, if you want to enter the medicinal materials industry, I can sign an agreement with you. In the future, I will sell you the medicinal materials you need at a lower price. In addition, I will recommend professional pharmacists to help you complete the construction of the medicinal materials field.
Mr. Liu, you are a smart man.
You should know that in the long run, you will gain more from this exchange of interests. After all, the profit of the medicinal materials business is by no means lower than that of medicinal chicken. Moreover, once you have made achievements in the field of medicinal materials, both your fame and status will be further improved.
Louis smiled.
If he listened to Li Jiangzi, it would seem that he had gotten a huge advantage. But in fact, if you look at it in the long run, Li Jiangzi has suffered no loss at all.
This is because the potential of medicinal chicken is so huge. Once it becomes popular all over the world, the profits it brings will be no less than what Li Jiangzi is giving away now. But that's all in the past.
The medicinal chicken is still confined to Yidu, and it will take a long time for it to go beyond Jiangxi province and Yanhuang to the world. When the medicinal chicken really goes global, Louis believes that his vision will not be limited to these petty profit disputes.
So Louis chose to cooperate with Li Jiangzi. If Li Jiangzi wants to earn a future, then he must earn a present. Next, Louis and Li Jiangzi discussed the details of the cooperation in detail.
The most important of which was how much lower the price of the medicinal materials provided by Li Jiangzi was than the market price. When Louis was a child, he went to the market with his mother and often saw his mother bargaining down the price of clothes worth hundreds of yuan to 20 or 30 yuan. He learned a little from her. Therefore, in the verbal confrontation with Li Jiangzi, he finally gained the upper hand.
Mr. Liu, you are such a shrewd person.
Li Jiangzi talked until his mouth was dry, but he didn't get any advantage from Louis. He helplessly drank water while shaking his head and smiling bitterly.
Boss Li, let's decide it this way. You won't lose anything, and I'll make money too. This is a win-win situation for us.
Louis took the initiative to extend his hand. Li Jiangzi looked at Louis with a mixture of admiration, helplessness, and even a bit of fear.
It's a pleasure working with you. Li Jiangzi finally shook hands with Louis. Seeing Li Jiangzi finally sign the contract, the senior executives felt dizzy. Boss Liu is really amazing.
He actually defeated Boss Li in the business negotiation.
I've never seen a man as eloquent as Mr. Liu. He's so powerful.
On the other hand, Boss Li is also very powerful. He was able to fight with Director Liu for such a long time. If it were me, I would probably surrender to Director Liu in 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Liu is simply invincible.
Once this contract is signed, as long as things go smoothly, Wancheng International's annual profit will increase by more than 300 or 200 million. I swear, I am now a fan of Mr. Liu.
I admire Mr. Liu so much. Hearing the high-level people's whispers, Li Jiangzi also joked to Louis. If I were your subordinate, I would also admire you. I never thought that among the young people nowadays, there would be such a powerful person as you. Boss Li, thank you for your compliment. Louis smiled. Boss Li, how about staying and having dinner later? No.
Li Jiangzi waved his hand. I came to Yidu this time because I received an invitation from the Han family. However, after several conversations with the Han family, I was not very satisfied with them. It was not until I ate the Han family's medicinal chicken a while ago that I began to consider whether to cooperate with the Han family. But now your medicinal chicken is 100 times better than the Han family's medicinal chicken, and I have already signed a contract with you, so I will naturally not cooperate with the Han family again.
The head of the Han family has made an appointment with me for dinner. I'd like to go over and talk to the Han family.
Li Jiangzi glanced at his watch and waved goodbye.
After seeing Li Jiangzi off, Louis couldn't help but smile.
The reason why he wanted to enter the medicinal materials industry was to strike at the Han family. But he didn't expect that before he officially entered the medicinal materials industry, he had already robbed a very important business partner of the Han family, and accidentally struck at the Han family.
I wonder what the Han family's expressions would be like when they found out that Li Jiangzi had signed a contract with us.
Louis chuckled and said to an employee, "Follow Boss Li to Jiangha Hotel and see how the Han family reacts."
Jiangha Hotel, VIP room.
Han Tianyi and other senior members of the Han family were waiting nervously. Han Ziyu also sat next to Han Tianyi, looking at the door anxiously.
I hope that Boss Li doesn't know about Wancheng medicinal chicken yet. Han Ziyu prayed silently.
Although Zhang Jiawei promoted Wancheng medicinal chicken at the fan meeting, which made Wancheng medicinal chicken popular in a short period of time, Zhang Jiawei had not yet filmed the promotional video, so the popularity of Wancheng medicinal chicken was not too high. Therefore, it was entirely possible that Li Jianze had not heard of Wancheng medicinal chicken. Just then, Li Luoshui helped Li Jianze into the private room.
Boss Li.
Han Tianyi and the top leaders of the Han family hurriedly stood up to greet them, and Han Ziyu followed closely behind.
Boss Li, please take a seat. As Han Tianyi spoke, he gestured to Han Ziyu to help Li Jianze. Just as Han Ziyu was about to leave, he heard Li Jianze say, Boss Han, you're welcome. I came here today to say something. Hearing this, everyone in the Han family's hearts were in their throats. Did Li Jianze agree to cooperate with the Han family?
I will not cooperate with the Han family this time.
I am very sorry.
As soon as Li Jianze finished speaking, the faces of everyone in the Han family froze.
Why, Boss Li? Han Tianyi asked with a grim expression, have you found a better partner in Jindu? Li Jianze shook his head, it's not Jindu, but Yidu. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't invited me to Yidu, I wouldn't have met such an excellent partner as Mr. Lu. Han Ziyu felt like he was struck by lightning when these words came out. Mr. Lu, could it be? Lu Yi? Chapter 110 Drunk. Han Tianyi also asked in confusion, Director Lu? Boss Li, the Director Lu you are talking about is? Lu Yi from Wancheng International.
Li Jianze said with a smile, President Lu is not only principled, but also outstanding in all aspects. He doesn't look like a young man in his early 20s at all, but more like a veteran businessman. I feel relieved to cooperate with him.
Hearing this, Han Tianyi was stunned.
In order to cooperate with Li Jianze, I have been very busy these days.
In the end, he lost to Lu Yi, a young man in his early 20s? Han Ziyu's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. How could Lu Yi, who was about the same age as him, be able to crush him in every aspect? Now, the business tycoon Li Jianze was full of praise. Is Lu Yi still a human being? He is simply a pervert and a monster.
After Li Jianze left, the atmosphere in the VIP room became very solemn.
Han Tianyi stared at Han Ziyu intently, and wanted to raise his hand to slap Han Ziyu several times. I asked you to make medicinal chicken, and this is what you did?
If you could be a little more useful, Li Jianze's partner would be our Han family, not Lu Yi who has no experience with medicinal materials at all.
Han Tianyi became angrier and angrier as he spoke. He sat down on a chair, untied his tie, and drank. I don't ask you to be as good as Lu Yi. If you can be half as good as Lu Yi, oh no, even 1/10 of him would be good too. These words completely drove Han Ziyu crazy. Lu Yi, it's Lu Yi again. Why does everyone admire Lu Yi so much? Han Ziyu clenched his fists, slammed the door and left without saying a word. Young master.
Uncle Zhang instinctively wanted to chase after him.
Stop. Han Tianyi shouted, why are you chasing this loser? Get him out of here. Wancheng International.
When Lu Yi heard the news from his employees, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling.
Han Tianyi drank alone and Han Ziyu was called a waste. It's impossible for him to be unhappy.
At this time, Bai Chushue knocked on the door.
Come in. Lu Yi smiled slightly and asked, what's the matter? Bai Chushue replied, Director Lu, Zhang Jiawei is currently filming a promotional video.
It is progressing very smoothly and is expected to be finished in half an hour.
After that, we want to hold a banquet to celebrate the successful completion of the promotional video and the successful signing of the contract with Boss Li. Sure, we'll let our chef prepare it well later. Don't be stingy with the ingredients and wine. Lu Yi said with a smile. Bai Chushue nodded and asked, Director Lu, you should come to the celebration banquet tonight, right? Everyone hopes that you can come. After all, these two great things were facilitated by you, Director Lu. Lu Yi thought about it. Today, Su Zian accompanied Lin Xiaoer to the cram school. If she returned to the villa, she would probably run into these two people. These two people stayed for a whole day, and they were both angry. He was caught in the middle, and he would be uncomfortable for a while. So Lu Yi said, I will participate, you can take people to set up first. Okay. Bai Chushue nodded slightly, turned and left.
Louis lay on the chair, looking at Bai Chushue's back, especially her long legs and black stockings, and couldn't help but feel moved. At the celebration banquet, everyone raised a glass of wine to Louis in unison.
Mr. Liu, to be honest, when you first came, we really didn't think you could run Wancheng International well. But we didn't expect that you, Mr. Liu, would slap us in the face. Yes, Mr. Liu, I feel like I have learned a lot in the past few days under your command. Mr. Liu, you are truly a man of character. If it weren't for Mr. Liu, Wancheng International would still be standing still, waiting to be abandoned by the times. But since Mr. Liu came, Wancheng International has taken off directly and set off a wave of the times and do. What do you think, is Mr. Liu awesome? Someone asked this question, and everyone at the celebration banquet naturally answered in unison, awesome. Flattery never wears out, and Louis was naturally happy to be flattered by so many people. However, Louis still rolled his eyes and scolded with a smile, stop flattering me, put down your wine glasses, and start eating. Naturally, no one was willing to put down their glasses. As if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone poured wine into their glasses and prepared to toast Louis one by one. But before they could move, Zhang Jiawei rushed to Louis and said, Master, I haven't toasted you yet. This is my toast to you. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the cup. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jiawei's mouth started talking like a machine gun, and he never put down the wine glass. But I don't know whether Zhang Jiawei is too stupid or Louis is too smart. Zhang Jiawei talked for a long time and Louis drank 3 glasses of wine, but he gulped down more than 10 glasses and soon started talking nonsense. Send him back and be careful on the road, Louis said to his agent Zhao Yiman. Only after Zhang Jiawei left did the company's employees have the opportunity to toast Louis alone. Mr. Liu, I toast to you. Bai Chushue also walked up to Louis with a wine glass in hand. What's wrong with you? Louis found that Bai Chushue's face was actually red, and couldn't help feeling strange. He remembered that Bai Chushue seemed to have just had a drink when everyone was toasting him, so why did her face become so red? Is it that Bai Chushue can't drink? Or when Zhang Jiawei was pestering him just now, he didn't notice that Bai Chushue was drinking with others? Mr. Liu, it's okay. I'll toast to you. Bai Chushue picked up the wine bottle and filled a glass with wine. Why not just forget it? Louis hesitated. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to make a noise. Director Liu, you won't give Chushue special treatment, will you? Director Liu, are you going to be gentle with me? He, it turns out that Director Liu. Hearing this, Bai Chushue's face turned even redder. Mr. Liu, please feel free to do as you please. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Bai Chushue tilted her head back and drank the cup, then turned the cup downwards without any wine dripping out. Good. Good alcohol tolerance. Manager Bai is amazing. The crowd started to make a noise again and even applauded. Louis had no choice but to drink a glass as well. Louis wanted to ask about Bai Chushue's situation, but a few more senior executives came over with wine glasses. Director Liu, we toast to you too. When Louis and these senior executives finished drinking, they found that Bai Chushue had returned to her seat with a red face and a painful expression. You go back first. Louis came to Bai Chushue, thought for a moment and said, forget it, I'll take you back. No need. Bai Chushue shook her head. Everyone is drinking so happily, and the celebration party hasn't ended yet. How can you leave, Mr. Liu? Bai Chushue stood up unsteadily. Director Liu, please continue to drink with us. Today is a rare opportunity. You should relax and I will leave first. After saying that, he staggered out with his bag. Chapter 111 Sprained Ankle. Louis frowned and wanted to chase after him, but he was worried that the guys in the company would make a fuss. He was not afraid of those people making jokes, but judging from his reaction just now, Bai Chushue obviously minded. However, after hesitating for 2 seconds, Louis still chased after him. No matter what, safety is the most important thing. Oh, Mr. Liu, are you going to send Manager Bai home? I envy Manager Bai. I also want to get drunk and ask Director Liu to take me home. Hey, there's something wrong with you. You look like a man. Haha, Manager Shang, did you reveal something? Ahem, I was just joking. You guys who are making trouble should all drink a glass of wine. Hearing these noises, Bai Chushue's face became hotter and her pace became faster. However, she was indeed drunk, and she sprained her ankle and almost fell. Fortunately, Louis arrived in time and supported her. Why do you care about them?
Those guys just like to joke around when they're drunk.
Louis scolded. Bai Chuxue lowered her head and said, Director Lu, you really don't have to send me off. I'll just take a DD and go back. Louis scolded angrily, You are such a beautiful lady, you dare to take a DD when you are drunk? You are really not afraid of anything happening, right? It's not that Louis is wearing tinted glasses, it's just that Bai Chuxue is too beautiful. Even he, who has achieved some success in martial arts and has great self-control, couldn't he help but be moved, let alone other people. Besides, it's always better to take precautions before things happen. Mr. Lu, I really. Bai Chuxue wanted to fight back, but Louis just glared at her and glared back at her. Stop talking, I'll take you back. Louis helped Bai Chuxue walk out of Wancheng International and came to the underground garage. Just as I was about to walk towards the Mercedes, I suddenly saw a group of people rushing towards me with steel bars. He comes with bad intentions. Louis quickened his pace. Just as he sent Bai Chuxue to the car and before he had time to sit in the driver's seat, he heard the sound of wind behind him. His body instinctively dodged to the right, and with a bang, a steel rod hit the car body. If this thing hadn't avoided hitting his head, Louis would probably have died. Oh, he actually dodged it. The man with a blue dragon tattoo on his arm who had just attacked Louis smiled coldly. Brothers, give him some protection. I wonder if he can get away this time. A dozen other thugs with fierce eyes and steel sticks surrounded Louis. Don't worry, Brother Long. The brothers will make sure to take good care of him. Ha, not only did he take good care of this pretty boy, he also took good care of the beautiful lady in his car. Don't worry, sister in the car. We will come to you soon. Louis stared at the group of people, but he was too lazy to ask who they were or who sent them. Because he knew that it would be useless to ask now, these people would never tell. If he could beat these people down later, then even if he didn't ask, they would tell the truth. Little white face, what the hell are you looking at? A skinny thug, swearing, hit Louis on the shoulder with a steel rod. Louis's eyes flashed, and he stepped back to avoid the steel rod. Then he stretched out his right hand like lightning and grabbed the wrist of the skinny thug. Use force with your palm. Ah. The skinny thug immediately screamed and attacked, and he couldn't hold the steel rod in his hand anymore and it fell to the ground. Louis kicked and the falling steel rod flew upwards. Then, Louis released the hand that was holding the skinny thug and grasped the steel rod. He thrust his elbow backwards and hit the skinny thug in the chest, knocking the guy back 2 or 3 steps. Then, the steel rod in his hand fell directly. Bang! The skinny thug's shoulder blade suddenly caved in, and he fell to the ground, holding his shoulder and howling. Seeing this, the other thugs were shocked. They saw that Louis had a good physique and thought it was something he had trained in the gym. However, they didn't expect that when Louis really fought, he would be even cleaner, faster, and more ruthless than them, which made people tremble in their hearts. Don't be afraid of shit. Just now, Monkey was impulsive and got caught by this guy. Let's attack him together now. No matter how strong he is, what can he do alone? The man with the blue dragon tattoo shouted, Don't be afraid, come on. The other thugs calmed themselves down and picked up steel bars to attack Louis. But at this moment, Louis was holding a steel rod in his hand and waving it vigorously. A dozen thugs couldn't get close to Louis at all. Not only that, Louis also kept hitting these thugs on the wrists with a steel rod. Ding ding ding. The steel rods in the hands of these thugs all fell to the ground. Without the steel rod, these thugs couldn't hurt Louis at all, and were knocked to the ground by Louis's steel rod in a few hits. It was you who attacked me and hit my head just now? Louis stared coldly at the man with the blue dragon tattoo. If I had been careless and hadn't dodged, I might be dead now. Seeing Louis approaching step by step, the man with the blue dragon tattoo instinctively wanted to run, but his feet felt like they were filled with lead and he couldn't move at all. The man with the blue dragon tattoo swallowed his saliva and shouted loudly, Don't come over here, if you come over again, I will not be polite. Louis smiled coldly, You're welcome? Come, I want to see how you can be rude. After saying that, he took a step forward and was about to swing the steel rod, but he saw that the man with the green dragon tattoo suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I'm afraid of pain. The man with the blue dragon tattoo cried for mercy, with tears and snot streaming down his face. Louis, is this guy's way of being rude? You're afraid of pain, right? Louis lowered his head and looked down at the man with the blue dragon tattoo. Yes, brother, I'm in so much pain, please forgive me. Before he could finish his words,
the steel rod in Louis's hand hit the tattooed man's joints. "You are afraid of pain, so I will make you feel pain." Louis snorted coldly and swung his stick like rain, causing the man with the green dragon tattoo to feel excruciating pain. When he was tired, Louis stopped and said, "Tell me, who asked you to come here?" He had no grudges or hatred against these guys in the past or present, and had never met them before. The only reason these guys came to his door was because they had received money.
"Yes, it's young Master Han,"
the man with the green dragon tattoo said hurriedly.
"Young Master Han? Han Ziyu."
Louis held the steel rod tightly. "Where is he now?"
I don't know either,"
the man with the blue dragon tattoo said in a trembling voice.
"Waste, what's the point of keeping you?"
Louis raised the steel stick and prepared to smash it on the head of the man with the green dragon tattoo.
"Brother, I really don't know. I really don't know."
The man with the green dragon tattoo was so scared that he peed his pants. At this time, Bai Chushua's painful moans were heard in the car behind Louis. Louis quickly looked back and saw the man with the green dragon tattoo and the other thugs, who immediately seized the opportunity and ran away.
"Chushue, what's wrong with you?"
Louis didn't have time to care about these guys now, so he quickly opened the car door to check on Bai Chushua's condition.
Chapter 112 First Snow.
Bai Chushue was covering her ankle and making sounds of pain. Louis pushed Bai Chushue's hand away, only to see that Bai Chushue's ankle was swollen, caused by a sprained ankle. Louis knew that Bai Chushue had sprained her ankle just now, and just wanted to help Bai Chushue get into the car first, and then give her a massage to relieve the blood stasis. Unexpectedly, Bai Chushue's foot became so swollen because of the delay caused by a dozen thugs.
"Let Officer Shao find out the identities of these thugs tomorrow and arrest them all. As for Han Ziyu..."
A cold light flashed in Louis's eyes, and he couldn't help but use a little more strength in his hands.
"Ah, it hurts."
Bai Chushue made a sound immediately, but she had drunk some wine and was now drunk, so even though she cried out in pain, her voice was soft and limp, which made Louis's heart flutter. However, now is definitely not the time to be daydreaming. Louis quickly reduced the strength of his hands, gently pinched Bai Chushue's ankle, and carefully dissolved the blood clots on Bai Chushue's ankle. Because he was afraid that Bai Chushue would feel too much pain, Louis didn't use much force, so it took a little longer. It took more than 10 minutes for the swelling on Bai Chushue's ankle to subside. At this point, Louis breathed a sigh of relief, and finally had the mind to appreciate Bai Chushue's delicate little feet and her almost perfect pair of long black legs. The temperature inside the car, which was not very large, began to rise. Especially when Louis saw Bai Chushue's face, which was as red as a ripe peach, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
"Director Liu."
At this moment, Bai Chushue suddenly opened her eyes. You're awake." Louis looked away awkwardly, then sat in the driver's seat and explained with a guilty conscience.
"You sprained your ankle just now, so I gave you a massage." "I know." Bai Chushue suddenly smiled. "Ah?" Louis was puzzled. "Didn't you fall asleep just now?"
Bai Chushue smiled and shook her head. "Actually, I woke up when you touched my ankle."
"I'm a very sensitive person." Hearing this, Louis couldn't help but think of that night at Baifeng Mountain.
He didn't just touch Bai Chushue's ankle, but... Fortunately, Bai Chushue had a high fever at that time and didn't wake up, so she didn't know about this incident, otherwise it would be difficult to explain clearly.
"Actually, I was awake that night at Baifeng Mountain."
When Bai Chushue said this, Louis was stunned.
You woke up that night too?"
Louis widened his eyes, extremely embarrassed.
Bai Chushue nodded. "Didn't I tell you that my body is very sensitive?"
So even though I had a high fever at the time, I could still feel a pair of hands.
"But Mr. Liu, I know you were helping me at the time. Speaking of which, I haven't thanked you properly yet."
Louis was blushing when he suddenly felt dizzy. But Bai Chushue was leaning on the back of the chair with both hands, staring at him with fiery eyes. Being pressed in the car by Bai Chushue in this position, Louis didn't know whether to be happy or sad.
She was being pushed against the wall. Am I being pushed against the car?
When Louis was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, he heard Bai Chushue say,
"Director Liu, I didn't thank you that night, so tonight, I'll give you a thank you gift." Louis still remembers that when he first met Bai Chushue, he felt that Bai Chushue was a royal concubine. And now, is this the royal lady's way of saying thank you? It's too domineering, too direct, and too passionate.
Bai Chushue's kiss was so hot and long that Louis felt like he was suffocating and his mind went blank.
Louis wanted to drive Bai Chushue to the hotel to rest, but he felt a headache.
Then he remembered that he also drank.
If it weren't for the effect of alcohol, maybe he could have held on a little longer?
Louis shook his head and smiled bitterly. He simply let go of the steering wheel, took off his coat and covered Bai Chuxue with it. He himself wore only a thin short-sleeved shirt and fell asleep leaning against the car window. The next morning, when Bai Chuxue woke up, she felt a splitting headache, especially in that area, where there was a strange pain. Bai Chuxue rubbed his temple and opened his eyes. He looked down and was immediately shocked. The clothes were just draped over her body, not worn on her. She looked sideways and saw Louis still sleeping.
The strawberry marks on Louis's neck were particularly noticeable.
Bai Chuxue seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly took out her cell phone and turned on the front camera. Sure enough, her neck and shoulders were all bright red, covered with strawberry marks.
Bai Chuxue collapsed weakly, finally remembering the madness of last night.
Anger instinctively rose in his heart, and he raised his hand to slap Louis. But at this moment, Louis's coat slipped off her body, and she saw that Louis was only wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt.
It was already autumn, and the weather was gradually getting cooler. Louis slept like this all night. Moreover, it seemed like I took the initiative last night? Bai Chuxue, how could you do such a thing?
Bai Chuxue kept scolding herself in her heart. Although Director Lu was handsome, a good person, and excellent in all aspects, you actually like him very much, but how can you use the alcohol to force Director Lu to fall?
He is not your boyfriend yet, but your boss. Now, what to do? Bai Chuxue looked at Louis's profile and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Bai Chuxue, that's enough. Are you still yourself now? When did you become so crazy and so restless?
Bai Chuxue pinched her arm hard, forcing herself to calm down. Then he took a deep breath, seemed to calm down, and began to put on his clothes quietly.
Mr. Lu, I'm sorry.
Bai Chuxue gently put Louis's coat on him, then tiptoed to open the car door and left. After a while, someone came to the underground parking lot to park, and Louis was woken up.
Thinking of what happened last night, Louis quickly looked to his side.
But Bai Chuxue was nowhere to be seen. Louis became anxious and quickly picked up his phone to call Bai Chuxue.
But as soon as I opened my phone, I saw a message from Bai Chuxue. Director Lu, I want to take a leave today.
I have already told Xiao Lu about the company's affairs, and there shouldn't be any problems, so I hope you can approve the leave.
Louis smiled bitterly.
It seemed that Bai Chuxue was prepared to pretend that nothing happened last night.
After thinking about it, Louis decided to call Bai Chuxue and have a talk with her. Chapter 113. Is this car serious? Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is busy.
Louis called twice more, and the result was the same. Bai Chuxue rejected the call every time. After understanding Bai Chuxue's attitude, Louis stopped trying and sent Bai Chuxue a message: I'll give you 3 days off.
Have a good rest. If you need anything, feel free to call me.
After waiting for a while, Bai Chuxue did not reply. Louis smiled bitterly, put away his phone and prepared to return to the lakeside villa. Although last night's passion was very refreshing, it was not comfortable to sleep in the car after all. Besides, the medicinal chicken project was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the medicinal materials business still needed to be arranged by Li Jiangzi, so he didn't need to worry about it for the time being, so Louis wanted to go back and catch up on his sleep. But unexpectedly, as soon as I grabbed the steering wheel, my cell phone rang. The person who called was none other than his avid fan, Zhang Jiawei.
Master, are you free today? Can you teach me how to drive? Zhang Jiawei asked excitedly.
I'm busy now, I'll teach you tomorrow.
Louis said something perfunctorily and hung up the phone.
He didn't know how to teach anyone in the first place, and now he was still having a headache. Even if he agreed to Zhang Jiawei, he wouldn't be able to teach him well. Shaking his head and calming himself down, Louis drove out of the underground parking lot. As a result, just as he drove past Wancheng International Building, he saw a guy wearing a mask and a baseball cap, waving his hands and rushing towards his car. There is no doubt that it is Zhang Jiawei.
Louis felt helpless.
If he had known, he would not have rolled down the car window to get some fresh air. This way, he would not have been caught by Zhang Jiawei.
Get in the car.
Louis had no choice but to stop the car and let Zhang Jiawei get in.
Master, you really don't have time?
Zhang Jiawei's big eyes were shining brightly.
Louis frowned. If he said he was busy now, wouldn't he be exposed on the spot?
In order to avoid embarrassment, Louis could only say, I was not free just now, but now that the matter is settled, I am free. Zhang Jiawei burst into laughter and was about to speak when he heard Louis say, however, even if I have time, I can't teach you right away. Because there is no place to teach you.
I can't teach you to race on the main road, right?
Hearing this, Zhang Jiawei said happily, Master, don't worry, I have already contacted a driving school and booked their training ground.
Louis, you are really positive.
With a gloomy face, Louis drove to the driving school training ground contacted by Zhang Jiawei and found that there were actually a lot of people gathered here.
Could it be that they came here to practice driving, but the driving school didn't let them practice driving in order to meet our needs? Louis was a little worried. If that were the case, he would feel bad. I'll go ask.
Zhang Jiawei didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but seeing that Louis's face was not very good, he walked towards the person in charge of the driving school. Louis followed behind, and heard the driving school director laugh happily and say, Don't worry, handsome guys, they are indeed here to practice driving, but I have already communicated with them.
The reason they are still here is purely out of curiosity. What do you two handsome guys want to do by renting a driving practice field?
Louis asked the people who were watching the driving practice again to confirm that the person in charge was telling the truth, and then he nodded.
Uncle, you are in for a treat today. The person next to me is my master.
He is an experienced driver, a true driving god.
Zhang Jiawei looked at Louis with admiration.
As a result, the person in charge asked slyly, Handsome guy, your master drives that car, is she serious?
Zhang Jiawei's face was full of question marks. Uncle, what are you thinking about?
I'm not talking about that kind of car, but a real car.
Of course.
Zhang Jiawei glanced at the strawberry mark on Louis's neck and said, My master is probably pretty good at driving other cars, too. The person in charge nodded in agreement, I think so too.
What are you guys mumbling about?
Louis saw Zhang Jiawei and the person in charge staring at him with strange eyes, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Drive the car out quickly, didn't you say you parked your sports car here?
Hearing the voice, Zhang Jiawei quickly responded.
What Zhang Jiawei wants to learn is racing skills, so ordinary driving school vehicles will definitely not be enough. But this kid was really well prepared. Not only did he contact the driving school early, he also parked his car here.
As the engine roared, a Ford Mustang drove into the training ground.
The driving school students who were watching suddenly burst into cheers. Zhang Jiawei got out of the car and said with a smile, My car is just an entry-level sports car. Even though it has top-of-the-line features, it only costs a little over 1 million yuan.
It's just a junk car. There's nothing to be surprised about.
The students at the driving school all opened their mouths wide. More than 1 million is indeed not an astronomical figure, but it can't be called a garbage truck, right? I suspect this handsome guy is just pretending, and I have evidence. If a car worth more than 1 million is garbage, then the car I drive worth more than 100,000 is also garbage, right? Hearing the discussion, Zhang Jiawei smiled bitterly, I'm really not showing off. Compared with my master's car, my car is really rubbish. As he spoke, Zhang Jiawei pointed at the Mercedes-Benz behind Louis and said, This car looks plain, but it actually costs several million. It's many times better than this junk car of mine that looks impressive but is actually much cheaper.
Before everyone could exclaim in amazement, they saw Louis glaring at Zhang Jiawei. What are you talking about? It's just an ordinary car, what's there to brag about? Everyone? A car worth millions, just ordinary? Is this still human language?
At this moment, everyone regretted staying to watch. They thought it would be exciting to watch, but they didn't expect to be hurt by staying. Zhang Jiawei scratched his head and said, Sorry, master, I forgot that your favorite car is a Jui Mingfeng worth 200 million yuan. This Mercedes-Benz worth several million yuan is really nothing.
Hearing this, everyone's mouth corners twitched. A car worth 200 million? Is this the world of the rich?
Louis said to Zhang Jiawei unhappily, Get in the car, and watch how I operate it first.
Okay. Zhang Jiawei nodded quickly.
Seeing Louis and Zhang Jiawei get in the car, all the students in the driving school widened their eyes. At this time, the person in charge of the driving school also came to the sidelines.
The students asked, Boss, what are these two people going to do?
The person in charge smiled and said, I heard that the guy who drives the 200 million luxury car is some kind of car god. He came here today to teach his apprentice racing skills.
The students all laughed at once. The god of cars?
The god of cars should be very famous, but I have never seen this person before. The person in charge ate some melon seeds and said, Well, he's rich, so he can give him whatever name he wants. As for whether he's really a car god, we just know it in our hearts.
We can see through it but won't say it out loud.
Come on, eat some melon seeds and slowly watch how good the car god's driving skills are. Ha!
Chapter 114 It's amazing.
Of course, the person in charge didn't believe that Louis was a driving god with superb driving skills. He has been working in a driving school for decades and believes that he is very good at judging people. How could a guy like Louis, who has fair skin and no calluses on his hands, be a driving god? I guess his driving skills are just a little bit better than those of ordinary people, and because he is rich, he is touted as a driving god. However, Louis is rich, so even though he feels disdainful in his heart, he has to put on a smile. As for the other students, after hearing what the driving school director said, they also understood. Some of them were eating melon seeds, some were lighting cigarettes, and they were all ready to watch Louis perform acrobatics. At this moment, under Zhang Jiawei's expectant gaze, Louis grabbed the steering wheel and started racing. What roadblocks, what curves, in front of Louis, they were just like children playing house, he passed them smoothly. When facing a curve with a very large arc, Louis still maintained the maximum horsepower, without any intention of slowing down.
The people in charge of the driving school thought Louis was crazy and that an accident would definitely happen. However, under Louis's control, the Ford Mustang completed a beautiful drift on the curve. Afterwards, the tires of the Ford Mustang seemed to be emitting puffs of smoke due to excessive friction with the ground. The combination of smoke and drifting on curves creates a great visual effect. Looking at the clouds of smoke, the person in charge of the driving school was stunned. Burn tire drift. After hearing the person in charge's mumbling, a student who didn't understand asked in confusion, "Boss, what does burnout drift mean?"
The person in charge twitched his mouth. Burning tires refers to rear-wheel drive. Forget it, there's no point talking about so many theories. You just need to know that burning tires is not simple, but it's not difficult either.
But burning tire drifting is a technical job.
The reason why it's called a technical job is not only because it's difficult, but also because the risk factor is high, especially the turn just now, which is too big and too dangerous. Those who dare to drift on such a turn are experts, and those who dare to drift on burning tires. The person in charge looked at Louis, who walked out of the car with complicated eyes. I would like to call him the god of cars. Hearing this, the driving school students were stunned. Just now the person in charge said that Louis was a fake car god, but now he is willing to call Louis the car god? It seems that Louis is not only rich, but also has really good driving skills. Otherwise, this old guy who has worked in a driving school for decades would not be convinced by Louis. In an instant, the driving school students felt that the melon seeds in their mouths no longer tasted fragrant. Hey, he's rich, handsome, and drives so well. Compared to him, we are just a bunch of rubbish. If I am guilty, please let the law punish me. Why did I have to meet this big guy? I was really hit hard today. Boss, you have to compensate me. Hearing the students shouting, the person in charge's face darkened. Are you shocked? I'm the one who's been shocked the most. I've been driving for decades, but I'm not as good as this young man in his early 20s. I want to die. Hearing this, the students smiled bitterly and stopped shouting.
At this time, Louis and Zhang Jiawei exchanged positions and Zhang Jiawei drove. Could this handsome boy also be a car god?
Everyone was curious and afraid, worried about being hit again. But when Zhang Jiawei started the Ford Mustang, everyone knew that their worries were unnecessary. Although Zhang Jiawei's driving skills are not bad, compared with Louis, there is a huge gap and he is not much better than these half-baked people.
After Zhang Jiawei stopped the car, Louis had a headache.
Louis originally thought that since Zhang Jiawei loved driving so much, his driving skills should be quite good, but the result was,
"Master, how can I be as powerful as you?"
Louis rubbed his brows.
How should he answer? He couldn't ask Zhang Jiawei to find a system as well. Speaking of the system, Louis was a little unhappy.
He thought he had found a loophole in the system last time, but after he agreed to accept Zhang Jiawei as his apprentice, the system didn't say a word and didn't even mention sending rewards. It seems that only if I teach Zhang Jiawei well can I get guidance from a famous teacher. Louis sighed and thought about how to teach Zhang Jiawei, but after thinking about it, he still couldn't figure out how to teach him.
He is the typical person who can learn but cannot teach. Otherwise, he would not have tutored Lin Xiaoer every day. However, Lin Xiaoer still failed the exam.
Jiawei, let me tell you, when it comes to driving, the most important thing is not the skill, but the heart.
Louis planned to fool around first, and then go back to look up information before teaching Zhang Jiawei.
Heart? Zhang Jiawei had an expression of humbly seeking advice.
Yes, heart. Louis coughed twice and said, just like just now, I was doing burnout drifting.
You know it's dangerous, but I'm not afraid because I have a brave and resolute heart. So, I believe you actually have very good driving skills, but you have too many concerns in your mind, so you can't bring them out. How about this, you go back and think about how to train your character, and then come to me to learn how to drive, okay? After saying that, Louis wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt very sorry for the young man. Who would have thought that Zhang Jiawei's eyes would light up? Master, I understand.
I want to try again.
After saying that, Zhang Jiawei started racing without waiting for Louis to stop him.
Oh my god.
Louis was sweating profusely, worried that this guy would really let go of his courage and drive fast, and end up in a car accident due to his immature driving skills.
Is this what it means to hurt others and end up hurting yourself? But I didn't intend to hurt anyone.
Louis felt bitter. But soon, Louis discovered that something was not right. Zhang Jiawei held the steering wheel tightly, but no accident happened.
And the technique is much better than before?
Although it is still far from his level, it has indeed improved a lot and is smoother than that of ordinary experienced drivers.
I wasn't hitting it by accident just now, was I right? This guy really has skills, but he's just timid, so he can't show them? Louis muttered to himself.
Zhang Jiawei stopped the car again and said to Louis excitedly, Master, you are awesome.
Please teach me again. I think I can do it.
It was hard to refuse such a kind offer, and it was difficult to back down, so Louis could only continue to deceive. Well, you just need to do this, then this, and then this. Louis started talking for a while and dancing, and then Zhang Jiawei started again. This time, Zhang Jiawei's driving skills have improved compared to before.
What the hell is going on? The person in charge of the driving school was stunned.
Boss, why is it that the handsome guy just said a few words to the handsome little guy and then gestured a few times with his hands, and the handsome little guy became so awesome?
Boss, that handsome boy's driving skills are better than yours now, right?
Boss, it seems that your teaching level is not as good as that handsome guy.
Boss, can we get our money back? I want to find that handsome guy to teach me.
The person in charge's mouth twitched.
Chapter 115, A Legend.
In the co-pilot seat, Louis was also disheveled in the wind.
He also wanted to ask, what was going on? Could it be that I have actually acquired the tutoring skills of a famous teacher?
But if you think about it carefully, this is really not the case.
But how do we explain the improvement in Zhang Jiawei's driving skills? Am I a natural-born driving master? That's not right.
I have been able to learn but not teach since I was young. In the past, when my classmates asked me questions, I felt that I had explained them clearly, but the other party just couldn't understand.
This is the textbook knowledge, and this should also be the case for driving skills. Or maybe Zhang Jiawei is actually a genius?
Louis looked at Zhang Jiawei in confusion, only to see Zhang Jiawei looking at him admiringly.
Master, you are truly amazing.
You are not only an amazing race car expert, but also an amazing driving instructor. The way Zhang Jiawei looked at Louis was exactly the same as the way those celebrity fans looked at their idols.
No, it's even worse than that.
The corner of Louis's mouth twitched. It seemed that the saying that Zhang Jiawei was a driving genius was not true.
So what is going on?
When Louis was puzzled, he saw a large group of driving school students rushing over from a distance. The looks in these students' eyes were exactly the same as the way Zhang Jiawei looked at him.
What's going on? Louis was shocked. Boss, can you give me some advice? I also want to be a car god. I don't want to be a car god.
The title of car god will always belong to you, the big boss.
I just want to be a little car god, or a little car god. Boss, I don't even want to be a little car god. I just want to pass the driver's license test.
I've been taking it for 2 years.
Louis's eyelids twitched. Did these students also regard him as a driving god? But you misunderstood. I really don't know how to teach driving.
It was just that Jiawei is so awesome.
It has nothing to do with me.
Louis hurriedly explained that what happened to Zhang Jiawei was absolutely a coincidence.
How could he agree to teach these students again? Wouldn't that be misleading?
But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jiawei spoke.
Master, you are too modest.
I have consulted many professional racing drivers before, but what they said was like fart and did not help me at all. But your few words enlightened me immediately and made me realize my spiritual enlightenment. My driving skills have improved completely thanks to you, Master.
Louis, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb.
No matter how Louis explained, those students just refused to believe him. They were so excited that they surrounded Louis, making it impossible for Louis to move. The system voice suddenly sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the random task and receiving the reward, primary teacher skills.
Ding, rewards are being distributed. Reward distribution is complete. Louis only felt a shock in his mind, and then he found that something seemed to be different about himself. Well, since I have acquired the skills to become a famous teacher, and I can't leave these students without teaching them, I might as well teach them. It's a good opportunity to try out whether the system's rewards are useful. Thinking of this, Louis smiled and said, since everyone trusts me so much, then I will say a few words. Okay. Everyone be quiet, the boss is about to start the class. Everyone, shut up. The boss is about to make a speech. Each and every student was very serious, and their level of seriousness seemed to be no less than before the college entrance examination. Louis recalled that he used to be known as the ghost listener in the class, and ghosts would get worried after listening to his explanations. So later on, basically no one came to him for explanations. He never expected that in his life there would be so many people who would listen to his lectures with an open mind. Seeing everyone's serious look, Louis was grateful and happy. He imitated the teacher, coughed twice, and then started to teach driving skills. The person in charge of the driving school was also listening nearby. He wanted to hear what was so magical about Louis. After listening for a while, the person in charge of the driving school was actually immersed in it. As an experienced driver with decades of experience in the industry, he actually gained something from Louis's words. Half an hour later, Louis's mouth was dry from talking. Well, I've said almost everything. The master leads you to the door, but it's up to you to practice. How much you can comprehend depends on your luck. Boss, please have some water. The person in charge of the driving school respectfully handed over a bottle of mineral water. At this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction towards Louis, only amazement and admiration. Louis's teaching is really great. No wonder Zhang Jiawei's driving skills have improved so much in such a short time. Do you want to give it a try and see how good your driving skills are now? Zhang Jiawei suddenly suggested. Louis, who was drinking water, almost spit out a mouthful of water. After all, I only teach verbally. Even if it can help these students deepen their understanding of how to drive, it is impossible for them to be able to drive all at once. Isn't it nonsense for Zhang Jiawei to ask them to drive now? What Louis didn't expect was that the person in charge of the driving school actually agreed. You guys line up in turn and get ready to practice driving. I'll be sitting in the passenger seat with you. As soon as the driving school director said this, the students lined up happily. Next, the students got in the car one by one and started driving. After each student gets in the car, holding the steering wheel feels like holding an old friend, and the sense of familiarity comes up all at once. Although these students could not be said to have any driving skills and could not drive smoothly without any hindrance, they at least drove steadily without any mistakes. So these students actually knew how to drive before, right? Louis was a little confused. A driving school instructor shook his head. How can that be possible? More than half of these people are testing driving for the first time. Other driving school coaches also said, yes, boss, we have been teaching driving for so many years, but this is the first time we have met someone as awesome as you. Boss, how about I also take you as my master, and teach me how to teach people to drive? Master, please, I want to be your apprentice too. These coaches who usually look down on others in the driving school are now extremely humble in front of Louis, begging him to kneel down and accept them as their disciples. Louis waved his hand calmly. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he drove away. Although Louis was driving quite fast, the coaches found him more and more handsome. As expected of a big boss, even his ordinary driving is so charming. Yeah, the boss is the boss, this car is so stable. One day, I can become a big shot like that. When the driving school students saw Louis leaving, they all looked reluctant. Boss, I haven't treated you to a meal yet. Boss, I want to thank you very much. Thank you, boss. I think I can finally pass my driver's license test this time. Although Louis has left, from then on, the driving school community has been filled with legends about Louis. Chapter 116 Tutor. After Louis left the driving school, he separated from Zhang Jiawei. Even though Zhang Jiawei wanted to treat Louis to a meal and entertainment, Louis refused. At this moment, Louis just wanted to go back to the villa, lie on the soft big bed, and have a good sleep. He didn't sleep well last night. As soon as he woke up in the morning, Zhang Jiawei pestered him to go to the driving school and give lectures to the students. He was almost exhausted.
As soon as he entered the villa, Louis saw a beautiful figure rushing towards him. It was the stunning bodyguard Su Zian.
Master, you are finally back. Su Zian looked worried.
Louis looked at Su Zian's dark circles and remembered that before going to bed last night, although he sent Su Zian a text message telling her that he would not return to the villa, he did not explain the reason, which might have caused Su Zian to not sleep well the whole night.
I'm fine, don't worry.
Louis raised his hand and touched Su Zian's head, feeling very moved. Later, Louis found that Lin Xiaoer was nowhere to be seen, so he asked,
"Where's Sister Xiaoer? Did she go to class?"
Su Zian curled her lips and said, "Ms. Lin has an exam this afternoon, so she studied in her room until very late last night."
She should still be asleep now. The exam is so soon? Louis was surprised.
Su Zian explained, because Miss Lin joined the class halfway through, although Miss Lin has only studied for a few days, other students have already studied for a long time.
I think it's time to take an exam to test the results of her study, right? Louis nodded and said, "Okay, you didn't sleep well last night, go back to your room and catch up on some sleep."
"I'll go see Sister Xiaoer." Su Zian pursed her lips and looked unhappy, but still listened to Louis and went back to her room.
Boom boom boom. Louis knocked on Lin Xiaoer's door. No one opened the door.
I knocked twice more, still no response. Louis frowned and pushed open the door, only to see Lin Xiaoer sleeping on the dressing table. Her dressing table was not filled with cosmetics like other girls, but was piled with books. Louis felt so distressed that he quickly stepped forward, gently picked up Lin Xiaoer, and wanted to put her back on bed to sleep. But when he walked over to take a look, he found that there were no signs of exercises on the textbook on Lin Xiaoer's desk. Instead, the blank spaces were filled with the words Louis scribbled all over. Louis was stunned, and suddenly remembered that Lin Xiaoer was in the room last night. She was probably not reviewing, but was worried about him like Su Zian. However, Su Zian was a martial artist after all, and she was in good health and could stay up late. Lin Xiaoer's physical condition was not as good, so she couldn't hold on and eventually fell asleep on the table.
Louis was touched and distressed, and carefully covered Lin Xiaoer with a blanket.
Then he was worried that Lin Xiaoer had caught a cold from staying up late last night, so he checked Lin Xiaoer's pulse.
Fortunately, Lin Xiaoer did not catch a cold.
Sitting next to Lin Xiaoer, Louis smiled slightly as he watched her sleeping soundly and occasionally smacking her lips. Lin Xiaoer is still as cute as she was when she was a child. After tucking in the corners of the quilt for Lin Xiaoer, Louis came to the dressing table and packed up Lin Xiaoer's textbooks. I found that in addition to his name on the page of the textbook, his name was also written sporadically in the blank spaces of other pages. Louis suddenly remembered that he used to like writing the name of the person he secretly loved in the gaps between his textbooks. Looking back at Lin Xiaoer, who was sleeping soundly, Louis felt quite emotional.
Louis went back to his room and slept until noon.
While eating lunch, he found that Lin Xiaoer was absent-minded, as if she was still thinking about something.
"Sister Xiaoer, it's just a pop test. There's no need to worry so much." Louis comforted her.
Lin Xiaoer sighed and said, "Because of you, the teachers in the class are very considerate of me, which has caused criticism from other students.
If I don't do well in the exam this time, those students will definitely make a big fuss about me.
I got in through the back door by giving the teacher a tip before the competition.
I don't want to be laughed at."
Louis glared. "Who of them dares to laugh at you?"
Lin Xiaoer rolled her eyes at Louis. "They have their own mouths, how can we control them?
The only way to shut those people up is to study hard and do well in the exam. Then I'll help you explain the question later."
Louis decided to respect Lin Xiaoer's idea.
Lin Xiaoer recalled the nickname of Gue Tingqiu when Louis was in school, and her eyelids twitched.
"It's been so long since you graduated from college, can you still remember the old questions? Or forget it?" Lin Xiaoer's tactful refusal made Louis raise his eyebrows.
Louis said confidently, "Sister Xiaoer, I have transformed and am no longer the Gue Tingqiu of the past."
But the more confident Louis was, the less Lin Xiaoer believed it.
It's not that she looked down on Louis, it's just that she had been Louis's deskmate for so many years and she was very impressed by Louis's way of lecturing. When Louis explains questions, he can really make the questions you know how to answer appear difficult to you. He can also explain the questions you don't know how to answer to the point that you will doubt your life.
No need for that. There isn't much time left. If you review now, you might get more confused the more you review.
Lin Xiaoer smiled awkwardly. She didn't learn much in the first place. If Louis explained it to her, she wouldn't be able to remember what she had learned.
Wouldn't she get 0 on the test?
Sister Chower, believe me, I have really transformed.
Louis put down his chopsticks and was about to get Lin Shower's textbook. No!
Lin Shower held down the textbook, worried that Louis would see her name written in the textbook, and her eyes were full of panic. Louis also reacted, and said with a smile, "How about this, you write the questions in your draft book and I will explain them to you." Louis had said this, if I refused again, it would be too disrespectful to Louis. Thinking of this, Lin Shower took out a pen and paper and started copying the questions. Regardless of what she copied, they were all the most difficult final questions. Anyway, she has no idea how to answer the final question now, so even if Louis is still Gue Tingcho, he will not disrupt the simple questions she can answer. Louis looked at Lin Shower's draft and saw the following words written on it: function fx with a known domain of R. Isn't this the final question in the first year of high school mathematics? All the information about this question instantly popped up in Louis's mind. This information surprised Louis. Is this the effect of the tutoring skills of the junior master teacher? It is so useful. Louis cleared his throat and said, "Given that the function is an odd function, find the value of a." Since the function is an odd function, we know that. Louis talked about the question incessantly. His voice was loud but not ear-shattering, his language was humorous but not distracting. He explained the question in simple terms. After finishing the final question, he also drew inferences about other cases and talked about many related knowledge points. Even Su Zian, who had no interest in studying, listened with great interest and did not feel bored at all. Sister Chower, do you understand? After Louis finished speaking, he habitually picked up the cup of water on the table and drank a sip of water. At this moment, Lin Shower was looking at him with a dazed look on her face. This scene reminded Louis of a movie about a tutor. Chapter 117, Bragging Without Thinking. I understand. Lin Shower looked at Louis with surprise and admiration. You have really transformed. You are no longer the ghost of the past, and now you feel that you are better at explaining questions than those professional teachers. Louis, how did you do it? It's amazing. Teaching, transformation, it's an easy thing. Louis naturally would not mention the system and could only laugh it off. Lin Shower didn't refute it, but believed it to be true. After all, Louis's lecture just now was really great. What does this prove? It proves that Louis is really amazing. If that's the case, then for Louis, anything is possible. Louis, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. You're so powerful now, but I still treated you like a ghost and doubted your level, fearing that you would talk nonsense to me. Lin Shower apologized with a slightly red face. Sister Chower, you are too polite. Louis waved his hand and said with a smile, by the way, are you only taking the math test this afternoon? Do you want me to teach you about other subjects as well? Okay. Lin Shower didn't hesitate this time and agreed happily. It was 2:30 in the afternoon when Louis drove Lin Shower to the cram school. At this moment, the cram school was already full of people, and everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. Come in. Louis smiled at Lin Shower. Okay. Lin Shower nodded obediently, then smiled and walked into the classroom confidently. On the way here, Louis sorted out her knowledge structure again, so that she could remember the knowledge more firmly and understand it more deeply. In addition, Louis also taught her some special problem-solving skills. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can just choose C, or choose the shortest among 3 long and 1 short, but rather use simple and practical methods such as substitution method, limit value method, and elimination method. That is why Lin Shower is so confident. But when the students in the classroom saw that everyone was nervous, but Lin Shower was smiling and full of confidence, they couldn't help but hum. She relies on giving money to the teacher to get the teacher to take good care of her. Does she really think she is so great? Everyone is worried about the exam, but she can still smile. It is said that she is kept by an old bald guy and she comes here just for fun. No wonder she's so rich, it turns out she's being kept by an old man, no wonder she's not worried about the exam at all. As those people were talking, a woman in a floral short skirt and black high heels walked into the classroom. This is the math teacher of the cram school, Fan Yanhong. Although she is 30 years old, she looks no different from a girl in her 20s, and her age adds a touch of charm to her, making her even more attractive. What are you arguing about? Fan Yanhong glanced at those who were discussing it and said coldly. You've finished your review, right? You have an exam coming up soon, but you still have the energy to gossip about others. You don't want to go to college anymore, right? Aren't you all coming here to fulfill your dream of going to college?
How did you end up here just to gossip?
It turns out that no matter how old you are, you will be afraid of teachers. Everyone in the classroom lost their temper after being scolded by Fan Yanhong, and they all lowered their heads and shut their mouths.
Xiaoer, come and hand out the papers. Fan Yanhong waved to Lin Xiaoer with a much gentler attitude.
It's not that she likes Lin Xiaoer very much. In fact, because Lin Xiaoer is the only woman in the class who can outshine her, she actually dislikes Lin Xiaoer. However, her superiors had instructed her to take good care of Lin Xiaoer, so she naturally had no choice but to do as they told her.
Ignore them and take the exam well.
Fan Yanhong handed the test paper to Lin Xiaoer and forced a smile.
It doesn't matter if you don't do well on the test. After all, you're new here, so it's normal to do poorly. Lin Xiaoer was full of confidence. Teacher Fan, I will definitely do well in the exam. Fan Yanhong was stunned, thinking, where do you get the courage to say that? You have only been here for a few days, and you can hardly answer the questions in class. It is obvious that you are not a good student. This exam is a comprehensive test, covering a wide range of knowledge, and the questions are not easy. I am afraid that the top students in the class with a good foundation may not be able to do well in the exam, let alone you, Lin Xiaoer, who got in through the back door. Although she thought so in her heart, Fan Yanhong just said, go ahead. The 2-hour exam time was a bit torturous for Louis, who was sitting outside the door playing with his mobile phone, but it passed quickly for the candidates. Time is up, stop writing and hand in your paper.
Fan Yanhong said coldly. The candidates put down their pens and handed in their papers, complaining that the questions were very difficult. Lin Xiaoer also frowned, no longer having the ease and confidence she had when she first entered the examination room. The other candidates seemed to have anticipated this and sneered.
You were quite confident just now, why are you frowning now? Ha, a girl who was kept by a greasy old man would also frown because of an exam?
I thought you were so capable, but in the end, you were left speechless. Fan Yanhong glanced at the examinees with a cold face, then took the test paper from Lin Xiaoer and comforted her with a dry smile.
It's okay.
If you didn't do well in the exam this time, just try harder next time.
Lin Xiaoer nodded and said, thank you, teacher. But teacher, can you please give us a smaller amount of calculations next time? The last question this time required a lot of calculations. If you could give me 2 more minutes, I would definitely be able to figure it out. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Fan Yanhong was even more surprised and asked, Xiaoer, what did you say? You actually did the final question, and you almost finished it? Lin Xiaoer hummed, yes. Teacher, don't mind me. I just said it casually.
In fact, if I hadn't been too slow in doing the previous questions, I should have been able to solve the last question.
It's actually my own fault.
Fan Yanhong, what Lin Xiaoer meant by this is that, except for the last question, she had solved all the other questions?
How is this possible?
The last 2 multiple-choice questions and the last fill-in-the-blank question are both very difficult.
Don't brag without thinking. Suddenly, someone sneered. Then someone echoed.
Yeah, I guess the last 3 multiple-choice questions left the last 2 fill-in-the-blank questions blank, and had no idea how to answer a few of the big questions. How could this guy possibly finish them all?
Ha, you can't even eat slowly when you're bragging?
That's ridiculous.
Teacher, let's take a look at her test paper, then the truth will be clear, right?
Yes, teacher, show us her paper.
Fan Yanhong hesitated.
Although she also felt that Lin Xiaoer was bragging and hated her for it, her superiors had said that they would take care of her if she made her bragging known to the public. Fan Yanhong was struggling with her decision when she suddenly felt her hands were empty. Lin Xiaoer's test paper has been snatched away by the class monitor.
Chapter 118 I am a greasy old man.
The class monitor snatched Lin Xiaoer's test paper, and the other candidates immediately surrounded her.
Monitor, let me see Miss Lin's test paper. I want to see if her boasting is true or not.
Ha, class monitor, I also want to see the test paper of this top student Lin.
Squad leader, don't be happy alone, let us have some fun too.
The candidates shouted excitedly, but they gradually found that the monitor's face looked increasingly strange. The smile on the squad leader's face gradually froze, replaced by panic and shock.
The monitor's hands trembled as he held the test paper. How is this possible?
The other candidates were startled and rushed to grab the papers.
I saw that the answers to every question were written on the test paper.
Especially the last big question, which was full of calculations, but lacked a final answer. The candidates swallowed their saliva immediately, unable to believe their eyes.
How could this happen? This shouldn't happen. This Lin is always clueless in class, so how come he's so good at taking exams? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
While the candidates were surprised, Fan Yanhong took the opportunity to snatch back the test paper. She looked down at Lin Xiaoer's test paper, ready to examine it carefully. At this moment, the squad leader's eyes suddenly sparkled.
She must have written it all randomly.
This test paper looks scary, but actually all the answers are wrong. She was just writing all over it. Hearing the monitors shout, the other candidates also showed a look of sudden enlightenment.
Yes, if she is really that amazing, would she fail the college entrance examination and end up being kept by a greasy old man, relying on the old man's money to attend adult college entrance examination cram school? Yes, the monitor is right. She must have written it randomly. Ha, everyone can write randomly. I was shocked.
I thought I was going to be slapped in the face by this shameless woman, but it turns out that she just wrote it randomly.
Ha, doesn't her hand hurt after writing so much just to save face? When the scores come out, she will be the one who is embarrassed.
She is willing to be kept by a bald, greasy man with a big belly.
Do you still think she can figure this out?
The classroom was filled with laughter.
Lin Xiaoer's answers are more than 80% correct. Fan Yanhong's abrupt words immediately stopped the laughter. Teacher, what did you just say?
The class monitor and all the candidates looked at Fan Yanhong in shock.
Lin Xiaoer's answers were more than 80% correct. And that's because I can't remember the answers to some of the questions.
But I just took a look, and she wrote most of them correctly. If I grade according to the answers, Lin Xiaoer's final score should be above 130. Every word that Fan Yanhong spoke was like thunder, striking the hearts of the class monitor and all the candidates. Lin Xiaoer's score was actually over 130. Among all the students in the classroom, the one with the best grades was the class monitor.
But his highest score in history was just over 100.
Moreover, the difficulty of this test paper is much greater than the last time when the class monitor scored over 100. In other words, Lin Xiaoer's strength has crushed everyone present. At this moment, the squad leader's face turned green.
As for the other candidates, they looked as if they had eaten a fly.
They opened their mouths and couldn't utter a word, and their faces looked extremely ugly. Fan Yanhong was also very embarrassed and felt her face burning hot, as if she had been slapped in the face.
Xiaoer, how did you do that? Fan Yanhong asked in surprise.
Lin Xiaoer looked proudly at Louis, who was sitting outside the door with his head bowed. Because he tutored me for a few hours, I remembered everything I learned before in an instant, and I remembered and applied it all.
Fan Yanhong? Just a few hours of tutoring made Lin Xiaoer's grades soar? This is incredible. Xiaoer, can you ask your tutor to come over for a moment?
Fan Yanhong saw that Lin Xiaoer didn't look like she was lying, so she wanted to ask for some teaching skills.
Okay. Lin Xiaoer nodded, then came to Louis. How did you do in the exam?
After being patted on the shoulder by Lin Xiaoer, Louis raised his head, took off his Bluetooth headset and asked.
Very good, the teacher said it will be about 130.
Lin Xiaoer said happily, our teacher also thinks you are amazing and wants to meet you.
This. Louis hesitated. I agreed to everything. Lin Xiaoer muttered. Okay then.
Louis smiled bitterly and walked into the classroom with Lin Xiaoer. When Louis and Lin Xiaoer walked into the classroom, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Looking at Louis and Lin Xiaoer standing side by side like a perfect couple, everyone opened their mouths wide, with shock flashing in their eyes.
This man looks so rich, could he be the one supporting Lin Xiaoer? Fuck, isn't it said that the man who supports Lin Xiaoer is a greasy old man with a big belly and a bald head? I'm dumbfounded. This is completely different from the greasy old man. Who the hell spread this rumor? The men's faces turned pale.
It was impossible for them not to be tempted by Lin Xiaoer, who was so beautiful. But Lin Xiaoer was always protected by a beautiful bodyguard, so they couldn't talk to her at all. So when they heard that Lin Xiaoer was kept by a greasy old man, they were so excited. Because of this rumor, their psychology was almost distorted. But now, the rumors have been shattered, and that kind of compensatory psychology has naturally been shattered.
Looking at the extremely handsome Louis, these people became desperate. Lou? Mr. Lou, hello. Fan Yanhong was also attracted by Louis.
It took her a long time to come back to her senses, and she reached out her hand to Louis.
Hello, Teacher Fan. Louis shook hands with Fan Yanhong and said with a smile, just call me Louis. I'm not a teacher. Not a teacher? Fan Yanhong was shocked.
But Xiaoer just said that you only tutored her for a few hours, but her grades improved dramatically.
Isn't this easy to do?
Louis asked, because Sister Xiaoer has a good foundation.
Fan Yanhong, she has been teaching Lin Xiaoer for a few days, and she knows best whether Lin Xiaoer's foundation is good or not. After all, it was because of Louis's strong abilities that Lin Xiaoer's grades improved so well. Thinking of this, Fan Yanhong couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. If Louis was a professional teacher, that would make sense. But Louis was just an amateur teacher. With just a few pointers, Lin Xiaoer was able to reach this level. Fan Yanhong felt that all the teaching she had done in the past few years was in vain. Teacher Fan. Louis coughed twice awkwardly. Can you please let go of my hand first?
Just now, he shook hands with Fan Yanhong, but Fan Yanhong kept holding his hand and refused to let go, which made Louis very embarrassed.
Oh, sorry.
Fan Yan apologized with a red face, but she still didn't let go of her hand.
Chapter 119. I can't apologize in this life. Louis couldn't help but frown and even wanted to shake off Fan Yanhong's hand.
Although Fan Yanhong was sexy and charming, he didn't like this posture. However, just as he was about to exert force, he found that Fan Yanhong bent over slightly, with a look of pain on her face. Louis quickly pointed his finger at Fan Yanhong's wrist, and then he realized that after he reminded Fan Yanhong just now, it was not that Fan Yanhong was reluctant to let go, but that Fan Yanhong felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, and subconsciously wanted to grab something to hold on, so she did not let go of his hand.
Louis! At this time, Lin Xiaoer was unhappy.
The men in the classroom also had twitching mouth corners, looking at Louis with murderous eyes.
This guy, doesn't he already have a pure beauty like Lin Xiaoer?
Yet he still wants to get his hands on Teacher Fan. We didn't even have a chance to shake hands with Teacher Fan for a second, but he kept me company for several minutes.
He still won't let go. It's so infuriating.
Hearing these voices, Fan Yanhong quickly let go of Louis's hand, then placed her hands on the podium and said coldly,
"What nonsense are you talking about? It wasn't Mr. Liu who refused to let go.
I took the initiative to hold Mr. Liu's hand.
Of course, I didn't have any improper thoughts. It was because I was not feeling well and needed a support point."
After hearing the first half of the sentence, the men lowered their heads and sighed, feeling that they were still no match for Louis. But when they heard the second half of Fan Yanhong's words, their eyes lit up and they rushed forward like wolves and tigers.
"Teacher Fan, what's wrong with you? Shall I take you to the hospital? Let me take you there.
I'm in good health and can get you to the hospital quickly carrying Teacher Fan on my back."
He. No matter how fast you run, can you be faster than a car? Teacher Fan, I have a motorcycle. I can take you to the hospital. Lin Xiaoer realized that she had misunderstood Louis.
She first apologized to Louis with a smile, and then said to Fan Yanhong,
"Teacher Fan, if you feel unwell, go to the hospital. Don't force yourself." Everyone was talking, when suddenly someone said, "She's fine, she doesn't need to go to the hospital." Upon hearing this, everyone got angry. Looking back, they saw that the person who said this was Louis.
The men were even more united in their hatred of the enemy, pointing at Louis's nose and cursing.
"What nonsense are you talking about? Teacher Fan said she was unwell, and you said she was fine? Hey, do you still want to take advantage of Teacher Fan? That's why you don't want Teacher Fan to go to the hospital?
You are such a shameless person. Even though you are handsome, you are no different from a greasy old bald guy."
That's right, no wonder he can be a mistress.
Before the man could finish his words, Fan Yanhong threw a piece of chalk at him.
"Shut up!"
Fan Yanhong shouted coldly, "Mr. Liu is right, I'm fine and I don't need to go to the hospital."
Everyone heard this but didn't believe it. They thought Fan Yanhong was just pretending.
"Teacher Fan, we know you are a good teacher and want to stick to the podium, but if you are sick, you have to see a doctor. Don't delay, otherwise a minor illness may turn into a major one, and you may."
Fan Yanhong's face turned blue. "Stop talking. My goodness, you all hope she dies, right?"
Fan Yanhong's eyes were as cold as ice, and she said heavily, "I said, I'm fine."
Louis also said, "She is indeed fine."
She felt nauseous and wanted to vomit just now, but it was just a side effect of taking the Fenbrew capsules.
Upon hearing this, Fan Yanhong was stunned. "Mr. Liu, how did you know that I took Fenbrew capsules?"
Louis explained, "I just took your pulse and found that it was disordered, which seems to be a reaction to taking non-steroidal drugs."
The most common non-steroidal drug is Fenbrew capsules.
In addition, Fenburu capsules are used to treat diseases such as cervical spondylosis and periarthritis of the shoulder. You are a teacher, and you happen to be a common person suffering from these two diseases. So I am sure that you must have taken Fenburu capsules.
Fan Yanhong's eyes widened as she watched Louis talking.
She had never seen a man so handsome, so charming, and so knowledgeable and intelligent. If she was reluctant to let go of Louis's hand at the beginning because she was impressed by Louis's appearance and figure, then now, her whole heart has fallen for Louis. As for the male students, they were completely stunned and their heads were buzzing.
Why is this guy so handsome, rich, and powerful? This guy couldn't be a doctor. He speaks so professionally. Why do I feel like I'm useless in front of this guy? Please remove the word as if. In front of him, we are nothing. These people were still depressed, but they didn't know that Louis had already set his sights on them. I just heard you guys talking about the greasy old bald guy. I thought you were joking, but you said it again and mentioned something about keeping a mistress? Louis's eyes were slightly cold. What on earth is going on?
Those students were already angry with Louis, and now when they were questioned by Louis, they instinctively wanted to fight back. As a result, when he looked up and met Louis's eyes, he felt his legs go weak all of a sudden and lowered his head involuntarily. Seeing that these students were unwilling to speak, Louis asked Lin Shower, Sister Shower, I was sitting outside with headphones on just now, so I didn't hear the voices inside.
What did they say just now? Nothing.
Lin Shower shook her head and smiled. Louis, let's go.
I did so well in the exam today. I'll go home and cook you a big meal. Louis smiled at Lin Shower but did not move. Lin Shower is kind and good-tempered. She endures any grievances by herself, but he doesn't want Lin Shower to suffer any grievances. Not to mention anything else, just because Lin Shower is his fellow villager, he has to vent his anger on behalf of Lin Shower. Teacher Fan, I need to know the truth. Louis asked coldly.
Fan Yanhong had always been in love with Louis, and with Louis's strong aura at the moment, she didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything that had just happened. Finally, he added, Mr. Liu, I stopped them, but there were so many mouths, I couldn't handle it alone. Louis ignored Fan Yanhong and swept his cold eyes over all the students. You all went psyched just now, right? Okay, now, everyone slaps themselves in the face, 100 times.
Everyone's eyes widened. 100 slaps would make their faces swollen, right? Besides, why should they listen to Louis? Even if Louis is rich, he can't do anything to so many people, right? You asked me to slap someone and I would? That's hilarious. Yeah, having a little money is a big deal? Your tail is sticking up in the sky? I won't slap you, what's the matter, are you going to hit me? Lin Shower said to Louis awkwardly, forget it. We are innocent and have nothing to fear. Let them say whatever they want. If it doesn't work, just ask them to apologize. Slapping them is too embarrassing. They won't do that. If the matter gets out of hand, it won't be good for you. As a result, someone laughed as soon as the words fell. Don't even think about it. Apologizing is impossible. Not in this lifetime. Chapter 120 Boss, I was wrong.
The person who said this was the one who wanted to say that Louis was supporting Lin Shower, but was stopped by Fan Yanhong as soon as the word support came out of his mouth. He was also the one who snatched Lin Shower's test paper, wanting to humiliate her, but ended up getting slapped in the face. It's the squad leader. As soon as the class monitor said, I will never apologize in my life, everyone else in the classroom couldn't help but laugh out loud. For a moment, the classroom was filled with laughter.
Bang! The loud sound of the slap stood out amid the laughter. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. They looked at Louis blankly, then at the squad leader. At this moment, the squad leader was covering his face with his ears red. Mr. Liu? Louis! Fan Yanhong and Lin Shower were both surprised. They didn't expect Louis to take direct action. You dare to hit me?
The squad leader also came to his senses and became furious. He didn't care about the consequences for a moment and rushed directly towards Louis.
He is not as handsome as Louis, he is not as rich as Louis, he is not as knowledgeable as Louis, so is he not as good as Louis in fighting? He doesn't believe it.
He is big and strong, and weighs at least 40 to 50 kilograms more than Louis. If he pounced on him like this, he would pin Louis to the ground and make him unable to get up. However, as soon as he pounced on Louis, Louis's foot kicked him in the belly. Then everyone saw that the squad leader, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, flew out sideways like a ball. He knocked over several desks in a row before collapsing on the ground. Louis's face was calm, his eyes were peaceful, as if the kick just now didn't take any effort at all.
This scene stunned everyone. That's a fat man weighing nearly 200 pounds. How much strength does it take to kick someone several meters away? Everyone looked at Louis as if he were a monster. You just said that you would never apologize in your life? Louis walked slowly to the squad leader, held his collar, and asked. Your next sentence is, even if you jump off here, you won't apologize? As he spoke, Louis dragged the squad leader to the window like a dead dog. Do you want me to help you jump down from here? The squad leader looked out the window and felt dizzy and weak all over. I was wrong, brother, I was wrong. Did I ask you to apologize to me? Louis threw the squad leader to the ground, facing Lin Xiaoer. Apologize to Sister Xiaoer. By the way, don't forget those 100 slaps. The squad leader didn't dare to complain anymore, and while slapping himself in the face, he apologized to Lin Xiaoer. Sister Lin, I was mean in the past, please don't take it to heart, you are a great man and don't bear grudges. Louis glanced at the others again. Sister Lin, I was wrong. I was mean. Please forgive me this time. I'm sorry, Sister Lin. I won't be so mean again. Sister Lin, I don't dare to gossip anymore. Please forgive me this time. These people also apologized and slapped each other in the face. For a moment, the classroom was noisy. Lin Xiaoer looked at this scene and felt a little bit sorry for it, so she wanted to persuade Louis to just let it go. But Louis pulled Lin Xiaoer's wrist and said with a smile, Sister Xiaoer, there is no exam today, right? Let's go. When they reached the door, Louis turned around and said to Fan Yanhan, Teacher Fan, please help me count. If anyone misses a slap, please remember to let me know. Oh, and that squad leader, right? Just give yourself 101 slaps, because I just gave you one slap. Upon hearing this, the squad leader's face turned dark. He had just been slapped, why did he slap himself again now? Any questions? Louis asked. No problem. The squad leader quickly shook his head. Louis nodded and took Lin Xiaoer away. Louis, actually, it was really unnecessary just now. At most, just let them apologize. Lin Xiaoer went downstairs still mumbling about this. Louis just smiled and didn't say anything. If a person is not ruthless, he will not be able to stand firm. If he does not do this today, will those guys learn their lesson? Maybe they will make up some rumors about Lin Xiaoer or even do something to her someday. However, due to different personalities, Louis doesn't want to change Lin Xiaoer. It would not be good if Lin Xiaoer became like him. While driving back to the villa, Louis received a call from Xiao Wanwan. Mr. Liu, we have already checked the surveillance footage at the entrance to the underground parking lot and have caught those thugs. They are now in custody. Louis nodded with satisfaction. He said last night that he would send these thugs to jail, and he would definitely do it. It's just that. Xiao Wanwan was a little confused. At first, we wanted to check the surveillance in the underground parking lot, but the surveillance camera inside was broken. I don't know what happened. Louis looked embarrassed and coughed twice. It doesn't matter, as long as the thugs are caught. Thank you, Officer Xiao, for your hard work again this time. Xiao Wanwan smiled, this is my job. But Mr. Liu, although Tang Shijing last time and the thugs this time said that Han Ziyu was the mastermind behind the scenes, I'm sorry, I can't arrest Han Ziyu now. Louis was not surprised by this, as Han Ziyu's identity determined everything. It doesn't matter. When the Han family falls, I will naturally send Han Ziyu in personally. Louis returned to the lakeside villa and went into the room to have a video call with Li Jianzi. Boss Li, how are things going over there? Li Jianzi smiled and said, Mr. Liu, the herbs are basically ready, but the professional doctors, famous ones don't really want to come to Edu, and I can't bring out the less famous ones, so I feel sorry for you, Mr. Liu, so can you give me a little more time? Louis said, the doctor is not important, what I need is the medicinal materials. Li Jianzi asked in confusion, Mr. Liu, you have the herbs, but there is no doctor to prescribe them and make them into Chinese patent medicines. That's useless. You can't just sell the raw herbs, right? Louis said, I have my own prescription. Li Jianzi was immediately surprised, Boss Liu, you also know medicine? I guess I understand a little bit. Louis said. Hearing this, Li Jianzi thought that Louis had only learned a little bit, so he said, Mr. Liu, medicine is for saving lives, so we can't be careless at all. So, let's wait for the professional doctor to come. Don't worry, tomorrow, I will definitely contact the doctor, and then send the doctor and the medicine to Edu together. Louis smiled bitterly. Since Li Jiangze had already said tomorrow, there was not much point in arguing with Li Jiangze about his medical skills now. After exchanging some pleasantries, he hung up the phone. Louis lay in the chair with his eyes half closed. When he thought of the Han family, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This time, he wanted to win with one strike and deal a heavy blow to the Han family. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Louis, I have an exam tomorrow. Can you help me with tutoring again tonight? Lin Xiaoer asked outside the door. Chapter 121 Active Liquid. Of course. Louis opened the door and smiled warmly at Lin Xiaoer. Lin Xiaoer's eyes were full of gratitude, and she said, "The adult college entrance examination is at the end of October, which is only a month away. I thought that even if I studied day and night, I could only take a chance this year. But now that I have you, I think I can really try to impact Jiang Province University." Jiangxi University is the best university in Jiangxi Province and enjoys a high reputation throughout the country. The admission score of this university is not low, and it is even more difficult to enter through the adult college entrance examination channel. But Louis just smiled at Lin Xiaoer. "Don't worry, you will definitely pass the exam." With him around, let alone Jiang Province University, even if Lin Xiaoer wanted to be admitted to Qing or Yanbei, that would be very likely. After dinner, Louis began to tutor Lin Xiaoer in English. To be honest, when Louis first learned that he had to tutor Lin Xiaoer in English, he looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very nervous inside. Because even though he had the tutoring skills of a famous teacher, the psychological shadow left by English on him was too deep. He failed several times in middle school, and it was only at the end of his graduation that he managed to pass the level 4 exam. However, when he uttered his first English word, he was stunned. With his authentic British accent, if you didn't know him well, you would think he was a top student who had studied abroad for many years. Lin Xiaoer was even more shocked. She knew Louis's English level, especially his spoken English, which was even worse than hers at the beginning. I didn't expect that Louis's spoken English has become so standard now. For a moment, Lin Xiaoer admired Louis, but at the same time she felt that the gap between herself and Louis was getting bigger and bigger, and she felt a little inferior. "Sister Xiaoer, what are you thinking about?" Louis flicked his finger on Lin Xiaoer's forehead and said, "Focus on the class. When you are admitted to Jiang Province University, take me there for a look." "Good." Lin Xiaoer nodded heavily. Getting admitted to Jiang Province University was the only way for her to get closer to Louis. "When I graduate, I will come to your company and be your right-hand man." Lin Xiaoer looked at Louis and swore secretly. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and Louis was talking until his mouth was dry. "I'll go get you some hot milk." Lin Xiaoer hurriedly got up and walked out. "Don't bother. A glass of water will do." Louis said this, but Lin Xiaoer still walked out of the room. Not long after, Lin Xiaoer came in with warm milk. "Here, milk can calm your nerves. Aren't you very busy with work these days? And you've been tutoring me all the time. Drink some milk and you'll have a good sleep," Lin Xiaoer said as she handed the milk to Louis. Just as Louis was about to reach out to take it, Lin Xiaoer's hand suddenly shook, and the milk spilled on Louis's thigh. Sorry." Lin Xiaoer looked at the snow-white milk stain, feeling panicked and embarrassed. She wanted to help Louis wipe it clean, but in the end she didn't do it and just handed the tissue to Louis. "Louis, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, are you okay?" Lin Xiaoer felt guilty and worried. Although the milk was not hot, it was spilled on. "It's all right." Louis wiped the milk stains, took the milk and put it on the table, and asked in confusion, "Sister Xiaoer, what happened to you just now? Why did your hands suddenly shake?" Lin Xiaoer rubbed her shoulders and smiled bitterly. "Maybe I injured my shoulder when I went out to work a few years ago, and then every autumn and winter when it gets colder, my shoulder hurts." Seeing Louis frowning and looking worried, Lin Xiaoer said, "It's okay, it only hurts occasionally, most of the time it doesn't hurt. It was such a coincidence just now, it just happened to be. Louis, go take a shower and change your pants, it's getting late now, you still have to go to work tomorrow." Louis was unwilling to leave, and said solemnly, "No, let me show you." "No." Lin Xiaoer wanted to refuse, but Louis had already stood up and pushed her to the edge of the bed. "Sit down, let me take a look," Louis said in a deep voice. Listening to Louis's magnetic and irresistible voice, Lin Xiaoer had no choice but to sit obediently in the corner of the bed. Louis came behind Lin Xiaoer and said, Sister Xiaoer, I need to see your shoulder. Ah? Lin Xiaoer's pretty face turned red. Louis said, Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, with observation being the first, so of course we have to see it.
Well, okay. Lin Xiaoer blushed and exposed her shoulders. Because of doing farm work for a long time and working as a laborer for several years, Lin Xiaoer's skin is not white or delicate, and it even feels a little rough.
What are you doing? Didn't we agree to just watch? Lin Xiaoer asked in panic.
Louis coughed awkwardly twice. Look, smell, ask, and palpate.
Palpate means to feel, right?
It was definitely taking the pulse, but he was impulsive just now and had no choice, so now he can only make up something. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoer didn't understand these things, so she just said oh and didn't say anything else. Louis pulled Lin Xiaoer's clothes back up and said, You have periarthritis of the shoulder. It's not a big problem now, but if you leave it alone, it will be very troublesome in the future.
It's not that exaggerated. Lin Xiaoer refused to believe it. I know medical skills, but you still don't believe me? Louis rolled his eyes.
Shoulder periarthritis is similar to cervical spondylosis.
The best treatment is physical therapy, which is massage and traction.
Of course, medication is also possible, but most of the medications on the market now have slow effects. Often, the treatment effect is only 1 point, and the condition has already worsened by 2 points.
As Louis spoke, he gave Lin Xiaoer a massage. How is it? Do you feel better?
It is quite comfortable. Lin Xiaoer just nodded in response, then suddenly thought of something and her face immediately turned red again.
Louis didn't think about it and continued, I will give you a massage every day for a week, and it will be almost cured. A week?
Lin Xiaoer felt weird when she thought that Louis would come to her room every night to give her a massage.
No need for that. Lin Xiaoer refused. Don't you have any medicine? I'm more used to taking medicine. There are still people who like to take medicine? Louis was surprised. But since Lin Xiaoer asked, Louis answered, yes, there is. Traditional Chinese medicine has a recipe called Gigan Hualua decoction, which is for diseases of the cervical spine, lumbar spine, and shoulders. However, this recipe is complicated to make, and most people don't have the time for it. It's also easy to cause problems, so it's not recommended. However, this problem can be solved in a few days. Louis said with a smile. Really? Lin Xiaoer asked curiously, how do we solve it?
Louis's lips curled up slightly. I will simply adjust the recipe of Gigan Hualua decoction and make it into a Chinese patent medicine.
Like Huaxiang Jingqi liquid. As long as the condition is not serious, drinking 1 box should be enough to cure it. Is this the big project you are working on? Lin Xiaoer asked.
Louis nodded. Yes, when I launch this active liquid, the weather in Yidu will change.
Chapter 122 Jean Du Pharmacist. Change of weather. What does that mean? Lin Xiaoer asked. She didn't know about the grudge between Louis and the Han family, nor did she know that Louis had the ability to completely overturn the power structure in Yidu. Nothing. Louis shook his head and smiled, not planning to tell Lin Xiaoer about the Han family.
Lin Xiaoer only needed to concentrate on reviewing now and should not be distracted by other things.
Okay, Sister Xiaoer, I'm going back. After Louis finished massaging Lin Xiaoer, he prepared to leave.
You haven't drunk your milk yet. Lin Xiaoer picked up the milk, but found that it was already cold. Wait a minute, I'll heat it up for you.
No need.
Louis took the cup and drank it all in 2 gulps.
Sister Xiaoer, I'm leaving.
Putting down the cup, Louis was about to turn around.
Wait. Lin Xiaoer held him back.
Just when Louis was puzzled, he saw Lin Xiaoer raise her hand and wipe the corner of his mouth.
You're so grown up, can't you just drink milk properly? Lin Xiaoer said angrily, okay, go back to sleep, you are tired tonight too.
Louis smiled, pushed the door open, and was about to walk towards the room, but he saw Su Ziyan sitting at the stairs, looking at his thigh. As soon as he saw Su Ziyan's eyes, Louis knew that this girl must have misunderstood.
Ziyan, this is milk, nothing else. Louis explained. Milk, hot milk, right? Su Ziyan smiled sadly. Yes.
Louis nodded, then shook his head. It's real hot milk, not the hot milk you think it is.
Su Ziyan lowered her head slightly, took a breath, and then smiled. I know, master, go and have a rest. Aren't you tired tonight? Why did Louis feel that there was something deeper behind Su Ziyan's words? The next day, Su Ziyan accompanied Lin Xiaoer to take the exam, while Louis came to Wancheng International.
Early in the morning, Lin Jiangzi said that he had contacted the pharmacist and would also deliver the medicinal materials. So Louis and the company's senior management arrived in advance at a pharmaceutical factory that Wancheng International had recently acquired. This pharmaceutical factory was originally a partner of the Han family, but in recent years, the Han family's appetite has become increasingly larger, resulting in the pharmaceutical factory's profits becoming less and less. The boss had long wanted to quit, but he couldn't find anyone to take over the pharmaceutical factory.
So when Wancheng International proposed to acquire the company, the boss agreed immediately, and the cooperation went quite smoothly and pleasantly.
Not long after, a car and a truck stopped in front of the pharmaceutical factory one after another. 3 people got out of the car, led by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner. Seeing this, Zhang Wenba immediately came to Louis's side and back, ready to take on translation work for Louis at any time. At this moment, Louis was standing at the front of the Wancheng International team, and it was obvious that he was the person in charge.
But the foreigner came closer and asked, "Who is in charge here?" Louis frowned. Is this guy trying to cause trouble?
He simply didn't bother to pay attention to this guy, and looked directly at the other 2 Yanhuang people. "You are the doctors sent by Boss Li, right?"
But the 2 men looked at the foreigner and did not respond to Louis. Louis frowned even more deeply.
If Li Jiangzi hadn't said that he would keep his word if he promised to send a doctor, he wouldn't want Li Jiangzi to send a doctor because he only needed the herbs. As for the prescription, he could do it himself. In addition, he found 2 medical university graduates to teach them using their tutoring skills, which might be better than the 3 people sent by Li Jiangzi. However, since all the people sent by Li Jiangzi have arrived, he can't just tell them to get out. Louis's gaze fell back on the foreigner.
"What's your name? What diseases are you good at treating? Can you speak English?" "Can you speak English?" the foreigner asked with disdain.
Louis glanced at the foreigner coldly. "I can speak English, but I don't want to speak English."
"Now, the only reason I speak English is to tell you that I can speak English. I don't want you to think that the boss of 4 companies is a person who doesn't speak English. Now, please speak Chinese, or else, get out of here."
The fluent English spoken with a British accent left the senior executives of Wancheng International stunned. They remembered chatting with Louis before, and Louis said he didn't know English and only passed the CET4 with 427 in the end. For this reason, when Zhang Wenba, who had studied abroad for many years, saw that the leader of the 3 people sent by Li Jiangzi was a foreigner, he subconsciously took 2 steps forward and prepared to serve as Louis's translator. "But I never expected that Louis not only knew English, but also spoke it so fluently and so well. Is this a person who only passed English exams a handful of times in middle school and only managed to pass the level 4 exam with a low score at the end of college?" Zhang Wenba looked at Louis with a twitching mouth, and he swore that he would never believe Louis again.
If he still believes that what Louis said is true, then he is a fool.
Damn, his spoken English is even better than that of this top student who studied abroad for many years.
If he failed the exam in middle school, then wouldn't he have wasted all these years studying abroad? Why did we believe the lies that Mr. Liu rarely passed English in middle school? Based on his fluent spoken English, Mr. Liu's English grades must be good. You know, English sense is the most important thing. Yeah, I'll never believe what Louis says about himself being incompetent again." The senior executives of Wancheng International were also amazed. As for the foreigner, his face had turned ashen. What Louis meant just now was, "I can speak English, but I don't want to speak English. The reason I'm speaking English now is just that I don't want you to think that the chairman of this company is someone who can't speak English. Now, please speak the Yanhuang language immediately, otherwise get out." He is a foreigner, so he naturally knows how standard and fluent Louis's spoken English is. It even made him doubt at one point which one of him and Louis was the real foreigner. But at the same time, he has lived in Yanhuang for many years and can speak the Yanhuang language, so he knows what Louis's last sentence "get out" meant. He actually didn't want to come to Yidu, because Yidu was too shabby compared to Jindu, but for Li Jiangzi's face, he came here reluctantly. After arriving, he felt that he was a famous doctor in Jindu and came here to give face to Louis, so even if he was trying to intimidate Louis, Louis could only accept it obediently. But who knew Louis had such a bad temper that he was told to get out if he didn't speak the Yanhuang language? If Louis was serious, he would definitely be scolded by Li Jiangzi when he returned to Jindu, and he would also lose face in the Jindu circle. After thinking about it, the foreigner could only grit his teeth and decided to bow his head first. Once he showed his powerful abilities, Louis would naturally change his attitude towards him. "Hello Mr. Liu, I'm Phoebus."
The foreigner took the initiative to extend his hand to Louis, but Louis just looked at him and did not extend his hand to shake.
Chapter 123 There is no such medicine. Have someone bring in the herbs. Louis left a few words lightly, then turned and walked into the pharmaceutical factory. Phoebus's face turned pale and he said angrily, "You are so disrespectful." Louis stopped and turned his head to sneer, "Respect is mutual. Wait until you learn to respect me first, then you can talk to me about respect." You. Phoebus was furious.
The other two Yenuan pharmacists quickly stepped forward to hold him back and advised, "Phipos, let's go to the pharmaceutical factory first, and then find a reason to leave this broken place.
If we lose our temper and quit now, Bosley will definitely blame us." Phoebus took several deep breaths, snorted coldly, and followed Louis into the pharmaceutical factory. "Wait a minute, there will be a time when you will cry and beg me," Phoebus thought to himself. Louis glanced at Phoebus's expression and knew what he was thinking, so he confirmed with Li Chouyue beside him, "How is the person I want?" Li Chouyue said, "Director Liu is on the way and will be here soon." Louis nodded and ignored Phoebus and the other two.
The pharmaceutical factory is on a production line and the staff are ready.
As long as the medicinal materials are delivered, they can be processed and produced immediately.
Of course, the prerequisite is to have a professional doctor to prescribe medicine and provide guidance.
With difficulty, Louis led his people over, and the staff immediately stood up. "Hello, Director Liu." Louis nodded, signaling everyone to get ready for work, and then said to Phoebus, "Tell me, what kind of disease treatment are you good at?" Phoebus said proudly, "There are all kinds of common diseases in modern people, and there is nothing I am not good at."
Louis smiled and said, "Okay, cervical spondylosis, frozen shoulder, and spinal diseases are the most common types of diseases in modern people.
Do you have any good treatment plans?"
Phipps laughed and said, "The most effective way to treat this disease is to use physical therapy as the main method and drug therapy as the auxiliary method, so non-steroidal drugs such as Fenbru, Feninda, and Bukshi can be used.
Among them, the most common and effective one is Fenbru. The production process of Fenbru is..." Just as Phoebus was talking, Louis called a halt. "Everyone knows this, so there's no need to talk about it." Louis said coldly, "Fenbru has the best efficacy among non-steroidal drugs, but the effect is not significant, and there are almost no cures. Moreover, the side effects of Fenbru are obvious, including dizziness, fatigue, nausea, and severe cases may lead to shock.
In addition, all major drug companies on the market now produce and sell Fenbru.
It is easy for me to get the prescription for Fenbru. If I invite you here just to let you supervise the production of Fenbru, what is the point?" Phoebus felt that what Louis said was a joke. He sneered, "Do you know what you are talking about?
Fenbru is common, has side effects, and has no known cure.
But the disease you're talking about cannot be cured by drugs." The other two Jindu doctors also agreed, "That's right, if there is a drug that can quickly and effectively cure this disease, it would have been sold out on the market a long time ago. If Phoebus knew how to make this drug, Bosley wouldn't have asked him to come to this shabby place, Idu." Louis glanced at the three doctors from Jindu who were very self-important and looked down on Idu, useless. "What did you say?" Phoebus and the other two Jindu doctors were angry. They are well-known doctors in Jindu. If they had not taken advantage of Li Jianzi's kindness and signed a contract with Li Jianzi, why would they come to a small place like Idu? When the pharmacists in Idu saw them, who wouldn't be respectful?
When the medicinal material manufacturers in Idu met them, they would definitely treat them as guests of honor.
But, not only was Louis disrespectful to them, he also called them trash? How could they tolerate this? "Let's go." Phoebus called the other two Jindu pharmacists and was about to leave. "Louis, you want a drug that can cure cervical spondylosis, right? I tell you, just dream on, it's impossible in this lifetime." Just as they were about to leave, Li Chouyue came over with two young men. "Director Liu, these two are the two senior students with the best grades at Idu Medical College." Louis smiled and waved to the two young men, "Come here." Seeing this, Phoebus and the other two were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. They are well-known pharmacists in Jindu, but Louis's attitude towards them is not as good as that towards two senior students. Moreover, these two senior students are not from a famous medical university, but are just graduates of Idu Medical College, an ordinary second-tier university. The three people of Phoebus agreed that Louis must be mentally ill. "Director Liu, is there anything we can help you with?" The two young men asked excitedly and nervously.
Louis smiled and said, "Of course, I need you to help me supervise the completion of drugs that can cure cervical spondylosis, frozen shoulder, spinal diseases, and other types of diseases." Upon hearing this, Phoebus and the other two were stunned.
Do these two young people have the medicine that can cure cervical spondylosis? This is impossible. How can two graduates from a second-tier university have such a magical medicine? The two Jindu doctors exclaimed immediately. Absolutely impossible. I have never heard of any drug that could be so powerful. Phoebus also looked unconvinced. As for the two senior students, they were also confused, thinking that Director Liu, you are just bragging, don't take us with you. Director Liu, we. The two students had dark faces and wanted to deny it. Because they also knew that there was no such drug on the market as Louis said. Don't talk for now, just follow me. Louis smiled and led the two students out of the workshop. The other senior executives looked at each other in dismay. Although they were also dissatisfied with Phoebus, they had just checked online and found that Phoebus was indeed very powerful and what he said should not be wrong. And judging from the expressions of the two students just now, it seemed that they did not know how to make the medicine that Louis said. Is Louis bragging? Many senior executives are skeptical. Although Louis has demonstrated many of his amazing qualities, it is impossible that Louis has also achieved something in medical skills, right? If this is true, then they can only admire Louisian. But is this possible? Obviously not. As for Phoebus and the other two, they also had sneers on their faces and simply decided not to leave. I want to see what tricks this Louis can play. Ha, he just boasted to the sky, but what's the use of it except that it makes you feel good for a while? Sooner or later, the boast will be exposed, and sooner or later, he will be slapped in the face. Wait a minute, I want to see if he can continue to be so arrogant. The three of them had looks of anticipation on their faces, waiting to see Louis make a fool of himself. Chapter 124 Amazing. An hour passed quickly, and Louis and the two senior students still hadn't returned to the factory workshop. The three of Phoebus were even more proud and couldn't help shouting. Ha, it seems that we guessed right. That Louis was just bragging. How could two graduates from second-tier universities possibly possess such a magical drug? That's right, if those two second-tier college students can come up with a magic medicine, even sows will climb trees. Louis wanted to brag, but he didn't even bother to ask two graduates from prestigious universities to show his support. Oh, I forgot, there is no prestigious medical university in Edu, haha. The senior executives of Wancheng International also frowned at this moment. They knew that Louis would not be able to create a miracle this time. Come to think of it, Louis knows a lot of things already, how could he be proficient in medicine? However, although they knew that Louis was just bragging, the senior executives still looked angry when they heard Phoebus and the other two shouting. Even if Louis was bragging just now, Louis is still their boss, the young and promising chairman of the company. No matter how bad Louis is, it is not the turn of these three guys to humiliate him. The top executives of Wancheng International snorted coldly and were about to send someone to expel Phoebus and the other two. But at this moment, footsteps were heard at the end of the corridor. Louis's figure gradually appeared in everyone's sight. The senior executives were surprised. They thought Louis had left and would never come back. Why is Director Liu back? This shouldn't happen. Now that Director Liu has returned, isn't he waiting to be humiliated by these three Jindu guys? These three guys will mock Director Liu later, we have to help Director Liu. Do I need you to tell me this? I'm sure you'll speak up for Director Liu. The top brass were muttering to each other, while Phoebus and the other two were laughing wildly. Hey, Mr. Liu is back? We thought that Mr. Liu knew that he had blown his own trumpet and would not dare to come back. Louis glanced at the three people, Phoebus, who were grinning from ear to ear, and said calmly, remember what you said just now. If these two senior boys can come up with a prescription, you can let the sow climb the tree. Phoebus and the other two were stunned for a moment, then laughed even louder. It's already this late, and you still don't admit that you're just bragging? Well, if they can come up with a prescription, let alone letting a sow climb a tree, I'll show you how to climb a tree with a sow on my back. Louis had a strange expression on his face. These three people were really cruel to him. Mr. Liu, you. The senior executives of Wancheng International were confused. They didn't understand why Louis came back and said such unrealistic words. Just wait and see them carrying a sow up a tree. Louis smiled and sat down on a stool. Xiao Li, go ahead. The two seniors nodded, took a deep breath, and said, there is a Chinese medicine recipe called Gigan Huolua decoction. It requires 4 liang of Gigan, 3 liang of ephedra, 2 liang of guaji, 3 liang of shengjiang, 2 liang of ganqiao, 2 liang of xiaoyao, and 12 jujubes.
Use 1 dose of water, boil the ephedra and gigan until reduced to 2 liters, remove the white foam, add the other medicines, boil until 3 liters, and remove the residue. The steps are in order, and no mistakes can be made. Hearing this, the senior executives frowned slightly.
Traditional Chinese medicine?
Will this work? Phoebus asked the 2 pharmacists beside him, and after understanding what the senior student meant, he laughed even harder.
What era is this? Why are we still talking about traditional Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a trick to fool people.
Lui's expression remained unchanged, and he said, Xiao Li, continue. The 2 senior students said, although the Pueraria lobata decoction has good medicinal effects, it tastes very bitter, is not easy to store, is not easy to carry, cannot be taken cold, and is easy to deteriorate. In addition, patients with yin deficiency and excessive fire, and upper body excess and lower body deficiency cannot take it. Therefore, we have specially improved the Pueraria lobata decoction into a decoction that is easy to carry, easy to store, and has no contraindications. Based on the improved methods of the 2 senior students, the staff also started to get busy. When 2 bottles of active liquid were handed to Lui, everyone's eyes turned to him.
Does this thing really work?
Although it sounds impressive, it is made based on the theories of traditional Chinese medicine.
And Chinese medicine, isn't it all a scam? Manager Zhang. Lui waved to a senior executive. Don't you have cervical spondylosis? Especially now that the weather is getting colder in autumn, haven't you been feeling uncomfortable these past 2 days? Try it.
As Lui spoke, he handed a bottle of active liquid to Manager Zhang. At the same time, Lui handed another bottle to Phoebus, who looked disdainful. To prevent you from saying that Manager Zhang is my agent. Take this bottle and find a patient with cervical vertebra disease and have him drink it and try it. Ha, no need to look for it, I just have mild frozen shoulder. A Jindu doctor took the activating liquid and drank it in 1 gulp. I don't believe this stuff is really useful. According to Lui, the effect can be seen in half an hour, so everyone is waiting. Before half an hour had passed, Manager Zhang's eyes widened. I feel my cervical spine is really getting better.
It's not so painful anymore, and it's not so stiff anymore. Really? The other senior executives were surprised. Exaggerated acting. Phoebus sneered, why doesn't my colleague feel anything?
Lui said calmly, Manager Zhang's condition has been lingering for a long time, so naturally any improvement will be very obvious. As for your colleague, he only suffers from mild periarthritis of the shoulder, so of course he won't feel the slight improvement. But after waiting for 10 minutes or so, he should be able to feel it.
Ha, you're really good at making excuses. Phoebus looked at him with disdain and didn't believe what Lui said at all.
The Jindu pharmacist who drank the activating liquid also curled his lips, thinking that Lui was bragging. A few minutes later, the expression of the Jindu pharmacist who drank the activating liquid gradually changed. Before coming to Edu, I worked overtime for several days, and my frozen shoulder got a little worse. I have been feeling uncomfortable today, and my shoulder hurts like a needle.
But now, it seems to be gone. Hearing this, Phoebus was shocked. What did you say? Are you serious?
The Jindu pharmacist felt it carefully again, then nodded awkwardly. Phoebus, my shoulder really doesn't hurt anymore, this collateral activating liquid is simply amazing. At this time, Manager Zhang was also pleasantly surprised and said, Mr. Liu, although my cervical spine is still a little stiff, it is much better than before.
I feel refreshed now.
The senior executives of Wancheng International all laughed happily. Mr. Liu, that's great.
This active liquid is so magical. If we launch it, we will definitely be able to defeat the Han family.
As for Phoebus, he stared at Lui in shock, his face turned dark, and he opened his mouth several times but no words came out.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Lui drank a sip of water leisurely and said, hurry up and find a sow, then find a tree, and show me how to carry the sow up the tree.
Chapter 125. Su Zian was arrested. Phoebus's face turned pale.
He simply didn't believe that there was such a magical medicine in the world, so he said such words.
How could he really carry a sow up a tree? Not to mention that he couldn't climb a tree. Even if he couldn't carry a sow. Lu. Phoebus stammered and tried to beg for mercy. Lui waved his hand and said, can't perform? If you can't perform, then get out. Didn't you want to leave just now? Why are you still standing here? Go. Oh, right.
Lui said to Li Choyue, they just watched the production process of the active liquid and asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement.
If they are unwilling to sign,
Louis didn't finish his words, but the cold light in his eyes made Phoebus and the other two feel as if they were falling into an ice cellar, and they trembled all over. After a long while, Phoebus gritted his teeth and asked, "Director Lou, you taught those two students how to make this active liquid, right?" The two senior students looked at Louis with admiration. It was indeed Director Lou who taught us. Director Lou not only taught us how to make the active blood solution, but also taught us a lot of medical knowledge. Spending this hour with Director Lou really made me understand why listening to your words is worth more than reading for 10 years. Hearing this, Phoebus was shocked and bitter.
It turned out that you taught me.
Phoebus's eyes were complicated. Before I came here, Bosley said that you were a capable person, but I didn't believe it. I thought how capable a young man in his early 20s could be. Now that we meet, I find that you are even more capable than Bosley described. Phoebus gritted his teeth and suddenly said, "Mr. Lou, I was wrong just now, please forgive me." This scene shocked the senior executives of Wancheng International.
Boss Lou is really amazing.
He has won over another capable person who thinks highly of himself.
Boss Lou is more than just amazing. Boss Lou is simply a god, okay? Indeed, business, driving skills, medical skills, teaching. Is there anything else that Mr. Lou doesn't know? I feel like Mr. Lou is simply perfect.
If I were 10 years younger, I would want to pursue Mr. Lou. The top executives were talking about it and admired Louis to the extreme. Hearing these words, Louis just smiled and then said to Phoebus,
"You mean you want to stay?" Phoebus nodded heavily. "Director Lou, please let me follow you." Louis smiled coldly. "So this is a vegetable market, you can leave if you want to, and stay if you want to?" Phoebus's eyes changed and became dark and uncertain. After a moment of silence, Phoebus said, "Mr. Lou, I am willing to reduce my salary by half." After seeing how powerful Louis was, Phoebus only wanted to stay with Louis. As long as he could get some pointers from Louis, his future would be much higher. As for this annual salary, what does it matter compared to future achievements? After Phoebus spoke, the other two Jindu pharmacists also said, "Director Lou, we are also willing to reduce our annual salary by half just to stay under Director Lou." This once again shocked the top executives of Wancheng International. "You're willing to cut your annual salary in half just to work for Director Lou?" Director Lou is such a charming person. Ahem, they probably did this in order to get Director Lou to teach them medical skills. Of course, Director Lou is indeed very charming. In any case, Director Lou has more and more people under him, and our competition is getting more and more intense. Alas, if I don't work hard in the future, I will definitely be replaced by others. It seems I have to work harder tonight. Those senior executives who were used to a comfortable life also felt the crisis at this moment. Louis smiled with satisfaction. Although he could teach the senior students, the three people from Phoebus had many years of experience after all. Experience was something that could not be taught, so if these three people stayed, it would definitely be beneficial to the development of the medicinal materials factory. In that case, Shoyue, there is no need to draft a separate confidentiality agreement. Louis said to the three people of Phoebus, "You will be responsible for the production of the active liquid together with Xiao Lu and Xiao Li. I want to get the active liquid into the market within 3 days. Can you do it?" "Yes." Phoebus and the other two, Xiao Lu and Xiao Li, all nodded. "Let's get to work." Louis calmly stood up and left. "Mr. Lu." Phoebus followed him and said, "Mr. Lu, can you teach me some Chinese medicine? Didn't you say that Chinese medicine is a scam?" Louis asked indifferently. "Mr. Lu, it's because I don't understand the profoundness of Chinese medicine that I said the wrong thing." Phoebus smiled embarrassedly. "Want to learn? Wait until I have time," Louis said and left. Looking at Louis's back, Phoebus sighed deeply. If his friends knew that he had begged a young man in a humble manner and the young man actually refused, those guys would probably be shocked. However, Phoebus did not feel resentful about Louis's refusal, because he felt that Louis was qualified to refuse. "Cheer up and work hard. If you do a good job, Mr. Lu will definitely teach me medical skills," Phoebus encouraged himself. After Louis left the pharmaceutical factory, he drove to Lin Xiaoer's cram school. Anyway, he had nothing else to do now. He wanted to see how Lin Xiaoer did in the exam. And now he was in a good mood, so he also wanted to have a meal and play with Lin Xiaoer and Su Zian. As a result, I received a call from Lin Xiaoer while the car was still on the road. "Louis is in trouble." Before Louis could say anything, he heard Lin Xiaoer's anxious voice. "Sister Xiaoer, what's wrong?" Please tell me slowly.
Lu Yi's heart was also tense, and he asked hurriedly.
Yan, she's been kidnapped.
Lin Xiaoer spoke with a crying tone, and it was unclear whether she was anxious or scared.
He was taken away?
Lu Yi's face changed greatly. After he had mastered martial arts, he had once sparred with Su Ziyan. Although he won in the end, he also deeply understood how powerful Su Ziyan was. When Su Ziyan was on guard, 5 or 6 strong men were no match for her.
Su Ziyan is so powerful that she cannot be captured by ordinary thugs. Who took Ziyan away? Lu Yi had a bad feeling in his heart. I don't know.
I was still taking the exam when I saw a group of people arrest Su Ziyan. I rushed out of the exam room, but Ziyan had already been taken into the car.
Oh yeah, I just took a picture of their license plate number. Lin Xiaoer suddenly said. Send me the license plate number.
Lu Yi hurriedly said that as long as they had the license plate number, Xiao Wanwan would be able to find the other party's location.
Lin Xiaoer quickly sent a photo via WeChat.
Although it was blurry, the license plate number could still be barely discerned. Lu Yi immediately sent the license plate number to Xiao Wanwan and explained the reason for the incident. Afterwards, Lu Yi wanted to go directly to the police station, but he was afraid that the group that kidnapped Su Ziyan would come back to threaten Lin Xiaoer, so he went to the cram school to pick up Lin Xiaoer. As soon as I picked up Lin Xiaoer in the car, Xiao Wanwan called.
Chapter 126, Team Annihilation.
Mr. Lu, based on the license plate number, we found out that the car belonged to the Han family.
Xiao Wanwan's words made the anger in Lu Yi's eyes erupt like a volcano. The Han family again.
Where did the car go?
You should be able to track it.
Lu Yi tried his best to restrain his anger, but the chill in his voice still made Xiao Wanwan's pupils shrink slightly on the other end of the phone, and she felt a little scared.
Mr. Lu, where are you? I'll bring someone to find you now. Xiao Wanwan didn't dare tell Lu Yi the location of the car because she was worried that Lu Yi would go there alone. Although Lu Yi is excellent in all aspects, he also has an amazing record of dealing with a dozen thugs alone. However, how can the hooligans compare with the professional security guards of the Han family? And the Han family has more than a dozen security guards. If Lu Yi committed suicide alone, the lightest consequence would probably be losing both of his arms. Officer Xiao. Lu Yi growled, staring Xiao Wanwan again. Then, Lu Yi realized that his emotions were a little out of control, and asked with restraint, did the car go to the Han family villa? Xiao Wanwan was stunned. How did Lu Yi guess it? Xiao Wanwan's momentary distraction also let Lu Yi know the answer. Why did the Han family arrest Su Ziyan? If it was because Su Ziyan was related to him, then there was no reason not to arrest Lin Xiaoer. Therefore, the only possibility is the bullshit engagement between Su Ziyan and Han Ziyu. Since Su Ziyan was asked to fulfill the engagement, she would naturally not be locked up in some remote place. And the result was the same as Lu Yi thought, it was in the Han family villa. Thank you, Officer Xiao. Lu Yi hung up the phone and rushed directly to the Han family. Mr. Lu. Xiao Wanwan wanted to persuade Lu Yi again, but the only sound on the other end of the phone was the hang-up sound. Go to the Han family immediately. Xiao Wanwan frowned and gave the order immediately. Han family villa. Han Ziyu looked at Su Ziyan, whose hands and feet were tied and whose eyes were angry, with a smile on his face. That day on the cruise ship, I said that your figure looked familiar. It turns out that you are Lu Yi's bodyguard. Han Ziyu shook the red wine glass in his hand, then took a sip. Su Ziyan, you are really amazing. Why don't you come to be my wife, but go to be Lu Yi's bodyguard? Su Ziyan smiled disdainfully, who do you think you are? Not to mention being a bodyguard for the master, even being a maid serving tea and water for the master is better than being your wife. These words deeply hurt Han Ziyu. Ever since he met Lu Yi, he has been constantly defeated, and the people around him have chosen Lu Yi one by one. Even his father said last time that he was not even 1/10 as good as Lu Yi. Now, Su Ziyan, who was supposed to be his wife, even said such words. Han Ziyu threw the red wine glass to the ground and grabbed Su Ziyan's neck. Say it again? Su Ziyan's neck was being strangled at the moment, how could she still speak? She could only use all her strength to spit on Han Ziyu's face. You wanna die, don't you? Han Ziyu threw Su Ziyan on the sofa, wiped his face with a napkin, and then tugged at his tie fiercely. You look down on me? You'd rather be Lu Yi's maid than my wife? Good, very good. Han Ziyu walked towards Su Ziyan while starting to unbuckle his belt. What are you going to do? Su Zian finally showed a panicked expression. You don't want to be my wife, but I want you anyway.
Han Ziyu smiled wickedly, although I don't want to get married yet, but you are so beautiful and have such a good figure.
Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't have some fun with you? The most important thing is, aren't you Lui's man? I want to kill Lui's people right now. Han Ziyu smiled and threw the belt on the ground, ready to pounce on Su Zian.
At this moment, a sharp brake sound was heard outside the villa.
Then came the security guard's voice. Who are you and what are you doing? Back off, get out of here. If you go any further, don't blame me for being rude.
Accompanied by a muffled thud, a shrill wailing sound echoed outside. Han Ziyu frowned, and before he could pounce on Su Zian or unbutton his trousers, the door was pushed open.
A security guard asked in a panic, Master Han, there's a man outside who wants to break into the villa without saying a word. What should we do now?
Han Ziyu stood up straight, his eyes passed through the gate and fell outside the villa gate. There was a man with a stern gaze and a figure as straight as a sword.
It's Lui. Ha, it turns out he's here.
Han Ziyu smiled and ordered the security guard standing by the door, break his legs, then carry him to my feet and let him lick my shoes.
Yes.
The security guard immediately ran towards the gate of the courtyard.
Han Ziyu also dragged Su Zian to the door so that Su Zian could see Lui.
I want you to see with your own eyes how your master, your Mr. Lu, had his legs broken, and how he cried bitterly and begged for mercy from me.
After Su Zian saw Lui, she no longer had the mood to care about Han Ziyu.
Her heart and eyes were filled with Lui, Master, please leave quickly. There are too many of them, and they have electric batons in their hands.
You will get hurt.
Lui raised his eyes slightly and saw that although Su Zian was tied up, she was not injured and her clothes were still intact.
He felt slightly relieved. I told you, you are mine. No matter who it is, no one can hurt you. Lui smiled at Su Zian and said, wait a minute, I'll take you home. Take me home?
She hadn't heard the word home for a long time. Su Zian was touched and happy, but immediately afterwards, she became even more worried. The better Lui treated her, the more she didn't want him to get hurt. Although she knew that Lui was very powerful, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. What's more, Lui was unarmed, while the Han family security guards were equipped with modern electric batons.
Master, I'm fine, please go away. Su Zian shouted. Did I ask you to talk? Han Ziyu grabbed Su Zian's neck again, almost suffocating her. You're showing off your affection in front of me. Are you disgusting me? Fine, wait until Lui gets beaten to a pulp. I'll see if you can still be affectionate with each other. Han Ziyu gritted his teeth and said, what are you still standing there for? Get started.
The security guards immediately rushed towards Lui with electric batons in hand. Seeing many security guards rushing over, Lui snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. Lui's body was as fast as lightning. He first grabbed the wrist of a security guard, then twisted it gently. The security guard felt a sharp pain in his wrist and the electric baton in his hand fell. While Lui held the electric baton with his other hand, he grabbed the security guard's wrist and swung it. The security guard flew backwards and immediately knocked down a large group of people. As for the remaining dozen or so security guards, Lui raised his stick and knocked them to the ground.
All in all, it took less than half a minute. The Han family's security team fell at Lui's feet. How is it possible? Han Ziyu's face turned green. Chapter 127, Eating Jail Food. There were 20 or 30 security guards, each holding an electric baton, but they were all knocked down by Lui alone, and in just half a minute? What is this, a movie? Even movies are not this exaggerated.
Seeing Lui kicking open the gate and walking towards him step by step, Han Ziyu's legs were shaking. When Su Zian looked at Lui, her beautiful eyes shone brightly. She had fought with Lui before and knew how strong Lui was, but she still didn't expect that Lui was so strong. Watching Lui walking towards her steadily and powerfully, Su Zian felt her heart pounding as if it was about to jump out.
Just as Lui broke into the Han family's courtyard and was about to take a step forward and grab Han Ziyu's neck, the brakes sounded. Xiao Wanwan arrived with her men. Hurry, we can't let Mr. Lu get hurt. Xiao Wanwan anxiously gave orders to his subordinates, while quickly unbuckling his seatbelt and getting out of the car. However, as soon as she got off the car, she was stunned by what she saw. At the entrance of the Han family villa, more than 20 security guards were lying on the ground, rolling and wailing. What's going on? Xiao Wanwan was confused. Sister, is this what you said, that Mr. Lu would be hurt? The people under Xiao Wanwan were also shocked.
Even those of them who have received professional training cannot possibly defeat so many security guards by themselves, not to mention that these security guards are armed. At this moment, Han Ziyu saw Xiao Wanwan, and it was like seeing a life-saving straw.
Wan, come and save me, this lunatic Louis wants to kill me. Han Ziyu screamed in horror.
Hearing the voice,
Xiao Wanwan hurriedly led her men into the Han family villa.
At this moment, Louis was holding a woman with one hand, and with the other hand, he was pinching Han Ziyu's neck and lifting Han Ziyu off the ground like a chicken.
Han Ziyu's face turned red and his neck became thick, and he could hardly breathe. Louis, stop it. Xiao Wanwan hurriedly shouted that even if Han Ziyu did something wrong, Louis could not be so reckless.
Louis glanced at Xiao Wanwan, then threw Han Ziyu heavily to the ground.
Hiss, it hurts, my head, my butt. Han Ziyu lay on the ground screaming in pain until tears came out.
Xiao Wanwan didn't want to pay attention to Han Ziyu at first, but seeing that Han Ziyu was in so much pain that he was crying and his face was pale, she asked someone to help him up.
Send him to the hospital. Xiao Wanwan said to his subordinates. I won't leave. Han Ziyu refused. What do you want? Xiao Wanwan asked unhappily.
Wanwan, take him to the police station.
Han Ziyu pointed at Louis with resentment. Xiao Wanwan? Are you crazy, young master?
You kidnapped someone, and not only did they not arrest you and put you in jail, but you also put Louis in jail.
What are you thinking?
But Han Ziyu said, Wanwan, he broke into my house, beat up my servant, and hurt me on purpose.
Just now, he even attempted murder. Aren't all these crimes enough to put him in prison for 8 or 10 years? Xiao Wanwan was speechless. Han Ziyu, why don't you say that you are suspected of kidnapping? Kidnapping? Who did I kidnap? Han Ziyu shouted, I brought my wife home, who did I kidnap? Wife? Xiao Wanwan frowned. Han Ziyu said presumptuously, yes, it's my wife, your junior sister, Su Ziyan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan was shocked and hurriedly ran to Louis's front.
Only then did she see clearly that the person Louis was holding in one hand was actually her junior sister, Su Ziyan.
Ziyan, you and Louis.
Xiao Wanwan never imagined that the bodyguard that Louis said was kidnapped by Han Ziyu was actually the junior sister who grew up with her. Louis did not expect that Su Ziyan actually had this kind of relationship with Xiao Wanwan. No wonder Su Ziyan had been hiding and refused to show up when Xiao Wanwan came to the villa before.
Master, senior sister.
Su Ziyan drooped her eyelids, smiled sullenly, and did not dare to look directly at Xiao Wanwan.
You silly girl, you said you would mourn for your master and come down the mountain to the Xiao family to find me after the mourning period. But after that, there was no news from you. I didn't expect that you would become Mr. Lu's bodyguard.
Xiao Wanwan was angry and worried, and pulled Su Ziyan to look at her.
Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. The master came just in time. I'm not hurt at all.
And following the master, I haven't been wronged or tired.
I've even gained weight.
Seeing that Xiao Wanwan was not angry, Su Ziyan also took Xiao Wanwan's hand and smiled.
What is going on? Louis asked. Xiao Wanwan smiled and said, Mr. Lu, it's like this. Ziyan has been an orphan since she was young.
When she was young, my father couldn't bear to see her wandering on the streets, so he took her home.
Later, my father took Ziyan to the mountains to play, and they met my master by chance.
My master thought we were talented, so he accepted us as apprentices. But the master was addicted to alcohol, and before he met us, he owed the Han family a large sum of money.
Later, the master asked Ziyan and Han Ziyu to sign a marriage contract to repay the debt.
My father and I both proposed to return the money to the Han family and let the Han family cancel the marriage contract, but the Han family refused.
But at this time, Han Ziyu was unhappy.
He was dizzy in his but was bruised after being thrown down by Louis. The reason he endured the pain and didn't go to the hospital was because he wanted Xiao Wanwan to catch Louis. But in the end, Xiao Wanwan actually started chatting with Su Ziyan and Louis.
What the hell is going on? Treat him as heir? That's enough. Han Ziyu's face turned pale and he roared at Xiao Wanwan. I asked you to catch Louis, not to chat and laugh with him. Xiao Wanwan's face turned cold and she gave Han Ziyu a look that immediately frightened him. The Xiao family and the Han family are both Yidu families.
Xiao Wanwan and Han Ziyu have known each other since childhood. Xiao Wanwan went to the mountains to learn martial arts and is very powerful.
Han Ziyu has been beaten by Xiao Wanwan since he was a child.
Now that Xiao Wanwan is a police officer, his aura is getting stronger and stronger.
Naturally, he dare not be arrogant anymore. However, no matter how arrogant he is, Louis still has to be caught. Wanwan, you understand now. I just invited Xian back to the Han family. I didn't kidnap her.
Since I didn't kidnap her, then Louis's actions are wrong and he should be locked up. Xiao Wanwan's face changed slightly, and after thinking for a while, she said, Mr. Liu doesn't know the relationship between you and Ziyan, so this is just a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, no one should make trouble anymore.
Hearing this, Han Ziyu jumped up immediately. No, Louis must be arrested. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?
I don't care what misunderstanding it is, I just want to see Louis go to jail and eat prison food.
Xiao Wanwan's face turned black.
She seriously suspected that she had beaten Han Ziyu too many times when he was a child, causing Han Ziyu's head to be damaged.
Let me go to jail and eat prison food? Great.
Louis stared at Han Ziyu quietly and smiled coldly.
Chapter 128. Even the King of Heaven can't stop you.
Louis made a lightning-fast move and slapped out.
Bang! Han Ziyu was blown away 5 or 6 meters.
The left cheek was swollen like a pig's head, and there were a few bloody teeth on the ground.
You. Han Ziyu pointed at Louis, his arms shaking because he was so angry and excited.
He never thought that Louis would dare to hit him in front of Xiao Wanwan. Not to mention Han Ziyu, even Xiao Wanwan did not expect this situation.
Mr. Liu, how could you? Xiao Wanwan hasn't finished blaming Louis yet. Louis laughed coldly and said, why can't I beat him?
Not only should I beat him, I should also send him to jail. Hearing this, Xiao Wanwan's pretty face turned red, and she said guiltily, Mr. Liu, you also know Han Ziyu's situation.
The forces of all parties are intertwined and hinder each other.
Before the arrangements are complete, one move will affect the whole body.
For the stability of Edu. For the sake of Edu's stability, you're asking me to endure it time and time again, right?
Louis said coldly, from Tang Shijing, to Lu Jipang, to the thugs in the underground garage, which one wasn't Han Ziyu's behind the scenes?
Which one couldn't Han Ziyu be convicted? But which one didn't persuade me to endure it, to forgive, and to consider the overall situation?
Louis stared at Xiao Wanwan and said, Officer Xiao, you and Mr. Xiao have helped me a lot. I remember your kindness, so I endured it the first 3 times and didn't insist on doing anything to Han Ziyu. But this time, he brought people to kidnap Xian and bring her to the Han family.
If I hadn't arrived in time, Xian would have lost her innocence. If Xian resisted, she would have been injured, and might even have been disabled or even died. Even so, you still want me to stop and not do anything to Han Ziyu for the sake of Edu's stability? I'm sorry, that's impossible. Louis took a step forward and stepped on Han Ziyu's chest.
Today, either you send Han Ziyu to jail for illegal detention, or I will enforce justice and kill this beast.
Xiao Wanwan's face turned pale and blue.
She felt sorry for Louis, but what else could she do? Although Louis is the chairman of Wancheng International and his status seems to be no lower than that of the Han family, in terms of the breadth of influence, he is far behind the Han family. The Han family has so many business partners and a deep foundation, with friends all over Jiang province, so she is powerless. In order to avoid causing a big mess, and for Louis's safety, she could only say, Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, I can't let you hurt Han Ziyu again. As soon as he finished speaking, there were bursts of car noises outside the Han family villa. Han Tianyi, the head of the Han family, Xiao Qingfeng from the Edu Chamber of Commerce, and many bigwigs from Edu all arrived.
Ziyu.
Seeing Han Ziyu being stepped on by Louis, veins on Han Tianyi's forehead were exposed. Although he felt that Han Ziyu was not ambitious and was far inferior to Louis, after all, Han Ziyu was still his biological son, while Louis was just an outsider.
At this moment, he no longer had any admiration for Louis, and he just wanted to cut Louis into pieces. Dad, save me, Dad.
Han Ziyu also screamed, hoping that Han Tianyi could save him from the dire situation.
Louis, let my son go quickly, or I won't let you go. Han Tianyi roared loudly. Louis, we can talk about this, don't get excited.
Xiao Qingfeng also spoke up to persuade him. Although he liked Louis very much, Louis's actions were too radical and would affect the situation in Edu.
Louis, this is the Han family, not your Wancheng International. If you dare to act wildly in the Han family, do you believe that I will let you enter vertically and leave horizontally? Han Tianlei also rebuked angrily.
Although he and Han Ziyu had a bad relationship as uncle and nephew, Han Ziyu was his nephew after all.
If he did not express his position, how could he gain a foothold in Edu in the future? Director Lu, calm down. We can discuss everything. Please don't hurt young Master Han, otherwise this matter will become a big deal and there will be no room for maneuver. Director Lu, we all know that it was young Master Han who was wrong this time, and we also know that you are very capable. But as a human being, sometimes you have to judge the situation and give in. If you insist on holding young Master Han responsible, not only will the entire East City be in chaos, but your Wancheng International will also be in trouble. Yes, Mr. Lu, think twice before you act, and don't be impulsive. You are capable, but how can the size of Wancheng International compare with the Han family? Mr. Lu, it will be good for you to let young Master Han go now and make friends with the Han family. Han Tianyi scolded coldly, Louis, did you hear me? Don't think that Wancheng International won all the previous fights, so you think that Wancheng International is great and that my Han family is easy to mess with. I tell you, if you don't let go of my son, I will make your Wancheng International bankrupt. At this time, Xiao Wanwan also whispered to Louis again, Mr. Lu, I know I am sorry for you, but now is not the time to act on impulse. The Han family can be ranked among the 4 major families in Edu, and it has its foundation. If we compare the size of the Han family and Wancheng International alone, the two may not be much different. However, the Han family has many more friends and partners than Wancheng International. In particular, the original chairman of Wancheng International left and took away many business partners. Although you took over Wancheng International, you are a commander without troops. Hearing these words, Su Ziyan was also worried and pulled Louis' sleeve. Master, forget it. Don't sacrifice the future of Wancheng International for me. You have worked hard to run Wancheng International to this day. If Wancheng International is destroyed because of me, I will have a guilty conscience for the rest of my life. Han Ziyu laughed wildly and arrogantly, Louis, did you hear me? If you dare to touch me, you're done. Hurry up and take your stinky feet away. Louis lowered his head and looked at Han Ziyu. Then, he raised the foot that was stepping on Han Ziyu's chest. Seeing this, Han Ziyu became even more proud. Ah, Louis, you are such an obedient dog. What's wrong? Now that you know how powerful my Han family is, do you want to wag your tail and beg for mercy from me? Ha, you are quite sensible. Han Ziyu yelled, not wanting to get up. Instead, he shouted at Louis, you bastard, why don't you help me up? Oh, by the way, before you help me up, remember to kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times, and then brush off the dust on your body. If there is even a speck of dust on me, I will make you pay for it. Yeah? Hearing these words, Louis smiled faintly. Then, his foot, which had just been lifted from Han Ziyu's chest and was still hanging in the air, stepped heavily on Han Ziyu again. Chapter 129 Comparing Connections? I'm here for you. Louis' foot stepped hard on Han Ziyu's chest. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly heard by everyone. Then, ugh! It was Han Ziyu's shrill scream as if he was physically castrated. Han Ziyu's wailing made everyone in the villa stunned. Everyone looked at Louis in a daze. Even Han Ziyu's biological father seemed stupid at this moment. Who could have thought that Louis would dare to do this? In front of so many business leaders, he directly crushed Han Ziyu's sternum. This is too cruel and domineering. Louis kicked Han Ziyu away like a dead dog, then turned to Su Ziyan and smiled warmly, let's go home. Su Ziyan hadn't come to her senses yet, she only felt a strong and warm hand holding her palm, and then her feet involuntarily followed Louis' steps. Louis held Su Ziyan's hand and walked towards the gate of the villa step by step. Seeing Louis coming, those business leaders subconsciously made way for him. Louis walked out of the Han family villa unhindered. This simply shocked Su Ziyan. Louis was at the Han family, and he trampled Han Ziyu, the eldest son of the Han family, into a disability, but he was able to leave so smoothly? If I tell this to others, who would believe it? No one will believe it because it's too exaggerated. However, this is the fact. Louis is so exaggerated. It was not until Louis was holding Su Ziyan's hand and getting into the car that Han Tianyi turned his head with bloodshot eyes and stared at Louis. His voice was trembling with anger. Louis, stop right there. I'm going to kill you. Hearing this, Louis just found it ridiculous. I don't know if Han Tianyi was confused by anger, or if he was just as dumb as Han Ziyu. How could he stand still at this time? Even if he had a high martial arts value, if Han Tianyi called hundreds of people, he would be finished. Instead of speaking harshly here, you should send your precious son to the hospital first. If you delay any longer, he might die. Louis left a word and drove away in his Jui Ming phone.
Han Tianyi also realized what was happening and hurriedly carried Han Ziyu into the car and took him to the hospital.
Outside the operating room,
Han Tianyi looked at Xiao Wanwan coldly. You must arrest Chen Hao. I want Chen Hao to be sentenced to death.
I want Chen Hao to be shot. Xiao Wanwan frowned.
Although Chen Hao's actions this time were extreme, getting shot was impossible.
Uncle Han. Xiao Wanwan spoke, trying to persuade Han Tianyi to calm down first. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Han Tianyi. Didn't Louis just say that either you arrest Ziyu, or he kills Ziyu?
Well, I will do the same now. Either you let Louis be shot, or I will find someone to kill him myself.
Tianyi, don't be like this.
Xiao Qingfeng said, we are all very sad that Ziyu was injured.
We are also angry about Lu Yi's behavior.
But we are all members of the Yidu Chamber of Commerce, so harmony brings wealth.
Besides, it was not Lu who made the mistake today.
Xiao Qingfeng, what did you say?
Han Tianyi glared. My son is still in surgery.
You said it was my son who made the mistake today?
Even if it was my son who made the mistake first, so what?
He, Louis, dared to step on my son in my Han family villa. I don't care who is right or wrong today.
Anyway, I have said this. Louis must die.
Seeing that Xiao Qingfeng still had something to say, Han Tianyi said coldly, Xiao Qingfeng, I know you have a good relationship with Louis. However, if you want to use the title of President of Yidu Chamber of Commerce to protect Louis, then I'm sorry, I won't agree. I'm still the Vice President of Yidu Chamber of Commerce, and they are also the deacons of the Chamber of Commerce. Han Tianyi pointed at the wealthy businessmen who had accused Louis with him in the Han family villa just now, asked them whether they want Louis to live or die. These wealthy businessmen accounted for a quarter of Yidu's business community. They were all Han Tianyi's friends, or business partners that the Han family had accumulated over the years. Compared to Louis, they naturally chose to stand on the same front with the Han family. Anyway, even if Xiao Qingfeng has a good relationship with Louis, he will not protect Louis to the death. Even if they choose the Han family, they will not offend Xiao Qingfeng to death, so they said, Mr. Xiao, no matter who made the mistake today, Louis's behavior is too much.
If we don't deal with it, how will the Han family have face in Yidu in the future? If the Han family has no face, how will we, the friends of the Han family, have face?
Yes, President Xiao, it's not that we don't give you face, it's just that Louis is too arrogant.
Besides, isn't Louis the chairman of Wancheng International? What's so good about him being friends with him?
Wancheng International is a big company, but compared to the Han family's complicated power, it is just a piece of thin paper that will break into pieces if torn. Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth, but finally remained silent.
After leaving the hospital, Xiao Qingfeng called Louis and said, Mr. Liu, please leave Yidu as soon as possible and go to another place to avoid the epidemic.
Louis, who had already returned to the lakeside villa and was lying on the bed enjoying Su Zian's foot massage, asked calmly, Mr. Xiao, Officer Xiao is your daughter. You should know that I have been tolerant of Han Ziyu. But this time, he crossed my bottom line, and I can only settle the new and old grudges together.
I only broke his sternum and didn't turn him into a vegetable. I am already polite enough. Mr. Xiao, you don't think I did something wrong, just like Han Tianyi, do you? Of course not.
Xiao Qingfeng shook his head quickly.
Tang Shijing framed someone, Lu Jipeng stole information, and gangsters attacked in the underground garage.
All of these were instigated by Han Ziyu. According to the law, Han Ziyu should have been imprisoned long ago. However, because the forces in Yidu are complicated, one move can affect the whole body.
In order to keep Yidu stable, Xiao Wanwan did not touch Han Ziyu.
Louis also expressed his understanding of Xiao Wanwan's decision, and kept saying that he would not make things difficult for Xiao Wanwan. Instead, he wanted to defeat the Han family and then let Xiao Wanwan capture Han Ziyu. Louis used a kick today to replace Han Ziyu's several years in prison, which was really the most he could do.
Since Mr. Xiao doesn't think I'm wrong, why do you want me to leave Yidu? Since I'm not wrong, then the ones who should disappear from Yidu are the Han family who made the mistake. Louis said coldly.
Xiao Qingfeng was stunned, then smiled bitterly, Mr. Liu, that's true, but
the Han family has many connections and a wide range of influence. I can't deal with them, right? Louis asked first. This is indeed the case. Xiao Qingfeng nodded.
Louis said calmly, then, tell Han Tianyi that if he wants to compare connections and power, I will accompany him. After that, he apologized to Xiao Qingfeng and hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping tone of the hang-up call, Xiao Qingfeng smiled bitterly.
How is it possible for Louis to compete with the Han family in terms of connections and power? Chapter 130 Kidney Deficiency? Hiss, it hurts, Ziyin, be gentle. In the villa room, Louis threw his phone aside with a somewhat ferocious expression, because Su Ziyin was massaging the soles of his feet, saying it was a foot massage. Master, you are in pain here. That is no small matter. Su Ziyin said with a worried look on her face, this acupuncture point is connected to the kidneys. If you feel pain when massaging this acupuncture point, it means that your kidneys. My kidneys are fine. Louis rolled his eyes. Don't forget, my medical skills are better than yours. Although the acupuncture point you massaged is good for connecting the kidneys, the reason why I feel pain is not because of my kidney deficiency, but because you use too much force. Ah? Is that so? Su Ziyin's pretty face flushed, a little embarrassed. She was not a professional foot masseur, but when Louis rescued her from the Han family, he had gone through a big battle. After confirming that Louis was not injured, she wanted to relax Louis. But how to relax him? She thought of a foot massage tutorial she had seen on her phone 2 days ago. At that time, she thought she had learned it, but she didn't expect that her brain had learned it, but her hands hadn't. She used too much force and made Louis scream in pain, and even made it sound like Louis had kidney deficiency. Of course. Louis was both angry and amused. If I had kidney deficiency, could I knock down 20 or 30 security guards in half a minute? That's right. Su Ziyin smiled awkwardly, reduced the strength, and continued to massage Louis's feet. Looking at Su Ziyin, who was blushing and massaging his feet, Louis asked inexplicably, do I have kidney deficiency? Do you want to try? Ah. Su Ziyin's face suddenly turned redder. How do I try? At this moment, Su Ziyin's face was red and her head was slightly lowered, which was really touching. Louis sat up suddenly, pulled Su Ziyin onto the bed, and then covered her with the quilt. Hospital. After the operation, Han Ziyu was in a coma for 2 days before finally waking up. Ziyu, you finally woke up. Han Tianyi was very excited when he saw Han Ziyu open his eyes. Dad, where's Louis? Han Ziyu's first question was to ask about Louis's situation. During the 2 days of coma, he had been having nightmares, and the content of his dreams was always Louis stepping on him. In his dreams, he wanted to kill Louis countless times. Therefore, when he woke up, what he wanted most was to kill Louis. Louis. Speaking of Louis, Han Tianyi was also very angry. In the past 2 days, he has been calling Xiao Qingfeng and Xiao Wanwan to warn them to arrest Louis. But Xiao Qingfeng and Xiao Wanwan kept refusing, and finally simply stopped answering his calls. After hearing what Han Tianyi said, Han Ziyu immediately flew into a rage. The Xiao family's father and daughter really don't take us seriously? Dad, if they don't want to do it, we'll do it ourselves. Dad, spend a lot of money to contact a group of people in the underground world and ask them to bring Louis to the hospital for me. I'm going to pay back the blow Louis gave me. I'm going to make Louis crippled and lie in bed forever. Han Ziyu roared loudly, which affected his wound, and he immediately gasped in pain. Ziyu, don't get excited. Dad will do as you say right away. The reason why Han Tianyi did not contact the people in the underground world to kill Louis in the past 2 days was to wait for Han Ziyu to wake up and let Han Ziyu deal with Louis personally. Now that Han Ziyu has woken up, it is time for Louis to pay back his debt. Hentaying Highlands. At the entrance security office, the security guard on duty was still sighing about the good weather when he suddenly saw a large group of people rushing over. The leader had a shaved head and a terrifying scar on his face. The tattoo of a descending tiger on his arm was even more frightening. Could this be Scar Tiger, a well-known figure in Idu's underground world? The security guard swallowed his saliva and thought that Scar Tiger usually bullied ordinary people and had nothing to do with the rich businessmen. What had happened to him today that he brought hundreds of people to Hentaying Highlands, a place where rich people gathered? Seeing Scar Tiger and others getting closer, the security guards looked at each other and chose to hide. Are you kidding? They wanted to stop them, but how could they stop Scar Tiger's 100 men? Using their lives to stop them? That was too unrealistic. That's very good. When Scar Tiger entered Hentaying Highlands, he smiled coldly at the place where several security guards were hiding. This smile made the security guards feel like they were falling into an ice cellar and almost suffocated. This is the powerful aura of the boss of Idu's underground world. I don't know who has offended Scar Tiger. If you are targeted by this guy, you will lose at least half your life. A security guard said in a trembling voice. Stop talking, call the police right away. If something really happens, we won't be able to escape responsibility either. Yes.
Several security guards hurriedly took out their cell phones to call the police. Xiao Wanwan was on duty when she heard Scar Tiger and his hundreds of men rushing into Hentang Villa. Her heart immediately tightened. Scar Tiger must have taken the Han family's money and was going to cause trouble for Louis. Xiaoli, lead the team to assemble and go to Hentang Villa.
Xiao Wanwan gave the order anxiously.
At this moment, the door of the lakeside villa was being kicked violently. Although the door of the lakeside villa looks like a wooden door and seems to be able to be kicked open with one foot, in fact, this is just to match the overall style of the lakeside villa, and it is specially decorated to look like a wooden door. This door is actually made of alloy, and even if you hit it with a car, it will take several hits to open it.
Boss, I can't kick it open.
A few thugs wiped the sweat from their foreheads and reported to Scar Tiger while panting. It's indeed a billion-dollar villa, but I can't even get through the door.
Scar Tiger cursed and tried to kick the door, but it didn't move at all.
Instead, his feet felt numb.
Climb over the wall.
Scar Tiger spat on the door and then ordered his men to climb over the wall. More than 100 men formed a human ladder and stepped on each other, finally climbing to the top of the wall.
But the next second. Sizzle!
The powerful electric current directly electrocuted the dozens of thugs who climbed over the wall with a ladder, leaving them burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Scar Tiger's men looked at the big villa in front of them and were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. When I saw it from a distance just now, I thought the villa was beautiful, just like the one on TV, with an antique feel. At that time, I thought that the villa would be shattered if touched and I could break into it easily. But they didn't know that this guy was an iron bastard. His defense system was too powerful and most of them were knocked down before they even saw Louis. Boss, this trick of climbing over the wall doesn't seem to work.
Hearing one of his men saying this tremblingly, Scar Tiger was furious. I don't have eyes, and you can't tell me that it won't work?
Scar Tiger slapped his subordinate on the back of the head, and the subordinate staggered and almost fell into the lake. At this moment, a yawning sound was heard in the villa.
Who is it? Can't we sleep?